Lin Xian traversed into the realm of divine slaying, becoming the classmate of Lin Xie. Bearing the bloodline of the Black King and being of mixed dragon descent, he awakened the linguistic spirit known as Time Zero. By devouring the mysterious, including deities, he could evolve. Armed with the 7 deadly sins, he wielded his sword against the ancient god church, declaring, "Join the faith? Pass my sword." Commanding the Nibelungen, he led 4 kings to sweep through the myriad gods beyond the Great Xia. By consuming the gods, he aimed to dominate the world. Chapter 1. The Tombstone. The class is over. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. A bell rang, jolting Lin Xian from his seat. A boy sitting behind him poked him playfully, but Lin Xian paid him no mind. He gazed around in a daze, realizing he was in a classroom bustling with noise during recess. Where's this? In the next moment, his head felt heavy as a torrent of information flooded his mind. The owner of this body was also named Lin Xian, an orphan, mirroring his former life in both name and identity. He quickly comprehended his situation. He had indeed traversed realms. However, the name of the city, Cangnan, sounded vaguely familiar. By the way, when is that transfer student arriving? I heard he is blind, and I think his name is Lin Xie. Oh, a transfer student. Wait, did you say his name was Lin Xie? Suddenly, Lin Xian recalled a young woman who had recently visited, delivering eggs and asking them to look after a nephew. He had just absorbed this memory and momentarily failed to connect the dots. Lin Xie, Cangnan City. So, he had entered the world of divine slaying? After a night of watching, he felt utterly exhausted, and with a blink of his eyes, he found himself here. The world of divine slaying seemed perilous, indeed fraught with dangers. It appeared he did not possess the legendary system. Lin Xian contemplated relocating. The parents of this body had passed away early, leaving him a substantial fortune, ensuring he would not have to worry about money in this lifetime. Thus, he pondered whether to flee to another city, anywhere far from Lin Xie. He was just an ordinary person without any special abilities. Staying so close to Lin Xie would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Xian recalled that shortly after Lin Xie began attending school, an incident involving a monstrous serpent invasion occurred. If he didn't escape, he might well become one of the casualties. Li Yifei, who sat behind him, was a reminder of this. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Lin Xian resolved to pack his belongings and make his escape after school that very night. As he contemplated, the once boisterous classroom suddenly fell silent. Had the teacher arrived? Lin Xian looked up, only to find a boy standing at the door. The boy's eyes were wrapped in thick black ribbons, holding a cane, seemingly about to speak. The class erupted in commotion. "You must be Lin Xie. Your seat is ready. Let me help you over." "Lin Xian, come on, help Lin over here." Lin Xian's desk mate tugged at his hand, guiding him towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie was assigned to sit beside him, in the second row by the window, while his desk mate was named Li Yifei. "Hello, classmate. I am Li Yifei. Come on, I'll take you to your seat. By the way, just call me when it's time to eat. It'll be right behind you." With that, Li Yifei poked Lin Xian. "I'm Lin Xian, your desk mate. If you need to go to the restroom, just let me know, and I'll take you." At these words, Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from saying anything. After all, a true blind person would indeed struggle to locate the restroom. Yet, being led there felt somewhat peculiar. After settling Lin Xie into his seat in the second row, Lin Xian placed the books before him. "How did you know my name?" Lin Xie tilted his head slightly, his expression curious. "Oh, your aunt visited a few days ago, bringing a basket of eggs and asking us to take care of you." As he mentioned being Lin Xie's desk mate, Lin Xie appeared momentarily stunned, his hand unconsciously brushing over the pages of the book, his eyes, hidden beneath the ribbons, staring straight ahead, murmuring something. The surrounding noise continued, yet many were discussing the newly arrived transfer student. A female teacher entered the room. "Lin Xie, how do you feel?" "I feel great, very well." "That's wonderful. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your desk mate, the ones in front and behind you, or me." "Okay, everyone, turn to page 91. Lin Xian helped him flip to the designated page, receiving a quiet thank you in return. The teacher's voice filled the air, recounting historical events that had been discussed numerous times before. Something about myths shrouding the land. If he remembered correctly, those myths were, in fact, a deity of the K lineage. As for the name, he couldn't recall. Fortunately, he had not. Lin Xie listened intently to the teacher's narration, while in his sight, Lin Xian leaned back against his chair. He sat upright, nodding along as the teacher spoke, his eyes slowly closing. Lin Xian felt himself drifting into a dream, where a colossal tree towered above him, resembling an ash tree. The sky was a peculiar shade of gray-black, and the solitary giant tree stood tall, its withered branches stretching outwards, weaving a dense web that held up the cracked sky. The wasteland below was littered with bones, and Lin Xian transformed into a black dragon, rising from the depths of the skeletal remains, its wings adorned with skulls, releasing torrents of black flames into the sky. Suddenly, Lin Xian jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself not in the classroom, but before a tombstone-like structure. The monument was entirely black, its profound darkness seemingly capable of absorbing one's very soul. Looking up, Lin Xian was awestruck. This tombstone was immense, gazing upwards felt akin to an ant looking up at a human tombstone. It seemed less a monument and more a towering peak piercing the clouds, with Lin Xian standing at its base. Incomprehensible golden inscriptions adorned its surface, causing dizziness with prolonged gaze. Each line was followed by numbers, ascending from 5 to 10, 15, all the way to 99, but never reaching 100. These indicated the ratio of dragon blood. At the pinnacle of the tombstone was a fearsome dragon head. For reasons unknown, Lin Xian suddenly grasped the significance of this object. In simple terms, he had become a hybrid, akin to those of the dragon lineage. The blood coursing through him was that of the black dragon Nidhogg. Yes, Nidhogg. Having read about dragons, Lin Xian was all too aware of this figure. In the dragon lore, they were the mightiest beings, the ancestors of all dragons, creators of the 4 great kings and the White King. An ultimate existence that ruled the world through fate and enslaved beings in the name of divinity. Not to mention its stature within the realm of Nordic mythology, where it held equal weight. The wing of death, the terrifying devourer, the black dragon of annihilation. The embodiment of evil that heralded the twilight of the gods, the master of the Nibelungen. Even Odin would retreat in its presence. Yet here he was, a hybrid with Nidhogg's blood flowing through his veins. How could he not be exhilarated? That tombstone-like structure was a display of bloodline purity. Lin Xian needed to continuously elevate his bloodline purity for every 5 increase. He could unlock a new ability. It could be a linguistic spirit or perhaps other powers. At that moment, the display indicated a purity level of 5. Lin Xian focused on the text beside the 5 mark. To his astonishment, he suddenly understood it, reading aloud. Linguistic spirit, time 0. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt as if his body were ablaze, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him, or like molten lava coursing through his veins with each heartbeat. Pain, excruciating pain, threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. A moment later, Lin Xian rose from the ground, his breath gradually stabilizing from its earlier heaviness. He stared blankly at his hands, golden light swirling in his eyes. He felt as if his body had become significantly lighter, brimming with explosive power. His physical attributes greatly enhanced, he sensed that he could easily take on 10 versions of his former self. Had he transformed into a half-breed? The world seemed to have shifted, and his senses felt magnified, as if amplified tenfold. Lin Xian refocused his attention on the acquired word spirit. Time 0 wasn't this the ability of the flamboyant old principle? Lin Xian was ecstatic. A half-breed of the Dragon Clan, no less, and a half-breed of the Black King at that. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Moreover, he had started with the ability of time 0. He recalled that the ability of time 0 allowed one to accelerate their own time, though he was uncertain how many times he could currently accelerate and for how long. He remembered that On could maintain his acceleration for over a minute, reaching speeds of 50 times. However, it was well known that the combat prowess of the Godslayer far exceeded that of the Dragon Clan in this world. Lin Xian might be able to accelerate even further. Yet, he had one pressing question. How could he enhance the purity of his bloodline? In the very next moment, the answer surfaced in his mind. The solution was devouring. He could purify his bloodline by consuming other mysteries or absorbing energy from the Forbidden Ruins. The term mystery referred to mythical beings. Any mystery he eliminated could be directly consumed. Absorbing energy from the Forbidden Ruins was a different matter. He could absorb energy from both enemies and allies without affecting the integrity of their Forbidden Ruins, regardless of friend or foe. As long as he was within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins, he could continuously absorb energy to enhance the purity of his bloodline. Furthermore, any being he killed could be devoured just like a mystery, allowing him to purify his bloodline using the entirety of the Forbidden Ruins. The higher the rank of the absorbed energy from the Forbidden Ruins, the more energy he would gain. Upon realizing how to elevate his bloodline, Lin Xian grew even more exhilarated. Beside him sat Lin Xie, the one from the Six Mysteries and Two Kings. If he stayed close to Lin Xie, wouldn't energy be a constant concern of the past? Not only that, but with Lin Xie's experience, he needn't worry about lacking mysteries to slay. In that moment, Lin Xian made a resolute decision. He would not flee. Even if he tried, where could he possibly escape to? This world was fraught with peril. As an ordinary person, he could easily perish in some forsaken corner. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he survive in this treacherous world. Previously, lacking a golden finger, he had considered fleeing, at least to keep his distance from Lin Xie. Now, with a golden finger in hand, there was no reason to run. He would follow Lin Xie wherever he went, taking full advantage of the situation to enhance himself. Chapter 2, Time Zero. As Lin Xian pondered, he suddenly felt a nudge, jolting him awake. Before him stood the stern face of a female teacher. Lin Xie, nearby, wore an expression of exasperation. He had kicked Lin Xian several times, yet the latter had remained oblivious now. He had been caught by the teacher. Lin Xie thought to himself, what a predicament. Lin Xian's face flushed with embarrassment having been caught by the teacher. He had little to say, as he had indeed been the one asleep first. Yet, truth be told, it was hardly his fault after all. The school was where dreams began. He braced himself for the teacher's wrath, only to be surprised when she merely shot him a glance and remarked, "This is a warning." Before leaving the classroom, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Lin Xian was stunned. "Lin Xian, you're quite lucky today the old tiger didn't send you to the office," Li Yifei teased, poking him. "By the way, have you grown taller?" he remarked, gesturing with his hand. Have I grown taller?" Lin Xian assessed his body and realized that perhaps due to becoming a half-breed, he had indeed gained a bit of height. Moreover, he could sense that his physique had become more proportionate with defined muscle lines. "Maybe it's because I've been sleeping more, so I'm growing faster," Lin Xie remarked, turning his head, somewhat bemused. He noted that his desk mate had quite the knack for sleeping. He had dozed off as soon as class began, only to wake at the end. What was even more absurd was that had the teacher not approached to check on Lin Xie, she might not have noticed him at all. "Ridiculous," Lin Xie mused. "By the way, Lin Xian, why are you sweating so much?" Li Yifei poked Lin Xian's back, discovering his shirt was soaked. "Ah, just a nightmare," Lin Xian waved dismissively, casting a glance at Lin Xie. His gaze seemed less like that of a person and more like that of a treasure hunter. He promptly pulled Lin Xie up and called out to Li Yifei behind him. "Hey, let's go to the restroom." "I'm not going, I'm fine," Li Yifei replied. "And oh, you're going," Lin Xie said, his expression nonplussed. The moon shone faintly as time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for school to end. Students exited the classroom in small groups, chatting and laughing. Among them was a large entourage, encircling a youth draped in black satin, akin to loyal protectors surrounding their king. Lin Xian trailed behind at a distance, not joining them. During school hours, he had experimented slightly and discovered that he could enter that mysterious space with just a thought. Later, during the break, he attempted to engage his word spirit. By activating Time Zero and counting down in his mind, Lin Xian determined that his current limit for acceleration was 20 times, sustained for a maximum of 3 seconds. A minute of divine combat. Such limitations were due to his mental strength only being able to endure for so long. To be candid, he felt that Time Zero resembled more of a fleeting moment. Furthermore, his Time Zero ability surprisingly lacked a domain and could only affect himself. Lin Xian speculated that this might be a consequence of his currently low mental strength by the standards of the God Slayer. His mental capacity was at the level of a candle, while his physical strength was evidently extraordinary. He had attempted to slice his skin with a utility knife, but it merely left a shallow white mark on the surface. Lin Xian searched for objects nearby, recalling that Lin Xie would encounter 2 creatures known as ghost facers that night. He felt compelled to participate, as enhancing his strength was urgent. It was the perfect opportunity to conduct an experiment and see how much a single ghost facer's death could increase his bloodline purity. For every 5 increase in bloodline purity, he would not only gain a new ability, but also significantly enhance his physical attributes. This was easily understood. The closer the bloodline purity of a half-dragon to that of a dragon, the stronger the physical prowess. Moreover, Lin Xian had a peculiar intuition that if his bloodline purity surpassed 50, he would not transform into a Deadpool, but would undergo some form of metamorphosis. This sensation was intriguing, as though it were a whisper of fate guiding him. He began to anticipate the changes that would occur once his bloodline purity reached 50. Additionally, he noted that the highest purity recorded on that tombstone was only 99, adorned with a dragon's head, with no mention of 100. He sensed that upon reaching 99, he would be at the pinnacle of divine status. However, surpassing 99 purity seemed to require him to forge his own path. Once his bloodline purity exceeded 99, he might become the Black King Nidhogg, the emperor of the Dragon Clan with boundless potential. Or would he surpass the Black King entirely? What realm would that bring him to? A half step towards dimensional elevation or a full elevation? The mere thought ignited a fervor within his heart. But for now, these aspirations felt distant. He remembered that Lin Xie would awaken his eyes that night, manifesting the mundane divine domain and countering a ghost facer. It was the perfect opportunity to attempt absorbing energy from the ruins to see how much enhancement it could provide him. Simultaneously, he wished to test his current strength. With the nearly monstrous attributes of a half-breed and the ability of Time Zero, eliminating a ghost facer should pose no problem. Even if he faced difficulties and could not slay it, he could always escape using Time Zero and his half-breed physique. The only point to note is that he is unlikely to activate the Time Zero ability twice in quick succession, as it would leave him with a searing headache. However, he must find a suitable weapon. A utility knife would certainly be inadequate, it might break, before he even manages to defeat the Phantom Demon. Yet, apart from a utility knife, Lin Xian could not find any other suitable weapon. A mop soaked in snow would be of no use against the Phantom Demon either. As he scanned his surroundings, he suddenly discovered the most unassuming weapon at the base of the school wall. A brick. Lin Xian rushed forward, lifted the brick, and weighed it in his hand, though it still felt somewhat unwieldy. With a sudden force, he smashed it down, shattering the brick into 3 pieces. He then kicked all the fragments into his pocket. The jagged remnants were even sharper and more dangerous, and should he accidentally lose grip while confronting the Phantom Demon, he could retrieve another piece from his pocket. With his weapon prepared, Lin Xian quickly caught up with the conspicuous group. "Take me along, it's on my way too," he called out. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He harbored a certain aversion to this voice. This fellow always insisted on dragging him and Li Yifei out to the restroom after class, under the pretense of encouraging some physical activity. Was it really that terrifying? Lin Xie found it hard to comprehend. Could boys be so fearsome? She gazed at the boy before her, whose head was bowed and whose face was as red as an apple, filled with a sense of bewilderment. Lin Xian traverses the world of divine slaying, becoming the classmate of Lin Xie. Bearing the bloodline of the Black King and the mixed heritage of the Dragon Clan, he awakens the linguistic spirit Time Zero. By devouring the mysterious, including deities, he can evolve. Wielding the 7 deadly sins, he cuts down the ancient god cult. Join the cult? Ask my sword. Commanding the Nibelungen, he sweeps through the myriad gods outside the Great Xia. Devouring countless deities, he aims to dominate the world. Chapter 1. The Tombstone. The class is over. Thank you for your hard work, teachers. A sudden bell roused Lin Xian from his seat. A boy sitting behind him poked him, teasing him. However, Lin Xian paid no heed. With a dazed expression, he looked around, realizing he was in a classroom bustling with noise during a break. Where's this place? In the next moment, Lin Xian felt a surge of information flooding his mind. The owner of this body is named Lin Xian, an orphan, just like in his previous life, sharing both name and identity. He currently resides in Class 2 of the 2nd High School of Tsangnan City. Lin Xian quickly comprehended the situation. Indeed, he had crossed over, but Tsangnan City, why does that name sound familiar? By the way, when is that transfer student arriving? I heard he's blind, something like. Lin Xie? Oh, a transfer student. Wait, did you say his name is Lin Xie? Lin Xian suddenly recalled a young woman who had come by a few days ago, distributing eggs and asking them to care for her nephew. It dawned on him, Lin Xie, Tsangnan City. This means he has arrived in the world of divine slaying? After an all-nighter, feeling utterly drained, he closed his eyes for just a moment and found himself here. The world of divine slaying seems rather perilous. Danger lurks at every corner. It appears he does not possess the legendary system. Lin Xian contemplated whether he should relocate. The parents of this body passed away early but left him a substantial fortune, ensuring financial stability for his lifetime. Thus, he pondered whether to escape to another city anywhere, as long as it was far from Lin Xie. He is merely an ordinary person without any extraordinary abilities. Staying so close to Lin Xie would be courting death, wouldn't it? Lin Xian remembered the incident involving the Nantua serpent demon invading the school shortly after Lin Kai's arrival. If he did not flee, he might become collateral damage. Li Yifei, who sat behind him, was a reminder of that. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Lin Xian resolved to pack up and leave right after school. As Lin Xian was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed that the noisy classroom had fallen silent. Has the teacher arrived? He looked up, only to find that was not the case. A boy stood at the door, his eyes wrapped in thick black ribbons, holding a blind cane, seemingly about to say something. The class erupted in chatter. You must be Lin Xie, your seat is ready. Let me help you over. Lin Xian, come on, help Lin over here. Lin Xian's desk mate tugged at his hand, leading him towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie was assigned to sit next to him by the window in the second row. Lin Xian's desk mate was named Li Yifei. Hello, fellow student, Li Yifei. Come, he'll take you to your seat. By the way, just call me if you need anything during lunch, I'll be right behind you. After saying that, Li Yifei poked Lin Xian. Lin Xian, your desk mate. If you need to use the restroom, just let me know, I'll guide you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's lips twitched visibly, but he could not say much. After all, a true blind person indeed struggles to find the restroom. Yet, being led there felt a bit unusual. After settling Lin Xie into the inner seat of the second row, Lin Xian arranged the books for him. How do you know my name? Lin Xie tilted his head slightly, his expression peculiar. Oh, your aunt came by a few days ago. She brought a basket of eggs and distributed them to us, hoping we could look after you, Lin Xian explained. He noticed Lin Xie freeze momentarily, his hand unconsciously brushing over the pages, his eyes behind the ribbons staring ahead, murmuring something. The surrounding noise persisted, but many were discussing the new transfer student. A female teacher entered the room. Lin Xie, how are you feeling? I feel great, very well. That's good. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your desk mate, the ones in front or behind you, or me. All right, everyone, turn your books to page 91. Lin Xian helped him to that page, receiving a soft thank you in return. The teacher's voice filled the air, recounting historical events that had been discussed many times before. The fog that enveloped the land, if he remembered correctly, was a manifestation of a deity from the Cthulhu mythology. Thankfully, he did not remember any names. Knowing the names of such deities would grant them awareness of him. Lin Xie listened intently to the teacher's narrative, while in his sight, his desk mate leaned back against the chair, maintaining a straight posture, nodding along with the teacher's words, yet his eyes gradually closed. Lin Xie. On the other hand, Lin Xian felt drowsiness wash over him, quickly employing his exceptional sleeping techniques. He straightened his back, closed his eyes, and directed his gaze towards the teacher, occasionally nodding. Lin Xian seemingly drifted into a dream, where he beheld a colossal tree reaching towards the heavens, resembling an ash tree. The sky was an eerie shade of gray-black, and the solitary giant tree stood tall, its withered branches stretching in all directions, weaving a dense web that propped up the cracked sky. The wasteland was littered with bones, and Lin Xian transformed into a black dragon, rising from the depths of the skeletal remains, its wings adorned with skulls, as it unleashed black flames towards the heavens. Lin Xian jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself before a tombstone-like structure. The tombstone was entirely black, its profound darkness seemingly capable of absorbing one's soul. Looking up, Lin Xian was taken aback. This tombstone was immense, towering like a mountain, making him feel as if he were an ant gazing up at a human tombstone. It was as if what lay before him was not merely a stone, but a colossal peak reaching into the clouds, with Lin Xian standing at its base. Etched upon it were incomprehensible golden characters, causing a slight dizziness the longer he stared. Each line of text was followed by numbers, ascending from 5 to 10, 15, all the way to 99, but never reaching 100. This indicated the proportion of his dragon bloodline. At the pinnacle of the tombstone was a fearsome dragon's head. Somehow, Lin Xian suddenly grasped the meaning of this object. In simple terms, he had become a hybrid, akin to those within the dragon clan. The blood coursing through him was that of the black dragon Nidhogg. Yes, Nidhogg. Having studied dragon lore, Lin Xian was well acquainted with this figure. In the dragon clan's mythology, he was the mightiest being, the progenitor of all dragons, the creator of the 4 great kings and the White King, a supreme existence that ruled the world with fate and enslaved beings in the name of the gods. Not to mention his standing within the legitimate Norse mythology. The Wing of Death, the terrifying devourer, the world-crushing black dragona being that heralded the twilight of the gods and ruled over Nibelungen, even causing Odin to tread carefully. And he had become a hybrid with Nidhogg's blood flowing within him. How could he not be exhilarated? That tombstone-like object was a bloodline purity indicator. Lin Xian needed to continuously enhance his bloodline purity for every 5 increase. He would unlock a new ability, possibly a linguistic spirit or something else entirely. At that moment, the indicator showed 5. Lin Xian focused intently on the line of text beside the 5. To his surprise, he could suddenly comprehend it, reading aloud, linguistic spirit, times 0. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt as though his body were ablaze, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him, or like magma coursing through his veins with each heartbeat. Pain, excruciating pain, so intense it threatened to render him unconscious. After a brief moment, Lin Xian rose from the ground, his breath gradually stabilizing from its previous heaviness. He stared blankly at his hands, witnessing a golden glow dancing in his eyes. He felt his body had become significantly lighter. Brimming with explosive strength, his physical capabilities had been greatly enhanced, making him believe he could easily take on 10 versions of his former self. Had he become a hybrid? The world seemed to have transformed around him, and he sensed that his 5 senses had been amplified several folds. Lin Xian redirected his attention to the acquired word spirit. Times 0 wasn't that the ability of the flamboyant old principle. Anger? Lin Xian was elated. A hybrid of the Dragon Clan, and a descendant of the Black King. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Moreover, he had started with the ability of time 0. He recalled that time 0 allowed one to accelerate their own time, though he was uncertain how many times he could now accelerate or for how long. He remembered that anger from the Dragon Clan could maintain the ability for over a minute, reaching speeds up to 50 times. However, it must be noted that the battle prowess of the God Slayer far exceeded that of the Dragon Clan. In this world, Lin Xian might be able to accelerate even further. Yet, he had another question: how could he enhance the purity of his bloodline? In the very next instant, the answer emerged in his mind, devouring. He could purify his bloodline by consuming other mysteries or absorbing energy from the Forbidden Ruins. The term mystery referred to mythical creatures. Any mystery he vanquished could be directly consumed. Absorbing energy from the Forbidden Ruins was different. He could absorb energy from both foes and allies without affecting their own Forbidden Ruins, regardless of friend or foe. As long as he was within the Forbidden Ruins, he could continuously draw energy to enhance the purity of his bloodline. Furthermore, any existence he killed could be devoured whole, akin to a mystery, to purify his bloodline. The closer he was to the higher tiers of the Forbidden Ruins he absorbed from, the greater the energy he would receive. With this newfound understanding of how to enhance himself, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. Beside him sat Lin Xie, the one known for the 6 mysteries and 2 kings. If he stayed close to Lin Xie, would he not have to worry about energy at all? Not only that, with Lin Kai's experiences, he had no fear of lacking mysteries to slay. In that moment, Lin Xian resolved would not run away. Even if he tried, where could he possibly go? This world was fraught with peril, and as an ordinary person, he could easily perish in some forgotten corner. Only by becoming powerful enough could he survive in this treacherous world. Previously, he had no golden finger, which is why he planned to flee, at least to distance himself from Lin Xie. Now that he possessed a golden finger, why would he run? He would follow Lin Xie wherever he went, taking full advantage of every opportunity to enhance himself. Chapter 2. Time 0. As Lin Xian pondered, he suddenly felt a gentle nudge, prompting him to open his eyes abruptly. Before him stood the stern visage of his female teacher, while beside him, Lin Xie looked somewhat speechless. He had kicked Lin Xian several times to rouse him, yet the latter remained oblivious, and now, it appeared that he had been caught by the teacher. Lin Xie remarked, "Lin Xian, your face is rather awkward. Caught by the teacher, and you have little to say, considering you were the one sleeping. However, to be honest, it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, school is where dreams begin." He braced himself for the teacher's wrath, only to be surprised when she merely cast him a glance and stated, "This is the last time, before exiting the classroom. It just so happened to be the end of class." "Yai?" Lin Xian found himself in a daze. "You're quite lucky today. The fierce teacher didn't send you to the office to stand," teased Li Yifei from behind, poking Lin Xian. "By the way, have you grown taller?" Li Yifei added unexpectedly, gesturing with his hands. Have I really grown taller?" Lin Xian pondered, sensing his body. It seemed that his mixed heritage had contributed to a slight increase in height. Not only that, but he felt that his physique had become more proportionate, with well-defined muscle lines. Perhaps it was due to more sleep, which facilitated growth. Lin Xie turned his head, equally bemused. He realized that his deskmate had an extraordinary ability to sleep. He had dozed off at the beginning of class and only awakened when class ended. What was even more absurd was that had the female teacher not approached to check on Lin Xie, she might not have noticed at all. Ridiculous, Lin Xie mused. By the way, Lin Xian, why are you sweating so much? Li Yifei remarked, poking Lin Xian's back and discovering that his shirt was drenched. Ah, just had a nightmare. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, shifting his gaze to Lin Xie. His eyes seemed to look upon a treasure rather than a person. He abruptly pulled Lin Xie up and called out to Li Yifei behind him. Elbow, let's go to the restroom. I won't go. I'm not holding it in. No. You are. Lin Xie responded with a perplexed expression. As the moonlight illuminated the sparse stars, time swiftly passed, and soon it was time to dismiss school. Students trickled out of the classroom in small groups, chattering and laughing. Among them was a large entourage, surrounding a boy clad in black satin. Akin to a loyal guard escorting a king, Lin Xian trailed behind, not joining them. During school hours, he had made a slight attempt to explore. He discovered that with a mere thought, he could enter that mysterious realm. Later, during a break, he experimented with his verbal powers. By activating time zero and mentally counting down, Lin Xian determined that the current limit of time zero was an acceleration of 20 times, sustained for a maximum of 3 seconds. A minute of a battle god. This was his extent, constrained by his mental strength. Truthfully, compared to time zero, he felt this was more akin to a fleeting moment. Furthermore, his time zero seemed devoid of a domain, only affecting himself. Lin Xian speculated that this might be due to his currently low mental strength. According to the realms defined in slaying the gods, his mental strength should be at the level of a lamp. Yet, his physical strength was evidently beyond the standard. He had attempted to cut his skin with a utility knife, but could only leave a faint white mark on the surface. Lin Xian searched for an object. He recalled that Lin Xie would encounter 2 monsters known as ghost faces that night. He felt compelled to participate, to enhance his power, and the sooner, the better. It was an opportune moment for an experiment, to see how much slaying a ghost face would elevate his bloodline purity. Each increment of 5 in bloodline purity would grant him a new ability and significantly boost his physical capabilities. This was easily comprehensible. A hybrid of dragon and human would naturally possess greater physical prowess the closer their bloodline purity was to that of a dragon. Moreover, Lin Xian had a peculiar intuition that raising his bloodline purity beyond 50 would not transform him into a death servant, but would provoke some form of metamorphosis. This sensation was intriguing, as if guided by an unseen force, making him anticipate the changes that would come with achieving 50 bloodline purity. He also recalled that the highest purity inscribed on that tombstone was merely 99, adorned only with a dragon's head, with no indication of 100. He felt that reaching 99 might signify a level of the highest deity. However, once bloodline purity reached 99, it seemed he would need to forge his own path beyond that. Surpassing 99 might lead him to become the Black King Nidhogg, an emperor of the dragon race with limitless potential. Or would he transcend the Black King entirely? What level would that be? A half-step dimensional ascender or an ascender? The mere thought ignited a fervor within him. Nonetheless, these aspirations felt distant. He remembered that Lin Xie would awaken his mundane divine realm that night and counter a ghost face. This was a perfect opportunity to absorb energy from the divine ruins and assess how much it would enhance him. Simultaneously, he wished to test his current strength. With a hybrid's nearly monstrous physical capabilities combined with time zero, slaying a ghost face should pose no problem. Even if he encountered difficulties in defeating it, he could always escape using time zero and his hybrid physique. The only caveat was that he could not activate time zero twice in quick succession, as it would induce a splitting headache. He needed a suitable weapon, as a utility knife would be inadequate. It might break before even slaying a ghost face. Yet, aside from the utility knife, Lin Xian struggled to find another fitting weapon. A mop soaked in snow would be useless against a ghost face. Glancing around, he suddenly spotted the most unpretentious weapon, a brick, nestled by the school wall. Lin Xian rushed forward, picked up the brick, and weighed it in his hand, finding it somewhat unwieldy. With a sudden motion, he smashed it. The brick shattered into 3 pieces. He then stuffed all the fragments into his pocket. The jagged edges of the broken brick were sharper and more dangerous, and should he accidentally drop one while confronting a ghost face, he could retrieve another from his pocket. With his weapon prepared, Lin Xian hastily caught up with the conspicuous entourage. "Take me along. I'm heading that way too." Upon hearing that voice, Lin Xie's lips twitched. He had developed a phobia of that voice, as this guy always insisted on dragging him and Li Yifei to the restroom after class, under the pretense of needing to stretch. Is it really that terrifying for boys? Lin Xie pondered, observing the boy before him, whose head was lowered and whose face was as red as an apple, filled with confusion. Chapter 3. Ghost face, what are you talking about? There is no foul smell. Jiang Qian sniffed vigorously, finding no trace of any supposed stench. Even Lin Xie leaned in to sniff. His senses of smell and hearing were far superior to others. If there were truly a foul odor, he should have detected it, yet this time, he perceived nothing. Their ISNT? Are you sure you didn't misinterpret? No. I'm certain I smelled it, and it was exceptionally foul. Lin Xian fabricated, clearly having detected nothing. Try sniffing again. It seems that the stench comes from the alley you're heading to. Wang Xiao dashed into the alley, sniffing intently but still detected nothing. There is nothing. The others approached to sniff as well, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Lin Xian, are you playing tricks on me? Just as Wang Xiao was about to lose his patience. Jiang Qian, with her acute sense of smell, suddenly gagged. Ugh, you're not kidding. There really is a stench. What? Why didn't I smell it? Wang Xiao, did you catch a whiff? Ugh, I can smell it too. This odor is revolting. I can't take it anymore. Lin Xian, who had consistently claimed there was a smell, was now finally overwhelmed by the stench. It felt as if decayed meat and apples had been combined and fermented for 49 days. Just a whiff made Lin Xian feel utterly unwell. Despite the robust physique of a hybrid, he struggled to contain his stomach, which churned violently. This odor indeed emanated from that alley. Lin Xian pointed towards the dark depths of the alley. No one dared to approach. Instead, they began to retreat. It was simply too foul. Clap, clap. A strange sound resonated in the ears of the group. The sound reverberated, reminiscent of some decayed matter being struck against a wall, sticky and unsettling. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be accompanied by the sound of liquid droplets falling. At last, a terrifying figure emerged before the crowd. It resembled a human, yet moved on all fours. Its grotesque and towering form evoking a sense of horror. Most chilling of all was its ghastly, pallid visage. Its long, crimson tongue flicked about with alarming agility, estimated to stretch at least half a meter. The moment Jiang Qian laid eyes on this monstrosity, she let out a piercing scream. The others, equally terrified, turned pale and stood frozen, struggling to believe their own eyes. Only two among them maintained their composure, Lin Shiyi and Lin Xian. Lin Shiyi had seen nothing, while Lin Xian, having anticipated such a sight, was momentarily shaken but quickly regained his composure. Run, he bellowed. His voice pierced through the air, jolting everyone awake as they all turned and fled in the opposite direction, including Lin Xian. Yet, he deliberately lagged behind, falling slightly behind Lin Shiyi. Lin Xian's shout attracted the attention of the ghastly figure, which suddenly lunged towards him and the others, closing the distance to 10 meters in an instant. Lin Xian kept his hands in his pockets, tightly clutching two jagged pieces of brick. The creature swiftly caught up with Lin Xian, its rancid maw opening wide as it lunged for him. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Lin Xian skillfully rolled aside. As he turned, his golden vertical pupils emerged into the open, coldly observing. Upon activating his vertical pupils, even without employing time zero, Lin Xian felt time around him slow. It was an almost perverse form of dynamic vision. Every sharp protrusion on the ghastly figure, its razor-sharp teeth, its savage gaze, and its poised tongue were all vividly discernible. At that moment, Lin Shiyi had already sprinted 10 meters away and had not witnessed the transformation in Lin Xian's eyes. When the ghastly figure met Lin Xian's golden gaze, it faltered. In that instant, to the creature, the human before it no longer seemed a feeble being, but rather a colossal black dragon, towering over a sea of white bones, its wings adorned with skulls and its golden pupils radiating boundless majesty. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Lin Xian lunged at the creature, taking the initiative. The ghastly figure shook its head, finally snapping back to reality, its crimson tongue darting towards Lin Xian with the force of a whip. If it struck him, it could cleave him in two. Simultaneously, another ghastly figure sprang from the shadows, pouncing towards the trailing Lin Shiyi. Lin Shiyi cursed under his breath. At that moment, Lin Xian had no time to spare for his companion. Upon seeing the tongue lash out, he activated his word spirit. Time zero. The sluggish dragon language rolled off his tongue, and Lin Xian sensed the world around him decelerate. The crimson tongue appeared as a drunken serpent, languidly undulating towards him. He could even see saliva splattering from it, alongside the blood trickling from the ghastly figure's mouth. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the tongue, leaped onto the creature's back, and clamped his legs around its neck. He felt the ghastly figure shudder violently, beginning to thrash. However, the frequency of its movements was slow, almost negligible to Lin Xian. He raised the two bricks, aiming the sharp edges at the creature's eyes, and struck down with force. The sound echoed, distorted in its rapidity. After shattering its eyes, Lin Xian unleashed a barrage of blows to the back of the creature's head, showcasing the prowess of his hybrid lineage. In no time, he had pulverized the ghastly figure's skull into a mushy mass. The white matter, mixed with blood, combined with the repugnant odor emanating from the creature, created an overwhelming assault on both his senses. While this seemed to Lin Xian a prolonged ordeal, to the creature it was merely a moment of bewilderment, followed by the searing agony of its eyes, and then it was all over. To Lin Shiyi, The sounds from that side melded into a singular, peculiar rhythm. Each sound, when isolated, resembled something hard striking flesh, yet collectively they formed a rapid crescendo. But at that moment, Lin Qiyi had no time to ponder the events unfolding with Lin Xian. He was facing another creature. Lin Xian stood amidst the pool of blood, closing his eyes to absorb the changes within his body. It was an enigmatic sensation. He was not merely consuming the flesh of the ghastly figure, but something deeper, perhaps a soul or an abstract concept. A mysterious essence flowed through him like a warm current, causing the purity of the bloodline inscribed upon the tombstone to rise by approximately 1%. Did each ghastly figure yield a 1% increase? Lin Xian reopened his eyes, his golden vertical pupils rotating as he focused on the remaining creature. Gripping the bloodied bricks, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Die. Chapter 4. The emergence of the Black King, the shadow of the celestial dragon. In the instant Lin Xian surged forth, he suddenly felt the temperature around him spike. A golden pillar of light shooting into the heavens. Gazing at the colossal beam, Lin Xian was taken aback. This was an awakening. The dim alleyway was now illuminated as brightly as day, the figure of the seraph spreading out to pin the ghastly creature to the ground, eliciting a shrill wail. The divine and sacred aura surged towards Lin Xian, and in that moment, he felt a stirring within his very soul. His golden pupils constricted as the dragon blood within him surged with fervor. When the divine essence enveloped him, the first sensation was one of yearning, a profound desire, akin to a famished soul encountering an exquisite feast, longing to devour it whole. Following that was a surge of inexplicable rage. The divine presence acted like a switch, igniting something hidden within Lin Xian's bloodline. The dragon blood within him felt provoked, and a wave of intense anger washed over him. He felt as if he were viewing the world through the eyes of the Black King, where the sky was a tumultuous blend of iron and flame. The singular dead tree standing in solemnity, its branches reaching outwards. The immense black dragon gazed down upon its realm, and its subjects bowed in reverence, as if only its voice resonated in the world. A king does not permit affronts. It raised its head once more, casting its gaze towards the luminous moon in the night sky. On the moon, a being with eyes narrowed in contemplation stood, behind it, wings of purest white obscuring the sun. They locked eyes from afar, an unspoken understanding passing between them. In the distance, countless spectators gazed up at the radiant pillar, their expressions filled with astonishment. Just as the beam was about to dissipate, a colossal shadow emerged in the sky. It was a gigantic black dragon. Stretching from heaven to earth, its wings unfurled as if to envelop the world. This black dragon exuded a terrifying beauty, its form adorned with scales that shimmered like obsidian, both sinister and magnificent. Most fearsome of all, on the outstretched wings of this dark dragon hung countless horrific corpses, swaying gently like wind chimes with each flap. When it opened its eyes, the golden dragon pupils gleamed in the darkness, as if announcing its arrival to the world. Zhao Kongqing, racing towards the light beam, found himself utterly bewildered. What was this? The aura emanating from it was at least that of the Klein realm, mirroring the immense radiance of the earlier beam. How could two such powerful fluctuations arise in such a brief span, both from the same direction? Moreover, unlike that radiant beam, this was a dragon, a true dragon. Though merely an illusion, it undeniably exists. In a narrow, shadowy alley, 5 figures draped in dark crimson cloaks stand motionless, gazing into the distance, their eyes filled with astonishment. Vice Captain. Yes, I see it. Wu Xiangnan nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the colossal dragon, his brow furrowed, as if faced with a formidable adversary. That is the aura of a deity. He had sensed it once before in the presence of Susanoo, the essence of divinity. Yet, this presence was even more domineering and fierce, brimming with a desire for destruction. Despite the vast distance, he could feel his body trembling. He could only hope that the entity harbored no ill will towards Daxia. Both Songnan City and Daxia could scarcely withstand further turmoil. The direction of the black dragon's appearance aligns with Zhao Kongqing's. I shall follow, Wu Xiangnan instructed, leaping from the tall building and sprinting toward that direction. The captain was currently in pursuit of the demon-faced king, and as the vice captain, he needed to investigate. Meanwhile, amidst the gray fog, pairs of divine eyes opened. Some gods trembled and murmured softly, while others shouted with glee. As the world tree collapsed under its gnawing, the twilight of the gods was about to descend. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing was drenched in sweat. What is happening? That golden beam of light, he could confirm, was from the mortal realm's divine domain, belonging to Michael. Yet the black dragon appearing at the same location raised questions. This behemoth seemed to spell trouble. Judging by its oppressive presence, it was at least a Klein-level powerhouse. Regardless, he had to ascertain the situation. If the entity intended harm against the citizens of Daxia, he would confront it, even at the cost of his own life. However, just as Zhao Kongqing was nearing the destination, he looked up and caught the eye of the gigantic dragon, which glanced at him before vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at the location where the black dragon had appeared, he found only two youths standing opposite each other, with a pool of flesh and blood between them. The demon-faced king had been reduced to a pulp the moment Nidhogg's shadow manifested. One of the boys had a faint golden halo swirling in his eyes, watching the other boy with a wary expression. The other boy, with closed eyes, emanated a subtle authority. When the youth reopened his eyes, his golden vertical pupils flicked toward Zhao Kongsheng, and the oppressive aura dissipated upon recognizing him. The golden pupils faded, and Lin Xian nodded at Zhao Kongsheng, his mind swirling with thoughts. The awakening of Lin Qiye had stirred the dragon blood coursing through him, allowing him to glimpse into Nidhogg's perspective and witness many esoteric phenomena. Through this experience, he realized one undeniable truth. In this world, he, Lin Xian, was singular. The position of Nidhogg would ultimately be inherited by him, encompassing both its divinity and its domain. The path of bloodline refinement led to the throne of the supreme deity, a sentiment consistent with what he had sensed before the gravestone. When the purity of his bloodline reached 99, he would attain the level of the supreme god. The blood flowing within him harbored the essence of Nidhogg, waiting for the bloodline to elevate to a certain degree to be fully unleashed. This essence was the soil that contained the laws, a necessity for ascending to divinity. In that moment of merging with Nidhogg, he distinctly felt something sealed within his dragon blood. It was the essence. Though Lin Xian had never encountered the essence before, he recognized at the instant he felt it. This was the essence, extraordinarily pure, belonging to the Deathwing Nidhogg. Should others discover that within a mere fledgling, there resided the essence of a supreme deity, it would likely incite countless deities to vie for it. Moreover, another shocking realization struck him. Merely tapping into the shadowy illusion had elevated his bloodline purity by 5. Of course, part of this was due to Nidhogg's dragon might crushing the second demon-faced king, which accounted for a 1 increase in purity. However, the additional 4 was solely because Nidhogg had been stirred by Michael's divine might. Lin Xian once again solidified his resolve to stay close to Lin Qiye and relentlessly reap the benefits from him. Merely awakening the mortal realm's divine domain could yield such a tremendous enhancement. His bloodline purity had now risen to 10, granting him access to his second ability. Thus, his time 0 was born. Yet, that could wait. He turned to Zhao Kongsheng beside him. They first had to address the current situation. After such a commotion, they needed a plausible explanation to smooth things over. Chapter 5. The Agent of Nidhogg. At this moment, Zhao Kongsheng was fixated on the youth who towered above him by a head. If he was not mistaken, this boy had just possessed golden vertical pupils, identical to those of the black dragon's shadow. Zhao Kongsheng could distinctly sense that the other bore no ill intent, which relieved him and set his mind racing. Could this youth also be a divine agent? The dragon's shadow seemed to have been drawn by Michael's aura. With this thought, Zhao Kongsheng shifted his gaze to Lin Qiye, who had not spared him a glance, his attention solely fixated on the dragon-eyed youth, his expression inscrutable with wariness. Lin Qiye certainly felt apprehensive. Everything that transpired this night was exceedingly unusual for him. First, Lin Xian's strange behavior, followed by the encounter with the demon-faced king, and then witnessing the angel on the moon once more. Furthermore, when he opened his eyes, he clearly saw ominous black mist coalescing around Lin Xian, enveloping him entirely. Then, a colossal black dragon's shadow appeared in the sky. Lin Qiye was astonished. Previously, he had been unable to open his eyes, yet could perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. Coupled with his previous sighting of the angel on the moon, he had become convinced that extraordinary powers existed in this world, akin to those in novels. His encounter with the demon-faced king only solidified this belief. But who could elucidate the nature of that gigantic black dragon shadow? The sensation it evoked was rivaled only by that angel on the moon. Zhao Kongsheng quickly regained his composure, casting a glance at the corpse of the demon-faced king. Reduced to mush. The youth with the faint golden halo appeared dusty and somewhat disheveled, while the dragon-eyed boy was impeccably clean, as if he had not encountered the demon-faced king at all. Yet, whether they had faced the demon or not was no longer significant. What concerned him more was that both youths seemed to be divine agents. This was rather extraordinary. Divine agents were immensely valuable, and yet 2 had appeared at once. As Zhao Kongsheng pondered, another youth cloaked in dark crimson descended gracefully, stirring up gusts of wind. Lin Xian keenly observed that the newcomer bore knife scars on the palms of his hands. It was none other than Wu Xiangnan, the once immortal swordsman. Upon his arrival, Wu Xiangnan's gaze was fixed upon Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian stepped forward. "Greetings, I am Lin Xian." Wu Xiangnan appeared momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the other would approach him for conversation. Gradually, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the other was open to dialogue. He had sensed an aura of brutality and madness that surpassed that of Sisanil. Yet, such a deity appeared approachable. Wu Xiangnan smiled and extended his hand for a handshake. "You may call me Wu Xiangnan. May I have a word with you privately?" This place is not suited for conversation. Of course. With Lin Xian nodding in agreement, Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao. Yes, I understand. Without Wu Xiangnan needing to elaborate, Zhao Kongqing, having worked together for a long time, grasped his intent. He meant for him to communicate with Michael's agent, ideally bringing the other into the Night Watcher's ranks. Lin Xian and Wu Xiangnan eventually arrived at a street corner, where Wu Xiangnan promptly squatted down. Observing this, Lin Xian also took a seat on the curb. Lin Xian, you must be a divine agent, right? Oh. Perhaps you are unaware of what a divine agent is. I know, Lin Xian interrupted. He could feign ignorance, but he saw no necessity in doing so. Efficiency in communication is preferable, especially since having read the original text, he could ascertain that Wu Xiangnan harbored no ill intentions and could safely lower his guard. Therefore, he did not conceal his knowledge of the divine agent. That black dragon is Nidhogg, the creature from Norse mythology that gnaws at the roots of the world tree. Nidhogg. Wu Xiangnan was evidently taken aback. He could surmise that the status of that black dragon was quite high, but he anticipated it to be so elevated. The name Nidhogg was certainly familiar to him. For the Night Watchman, a thorough understanding of various mythological systems is a prerequisite. The infamous Dragon of Despair, which directly precipitated the cataclysm known as Ragnarok, was indeed a terrifying entity. The boundless rage and ferocity he had sensed earlier truly aligned with the description of Nidhogg. Wu Xiangnan's expression grew increasingly grave. A glance at Nidhogg's description reveals that the souls burdened with grievances ultimately descend into Nibelheim, the realm of Nidhogg. These souls, filled with profound malice towards the world, await the arrival of the apocalypse. Nibelheim, in essence, is a repository of souls, an extreme existence intent on annihilating the entire world. The black dragon Nidhogg reigns as the sovereign of this realm of death. What benevolence could possibly stem from such a being? It is a terrifying entity that gnaws at the world tree, intent on the world's destruction. If Michael's divine power is the epitome of holiness, then Nidhogg could be classified as the embodiment of evil. It is said that even Odin, the king of the gods, could only compromise with it, feeding the black dragon with the souls of sinners to delay its relentless gnawing at the roots. Not to stop it, merely to postpone it, such is its terror. Wu Xiangnan's expression was solemn as he pondered for a long moment. Did it command you to do anything? Kill. Kill. Yes, and it must be through my own hands. The more powerful the beings I slay, the better. Lin Xian articulated this with intent. Upon receiving the divine bestowal, agents are also given directives from the deity. However, since Nidhogg does not exist, Lin Xian had to fabricate a directive. He needed to concoct an instruction that neither called for the destruction of the world, something inherently conflicting with the Great Xia and the Night Watchman, nor deviated from Nidhogg's identity. After all, it is the wing of death, the world-ending black dragon. To purify his bloodline, Lin Xian recognized that he must engage in slaughter. And the more formidable the foes he vanquished, the greater the enhancement of his bloodline. Thus, he devised a fabricated command. Nidhogg's instruction is to perpetuate the act of killing. This was logical, indeed, exceedingly reasonable. Wu Xiangnan was not taken aback by this revelation. Truthfully, even if Nidhogg's command was to annihilate the world, he would not have been surprised. Nidhogg required Lin Xian to kill, and the more powerful the beings, the better. However, Wu Xiangnan sensed that what Nidhogg desired was not mere slaughter, but the souls of those beings slain by Lin Xian. After all, Nidhogg's realm of death is a domain that harbors the souls of the departed. Of course, Wu Xiangnan could not easily trust Lin Xian's claims. Even if Nidhogg indeed commanded Lin Xian to destroy the world, it would be illogical for Lin Xian to divulge such information. Could you elaborate on the abilities Nidhogg has granted you? Nidhogg had never been observed by the Great Xia, let alone its divine domain. The very reputation of Nidhogg suggested that its divine domain would be anything but simple. Wu Xiangnan speculated that it would be an extraordinarily perverse and aggressively potent divine domain. Time acceleration. Note. The text then includes promotional elements and a brief interruption regarding the author's request for support, which has been omitted for relevance. You are telling me that Nidhogg, this embodiment of evil, has granted you a divine domain of time acceleration? This cannot be right. The specifics are rather complex. This can only be considered a facet of Nidhogg's divine domain. I cannot articulate it clearly at the moment. Perhaps I should demonstrate it to you. Very well. Wu Xiangnan nodded, eager to witness Lin Xian's divine domain. In the next instant, Wu Xiangnan perceived a flicker before him, and a hand gently patted his back. A shiver ran down Wu Xiangnan's spine. When did that happen? In the briefest of moments, Lin Xian had appeared behind him and patted his shoulder. This signified that if Lin Xian so desired, he could. Despite Wu Xiangnan no longer being a member of the special squad and having not taken the situation too seriously, it was nonetheless astonishing. Is this the power of time? Truly, it was fitting for the Wing of Death from Norse mythology, bestowing such an extraordinary ability upon its agent. Wu Xiangnan suddenly recalled the leader of the masked squad. Simultaneously, he mentally reviewed the recorded divine domains from the Great Xia, finding none that resembled a divine domain or divine realm of this nature. It was inevitable, after all, as matters pertaining to time predominantly belong to divine realms, and the domains of deities are not easily documented. Wait, something feels amiss. Wu Xiangnan's body stiffened suddenly as he turned to Lin Xian, his mouth agape. He realized where the discrepancy lay. When this fellow activated time acceleration, he felt the activation of a divine domain. A divine domain is a realm that can influence the surroundings through its very existence. If a divine domain can be felt, then it stands to reason that it should be perceptible at least under normal circumstances. Yet, with Lin Xian, he felt none of the aura of a divine domain. However, the speed exhibited was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Are you certain you activated a divine domain? He knew he was posing a foolish question. Given that speed, no ordinary individual could accomplish it. Yet, it was simply too astonishing to comprehend. How could one not perceive the divine domain? Lin Xian blinked. I am certain. He sensed that he had inadvertently exposed something, yet he continued to fabricate a story. Then why can I not sense the aura of the divine domain? This is illogical. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I am unsure. After all, it was Nidhogg who chose me, not the other way around. Perhaps it is because time acceleration only affects me? His words directly shifted the blame to the non-existent Nidhogg. I am merely a humble divine agent, and I find myself quite bewildered. Lin Xian shrugged. Very well. Wu Xiangnan decided not to dwell further on the matter. Given your demeanor, it appears you possess a certain understanding of divine domains and the true nature of this world. I shall refrain from questioning you further. Everyone harbors secrets. He shifted the conversation. Have you considered joining the Night Watchman? Yes, but I have a condition. Speak. Wu Xiangnan was astonished by Lin Xian's decisiveness. He had agreed so readily? Allow me to kill as many foes as possible, whether they are mystical beings or humans. Lin Xian's expression was earnest. Remaining within the Night Watchman would enable him to effectively eliminate the anomalies and foes possessing divine domains, thereby refining his bloodline. Moreover, it was highly probable that Lin Xie would wish to join the Night Watchman. Why not with certainty? Because Lin Xian had already begun to influence the trajectory of the world. Lin Xie's initial decision to join the Night Watchman stemmed from the death of Zhao Kongqing. No one would dispute the significance of Zhao Kongqing in Lin Xie's heart. With Lin Xian present, he would naturally endeavor to save old Zhao. However, if he failed to leave a profound impression on Lin Xie, given his nature, he would undoubtedly refrain from joining the Night Watchman. Lin Xian, aware of the storyline, understood that even if Zhao Kongqing miraculously survived and effortlessly dealt with the Ghost-Faced King, Lin Xie could never attain the ordinary life he yearned for. The mortal realm was upheld by him, and the psychiatric hospital had chosen him. Numerous souls awaited his guidance. Each of these circumstances underscored the impossibility of Lin Xie leading a mundane existence. However, it was best for Lin Xie to join at this juncture. Otherwise, the narrative would undergo significant alterations, and he would lose his prophetic advantage. Rescuing old Zhao was imperative. The real question lay in the method of his salvation. Although he possessed the zero-time ability, confronting the Ghost-Faced King in the River Realm would undoubtedly prove challenging given Lin Xian's current cultivation level. Thus far, he had not devised a suitable solution that would simultaneously save old Zhao and persuade Lin Xie to commit. Wu Xiangnan readily acquiesced to Lin Xian's request, recognizing its reasonableness. After all, it was a divine mandate that warranted adherence. Even if this deity's request were dubious, or if the individual had ulterior motives for joining the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers had successfully safeguarded the Great Xia for many years, proving their mettle. When friends arrive, fine wine is offered. When wolves approach, rifles are readied. Should the newcomer genuinely wish to join, all would be well. If their intentions were sinister, they would hardly stir a tempest. Consider this carefully, and provide me with a definitive response by tomorrow noon, Wu Xiangnan stated, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. He allowed the youth time to reflect, concerned that his excitement might cloud his judgment. It was crucial to clarify that the Night Watchers were not the glamorous heroes one might envision, but rather ordinary individuals burdened with the weight of Great Xia's future. I will contemplate it, Lin Xian nodded, sensing Wu Xiangnan's vigilance towards him. This was understandable, as he served the deity Nidhogg, a being of profound malevolence, thus necessitating caution. The old district, Taohua Street, and Longhua Garden stood before him. Externally, it appeared to be a dilapidated complex, with peeling walls and only the security booth at the entrance retaining a glimmer of brightness. In reality, Longhua Garden was a villa community, established 2 to 3 decades prior and once considered quite opulent, not affordable for everyone. Now, however, it lay largely uninhabited, as the affluent had migrated to newer, more secure neighborhoods. Wu Xiangnan drove Lin Xian to the complex's entrance, discreetly noting his location. However, with the capabilities of the Night Watchers, tracking him would pose no challenge. Lin Xian waved farewell to Wu Xiangnan and, as he passed through the gate, could faintly hear the sound of opera emanating from the security booth. He did not turn on the lights. For one with golden eyes like him, darkness posed no hindrance to his vision. The villa's first floor was quite unadorned, comprising a kitchen, a living room, a bathroom, and the master bedroom of his parents. The master bedroom had been unoccupied for quite some time, yet it was regularly cleaned. The house bore minimal decoration, as the original owner rarely took photographs, and those that existed were now stored away in the cupboard of the master bedroom. Leaning against the sofa, he closed his eyes and soon entered the mysterious realm within his mind. Gazing upon a colossal tombstone, he noted that the purity of his bloodline now pointed to 10. He glanced at the inscription beside the 10. Nibelungen, Chapter 7. Nibelungen, the familiar pain returned. As if his head might split apart, and his body felt intensely heated. The dragon blood within him boiled, rendering him akin to a thoroughly cooked shrimp. Throughout the process of elevating his bloodline purity from 5 to 10, Lin Xian's physical strength had gradually improved. Yet, the intensity of the experience upon reading the word Nibelungen was unparalleled. If this were truly the case, he would need to undergo 19 transformations. At this moment, Lin Xian's physical prowess was already extraordinary. He could shatter boulders with a single punch and sprint 100 meters in 5 seconds with ease. He felt that. With his current bodily strength, he could confront the Ghost-Face King without even resorting to zero time, a notion bordering on the absurd. It was unfathomable to consider what level his bloodline purity would reach if it surpassed 90%. One thing was certain, his physical strength would undoubtedly exceed that of others at the same level, which was his advantage. As the pain gradually subsided, Lin Xian rose once more. Nibelungen, he murmured, exhilaration coursing through him. The moment he comprehended that word, an overwhelming deluge of information flooded his mind. In both Norse mythology and among dragons, the realm of the dead, Nibelungen, was the domain of Nidhogg. He could summon the souls of the recently deceased into Nibelungen, transforming them into his vassals who would fight on his behalf. Moreover, he could bestow abilities upon his vassals. There were two methods of bestowal. One was to utilize the unique environment of the realm of the dead to transform his vassals into more sinister and terrifying entities, while the other involved personal bestowal. However, the latter seemed to require exploration on his part. Notably, Nibelungen could only absorb two types of beings, those who died in battle and those filled with resentment. Lin Xian pondered, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. He had been contemplating how to save Zhao Kongqing while simultaneously encouraging Lin Qiye to decisively join the Night Watchers. He recalled that in the narrative, after Zhao Kongqing's demise, the Hound of Heaven collected his soul. If that were the case, why couldn't Lin Xian preemptively retrieve Zhao Kongqing's spirit? Unlike the Hound of Heaven, which merely captured souls, Lin Xian's existence within Nibelungen allowed for resurrection. Even without revival, souls residing in Nibelungen could retain their consciousness. Once Lin Xian reached a certain level, he could directly resurrect him. He even entertained a bold hypothesis. Given that the blood of the Black King flowed within him, could he not emulate the Black King through personal bestowal, transforming Zhao Kongqing into one of the four kings? Lin Xian found this notion quite promising. Having a Black King with four mighty lords under his command seems reasonable, he mused. However, one detail required caution. Lin Xian thought to himself. Was it tomorrow or the day after? He only recalled that it had rained heavily that night. Excellent. Both tomorrow and the day after promised clear skies. Regardless, it was unimportant. He would join the Night Watchers at noon tomorrow and would then closely monitor Zhao Kongqing's whereabouts around the clock. He leaned back on the sofa, tilting his head. Only now, in the stillness of the night, could he ponder a crucial question. Was he an incarnation or a transmigrator? He needed to clarify this aspect. The original body had resided in Songnan City without ever leaving. This implied that 10 years ago, he had indeed experienced the wrath of Shiva. The original body had long since perished, or rather, the vast majority of the inhabitants of this city had met the same fate. Yet, he could feel the dragon blood surging within him, and he sensed the enhancement of his bloodline following the absorption of its mysteries. Most importantly, the current Lin Xian bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self. There were no discernible changes, save for his physique. After absorbing the dragon blood in that mysterious space, he had grown noticeably stronger, his height increasing slightly from just over 1.8 meters to approximately 1.85 meters. His once faint abdominal muscles now displayed distinct contours, exuding explosive power in every movement. Suddenly, a memory sparked within him. He rolled up the sleeve of his uniform on the left side, revealing a faint scar from a childhood vaccination. The scar was shallow and, under the enhancement of the dragon blood, was on the verge of vanishing. Yet its outline remained visible, and he could still feel a slight elevation upon touch. Upon seeing this scar, Lin Xian visibly sighed in relief. In this world, children had long ceased receiving such vaccinations. The scar serves as a testament to the authenticity of this body. Has he replaced a student who existed through miraculous means with his physical form? Yet, why does he bear such an uncanny resemblance to the other? Lin Xian pondered deeply. Alas, it eludes my understanding. I shall not dwell on it any longer. After a series of tumultuous events, it was already 11 o'clock. In my previous life, this hour would mark the commencement of my nocturnal revelries. However, now I yearn to cultivate a healthy lifestyle. I still recall the moment I traversed realms with a mere blink of my eyes. If my conjecture is accurate, I had indeed burned the midnight oil until the fatal moment of my demise. Rest well, for an early slumber and an early rise contribute to good health. Everyone should also strive for an early bedtime. The night passed in silence. As the morning light streamed into the bedroom, Lin Xian sprang up like a carp leaping from the water. He prepared a simple breakfast for himself and proceeded directly to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, he spotted Zhao Kongqing squatting on the ground, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lin Xian sat down beside him. Old Zhao, what are you looking for? I'm searching for that kid from yesterday. He took off while I wasn't paying attention, Zhao Kongqing mumbled, his frustration palpable. He had noted Lin Xian's presence earlier. According to the vice captain, this young lad had eagerly accepted the invitation to join the Night Watchers without hesitation. Now that is what it means to be youthful. Brimming with excitement at such an opportunity, dreaming of becoming a superhero. Unlike the troublesome kid who is so difficult to manage. With this thought, he curled his lip in disdain. Little did he know, Lin Xian's reason for joining the Night Watchers was to exploit Lin Qiye's resources. Lin Xian merely shrugged. You continue your watch. Noticing Zhao Kongqing's vigil, he recalled that the narrative here seemed to suggest Zhao Kongqing was in pursuit of an elusive figure. Yet, he remembered that Lin Qiye had visited the school once before Zhao Kongqing's incident. If not today, then surely tomorrow. By this deduction, Zhao Kongqing's troubles should also arise tomorrow. However, Zhao Kongqing's presence here was indeed fortuitous for him. Lin Xian had initially intended to wait until noon when someone would come to escort him before joining the Night Watchers. He planned to leverage their power to swiftly enhance his combat prowess. Lin Xian was acutely aware of his significant shortcomings in combat skills. After all, he was merely an ordinary person who had fortuitously acquired immense power without any martial training. Confronting the Spectre King was imminent, and he needed to maximize every moment. He had thought he would have to wait until noon to encounter his escort, forgetting that Zhao Kongqing would be on the lookout for Lin Qiye. With this realization, he spoke up. I've made my decision. I wish to join the Night Watchers. Can you take me to your base? Are you sure you don't want to think it over? Zhao Kongqing raised an eyebrow, pinching a cigarette between his fingers. The vice captain had suggested giving this kid a morning to ponder. Yet, observing the determination in Lin Xian's demeanor, it seemed he was resolute in his choice to join the Night Watchers. Even an additional morning would likely not alter his decision. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Kongqing nodded. All right, I'll call the vice captain and have someone come to fetch you. Good. Chapter 8. Extraordinary combat talent in Songnan City, at Peace Bridge. At the bridge's entrance, an array of shops flourished. Nestled between a wedding and a funeral service establishment, there was an inconspicuous shop. An old red sign proclaimed it as the Peace Bureau. Beneath the surface, the Peace Bureau revealed a hidden world. In a spacious, well-lit hall, for individuals sat. Let me ask you again. Are you certain you wish to join the Night Watchers? Wu Xiangnan reiterated. Beside him, Hong Ying and Wen Qima observed the agent of the deity Nidhogg with curiosity. I am certain, Lin Xian affirmed with unwavering resolve. Very well, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of Team 136 of the Night Watchers. He then turned to the two individuals beside him. Team 136, Frontline Combat Force, this is Hong Ying. You may call her Sister Hong. Hong Ying winked at Lin Xian. Team 136, Frontline Combat Force, this is Wen Qima. The two introduced themselves in turn. Lin Xian nodded, acknowledging their introductions. As depicted in the novels from my previous life, Hong Ying was indeed a stunning beauty. Wen Qima appeared cultured and amiable, often squinting his eyes, which might suggest he had already opened them to their fullest extent. Wu Xiangnan continued, however, I must remind you that you are not yet a formal member. You must first undergo training. Lin Xian feigned puzzlement, raising an eyebrow. Training? Every newcomer to the Night Watchers is required to undergo a year of training, learning combat skills, firearms, and the use of the Forbidden Abyss, Wu Xiangnan explained. Lin Xian nodded, inquiring about his primary concern. Can I start learning how to fight immediately? Are you certain? Wu Xiangnan raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised. It was rare for a new recruit to be so eager to learn combat skills right upon joining. Especially young men who typically brimmed with excitement, but did not exhibit such urgency. Indeed, my physical attributes and my connection to the Forbidden Abyss are formidable. Yet my combat skills are severely lacking. I wish to quickly rectify this shortcoming to hunt the mysterious entities. Wu Xiangnan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationale. After all, the directive from the deity was to eliminate as many anomalies as possible. Last night, Wu Xiangnan had reported the situation to headquarters, which had also provided its guidance. They needed to maintain a degree of vigilance regarding Lin Xian, given he was the agent of Nidhogg, a being considered more malevolent than Lucifer based solely on legend. However, the headquarters advised that since Lin Xian chose to join the Night Watchers, they should not dishearten him until any malicious intentions were discovered. He should not be hastily labeled as an antagonist. A balance of caution and trust was essential. In truth, when the headquarters received this news, they were equally bewildered. A deity never before observed, particularly one of such high rank and malice, had its shadow brazenly manifest in the land, accompanied by its agent. It was as if announcing its arrival to the world. No one could fathom the deity's intentions. They only knew that this young man named Lin Xian was unlikely to be an undercover agent for any other organization. After all, with Nidhogg's stature, he was at least a supreme deity. Who would employ an agent of a supreme deity as a spy? Ridiculous. Thus, the headquarters decided to accommodate Lin Xian's requests as much as possible. With the captain absent, they would have Hong Ying instruct him. Wu Xiangnan soon determined who would teach Lin Xian. All right, follow me. Without any delay, Hong Ying led Lin Xian to the training ground. It was at that moment Lin Xian realized the true expanse of this space. They traversed a long corridor, flanked by numerous iron doors that gleamed ominously under the lights. At the end of the corridor stood a large iron gate leading to the training ground. Pushing the door open, the training area revealed itself as vast. Lined with an array of weaponry, from wooden implements to sharp steel blades and iron spears, truly a comprehensive arsenal. Hong Ying selected a long staff from the weapon rack. Would you like to choose a weapon? She inquired. No need, Sister Hong. Just come at me directly. Very well, go put on protective gear. Lin Xian's address of her as Sister Hong visibly pleased her. She gestured toward a pile of protective gear stacked in the corner. To enhance his combat skills in the shortest time possible, there was a straightforward method: endure some punishment. Lin Xian was to evade Hong Ying's strikes without resorting to using his powers. However, Lin Xian only possessed the realm of a Zhan, while she was elevated by an entire realm above him, even without employing the forbidden void, wielding merely a wooden staff. Her power was beyond what an ordinary Zhan could withstand. Although she was confident in her control over strength, she feared that a single misstep might fracture Lin Xian's bones. To her surprise, Lin Xian merely glanced at the protective gear and shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. My physical strength has been enhanced by Nidhogg, far surpassing that of an average person. I can manage this directly. Hong Ying, taken aback, inquired, Are you certain? I am not boasting. Come at me. Seeing Lin Xian's determination, Hong Ying refrained from further argument. She decided to temper her strength and would allow him to don the protective gear if he could no longer endure the onslaught. She stepped forward, twirling the staff in her hand, and struck out. How's that? Meanwhile, in the basement of the peacekeeping agency, 3 individuals sat around a wooden table, each with a bowl of noodles before them. As when Chima slurped his noodles, he curiously asked, What's up? A morning had already passed, and he had noticed that Hong Ying had grown somewhat silent since they left the training room. Hong Ying stole a glance at Lin Xian, who was fervently devouring his noodles, and replied, It's excellent, or perhaps even too good. She remained in a state of shock from Lin Xian's earlier display, still processing the experience. As a formal member of the Night Watchers, Hong Ying possessed strength in the realm of Qi even without tapping into the forbidden void. Her physical attributes were extraordinary. Yet, Lin Xian's physical prowess was almost inhuman. Without activating the forbidden void, her staff striking him felt akin to hitting a solid stone pillar, sending vibrations through her hand. After a full morning of exertion, he showed no signs of fatigue, displaying a terrifying level of endurance. Furthermore, Hong Ying recognized Lin Xian's remarkable combat talent. In just one morning, he had evolved from a mere recipient of her strikes to someone capable of effortlessly evading her attacks. This realization brought her a sense of frustration. She understood that divine agents were formidable, but this was simply outrageous. Could it be that Nidhogg, in granting him the forbidden void, also endowed him with exceptional physical capabilities? Meanwhile, Lin Xian remained oblivious to the conversation between Hong Ying and Wen Qima, focusing solely on his meal. Even without activating his golden eyes, he possessed an almost unnatural level of dynamic vision and rapid reflexes, which were key to his swift development. His robust physical constitution allowed him to engage in high-intensity battles, but also led to an unexpected drawback: an insatiable hunger. His superior physique, characterized by higher muscle density, demanded greater energy expenditure, especially after a grueling morning of intense activity. Although he felt only slightly fatigued, he found himself ravenously hungry. an extreme sensation that seemed to originate from the depths of his soul. He even contemplated gnawing on the wooden table. No wonder it is said that hunger is the best seasoning. Lin Xian mused that with his current bloodline purity at merely 10, as it increased, so too would his physical strength and energy requirements. It was foreseeable that in the later stages, ordinary human food would no longer suffice to meet his physiological needs. Suddenly, he recalled his ability to devour mysteries. Although it was a form of consumption, the mysteries he vanquished retained their corporeal forms, and he consumed something more abstract rather than the mysteries themselves. Did this imply that he could sustain himself on mysteries? Moreover, once his bloodline purity reached a sufficient level, would he need to feast upon deities themselves? After contemplating this for a brief moment, Lin Xian set the thought aside. He would take one step at a time. After devouring 7 bowls of noodles, Lin Xian set down his bowl with a satisfied expression under the astonished gazes of Hong Ying and Wen Qima. Hong Ying, why do I feel like we have a glutton in our ranks? This appetite is indeed somewhat exaggerated. Hong Ying nodded silently. It was to be expected. Lin Xian's formidable physical strength necessitated a considerable amount of energy for sustenance. Consuming more meant expending more, leading to rapid growth, a positive development. Their Night Watcher team could certainly accommodate one with such voraciousness. Hong Ying mentally noted to prepare more food in the future. Chapter 9. The arrival of the Ghost-Faced King amidst the downpour that night. In the basement of the agency, only Lin Xian and Hong Ying remained. According to Hong Ying, the others were busy, though she did not elaborate on the specifics. Lin Xian could surmise that they were likely occupied with tracking the Ghost-Faced King. A moment ago, he had checked outside and found no signs of rain, confirming his suspicion that it would indeed rain tomorrow. Hong Ying, I would like to request a day off tomorrow to handle my school transfer. Though it was termed a transfer, it was essentially a legitimate withdrawal orchestrated by the Night Watchers. Very well. Hong Ying nodded. I've prepared the necessary materials for you. Will you go alone tomorrow, or would you like me to accompany you? I can manage it myself. His request for leave was not solely for the purpose of withdrawal. It was also to address matters concerning Zhao Kongqing and the Ghost-Faced King. Lin Xian was contemplating not only how to rescue Zhao Kongqing through Nibelungen, but also how to devour the Ghost-Faced King and its forbidden void to further enhance his own abilities. Although he had forgotten the specific powers of the Ghost-Faced King's forbidden void, he recalled that it was called Ghost Face Appraisal and was categorized as a high-risk forbidden void. Sequences 90 to 199 are classified as high-risk forbidden voids. To achieve his goals, it was imperative for him to be involved. Remaining within the confines of the Night Watchers, where every movement was closely monitored, would render many actions inconvenient to outsiders. He was merely a novice at the Zhan level, unlikely to be permitted proximity to the Ghost-Faced King of the Chuan realm. However, Lin Xian could not afford to let such an opportunity for sustenance slip away. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Lin Xian had not forgotten that during the new student training period, around the new year, the ancient god church would dispatch beings from the Sea realm to target Lin Xie, offering either recruitment or death. As the agent of Nidhogg, he had made a rather conspicuous entrance, undoubtedly drawing the attention of the ancient god church. Their interest in him might even surpass that in Lin Xie. Lin Xian was certain that Nidhogg did not exist in this world, and whatever knowledge he possessed, the deities of the ancient god church would likely be aware of as well. Nidhogg's sudden appearance, not in Scandinavia but in the Great Xia, would undoubtedly pique their interest. Furthermore, recalling the descriptions of Nidhogg in Norse mythology, he was synonymous with malevolence, perfectly aligning with the ancient god church's sinister nature. It was a match made in heaven. Simultaneously, Nidhogg's elevated status would at least place him at the level of a supreme deity. It would be remiss for them not to seek to form an alliance. It was even conceivable that they might dispatch another being from the Sea realm. In such circumstances, Lin Xian naturally felt a sense of urgency. He needed to enhance his bloodline purity and strength as swiftly as possible to ensure his survival against the impending assault from the ancient god church. Relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and relying on people may result in abandonment. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. He understood this principle well and knew he must act upon it. The Ghost-Faced King, existing within the Chuan realm and having awakened a high-risk forbidden void, represented a significant opportunity. If he could eliminate it, his bloodline purity would likely see a substantial increase. In the midst of the noisy classroom, Lin Xian entered. Upon seeing him, Li Yifei approached eagerly. Lin Xian, I heard you took a day off yesterday. What happened? Due to confidentiality regulations. Li Yifei was unaware of the events that transpired the previous day. Nothing much, just some family matters, Lin Xian replied casually. Zhang Qian pulled Lin Xian aside. Lin Xie. He is fine, right? That's good. Lin Xian noticed Jiang Qian visibly relax, since he and Lin Xie had been left behind. Their absence the previous day had led others to worry. Thankfully, it seemed all was well. At that moment, the atmosphere became suddenly serene. Turning his gaze, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man, whose most captivating feature was his enchanting eyes. Within the depths of his obsidian pupils, one could discern shimmering flecks reminiscent of distant stars. This individual was none other than Lin Xie, who was currently surveying his surroundings as if in contemplation. Soon, Lin Xie noticed Lin Xian within the classroom, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. Just yesterday, he had been caught by Zhao Kongsheng, engaging in a lengthy conversation. During their discourse, Zhao had mentioned Lin Xian, stating that he had joined their ranks and was, like himself, a divine agent. He had not anticipated encountering him here. Lin Xian merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xie before turning to gather his belongings. Since he was to transfer schools, he intended to play the part to the fullest. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was fixated on Lin Xie, he swiftly organized his possessions. Lin Xian, where are you going? Li Yifei inquired, noticing Lin Xian shouldering his backpack. A look of confusion etched upon his face. I'm transferring schools. What? Before Li Yifei could respond further, Lin Xian had already exited the classroom, brushing past Lin Xie, who was surrounded by curious onlookers at the door. Upon seeing him, Lin Xie was reminded of the colossal dragon shadow he had witnessed that night, the palpable malice, and the overwhelming pressure that had nearly rendered him incapacitated. Had he not been in a peculiar state at the time, he would have been utterly unable to withstand such force. He had also heard Lin Xian's earlier remark. The transfer was likely a mere pretext, as he had undoubtedly joined that enigmatic organization and could no longer attend this school. From this day forth, he and the other students would inhabit entirely different realms. In the office, Lin Xian's homeroom teacher, a female instructor, was in the process of facilitating his transfer paperwork. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian discreetly opened the student registry, which contained Lin Xie's home address. After completing the transfer formalities, Lin Xian departed the school and made his way to a knife shop, selecting 2 exquisite boning knives. Unconcerned about the expense, he chose the most expensive ones without haggling, paid, and departed with his purchases. He then turned to another store to acquire an umbrella, placing all his items into the Nibelungen, a space he had discovered during its development that functioned as a personal storage area. According to the training plan devised by Hong Ying, tailored to his individual circumstances, it was merely a temporary arrangement. Once the captain found some leisure time, he would personally guide Lin Xian's training and establish a comprehensive regimen. Thus, all he needed to do was wait until evening when school was over to meet beside Lin Xie's residence. Naturally, he had to avoid Zhao Kongsheng. If memory served correctly, Zhao had gone directly to Lin Xie's house. An encounter with him would undoubtedly be awkward. As the clock struck 5:30, Lin Xian took a shower and donned comfortable clothing. With half an hour remaining until Lin Xie's dismissal, it was time for him to leave. The sky darkened, clouds thickened, and a damp atmosphere enveloped the air, heralding an impending downpour. Following the address from the student registry, he located a modest residential building, a warm glow emanating from its interiors, casting light upon the gray pavement below. Lin Xian slipped into a dim alleyway, unfurling his umbrella and beginning his wait. From his vantage point, he could clearly observe the dilapidated building in the distance. As the rain poured heavily, around 6 o'clock, Lin Xian spotted a figure dashing into the residential building through the dense curtain of rain. Approximately 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man emerged from the building, umbrella in hand, and entered a black van. It was none other than Zhao Kongsheng. It was about to begin. Lin Xian tightened his grip on the umbrella, his expression solemn. The sun dipped below the horizon, the sky transformed into an inky black, and amidst the oppressive downpour, he felt as though he melted into the encroaching night. His heart raced violently, each beat resonating within him. He stepped out of the alley, proceeding towards the direction Zhao Kongsheng had departed. As expected, he soon witnessed Zhao Kongsheng, earbud in place, sprinting towards him with remarkable speed, a suitcase in hand. Speaking into his earpiece, his brow furrowed, an air of anger evident upon his countenance. Lin Xian looked up, surprised to see Zhao Kongsheng rushing toward him. Old Zhao, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Zhao Kongsheng's eyes widened in shock. He had heard from Hong Ying that Lin Xian had taken the day off, never expecting to encounter him in this location. Lin Xian, come with me. We need to evacuate the civilians. The Ghost-Faced King is heading toward the old city, and we must act quickly. He had realized that Lin Xian had become a night watcher, and so he called out to him. Fortunately, he had run into Lin Xian. An extra pair of hands would expedite the evacuation of the civilians. Without hesitation, Zhao Kongsheng dashed toward the old city, weaving through the rain with astonishing speed, droplets splashing against his shoulders like crystalline flowers. Lin Xian stowed his umbrella in the Nibelungen and kept pace with Zhao Kongsheng, each step sending water splattering in all directions. Suddenly, Zhao Kongsheng halted. Before them stood the illuminated low-rise building, and Lin Xian's enhanced sense of smell detected a repulsive stench that was utterly intolerable. He could not help but reflect that sometimes heightened senses were more of a burden than a blessing. The odor emanated from a nearby manhole cover, and Lin Xian brandished a boning knife. He understood that the Ghost-Face King was approaching. Chapter 10. Confronting the Ghost-Face King. Zhao Kongqing also caught the scent and comprehended its significance. He turned to Lin Xian, speaking rapidly. Lin Xian, quickly, get away from here. The farther, the better. The Ghost-Face King is not something you can handle alone. He then pressed his earpiece, his tone unexpectedly calm. Report, Watcher Zhao Kongqing, I have detected the Ghost-Face King. While speaking, he pressed a button on the suitcase. With a snap, the suitcase opened, revealing 3 warning signs within. Just as he was about to lift a sign, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Lin Xian had already snatched one and planted it into the ground. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Xian, why are you still here? Get away now, obey the order. His tone grew unusually severe, almost a shout. He wished to protect the boy's home but did not want to involve others, especially since Lin Xian was still quite weak, even as a divine agent. Under the current circumstances, confronting the Ghost-Face King was sheer folly. Old Zhao, the unrestricted domain won't hold for long, and even with you, it won't suffice. But I am different. I possess the forbidden abyss that accelerates time, allowing me to delay things longer. Under no circumstances can the Ghost-Face King harm the populace. Lin Xian had long since prepared his reasoning. Zhao Kongqing was momentarily taken aback before responding, that won't be necessary. What good is the forbidden abyss? Without real combat experience, you would only hinder me. He had heard that Hong Ying and Lin Xian had trained all day yesterday, and Hong Ying had remarked on Lin Xian's impressive combat talent. However, talent alone could not transform one into a seasoned warrior in a single day. Then he witnessed Lin Xian seize another warning sign and sprint toward a different direction without uttering a word. It was absurd. His goals included not only saving old Zhao and eliminating the Ghost-Face King, but also enhancing his own bloodline. There was no way he would simply retreat. Clang, clang. The manhole cover began to tremble violently, and an even more putrid stench wafted forth. The Ghost-Face King was about to emerge. Damn it! Zhao Kongqing cursed under his breath, grabbing the last warning sign and racing toward the final triangle. If there had been time, he would have liked to simply grab Lin Xian and throw him out. Lin Xian was right. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Kongqing, an ordinary man without the forbidden abyss, could not hold out for long. Yet, at that moment, he had resolved to protect the prematurely mature youth at all costs. It seemed he would need Lin Xian's assistance as well. As darkness descends, I shall stand before the multitude. This time, however, behind him stood not the countless throng, but the entire world of that youth. Lin Xian, you rascal, act with prudence. As long as I breathe, you shall not engage. Do you hear me? Zhao Kongqing bellowed, convinced that Lin Xian could not surpass him. After all, he had spent half his life as a soldier and a sentinel, possessing combat prowess far exceeding that of Lin Xian. Yet, Lin Xian had risked his life to join him in fending off the Demon King, and to claim he was unmoved would be a lie. Lin Xian remained silent, simply raising the bone knife in his grasp. He felt the fervor of his blood boiling within him. The rain soaked him to the skin, and in the pitch-black night, only his golden eyes shone brilliantly. How on earth does this kid carry a bone knife with him? Although he knew it was an inappropriate moment for banter, Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but remark. He also took note of Lin Xian's golden eyes. One Lin Qiye and another Lin Xian. How is it that they both possess such enchanting gazes in this forsaken realm? Zhao Kongqing mused. Bang! The manhole cover was unceremoniously hurled aside, revealing a creature nearly 3 meters tall, its physique resembling that of a small mountain. Unlike ordinary demon-faced beings that crawled like beasts, this monster stood upright, drenched by the torrential rain, resembling a malevolent deity amidst the deluge, its pale, ghostly face framed by a pair of scarlet eyes that radiated ferocity. Lin Xian observed that this demon king bore grievous wounds, its body marred by numerous cuts. He clicked his tongue, stepping forward to stand beside Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao. This is somewhat troublesome. Zhao Kongqing, struggling to light a cigarette, rolled his eyes at Lin Xian's comment. You kid, get to the back. Wait until I've dealt with this before you step in. He retorted, finally igniting his cigarette. He grasped the hilt of the sword strapped to his back. The dark red cloak, soaked by the rain, deepened its color, resembling dried blood. Let me show you what a true sentinel can do. With a crisp hum, the light blue long blade was drawn. Lin Xian shrugged, slightly bending his knees, poised for action, evidently disregarding Zhao Kongqing's words. A torrential downpour. 2 blades. At the moment a splash erupted, all 3 surged into motion. Zhao Kongqing wielded his straight sword like an arrow released from a bow, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Lin Xian, tightly gripping the bone knife, burst forth from the other side, his golden eyes fixed on his adversary, devoid of any flicker of uncertainty, radiating calmness. But the Demon King was swifter, its gaze locked onto Lin Xian, driven by insatiable greed. It sensed the overwhelming vitality within Lin Xian and the pressure emanating from him. It could not comprehend why such a seemingly feeble insect could exude such formidable dominance. Yet, one thing was clear: should it consume this little bug, not only would its injuries fully heal, but its power would ascend to new heights. A wicked grin spread across the Demon King's ghastly face. "How dare you ignore me?" Zhao Kongqing swung his sword at the Demon King's back. Believing that Lin Xian was still a rookie, he could not allow the Demon King to attack him. Clang! The claws clashed against the blade, producing a sharp sound that reverberated through the air. Lin Xian barely registered a blur as the Demon King pivoted and struck out with a claw, generating a fierce gust. In an instant, Zhao Kongqing was sent flying by the Demon King. How fast? Lin Xian's eyes sharpened. He realized that with the Demon King's speed, he could not keep up without invoking Time Zero. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian activated Time Zero. Time slowed around him. Zhao Kongqing, flung by the Demon King, appeared to float in midair. Descending slowly in a graceful arc, Lin Xian lunged forward, leaping high, the bone knife gleaming coldly. Swoosh! The blade pierced the Demon King's flesh. But due to its towering height, the strike only grazed its back. The effort yielded a shallow wound, but given the Demon King's formidable defenses, this was already quite remarkable. Suddenly, the Demon King moved. In Lin Xian's subjective perception, everything slowed down by a factor of 20. Yet, the Demon King turned and swiped at him at near normal speed, indicating its speed had reached an extraordinary level. Lin Xian quickly ducked, not forgetting to inflict another wound on the Demon King. This time, he had learned to be clever, targeting the existing injuries to deliver secondary damage before swiftly retreating from its attack range. Bang! Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily to the ground. He intended to warn Lin Xian to keep his distance from the Demon King, but amidst the torrential rain, he witnessed Lin Xian transform into a fleeting shadow, like a dancing butterfly in the night, leaving behind scars on the Demon King's back with an almost imperceptible speed. Zhao Kongqing's jaw dropped further. If memory serves, this kid just joined the Sentinels a couple of days ago. He isn't even a formal member. Each of the Demon King's strikes missed, yet its wounds multiplied. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing profoundly recognized the disparity between individuals. It was as if Lin Xian were dancing on the edge of the blade, predicting the Demon King's every move. Hong Ying had mentioned Lin Xian's high combat talent, but she had not indicated it was to this extent. It felt as though Lin Xian, even without the time acceleration ability, could stand against the Demon King in combat. It seemed that Lin Xian's fighting style was not merely about formal techniques but rather a dance of receiving blows. Moreover, this speed, Wu Xiangnan had indeed informed him that Lin Xian possessed time acceleration, but he had not anticipated it could reach such heights. Yet, soon his heart sank. Such abilities undoubtedly came with a price. Much like the leader of the masked squad, rumored to sacrifice his lifespan with each use of temporal fury, Lin Xian's time acceleration ability would also surely demand a toll. Suddenly, he noticed a colossal, menacing face materializing beneath the Demon King's feet. Time Ruin Sequence 176. Demon Face Land. Lin Xian, retreat. Zhao Kongqing shouted, internally lamenting the predicament. This ruin was excessively troublesome, especially for a novice like Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. In his perception, the ground was the sky, and the sky was the ground. Before him lay a chaotic tapestry of colors, and the air resonated with meaningless shrieks, as if the Demon King whispered in his ear. The noxious stench had vanished. He could smell nothing. Lin Xian finally comprehended the meaning of Demon Face Land. This ruin could confound his senses, inducing a sense of spatial disarray. Lin Xian tightly shut his eyes, straining to sense the presence of the Demon King, but to no avail. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, an instinctual warning. While still employing Time Zero, he rolled to evade the impending strike. With his senses muddled, he could not even discern the most basic directions. How could he respond? Thoughts raced through Lin Xian's mind. And with the aid of Time Zero, his cognitive speed surged to an extraordinary level. Ideas flickered within him, only to be extinguished. Then, he felt raindrops falling upon him. The direction of the droplets came from all around, erratic and chaotic. A realization struck Lin Xian. He withdrew an umbrella from his spatial pocket and aimed it in one direction. For a brief moment, the sensation of raindrops ceased before resuming. Yet that fleeting moment of clarity was seized by Lin Xian. It is a well-known fact that rain falls from above. This fundamental physical law would not be altered by Demon Face Land. At that fleeting moment, the rain was momentarily obstructed, signifying that the direction Lin Xian had just faced was indeed upwards. Of course, it was also possible that the Phantom King had reacted the instant Lin Xian raised his hand, opting to turn the tables. However, It must be noted that Lin Xian was currently in a state of zero time, moving at an astonishing speed, while the Phantom King had no prior knowledge of Lin Xian's ability to summon an umbrella. Hence, Lin Xian was inclined to believe he had chosen the correct direction. With the direction established, the subsequent actions became considerably simpler. Based on the previous position of the Phantom King's attack, the adversary was now located to his right front. Lin Xian swiftly shifted to the left and thrust his blade forward. Simultaneously, the Phantom King's claws grazed his temple, stirring up a tempestuous wind. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Lin Xian's thrust had found its mark. In Lin Xian's subjective perception, over 40 seconds had elapsed since he activated zero time. His ability to accelerate time by 20-fold could last a maximum of 3 seconds. This indicated that he still had 20 seconds remaining. Seizing this precious interval, Lin Xian decided to take a bold gamble, utilizing the advantages of his time acceleration to engage the Phantom King in close combat, aiming to weaken him as much as possible. Failing to do so would render him as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block once zero time expired. After a missed strike and a counter from Lin Xian, the Phantom King became increasingly agitated, his form suddenly accelerating. Lin Xian, taking advantage of zero time, darted around the Phantom King like a wraith, dancing amidst the confounding darkness, while inflicting numerous wounds, thanks to his keen sense of direction and formidable intuition, deftly evading the Phantom King's relentless assaults. In mere moments, Lin Xian had left dozens of cuts upon the Phantom King. Yet, at this critical juncture, his zero time came to an end. He felt a rush of wind and hurriedly raised his blade to defend himself. Clang! Lin Xian was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for the beating he had endured from Hong Ying the previous day, which had greatly enhanced his combat prowess. Furthermore, Lin Xian discovered that his intuition was remarkably sharp, coupled with his heightened combat skills. He was able to react even to surprise attacks from Hong Ying in his visual blind spots. Had it not been for this, he would have been caught completely off guard just now and would likely have faced a grim fate. Lin Xian exhaled a misty breath, thankful for the robust physique of his mixed heritage, which, combined with his timely reaction, had spared him from significant harm. However, without zero time, he was no match for the Phantom King. Lacking the acceleration that heightened his cognitive and reflexive abilities, he could hardly respond to the Phantom King's attacks. Regardless of his genius, he had only been training in combat for less than a day, learning primarily how to endure blows, not how to fight. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongqing had discerned the direction of the battle, hearing the sounds of conflict ahead, realizing Lin Xian was engaged with the Phantom King, and he felt a profound shock. If Lin Xian had managed to contend with the Phantom King earlier, Zhao Kongqing had been somewhat astonished, feeling that fate was indeed unfair, allowing Lin Xian to possess both the ability to accelerate time and extraordinary combat talent. Now, however, he felt that fate was a cruel mistress. If Lin Xian, whose senses were muddled, could exchange blows with the Phantom King, then his talent was truly terrifying. Yet beyond jealousy, he felt a deep sense of pride. Having such a formidable junior was indeed a source of comfort. Suddenly, the sounds of battle ceased, and Zhao Kongqing sensed someone landing beside him, a smirk forming on his face. "What's the matter, kid? You can't handle it, can you?" He straightened, his long knife angled toward the ground. Suddenly, he felt the sensation of raindrops on his skin shift, drawing upon his extensive combat experience and acute instincts. Zhao Kongqing identified the Phantom King's location and struck with his blade. Clang! His arm trembled from the impact as the Phantom King's attack was deflected. Initially intent on pursuing Lin Xian, the Phantom King momentarily abandoned him to eliminate this bothersome insect. With a sinister grin, it lunged at Zhao Kongqing, claws aimed at his skull. Should it connect, it would crush Zhao Kongqing's skull effortlessly. "Do you think I'm an easy target?" Zhao Kongqing welcomed the challenge. After all, he was a senior to Lin Xian. How could he allow a junior to overshadow him? A pale blue blade of light sliced through the air, the blade clashing against the immense claw. Ding 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 ding. Clang. Unfortunately, Zhao Kongqing did not possess Lin Xian's extraordinary physical attributes nor the support of the Forbidden Abyss. Within mere seconds, he was caught off guard, a claw striking him and sending him hurtling backward. He crashed against the barrier of the voidless realm, landing hard on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to rise, his expression twisted in pain. "If only I could awaken the Forbidden Abyss, you'd have been dead long ago." Before he could finish, he coughed up more blood. At that moment, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xian also listened intently. It was the voice of Lin Xie. Lin Xian had relied on zero time to contend with the Phantom King, but now that his zero time had ended, attempting to activate it again in a short span would only result in a splitting headache. He quietly listened to the exchange between Zhao Kongqing and Lin Xie. He heard Zhao Kongqing curse loudly, What the hell are you doing out here at night instead of eating? Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. Then he turned to Lin Xian, his voice filled with malice. What are you trying to prove? If I say I can handle it, then I can handle it. I don't need a rookie like you to step in. Lin Xian remained silent. Objectively, he indeed could not save Zhao Kongqing. But subjectively, in order to facilitate Lin Qi's awakening and the unfolding of subsequent events, he allowed Zhao Kongqing to perish. Although he could bring him into Nibelungen and revive him, he still felt a pang of discomfort. It was hard to articulate, but it was unsettling. Old Zhao, what? If I told you I could revive you, would you believe me? Of course, why not? We're all going to die anyway. Believing you won't cost me anything. Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes, though Lin Xian's muddled senses prevented him from seeing it. Zhao Kongqing, let me in. I'm quite capable now. Lin Qi's voice entered urgently. He could hear Zhao Kongqing coughing violently in the conversation between Lin Xian and Zhao Kongqing. They were discussing death. What can you do? None of you are dependable. You're all just trying to show off. Lin Xian felt exposed, reflecting inwardly. Old Zhao, you're just an ordinary person, yet you're confronting the Phantom King of the River Realm head-on. If anyone is trying to show off, isn't it you? Zhao Kongqing's words belied the truth. His body had reached its limit. The Phantom King advanced slowly, its massive frame exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. To the Phantom King, Zhao Kongqing was merely a bothersome fly. It could hardly wait to eliminate this fly and indulge in its feast. Outside this barrier, there seemed to be another little mouse. But that was of no concern. Once it dispatched this fly and savored its meal, the next would be its turn. At this moment, the Phantom King was bleeding from numerous fresh and old wounds, many inflicted by Lin Xian, oozing profusely. Yet, this did not hinder its movements. Standing there, the gashes on its body resembled tattoos, rendering it even more grotesque and terrifying. Memories flooded back of how he had resolutely decided to enlist despite his mother's opposition. He recalled the myriad experiences of his time as a night watchman. Damn, why am I suddenly reminiscing? He murmured softly, though I may not stand before multitudes. At the very least, I can protect you too, brats. Lin Xian heard these words but remained silent. Then came the sound of a needle being ejected. The demon goddess call, a substance capable of exhausting all human potential within a short span. Zhao Kongqing was more concerned about the fact that it could grant those without access to the Forbidden Ruins the opportunity to obtain it. Gazing at the approaching ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing smiled with delight. Who would not yearn for such extraordinary power? Yet, he remained unable to awaken the Forbidden Ruins. He had waited far too long for this day. Each time he saw his captain and the others wielding the Forbidden Ruins while he could not. It left him with an unsettling feeling. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly drove a sharp pain into his palm. Chapter 12. The final blow. The instant the silver needle pierced his skin, Zhao Kongqing felt his bodily pains rapidly dissipate, as if an eraser had wiped away his injuries. In its place surged an overwhelming sense of strength, unprecedented and explosive. His heart thumped violently like a war drum, and he could sense every cell in his body rejoicing. A domain of immense pressure radiated from him, and every movement was gratifying. His body felt extraordinarily robust. Zhao Kongqing's eyes suddenly brightened, ablaze with fierce flames. The ghost-faced king seemed to sense the dangerous aura emanating from Zhao Kongqing and abruptly shifted its target toward Lin Xian. It intended to devour Lin Xian first before dealing with Zhao Kongqing. How dare you? Zhao Kongqing roared, the faint blue light shimmering upon his long blade. He struck toward the ghost-faced king's outstretched left arm with an almost imperceptible speed. Where the blade passed, a pitch-black crescent, exuding ominous energy, emerged. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered. An arm was sent soaring, and the ghost-faced king let out a wretched roar. Rain poured down heavily as Zhao Kongqing stood there, resembling a demonic deity. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally, the rain streaming down his face, mingling with what could not be discerned as either rain or tears. Aha! It is indeed the eclipse of life, sequence 083. I, Zhao Kongqing, am truly a genius. It was as if he were bellowing at the heavens, cursing the unfairness of fate. He then turned his gaze, fixating on the astonished ghost-faced king, clutching its left arm, his eyes glinting with intensity. Surely, the creature was bewildered, questioning how Zhao Kongqing, once merely an insignificant fly, had transformed into a terrifying beast. Sensing the threat, it let out a roar, its muscles bulging. Originally towering at 3 meters, its physique swelled further, nearing 4 meters. In the next moment, Zhao Kongqing moved. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the ghost-faced king, his speed surpassing even Lin Xian's ability to activate time. A low hum resonated as the blade sliced through the air, generating a series of ominous sounds. With each sound, a horrific crimson line blossomed upon the ghost-faced king's body, deep enough to reveal bone. Yet, the ghost-faced king could do nothing against him, only emitting agonized roars. Killing the ghost-faced king was merely a matter of time. and he was fiercely racing against that time. The effects of the ghost goddess potion would soon fade. If he could not slay the ghost-faced king in a short span, Lin Xian and Lin Qiye would fall victim to its poison. Damn it. He had made a promise and could not go back on his word. The ghost-faced king similarly sensed the change. From initially being unable to resist to now noticing the waning intensity of Zhao Kongqing's onslaught. Cough, cough, cough. Damn. Zhao Kongqing steadied himself with one hand on the ground, the other gripping his blade tightly, blood spilling from his mouth. It felt as if countless insects were gnawing at him, the excruciating pain washing over him like a tidal wave, with the blade embedded in the ground. He struggled to rise, his eyes fixed on the ghost-faced king. The creature was still alive, his promise remained unfulfilled, and he could not fall. With a determined pull, Zhao Kongqing drew his blade, pointing it directly at the ghost-faced king, ready to advance. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from above. Lin Xian looked up to see the sky splitting open, extending a fissure toward Zhao Kongqing's rear. Lin Qiye had breached the boundless void, stepping inside and surveying the surroundings. His gaze briefly lingered on Lin Xian before returning to Zhao Kongqing. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing was drenched in blood, even droplets trickling from his forehead. Clearly in a dire state, Zhao Kongqing stared in shock, his expression akin to that of a ghost. How did you get in here? Lin Qiye shrugged, admitting that the boundless void was indeed formidable, but he was fortunate to possess these eyes, and thankfully, it was night. Zhao Kongqing did not comprehend, but recognized that this was not the time for such discussions. Enough. Regardless of how you entered, stand beside Lin Xian. You two little rascals are quite troublesome. His time was running short. I can help you. Lin Qiye's voice came from behind him. Zhao Kongqing instinctively wanted to retort, but suddenly felt a stab of pain in his heart. He exhaled softly. All right, but wait until I finish this strike. This middle-aged man stood tall, like a grand umbrella amidst the torrential rain, or a steadfast anchor amidst boundless waves. Suddenly, he spoke. Two little rascals. Lin Xian and Lin Qiye simultaneously turned to Zhao Kongqing. At this moment, Lin Xian understood that Zhao Kongqing was at the end of his strength, also realizing that this would be his final blow. It was one of those rare moments of brilliance in this man's life. He gripped the bone-chopping knife tightly. Gaze fixed on Zhao Kongqing, his expression solemn. Watch closely, do not blink. Why? This strike will be magnificent. As water splashed, Zhao Kongqing propelled himself toward the ghost-faced king, like an arrow loosed from its bow, slicing through the long night. The ghost-faced king also recognized that its opponent was nearing exhaustion. Raising its remaining right arm defensively across its chest, wary. In its eyes, Zhao Kongqing's figure loomed larger, his gaze shining with unparalleled brilliance. There was nothing superfluous about it. He merely raised his hand and swung his blade. The speed was unparalleled, so swift that no sound accompanied the descent of the blade. A massive crescent, far larger than before, appeared before Zhao Kongqing, the pitch-black arc seeming to pierce through the dense curtain of rain, slicing through the very space in front of him, instantaneously reaching the ghost-faced king. This was an unstoppable strike, and it was Zhao Kongqing's most glorious moment. With a thunderous hum, the grotesque head soared into the sky, and the nearly 4-meter-tall body crashed to the ground. Only at that moment did the explosive sound of the blade's swing reach their ears. As the ghost-faced king's head ascended, Lin Xian darted forward, his expression as cold as ice. He had not forgotten that Zhao Kongqing's strike had not entirely vanquished the ghost-faced king. He needed to deliver the final blow. Chapter 13. Saving Zhao Kongqing. The resplendent golden eyes shone in the night, and at the moment the ghost-faced king's head fell, Lin Xian thrust his knife forward. In that instant, he clearly saw the grotesque face of the ghost-faced king reflect unmistakable fear and despair. With a piercing sound, the bone-chopping knife plunged through the ghastly visage, emerging from the back of the skull. He exerted all his strength in this strike. A haunting and inhuman wail erupted, piercing the eardrums. Through his golden eyes, Lin Xian vaguely perceived the presence of a fearsome and divine being, a colossal black dragon that transcended the heavens and the earth. It was at this moment that the ghost-faced king realized the magnitude of what it had just coveted. It glimpsed the divine realm, a kingdom overflowing with despair and unwillingness. It wailed, filled with terror. It feared that death was not an end, but a harbinger of endless suffering and torment. Lin Xian discovered that he could capture the ghost-faced king's soul within the Nibelungen, yet ultimately, he allowed it to dissipate directly. Simultaneously, a vast surge of energy flooded his body, and Lin Xian felt his bones crackling, even causing a slight swelling in his body. Was it akin to overeating? He sensed a significant enhancement in the purity of his bloodline. Now was not the time to delve into how much it had improved. Lin Xian redirected his gaze towards the grotesque head adorned with a sinister visage. The last sight seen by the ghost-faced king was Nidhogg's Nibelungen, and not Lin Xian's own. Within his Nibelungen, there were no subjects to fill it with despair. However, Lin Xian's Nibelungen was not welcoming of such a malevolent spirit. Lin Qiye also dashed forward, deftly supporting Zhao Conqing to prevent him from falling and becoming muddied by the deluge. The rain splashed loudly against the ground. Lin Xian stepped through the water, approaching Zhao Conqing while still holding the head of the ghost-faced king. His tone was lighthearted. "Old Zhao, what did I say? You still have to rely on me, right?" Just moments ago, he had confirmed that the Nibelungen could harbor the souls of the fallen, and now, with his heart eased, he felt compelled to jest. "Damn it, you merely picked up the pieces. The head was still chopped off by me." Zhao Conqing rolled his eyes. Yet a sense of dread lingered within him. He had not anticipated that his earlier display of heroism had not fully vanquished the ghost-faced king. At this moment, he lacked the energy to ponder why Lin Xian knew that the ghost-faced king was still alive. "All right, Zhao Conqing, don't speak for now. I'm taking you to the hospital," Lin Xie urgently proclaimed. Through Zhao Conqing's eyes, he could distinctly sense the severity of his condition. "It's unnecessary. It's merely a slight after-effect." "You call this slight?" Lin Xie furrowed his brow, unwilling to witness Zhao Conqing's demise due to his own actions. "At this rate, you will die." "It's fine," Zhao Conqing chuckled, a strange satisfaction in his expression. "At least I got to taste the thrill of the Forbidden Realm. That's the essence of life and death. I'm truly a genius." "You little brat, do me a favor." Zhao Conqing directed his gaze towards Lin Xian. "What favor?" "I have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Light one for me." Lin Xian rummaged through Zhao Conqing's chest pocket and produced a blood-stained pack of cigarettes. According to Lin Xian's recollection, this brand was quite inexpensive. He selected a cigarette that had not been tainted by blood or rain and held it to Zhao Conqing's lips, lighting it for him. "Lin Xie, little brat. Was that strike of mine impressive?" "Impressive." Both Lin Xian and Lin Xie nodded in unison, causing Zhao Conqing's lips to curl into a smile. "Damn it. It was worth it. Both divine agents say I'm cool. Even if I go down now, I have enough to boast about." He found humor in his plight. "Given my incredible feats, surely I deserve a title of general." He forced a smile, seemingly lost in certain thoughts. Yet, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, akin to a wick burning out. Lin Xie shook Zhao Conqing gently. "Zhao Conqing, wake up. You haven't become a general yet. You cannot die. Even though I couldn't protect millions, at the very least, I safeguarded your little family and Lin Xian, that reckless fool." Zhao Conqing's voice grew softer until it faded into silence. "When darkness descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn, blood staining the heavens." He sat stunned on the ground, raindrops cascading down his cheeks, mingling with his tears. He wept silently. Behind Lin Xie, Lin Xian's golden eyes gleamed momentarily, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the instant that Zhao Conqing drew his last breath, Lin Xian had successfully ensnared Zhao Conqing's soul within the Nibelungen, effectively preserving his life. Zhao Conqing, who had just endured a fierce battle, was now peacefully slumbering within the Nibelungen. He would awaken within no more than a day. However, within the Nibelungen, Zhao Conqing existed solely as a soul. Once Lin Xian reached a certain level of growth, he could reconstruct Zhao Conqing's physical form. He had a faint premonition that perhaps with the blood of the Black King and the power from the Nibelungen, he could elevate Zhao Conqing to one of the four great sovereigns, perhaps as the king of sky and wind. Despite these thoughts, Lin Xian's expression returned to one of sorrow. Fortunately, Lin Xie was still engulfed in grief and had not noticed his smile. Otherwise, he would be irredeemably caught in a predicament. After a while, Lin Xie lifted his head. With his acute hearing, Lin Xian could discern what he was murmuring. "Long ago, I wished for death. For one who had been blind since childhood, claiming to have seen angels yet met with disbelief, and confined within a mental institution. Death was not a frightening prospect. Yet, his family, his aunt and younger brother, had repeatedly pulled him from despair, rescuing him time and again, regardless of the floods outside. I only wished to protect my little family." Lin Xian remained silent, for the most brutal truth was that after Lin Xie had lost his sight, his aunt had already passed away. The very aunt who had pulled Lin Xie from the abyss had survived solely by Lin Xie's miracle. Lin Xian suddenly perceived the cruel irony of fate. He stepped closer, producing a black umbrella to shield Lin Xie and Zhao Conqing from the torrential rain. Lin Xie paid no mind to this, fixated instead on Zhao Conqing's vacant eyes. "Zhao Conqing, I, above all, detest owing anyone a debt of gratitude. You safeguarded my entire world, yet what can I do for you in return?" He gently closed Zhao Conqing's eyes and turned to gaze at the low building behind him. A warm, golden glow emanated from within. It was his sanctuary, his haven. He inhaled deeply, as if resolutely making a decision. "Zhao Conqing, you saved my entire world. In exchange, I shall guard yours for 10 years. His tone was unwavering, and in the pitch-black night, his golden eyes shone brightly. Lin Xie hoisted Zhao Conqing's standard long sword, carefully cradling him in his arms as he rose slowly. Lin Xian followed closely behind. As Hong Ying hurriedly approached, she beheld this scene, a youth bearing a straight sword on his back, cradling a middle-aged man within his embrace. The man was bloodied, eyes closed, bearing a serene expression. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if suffused with a sense of pride or lost in a beautiful dream. Beside the youth, Lin Xian stood silently, equally drenched in blood, holding a black umbrella that shielded Zhao Kongqing from the downpour. Thunder cracked, and a flash of white light flickered momentarily. The rain fell heavily, accompanied by fierce winds that battered the world. It drummed upon the two youths, drenched Hong Ying, yet the black umbrella shielded the ordinary-looking middle-aged man from its touch. The youth holding the umbrella pressed a hand to his chest, bowing his head in respect. The boy cradling the corpse summoned all his strength to shout, "I, Lin Xie, send General Zhao Kongqing home in triumph." Chapter 14, Slaying the Divine, Lin Xian's speculations beside the low building. The scene of the battle between Zhao Kongqing and Lin Xian against the Ghost-Faced King had long been cleared of blood and traces of conflict. A small black dog, with a bag hanging from its neck, approached slowly, suddenly speaking human words. The soul returns after a long while, no response came from around. The dog wrinkled its brow in a human-like manner. This shouldn't be, and has been an hour since Zhao Kongqing's passing. The soul shouldn't dissipate so quickly. Or could it be that Zhao Kongqing's soul was taken by someone else? But who could that be? Zhao Kongqing was not a particularly unique soul. It was unlikely anyone would covet him. The small black dog squinted, suddenly recalling the tall man who fought alongside Zhao Kongqing. Could it be him? Night fell. Rain pattered against the red sign of the Peace Affairs office, striking the storefront with a crackling sound. Inside, Lin Xian rested his hands on his knees, quietly listening to the conversation between Wu Xiangnan and Lin Xie. Are you saying Zhao Kongqing activated the ghostly deity's call, saving his companions while also slaying the Ghost-Faced King, resulting in their mutual demise? Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brows and turned to Lin Xian, his eyes filled with inquiry. Is that so, Lin Xian? Indeed, Lin Xian affirmed with a steady expression. Earlier, he had engaged in a brief conversation with Lin Xie to align their narratives. Are you certain? Wu Xiangnan narrowed his gaze. I am certain. But why does the ghostly visage of the Ghost-Faced King bear a knife wound that appears inconsistent with the straight blade of Lao Zhao? It resembles more of a bone chisel. The situation was perplexing. According to Lin Xian, he had coincidentally encountered the hurried Lao Zhao and followed him. Such a coincidence seemed dubious. As for whether Lin Xian was responsible for Zhao Kongqing's demise, they had already conducted an examination, revealing that only the marks left by the Ghost-Faced King remained on Zhao Kongqing's body. In contrast, the Ghost-Faced King bore numerous evident injuries, clearly not inflicted by a standard straight blade, but rather by a shorter weapon, perhaps the bone chisel he had just mentioned. Lin Xian refrained from further explanation, understanding that verbosity could lead to missteps. He merely insisted, Zhao Kongqing was the one who did it. Both of us witnessed it. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Xiangnan. Calm and inscrutable, Wu Xiangnan contemplated speaking again, but ultimately sighed, choosing not to press further. Surely, he understood the complexities involved. He then posed another question. Do you wish to join the Night Watchman? Yes, but I will only stay with the Night Watchman for 10 years. After that, I shall depart. Lin Xie's declaration momentarily stunned the others. Even Si Xiaonan, who was still tearful, paused to look at Lin Xie in bewilderment. Lin Xian, observing the scene with interest, thought to himself, didn't Lin Xie become Commander Lin in the original storyline? With a smirk, he leaned back against the sofa and closed his eyes, taking advantage of the group's chatter to check on Lao Zhao's condition, whether he had awakened or not. Lin Xian's consciousness quickly submerged into a misty void. The ground was dark, and the sky was pale. A thin fog enveloped this realm, where two bone chisels and an umbrella lay at his feet. To his left, a middle-aged man rested on the ground, eyes shut tight. It was Zhao Kongqing. In this moment, Zhao Kongqing appeared ethereal. Lin Xian could even see through his form to the dark earth beneath. Currently, Zhao Kongqing existed in a spiritual state, devoid of a physical body. What is going on? He noticed everyone was staring at him. Hong Ying waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Lin Xie has nowhere to sleep tonight, so I invited him to my place. When Shimal will join too. I wanted to ask if you would come along. After all, her villa had ample rooms, and Lin Xian's presence was inconsequential. Hong Ying. Lin Xian also lives in a villa, Lin Xie interjected, astonished to learn of Lin Xian's wealth. I know, but even if he has a villa, he can stay at my place. It would be lively with everyone together, Hong Ying replied. After Lin Xian joined the Night Watchman, she had reviewed his family information. Despite her carefree demeanor, she was quite perceptive. She not only realized Lin Xian also resided in a villa, but she also understood he was home alone. Her invitation stemmed from a concern that he might feel lonely. Yet, Lin Xian simply shook his head. No, I prefer the comfort of my own home. He harbored secrets. Each time his bloodline purity increased by 5, while he gained abilities from the tombstone, his physique also underwent significant enhancement, inevitably causing disturbances. Although he trusted the integrity of his companions, some secrets were best kept to oneself. All right, Hong Ying shrugged. I'll go practice shooting then. You all can come to my place later. In the dead of night, under Wen Shima's guidance, Lin Xian and Lin Xie ventured into a desolate wilderness. In the distance lay a graveyard. The trio cautiously navigated through the underbrush, crouching amidst the tall grass to observe Hong Ying's graceful figure as she carved Zhao Kongcheng's monument. Didn't she say she was going to practice shooting? Lin Xie remarked, bewildered. Who would believe she'd practice shooting at this hour? Wen Shima sighed, then turned her gaze to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, lower your posture a bit. You're too exposed. Lin Xian silently complied, lowering himself. A group of peculiar individuals silently observed Hong Ying as she wept while meticulously crafting the gravestone for Zhao Kongcheng. Lin Xian could only imagine the awkward expression Zhao Kongcheng would wear if he were to awaken and witness this scene, while Hong Ying expressed that it was unnecessary. She turned her head away to conceal the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Well, if souls could weep. The rain had ceased, clouds dispersed. The luminous moonlight streamed into the villa, illuminating one side of Lin Xian's face. In slaying the ghost-faced king, he felt an unprecedented surge of immense energy. A preliminary estimate indicated that defeating a single ghost-faced king yielded energy equivalent to vanquishing 10 ordinary ghost faces. Leaning back against the sofa, Lin Xian closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into his mind. Before him stood a massive tombstone, towering and imposing. He noticed the numbers inscribed upon it, causing him to pause momentarily. Bloodline purity, 18. It had not surpassed 20. He could distinctly feel that the energy acquired from defeating a single ghost-faced king was comparable to that from slaying a multitude of ordinary ghost faces. Yet, the bloodline purity had only increased by 8. Perhaps, with each 5 or 10 increase in bloodline purity, the energy required escalated further. For instance, transitioning from 5 to 10 might yield a 1 increase per ghost face slain, but from 95 to 99, it was improbable to achieve the same rate. If that were the case, slaying 100 ordinary ghost faces could render him invincible. But alas, such was not the reality, Lin Xian mused. In essence, the higher the bloodline purity, the more arduous the ascent to improvement. Transitioning from 10 to 20 required a mere 8% increase from a single river realm entity. Following this trend, when the bloodline purity reached 80 or 90, even the mysteries of the Klein realm might not suffice to satisfy him. At that juncture, he might even need to slay deities. Chapter 15. The blood-sucking scythe. Lin Xian, with a bloodline purity below 20, need not concern himself with such matters for now. His primary focus was on what new abilities awaited him. He shifted his gaze to the 15 mark on the tombstone, successfully deciphering the intricate dragon script inscribed there. Word spirit, blood-sucking scythe. Unlike before, this time, in addition to the familiar pain coursing through his meridians, Lin Xian could perceive an overwhelmingly cacophonous din within his ears. The rustling of leaves stirred by the gentle breeze, the distant, haunting chirping of cicadas, and even the sounds of birds soaring overhead and the strange noises of rodents burrowing through the earth. All these minute sounds were magnified 1,000-fold, inundating him with a flood of information that left him dizzy and nauseous. The discomfort in his ears was intense, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing in his ear canal. Lin Xian forced himself to regain control, resisting the urge to listen to the din gradually. The sounds began to diminish, becoming quieter and quieter. He initially grasped the essence of this word spirit, rising to his feet and opening his eyes. Lin Xian noticed tiny scratches appearing on the surrounding sofas and walls, as if an invisible whirlwind emanating from him had enveloped countless tiny blades slicing through the very fabric of space. Upon manifesting the name of the word spirit, information regarding the blood-sucking scythe flooded into his mind. The blood-sucking scythe was an advanced counterpart to the word spirit, weasel. However, unlike the blood-sucking scythe of the dragon kin, which sacrificed information-gathering abilities for lethality, Lin Xian acquired a raw version of the blood-sucking scythe. The weasel's capacity for information collection remained unaffected. The wielder of the weasel skill could create a large domain centered around themselves, establishing intricate sound channels within the domain to master every subtle sound within. Legend has it that the ancient dragon could utilize this word spirit to eavesdrop on the whispers of humanity from the heavens above. The purer the bloodline of the wielder, the broader the domain of influence. Lin Xian conducted a brief experiment and discovered that if he were to unleash a spherical domain, its radius would not surpass 25 meters. Interestingly, he found that he could forego other directions and extend the domain along a singular path, stretching it to a maximum of 150 meters. This truly granted him the ability of keen perception. However, This was merely the capability of the Scythe of Blood. He commanded countless minute blades of wind to gently sweep past a nearby wooden chair, instantly reducing it to a pile of splinters. The force was astonishingly powerful, akin to that of a meat grinder. These minuscule, densely packed wind blades, due to their high density, could even serve as a shield to deflect incoming attacks, a shield with a built-in counterattack effect, Lin Xian mused. The most lethal aspect of the Scythe of Blood lay in its capacity to inflict a multitude of tiny wounds upon any adversary it grazed. Should the opponent be unfortunate enough to have their arteries severed, the gust would carry away their blood, hastening their demise. Under the condition of activating the spherical area, the range of the wind blades remained at 25 meters, but there was a notable distinction. When Lin Xian opted for unidirectional extension, it could reach up to 30 meters. Unlike sound, which could extend to 150 meters. Furthermore, Lin Xian was not yet capable of precisely controlling the trajectory of individual wind blades, at least. Not at this moment. However, he could simultaneously manipulate the angles of countless tiny wind blades. The Scythe of Blood undoubtedly compensated for some of Lin Xian's shortcomings. For instance, when confronting the Ghost-Faced King, possessing the scythe would allow him to discern the opponent's location with ease. Even if the enemy could confuse his senses, he could accurately transmit information through the wind to his ears. If worst came to worst, he could utilize the dense wind blades as barriers, enabling him to respond promptly to any approach from the Ghost-Faced King. In fact, if he wielded the Scythe of Blood adeptly, the Ghost-Faced King might find himself grievously wounded before even closing the distance. Lin Xian recalled that Lin Xie could perceive everything within a 20-meter radius, as if endowed with the eye of a deity. In contrast, Lin Xian could hear everything within a 25-meter range, with the ability to extend that perception in a chosen direction. Although not as precise as Lin Xie's perception, it excelled in breadth. Simultaneously, Lin Xian became aware of certain drawbacks associated with the Scythe of Blood, or rather, those stemming from his own limitations. The scythe did not have a fixed duration. As long as he wished, he could maintain its activation indefinitely. However, due to his limited mental capacity, he struggled to wield the scythe with finesse. A moment's lapse in control could inundate his mind with a cacophony of sounds. Even now, he occasionally detected faint noises at the edge of his hearing. If he did not swiftly master this ability, he feared he would succumb to mental exhaustion. He even heard the buzzing of a mosquito near his ear. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and slapped his face. The buzzing ceased, but his face stung. He had misjudged his strength. It appeared that not only did he need to familiarize himself with the Scythe of Blood, but he also had to acclimate to his rapidly enhanced physical capabilities. Lin Xian made his way to the small courtyard of the villa. His heightened sensitivity to sound rendered him unable to sleep. So he decided to become acquainted with his body, striving to master the Scythe of Blood as soon as possible. After all, with his current physical condition, he could easily forego sleep for a day or two. The courtyard was modest, measuring just over 30 square meters. A stone-paved path extended toward the villa's back door. And in the corner of the courtyard stood a pomegranate tree, from which he often plucked pomegranates to eat. Beneath the tree was a small stone pedestal. Lin Xian, in moments of leisure, would even water the tree. The ground on either side of the path was muddy, devoid of any vegetation. Lin Xian contemplated whether he should plant something edible, sensing the awakening of his agricultural instincts. Ultimately, he decided against it. The secondary reason being that as a night watchman, he would inevitably become busy and have no time to tend to his crops. The primary reason, however, was sheer laziness. Lin Xian sat on the stone pedestal, beginning his practice with the Scythe of Blood. A night passed in silence. Morning arrived, and he found himself at a bun shop. After a fierce battle with the Ghost-Faced King the previous night, coupled with an entire night of practicing the Scythe of Blood, he was utterly famished. After devouring 10 baskets of buns, he finally felt a sense of fullness. He paid and exited the shop, leaving the owner in a state of shock. After a night of practice, he had preliminarily mastered the Scythe of Blood. While he still could not execute intricate controls, he could now filter out the minor sounds at will. Moreover, his command over the wind blades had significantly improved. On his way to the Peace Affairs office, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Zhao Kongsheng should be waking up now. Chapter 16. Old Zhao in Nibelungen. Zhao Kongsheng gazed at the fog-laden world, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Had I not perished? Is the afterlife like this? It feels rather mundane. Is anyone there? Zhao Kongsheng shouted, but through the thin mist, he could see no one. Is there anyone dead? Stop shouting, you are the only one. A male voice suddenly resonated behind Zhao Kongsheng, startling him. He genuinely jumped. Maintaining a distance, Zhao Kongsheng turned to face the source of the voice. It was that brash young man. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. You died too? His expression was a blend of 3 parts sorrow, 7 parts shock, and 90 parts existential doubt. The Ghost-Faced King was dead. So how could this insufferable brat be here? Before Zhao Kongqing could utter another word, Lin Xian swiftly interjected, "Stop. You are not in the underworld. You are in Nibelungen." Nibelungen. Zhao Kongqing was well aware of its significance, and upon recalling Lin Xian's identity as the avatar of Nidhogg, he quickly pieced it together. "So, does this mean I've been drawn into the divine realm of Nidhogg?" "Not exactly. To be precise, this is my divine realm." "What do you mean, your divine realm?" Lin Xian shot him a glance, pondering for a moment. Zhao Kongqing's entry into Nibelungen implied a profound bond between them henceforth. He decided to selectively disclose some information. "You can consider me as Nidhogg, albeit one that has yet to fully mature." Zhao Kongqing simply stood there, mouth agape, at a loss for words. He instinctively thought Lin Xian was jesting, but observing his earnest demeanor and the foggy, desolate expanse around them, coupled with the fact that he had clearly died yet found himself here, this young man was undeniably extraordinary. "So, you're essentially Nidhogg but have transformed into this state for some reason?" "That is a fair interpretation, and you are the first resident of Nibelungen." Zhao Kongqing struggled to maintain his composure. He considered himself well experienced and typically steadier than most, yet the revelation of Lin Xian's true identity shattered his calm. "No way. This can't be some sort of hallucination before I died." He promptly slapped himself, only for his hand to pass through his face. "Whoa." Lin Xian wore a comical expression, suddenly adopting a more playful demeanor. "Lin Xian, Zhao Kongqing, get away from me." Zhao Kongqing kicked out, and unsurprisingly, his foot passed right through Lin Xian once more. Observing this, Lin Xian simply shrugged. "Even if you've been rescued, what of it? This desolate place has nothing, no amenities. Not even a cigarette. I can take you out to explore, but for now, it can only be in spirit form. You won't be able to stay away for too long. If you find yourself bored in Nibelungen, I can bring in novels, comics, and single-player games." "Well, that's somewhat acceptable." Lao Zhao lay nonchalantly in the air, remarking on the intriguing advantage of existing as a soul, namely, the ability to float, akin to flying. With a slight smirk, Lin Xian challenged him to try using the forbidden abyss. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing sat upright, and Lin Xian promptly handed him a bone-cutting knife. With a swift motion, Zhao Kongqing sliced through the air, unleashing a dark crescent that soared 4 to 5 meters high. Astonished, Lao Zhao was momentarily dumbfounded, staring at the knife in his hand, his lips curling into an increasingly broad smile. Then, with a jubilant shout, he resembled a child rediscovering joy. After exiting the bookstore, Lin Xian headed straight to the peace office. There, he found Sister Hongying engaged in a sympathetic conversation with an elderly woman with graying hair. Even without the blood-sucking scythe, Lin Xian could discern Sister Hongying's words. "Is it truly that outrageous? Rest assured, we will handle this matter." Just then, Lin Xian entered, his expression morphing into a peculiar one upon realizing what Sister Hongying was doing. It felt as if a great hero tasked with saving the world was instead helping someone locate a lost black cat. The contrast was amusing. When Qima noticed the two standing awkwardly by the door and swiftly ushered them inside. "What is happening here?" Lin Xian asked, bewildered. "Well, after all, we are called the peace office. We can't merely put on a FAA, can we? Besides addressing the mysterious, we also handle other affairs. From finding lost pets to tackling criminals and kidnappers," Lin Xian explained, nodding in understanding. He turned to Zhao Kongqing, musing about their usual trivial tasks. Zhao Kongqing, half reclining in midair, stared intently at Hongying. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, his spirit stood upright. "What do you mean trivial matters? This is our everyday reality. Do you think the mysterious occurrences are as common as cabbages, popping up every few days?" He shot Lin Xian a glare before returning his gaze to Hongying. As a soul, his time in the external world was limited. Lin Xian shrugged off Zhao Kongqing's retort, envisioning himself effortlessly using his blood-sucking scythe to locate lost cats and dogs, imagining a lucrative scenario. He even envisioned a scenario reminiscent of the Dragon King tale, where he would initially face skepticism, then be threatened by authority, only to produce the Night Watchman-esque credentials. This thought made Lin Xian chuckle unexpectedly. "What is so funny?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled by Lin Xian's strange laughter. "Nothing," he waved off. "By the way, the captain is waiting for you at the training ground. Let Lin Xian lead you there." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Xian. From what Qima's implication, it seemed Lin Xian had already visited. Lin Xian merely nodded and led Lin Xian to the training ground at the end of the basement corridor. In the center of the training ground sat a young man with a chiseled face, flanked by 3 knives. "You've arrived," Qima said, slowly opening his eyes and nodding at them. He picked up 2 straight knives and handed them to the duo. Lin Xian accepted them, drawing one to inspect. His name was engraved on the blade. Though it was a standard long knife, it felt surprisingly comfortable to hold. "Old Zhao, does this knife look impressive?" Lin Xian turned to find Zhao Kongqing and Lin Xian standing side by side. staring blankly at the knife in Lin Qiye's hand, where the name Zhao Kongqing was prominently inscribed. Captain, what is this about? Zhao Kongqing fell in battle, and you, being the child he was responsible for, are entrusted with his knife, Shenmai explained. All right. Lin Qiye nodded earnestly. Zhao Kongqing stood nearby, his eyes filled with both pride and gratitude. Chapter 17, Training Old Zhao, are you about to cry? Get lost. Zhao Kongqing immediately retorted, exasperated by the impudent remarks of the young one, who seemed incapable of learning from Lin Qiye's example. He had been too preoccupied to pay attention to such matters, but now that he had time, he decided to take a look. With a month remaining before the intensive training began, Shenmai organized a specialized training regimen for them to avoid embarrassment later. Mornings would be spent practicing with him, afternoons learning the techniques of the Forbidden Abyss, and evenings devoted to firearms training. Come, Lin Qian, I've heard from Hong Ying that your combat talent is quite extraordinary. It's time for Lin Qiye to see for himself. Shenmai charged at Lin Qian with a knife drawn, and Lin Qian silently unsheathed his own, closing his eyes momentarily to reveal his golden vertical pupils. Shenmai merely raised an eyebrow. Dragon eyes? He speculated, recognizing it as a gift from Nidhogg. Lin Qiye, standing nearby, was not surprised. He had witnessed this transformation during their first encounter with the ghost-faced man. It seemed Lin Qian had never intended to conceal it. However, one thing puzzled Lin Qiye. Why did Lin Qian seem to foresee the future, preparing for encounters with the ghost-faced man before anyone else, even preemptively dismissing Li Yifei? Clang, clang. The two engaged in an intense clash, their blades sparking against each other. With a slight twist of his blade, Shenmai caused Lin Qian's long knife to fly from his grasp. Your movements are too rigid. Strength alone won't suffice. You need finesse, or you end up like this, being used against your own force. Shenmai admonished, though he couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his hand. This kid's strength was astonishing, rivaling that of some of the River Realm's most formidable entities. He silently lamented, realizing that the previous display of power was merely a warm-up. Lin Qiye, it's your turn. Shenmai pointed the knife at him. At noon, the two sat at the dining table, facing an abundance of delicious food. Sister Hong Ying, isn't this a bit too much? Both Lin Qiye and Lin Qian winced. Their mouths sore at the first utterance. No, this might not even be enough, Hong Ying replied, crossing her arms and gesturing at Lin Qian. I suggest you eat quickly, or you might end up with nothing. You have no idea how Captain Chun evaluates Lin Qian. Since Lin Qian was a temporary member, his food and lodging were managed by Chun Mai. What did he say? He said Lin Qian is the only one capable of making him cook to the point of cramping his hand. Chun Mai, a formidable figure from the River Realm and a master of the blade, had been reduced to such a state by Lin Qian's cooking prowess. How absurd. Lin Qian quickly grabbed a bun, tore it in half, dipped it into the pork stew, and consumed it in less than 10 seconds. Lin Qiye was taken aback. Lin Qian continued his feast, and Lin Qiye grew anxious. Hey, save some for me. In the afternoon, at the Forbidden Abyss laboratory, when Qima stood before them, scrutinizing them left and right, before finally giving in. Lin Qian, how come you have no injuries on your face? Didn't you train this morning? Logically, even a seasoned veteran like him wouldn't escape unscathed after a full morning of practice, let alone Lin Qian, who was training with the captain for the first time. The only explanation was that Lin Qian hadn't sparred with Chen Mai. As Hong Ying had predicted, he truly hadn't eaten enough. Lin Qian was simply dining. He was showcasing his eating prowess, finishing an entire platter of food in the blink of an eye. It was outrageous. In the end, Hong Ying had to prepare another serving for him. As for the lack of injuries on his body, it was merely because Chun Mai had struck him just before the training session concluded. In the morning, as they continued their training, Chen Mai and Lin Qiye realized that the resilience of this beast was astonishing, akin to an impenetrable shield. Even when they exerted effort, striking it barely left a bruise. Furthermore, despite their attempts, after a brief respite, the creature seemed to recover instantly. Such a beast. Lin Qiye felt the ache throughout his body and glanced at Lin Qian, who stood nearby, composed and even somewhat amused, his expression a mix of indignation and frustration. If Lin Qian could hear Lin Qiye's thoughts, he would surely have a few retorts. The captain's disregard for martial ethics only intensified his relentless attacks, aware of Lin Qiye's endurance. However, Lin Qian inadvertently gained an unexpected advantage. He noticed that while Lin Qiye was engaged in combat with the captain, he instinctively activated the 20-meter vision of the ordinary realm. Throughout the morning, he trained while simultaneously drawing from Lin Qiye's abilities. He felt his own purity rising slightly. At this rate, in about half a month, his bloodline purity could reach 19. Not to mention, the afternoon was dedicated to studying the Forbidden Realm, where Lin Qiye demonstrated its intricacies, allowing Lin Qian to absorb energy from the Forbidden Realm as well. It was exhilarating. Lin Xiemo explained the knowledge surrounding the Forbidden Realm and then turned to Lin Xian. By the way, Lin Xian, have you decided on a name for your realm? Lin Xie expressed shock. Isn't Lin Xian's realm not classified within the Forbidden Realm? After all, there are always unrecorded forbidden realms, especially divine realms, which are not easily understood. Moreover, Nidhogg was a deity never observed before. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for there to exist forbidden realms unknown to the great Xia. Lin Xiemo clarified to Lin Xie and then turned back to Lin Xian. So, have you made your choice? Lin Xian rested his chin on his hand, feigning contemplation before declaring, Time Zero. A realm that had never appeared before would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, a fact Lin Xian had anticipated. He also understood that he needed to strengthen himself quickly, turning the envy of others into trepidation. Upon hearing the name Time Zero, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled. Time Zero. A splendid name. When Lin Xian accelerated his time to the utmost, it was akin to pressing the pause button on the external world. He suddenly recalled that the new recruits during the past 2 years had been mentored by the masked squad, with their captain, Wang Mian, also possessing time-related abilities. He was eager to see what kind of sparks would fly between them. Chapter 18. Dining as Warfare. Lin Xiemo held a notebook, jotting down notes while Lin Xian engaged with a specialized device prepared specifically for him. Its purpose was to measure the duration of Time Zero and the extent to which he could accelerate his speed. Maintaining the time for 3.5 seconds allowed him to accelerate his own time by 22 times. Excellent. But what were the side effects? He furrowed his brow tightly, had it not been for the later Forbidden Realm teachings. Lin Xiemo would have been reluctant to let Lin Xian test the limits of Time Zero. It is well known that abilities related to time come at a significant cost. This cost varies, but the most common is sacrificing one's own time to gain the power of time, much like the captain of the masked squad, Wang Mian. Isn't the inability to use it multiple times in a short period a side effect? Lin Xian questioned. Isn't it merely a slight drain on mental energy? I'm referring to something like lifespan. Lin Xiao's pen suddenly halted, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Lin Xian. Are you implying that, aside from the limitation on mental energy, you do not need to pay any cost? What's wrong? Lin Xiemo took a deep breath, his demeanor turning serious. Lin Xian, promise me you won't disclose this to anyone else, not even to your comrades. The current duration and acceleration multiplier of Time Zero were undoubtedly far from their limits. It should be noted that Lin Xian's current realm was only at the Cup realm. If other factions were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly go mad. Especially the Ancient God Church. It was said that the Ancient God Church had already set its sights on Lin Xian and Lin Xie, particularly Lin Xian. Even the agent of Michael had been placed lower on their list, indicating their intense focus. Should they fail to capture Lin Xian, they would undoubtedly seek to destroy him. He glanced at Lin Xie, who nodded firmly in agreement, assuring Lin Xiemo that he would never speak of it. Lin Xiemo also nodded at Lin Xie, indicating his trust in the young man. Lin Xiemo tore the test paper in half and replaced it with a new one, writing down the duration, 2 seconds. Acceleration multiplier, 10 times, side effects, rapid aging of the body. The more frequently Time Zero was employed, the quicker the body would age. Lin Xiemo could not lower the numbers any further, as it would render them unbelievable. After all, it was a divine realm, and it could not be that weak. Even though Time Zero was not a forbidden realm, Lin Xian still gained immensely from the afternoon. Lin Xiemo provided several suggestions. Firstly, he needed to ascertain the minimum interval between using Time Zero twice. For example, if he did not maintain Time Zero at its limit and only sustained it for 1 or 2 seconds, could he immediately use it again? After meticulous study, Lin Xian discovered that if the duration of Time Zero reached the maximum of 3.5 seconds, he could use it again in approximately 10 minutes. Conversely, if Time Zero only lasted 1 or 2 seconds before stopping, he would need to wait 5 seconds to activate it again. Sometimes, 10 seconds could determine life or death. Moreover, upon reactivation, the duration would not be 3.5 seconds. For instance, if Lin Xian maintained Time Zero for just 1 second before stopping, he would only be able to maintain it for 2.5 seconds 10 seconds later. However, after 3 minutes, he could use a full version of Time Zero again. The conclusion drawn was that the duration and interval of Time Zero were still contingent upon one's realm. As his realm improved, both the interval and duration would lengthen. Secondly, he needed to adapt to the differing time flows between the Time Zero state and normal state, being able to switch seamlessly. If he were in the Time Zero state 1 second, and then suddenly shifted to normal time flow the next, he must be able to adjust immediately and respond accordingly. This was not impossible. Enemies might possess methods to nullify Time Zero. If the Time Zero state was suddenly lifted and he failed to adjust promptly, the cost could very well be his life. As for an advanced version, it would involve identifying flaws in the enemy's movements while in the Time Zero state. In that state, the enemy's slowed speed would undoubtedly reveal numerous vulnerabilities. Lin Xian's task would be to find these flaws in the shortest possible time and strike decisively. In the evening, everyone gathered around the dining table. Si Xiaonan looked around, her expression puzzled. Why did everyone else appear so tense, even the newly arrived Lin Xie, who held his chopsticks with an air of apprehension? Was there something she was unaware of? No, it seemed not everyone was on edge. Lin Xian maintained a calm demeanor. Si Xiaonan leaned closer to Hong Ying and whispered, "Sister Hong Ying, what is happening? Why does everyone seem so strange?" Hong Ying glanced at Lin Xian, her lips parting as if to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Mai. "Let us eat." The moment he spoke, his chopsticks darted forward as if wielding a sword. The chopsticks danced with blurring speed. Not just him, but the others too. "See, Xiaonan? It's all right, Xiaonan. I'll take you out for a bite," Hong Ying consoled her. "Wah, I didn't get to eat anything. I don't want to play anymore." Si Xiaonan lamented, having failed to seize any food, now buried in Hong Ying's embrace, sobbing. Lin Xian's excessive appetite was one thing, but what truly saddened her was that even her beloved Hong Ying was competing for food. Ultimately, she didn't manage to eat a single bite. It was genuinely disheartening. Beside her, Lang Xian glanced at the photo in his hands, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The image depicted Lin Xian, methodically showcasing her meal, surrounded by a bustling crowd, alongside a bewildered Xiaonan. The others seated nearby wore expressions of awkwardness. His gaze shifted from Xiaonan to the culprit lounging beside her, Lin Xian. Chen Mai let out a silent sigh. Perhaps it's best to order takeout in the future. He realized Lin Xian's appetite had increased with the intensity of training. Without the provision for the reserve team's meals, if he were to prepare food solely for himself, he might end up straining his hands. After all, money was not an issue. Ordering takeout seemed the way to go. As for Lin Xian, her thoughts were elsewhere. She recalled that in about 2 weeks, the Nandu snake demon incident would occur. By then, numerous students would have already fallen victim to the creature. After Lin Xie intervened in the investigation, he ultimately confirmed that Li Yifei was the true embodiment of the Nandu snake demon and had him killed, subsequently institutionalized in a psychiatric hospital. Li Yifei was undoubtedly a pivotal character, arguably one of the most significant, possessing the unique trait of dual personalities, which made him the most exceptional caretaker in Lin Xie's psychiatric facility. Lin Xian pondered whether to inform the captain and the others in advance to mitigate casualties. Not all students had experienced the Shiwoba grievance 10 years ago. Some had only recently moved to Songnan City within the last decade. However, this disturbance could potentially disrupt the main storyline. Lin Xian pursed her lips, realizing she had inadvertently trapped herself in a dead end. Originally, her involvement meant the plot could not proceed in its original trajectory, so why was she still conflicted? Lin Xian, have a bit of faith in yourself. As a half-blood of the Black King, even if the plot shifts, what of it? Relying on the heavens or the earth pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Speaking to herself, she suddenly felt a surge of clarity. The story was already racing towards an unknown direction, unstoppable. As for what the future held, who could truly say? Chapter 19. Li Yifei Lin Xian, Lin Xie, follow me. Led by Lang Xian, the two arrived at the shooting range. A full wall was lined with various models of firearms, with Lang Xian standing before them. Do not underestimate the power of firearms. While they may not be effective against high-level mysteries, they can still be useful against lower-tier ones. Moreover, in certain situations, guns are far more effective than knives. Lin Xian silently added. He meant not against the mysterious but against humans. The absolute force represented by firearms is more intimidating than that of knives, instilling calmness and compliance. Lin Xie, give it a try. Lang Xian handed a pistol to Lin Xie, directing him towards the distant target. All right, I'll give it a shot. Lin Xie inhaled deeply, mimicking the action seen in films, aligning the gun. Bang! The shot rang out, hitting the bullseye from 20 meters. Very good. Now try 30 meters. Bang! Another shot. Lang Xian strained to discern the impressions on the target but found none. While he could hit the bullseye at 20 meters, he missed at 30. Unsure of what to say, he wondered if it was just a case of nerves. Try again. Bang. Again. Bang, bang, bang. Do you want to keep going? No. That's enough, Lang Xian replied, as if he had expended all his energy. A sense of despair washed over him. At 30 meters, 5 shots. And not a single one hit the target. In a way, that was a peculiar kind of talent. He turned his attention to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, your turn. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, accepting the pistol and aiming. Simultaneously, he activated his blood scythe. The wind guided his path. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive shots rang out. 30 meters, 10 rings. 50 meters, 10 rings. 100 meters, 9 rings. Still at 100 meters, the first shot missed the 10 rings. Naturally, it was to be expected. It was his first time holding a gun, and some unfamiliarity was inevitable. Lin Xie observed in silence, as did Lung Xian. Both were exceptional in their own right, one remarkably lacking in talent, the other extraordinarily gifted. He sighed softly. Let us continue practicing. Lin Xie, you too. A week passed in a blink during training. One morning, Lin Xian sat outside a bun shop when someone approached him. Lin Xian, what are you doing here? Didn't you transfer schools? It was a classmate named Wang Zihan. Go ahead and eat. I'm leaving. By the way, you can come over to my house for a meal sometime, just as a send-off, Wang Zihan said half-jokingly. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes, a smile curving his lips. If I have time, I will. All right then, I'll be off. I'm about to be late. Receiving a response. He waved and turned to leave. Lin Xian watched the figure retreat, his expression inscrutable. Upon arriving at the training ground, Lin Xie and Chen Mai were already waiting. Lin Xian approached Chen Mai. Captain, there is something. What is up? This morning, while eating out, I encountered an old classmate. I sensed a mysterious aura about them, subtle, yet undeniably present. Are you sure? Chen Mai abruptly looked up, his gaze intense. After a week of interaction with Lin Xian, he understood his character. If Lin Xian sensed a mysterious aura, it was highly likely to be true. The presence of a hidden mysterious aura could imply that the student had recently encountered the supernatural or that they themselves were a well-concealed mystery. Chen Mai's brow furrowed deeper. What is the name of your classmate? Wang Zihan. All right, I understand. I'll have Hong Ying and the others handle this. After saying this, he picked up the phone and called Hong Ying. The next day, at the peace office, Lin Xian and Lin Xie entered one after the other to find everyone gathered in a circle, discussing something. Lin Xian keenly noticed Li Yifei among them. Li Yifei, what are you doing here? Lin Xie remarked, somewhat astonished. Upon hearing the voice, Li Yifei turned towards the entrance, disbelief evident in his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be in the military? And Lin Xian, didn't you say you transferred? Li Yifei was well aware of the circumstances. One had enlisted, and the other had transferred, yet both were members of this mysterious organization. He had been quite upset for a long time over Lin Xian's transfer. That is not important. Why are you here? I witnessed a mysterious incident. At that moment, Li Yifei was still engulfed in the terror of what he had seen. He had witnessed a female classmate named Lu Xiaoyan cornering the dean in a secluded area, and suddenly, that female student transformed into a monster and devoured the dean. Yet, that was not the most shocking part. The most astonishing element was that she eventually expelled an identical version of the dean, and they left the teaching building chatting amicably. Every time he recalled this, his skin crawled. You're quite lucky to have witnessed such an event and still be alive, when Qima teased from the side. Lin Xian, who knew Li Yifei was the Nandu snake demon, merely raised an eyebrow. In the original narrative, Li Yifei reported the incident 2 weeks later. Now, he was here already. It seemed he had discovered someone was beginning to investigate him and could no longer remain idle. Let Li Yifei witness the scene of the serpent demon devouring a person and come to report it, allowing him to infiltrate the inner circle. Now, Lin Xian's bloodline purity has risen to 18. Seizing this opportunity, he may further elevate it to 20. The 3 abilities he previously unlocked have never disappointed him, and he eagerly anticipates what his 4th ability will be. In a little over a month, the new recruit training will commence, during which he will not have the opportunity to enhance his strength through the mysterious. In the original narrative, during the new year, the reserve night watchman encountered an attack from the ancient god church. Lin Xian remains unaware of how this attack will unfold, influenced by his actions like a butterfly effect. However, it is foreseeable that the adversary's level of concern will certainly exceed that of the original story. After all, in the original narrative, there was only Lin Xie as a divine agent, but now there are 2, he and Lin Xie. He must strive to enhance his strength as much as possible to confront the impending crisis. Lin Xie looks at Wen Qima and questions. Is it truly safe that Li Yifei knows our identities? It's fine. He signed a confidentiality agreement. The most pressing matter now is to swiftly address this case. Li Yifei, please recount what you witnessed. All right. Li Yifei repeated what he had seen, and the atmosphere grew tense. Could Lu Xiaoyan be the progenitor? Lin Xian glanced at the terrified Li Yifei and shook his head. It's hard to say, but it's highly unlikely. Progenitors are generally more concealed and harder to locate. Currently, this mysterious entity has the capability to transform its prey into its kind, and its camouflage ability is exceptionally robust. The most challenging aspect is that we cannot ascertain which is the progenitor, nor to what extent the infection has spread. By the way, Lin Xie, what is it? You haven't been away from school for long. Before you left, did you notice anything unusual, such as certain classmates having physical structures that differ from normal humans? During his schooling, Lin Xie possessed perceptive vision. If something were amiss, he would be able to sense it. Fortunately not, the group visibly relaxed. Lin Xie had only recently left school, so the mysterious entity couldn't have acted too overtly, or it would have been discovered and caused panic. It seems the number of infected individuals should not be too high. We must not alert the enemy, and at the same time, we need someone to approach Lu Xiaoyan. This necessitates members who appear to be of high school age. Yesterday it was Hong Ying, and today, Xiaonan, Lin Xian, and Lin Qiye. The three of you will go together. You must identify the progenitor and eliminate it. After saying this, he turned to Li Yifei. Li Yifei, you must also go. Me? I'm just an ordinary person. I can't handle anything supernatural. Li Yifei waved his hands in protest. You are the only one who has seen that entity with your own eyes. You must go. If this goes smoothly, I can offer you a chance to join the Night Watchman. Really? Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since learning about the Night Watchman, he had longed to join them. After all, protecting humanity from the darkness sounds incredibly heroic, doesn't it? Chapter 20. The action begins. At the back playground of the second school, two striking figures gracefully vaulted over the wall, landing lightly. Meanwhile, two large men in school uniforms clumsily climbed the wall. This wall is quite high. Who are they trying to keep out? Upon clearing the wall, Lin Xian patted his pant legs. It was evident how tall the wall was, as he struggled to scale it directly. You two are so slow. Si Xiaoyan teased with a playful tone, dressed in a light shirt and cropped pants. Her bright white shoes particularly eye-catching. Beside her, Hong Ying was even more captivating. Her oversized school uniform could not conceal her alluring figure. The zipper at her chest slightly ajar, revealing the strength beneath. Si Xiaonan glanced at Hong Ying, then down at her own shoes, suddenly feeling a bit disheartened. If anything happens, remember to contact us via the earpiece, Hong Ying affirmed with a nod. Understood. Holding a black box, Lin Xian made his way toward the teacher's office. Inside the box were originally the standard long knife and a handgun of the Night Watchman, along with several magazines. But Lin Xian had replaced them with flowers and small gifts for the teacher. Since he was visiting, he wanted to make it appear genuine. As for the long knife and gun, he had stored them in Nibelungen. After obtaining the standard long knife, Lin Xian had kept it in Nibelungen without any training. Old Zhao was fond of wielding his knife for the Ming Sheng Shanyu technique. However, sometimes he would teach Lin Xian a few moves when his hands itched for practice. Zhao Kongqing's close combat skills had been certified by Chen Mai. Without the use of the Forbidden Ruins, Zhao Kongqing could contest evenly with Chen Mai. Recently, old Zhao had been incessantly insisting that once he resurrected, he would challenge Chen Mai using the Forbidden Ruins to prove his genius. Lin Xian remained non-committal to this. Over the past few days, he had also discovered an ability of Nibelungen. It could gradually enhance the soul strength of the beings within it and even purify the soul, reducing impurities. In recent days, old Zhao's Ming Sheng Shanyu technique had become increasingly enduring. According to myth, Nidhogg could utilize Nibelungen to transform the souls of the deceased, which might be a form of that transformation, perhaps due to his death. Old Zhao now spent his days practicing with Lin Xian's knife for an hour on Ming Sheng Shanyu, sleeping for 14 hours, and spending the remaining 7 hours playing games, reading novels, and enjoying comics. In his words, I fought for my country while alive. Now that I'm dead, I should enjoy myself. Lin Xian strode toward the office, deep in thought. In just a few days, he wondered how many progeny the serpent demon had developed and whether he could indulge himself. After visiting his former teachers in the office, Lin Xian began to wander the campus while activating the blood-sucking sickle. After a thorough inspection, Lin Xian found nothing amiss. His blood-sucking sickle was not a type of perceptive forbidden ruins and could not directly discern who was human and who was mysterious. Moreover, since it was class time, the campus was relatively empty, and he did not detect any abnormalities. Lin Xian had grown accustomed to the overwhelming noise. I haven't found anything on my end. Lin Qiye. How about you? Lin Xian pressed the earpiece, speaking softly. There are 3 on my floor alone, one of whom is Lu Xiaoyan. Another is a classmate named Han Nuonyuo, and the third is in the neighboring class, also a girl named Tian Li. They appear to be wearing human skins, with no internal organs. Merely a mass of flesh and blood, seemingly beyond salvation. After a brief pause, Lin Qiye added, Li Yifei mentioned to me that the infected girl in the neighboring class shares a dormitory with Han Nuonyuo and Lu Xiaoyan. Lin Qiye, devise a method to investigate the condition of all faculty and students. I hope the overall number of infections is not excessive, and it would be best to resolve this discreetly. Hong Ying, you and Xiaonan should check the girls' dormitory. Chen Mai's voice emanated from the earpiece, his brow furrowed. It has only been a few days since Lin Qiye left school. In such a short span, there are already 3 mysterious entities on the same floor. This is alarming. The infection rate is quite exaggerated. Thankfully, Li Yifei discovered it in time. Otherwise, we might not have known for a while. It was not merely Li Yifei's timely discovery. It was the serpent demon's inability to execute its plans before Lin Xian reported it, forcing an immediate response. Had Lin Xian not reported it, The serpent demon might have taken another 13 or 14 days to reveal itself to Li Yifei. Indeed, Captain, how did Li Yifei manage to contact you? Lin Xian inquired with a hint of curiosity, especially since this time, Li Yifei had not encountered the phantom. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence, came the reply. Initially, he called the police, but they dismissed his claims as nonsense. Consequently, he sought assistance from an agency to investigate, and by chance, he stumbled upon us. Fortuitous coincidence? I think not. Lin Xian chuckled softly, remaining silent. This is no mere chance. It is evident that the Mandrake Serpent Demon deliberately guided the second personality to the peace agency to infiltrate from within. Captain, the flag-raising ceremony is about to commence. At which point I will have the opportunity to survey all the students and faculty. Very well, we shall wait until the flag is raised. Captain, I've discovered a shed human skin, and I suspect the individual may possess serpent-like qualities, Redding reported through the earpiece, with faint sounds of shout and retching in the background. The ability to shed skin, akin to a serpent, is noted. I understand. In that fleeting moment, he struggled to recall which mythological creatures fit this description. Qinmai turned to Long Xian. Long Xian, please check the database for any mythological beings that are serpent-like, capable of shedding skin, exhibiting high infection rates, and transforming consumed prey into similar entities. Qinmai activated his earpiece. Redding, you and Xiaonan should remain discreet. When the flag is raised, let Lin Xiye investigate. Lin Xian, stay on standby and be prepared to assist. Understood, Lin Xian nodded, his consciousness plunging into Nibelungen. Upon entering, he found old Zhao engrossed in a video game. His legs crossed and suspended in midair, controller in hand. Zhao Kongqing was engaged in a fighting game, playable both in multiplayer and single-player modes. Perhaps due to the unique essence of Nibelungen, he could interact with objects as if they were tangible. Ah, you've arrived, you little rascal. You seem troubled, found a girlfriend? Zhao teased. You'll understand when you reach my age. Lin Xian took a seat beside him, also grabbing a controller. With 30 minutes remaining before class ended, they could play a bit longer. Come on, old Zhao, let me show you what it means to be the Prince of Combat. You think you can challenge me? I'll show you what true combat prowess is, Zhao retorted. Eventually, Lin Xian was expelled from the game under the pretext of not abandoning his post. As the familiar bell rang, students rushed out, forming lines amid the commotion. At that moment, Lin Xian had already deactivated his blood-sucking scythe, unable to endure the cacophony of voices. Only when the teachers emerged to join their respective student groups did tranquility return. Lin Xian observed Lin Qiye taking a red flag from a student and marching toward the flagpole with somewhat unrefined steps. The students and teachers noticed the change in flag bearer, but made no remark. However, when they saw Lin Qiye circling the flagpole before awkwardly attempting to raise the flag, unease settled in. This was troubling. Within the school, there were at least 30 mysterious entities, the majority being female, with a few males among them. The infection rate was alarming. So many? Lin Xian was taken aback, realizing that the Mandrake Serpent Demon was intent on creating chaos. Perhaps aware that the Watchman had discovered its presence, it rapidly expanded its influence. Yet, he recalled that the entity's offspring had certain limitations regarding contagion, typically one per day. It was possible that the maternal entity's infection did not have such restrictions, and in a desperate bid, the Mandrake Serpent Demon chose to infect the maternal entity. Stirring the waters. We must eradicate all these mysteries within the school. Not a single one can escape. Qinmai declared coldly. Do not fret about inciting chaos. We possess a forbidden object capable of creating illusions within a certain range, erasing portions of memory. Act freely. Should anything arise, I will take responsibility. Such rapid contagion, if it reached the city and hid away, would spell disaster. It had to be quashed within the confines of the school. At that moment, Qinmai was in a residential building, where the floor and walls were smeared with chunks of flesh and blood. He was in Lu Xiaoyan's home. Just like the student Wang Zihan, her entire family had also transformed into monsters. This is going to be tricky, Lin Xian sighed, straightening up. At this point, Lin Xie had completed the flag-raising ceremony. The operation commences. Chapter 21. The girls' dormitory captain. I have unfortunate news. In the dorm supervisor's room, we discovered another piece of human skin. They intended to search the supervisor's records to locate Lu Xiaoyan and Han Nuonyuo's rooms, but found a human skin concealed under a blanket in the corner. According to the records, the two had arrived at a dormitory on the left side of the second floor. They unearthed 4 additional pieces of human skin from beneath the bed. Lin Xian. Lin Qiye approached him. I noticed a large group of girls heading toward the dormitory. You should go check it out if a confrontation arises. Assist Red Ing and the others. Understood, Lin Xian nodded, having noticed the same. Even if Lin Qiye had not mentioned it, he would have gone. To him, they were not mysteries but mere clusters of energy values, the purity of bloodlines. Lin Xian walked slowly to the dormitory, activating his blood-sucking scythe. In the next instant, he heard a soft murmur. That girl is so beautiful, so petite and adorable. Indeed, so adorable that one might want to devour her whole. The voice suddenly turned shrill, followed by a cacophony of flesh erupting. At the sound, Lin Xian immediately turned and dashed into the girl's dormitory, racing up the stairs in leaps and bounds. Simultaneously, he heard the sound of flames exploding. Sister Red Ing had activated the forbidden abyss. On the second floor, the number of girls lining the corridor grew. Their heads bowed in silence as they silently moved closer to Red Ing and Xiaonan. The hallway was filled only with the faint sound of footsteps. In such an eerie silence, Red Ing and Si Xiaonan suddenly heard hurried footsteps, as if someone was rushing toward the second floor. The man, wielding a long knife, grinned at them, though his smile was unsettling. The hallway lights flickered due to the earlier explosion, casting sparks against the walls. 1, 2, 3, 10 in total. Upon seeing such abundant prey, he couldn't help but smile, but to avoid mistakes, he still inquired, Sister Red Ing, are these all of them? Should be, she nodded. In the next moment, the silent crowd erupted. The girls, once with heads bowed, suddenly lifted their gazes. Their heads split open from the tip of their noses, fanning out into 5 petals. Lin Xian could clearly see the writhing crimson flesh within, along with fine, white, glistening fangs. This visage was hardly commendable. Instead of activating Time Zero, he gripped the blade tightly and charged forward. When Qi Mao had once advised him to avoid relying on Time Zero in combat unless absolutely necessary, to adapt to a standard fighting mode, this suggestion was indeed prudent. In the state of Time Zero, these low-tier mysteries were no different from stationary targets to him. If he became overly reliant on it, once the duration expired, he might forget how to fight altogether. A sliver of cold light sliced through the monster's neck, and Lin Xian sensed a faint energy being absorbed. Approximately 20 to 30 of these would elevate his bloodline purity by 1%. This seemed rather meager. Yet even the smallest mosquito is still meat, is it not? A pair of golden vertical pupils flickered in the dark tunnel, leaving severed heads in their wake. With his extraordinary physical prowess and sharp blade, anyone he struck would meet their demise. Hong Ying raised her eyebrows in astonishment. She never anticipated that Lin Xian could be so decisive, striking without a hint of fear in his eyes, only calmness. Had he truly reached this level after merely 2 days of training? She couldn't help but marvel internally, yet her actions were swift. A rose-colored flame surged forth from her, radiating outward in waves. The splendid fire raged, intentionally avoiding Lin Xian's position. A crimson light flickered first, followed by the gunshot that erupted like a dragon. The fiery shadow of the gun resembled a meteor streaking through the dark corridor, trailing a scarlet remnant. The red tip of the gun pierced through the monster's torso, twisting the barrel, and in an instant, the creature was reduced to ashes by the flames. Lin Xian and Hong Ying appeared as tigers among sheep, decimating a dozen monsters in mere moments. Si Xiaonan stood in disbelief. She hadn't even had the chance to slay a single creature. But wait, she was a formal member. In contrast to Lin Xian and Hong Ying, she felt utterly superfluous. Xiaonan questioned her existence, feeling utterly defeated. What are you doing here? The place is on fire. And you aren't leaving? Are you out of your mind? A middle-aged woman clad in a floral coat ascended the stairs and, upon seeing the trio, rushed to grab Lin Xian's arm with urgency. It appeared she hadn't noticed the knife in his hand. And you? You're a young man in a girl's dormitory. What on earth are you doing? Which class are you from? I'll report you to your homeroom teacher. Lin Xian swiftly dodged her grasp. With a swift motion, a long gun erupted from his side, piercing through the woman's skull. She was none other than the dormitory supervisor, who had been replaced by a monster. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had seen her photograph in the dormitory office. At that moment, Lin Xian heard a heavy gasp and abruptly turned to the end of the corridor. There, coiled on the windowsill, was a serpent-tailed humanoid creature. Its pitch-black pupils reflected the forms of the three, while the light filtering through the window glinted coldly off its dark green scales. Its face bore a haunting resemblance to both human and serpent, evoking a sense of dread. Slime dripped from its mouth, hissing as it hit the ground. Suddenly, the serpent-tailed creature opened its mouth, emitting a long, shrill hiss, revealing its forked, crimson tongue and sharp fangs. The sound was piercing, echoing throughout the school. As the sound faded, screams erupted from distant classrooms. In the next instant, it shattered the glass and leaped from the windowsill, the tremendous force reducing the window ledge to dust. Lin Xian charged forward, brandishing his knife, propelling himself into the air. This creature was evidently different from the previous ones and promised to provide him with greater energy. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan followed closely behind. With Lin Qiye among the students, they felt no worry. Their immediate concern was to eliminate the suspected progenitor creature, utilizing his extraordinary physical prowess. Lin Xian leaped from the third floor, stirring up clouds of dust. Without a moment's pause, he raced after the fleeing serpent demon, drawing his handgun as he pursued. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, 2 striking the serpent's tail and 1 grazing its head. The serpent demon accelerated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Having covered dozens of meters, "I wish I could lay a blanket on the ground," Lin Xian muttered, recalling that placing a snake on a blanket would hinder its movement, akin to an automatic treadmill. That way, he could shoot at a stationary target. By now, the sky had turned a sinister green, indicating that the team leader had initiated a spatial lockdown. "Lin Xian, we have identified what it is," Chun Mai's voice crackled through the earpiece. "This creature is known as the Nantua serpent demon, rooted in rural folklore, a type of serpent demon. Its ability to disguise itself is remarkably potent, allowing it to perfectly mimic the appearance of others, coupled with intelligence on par with humans. Furthermore, it can implant serpent seeds into creatures it devours, transforming them into its kin and controlling them. However, there are limitations to the seed production. Even the progenitor can only produce 1 seed per day, with offspring taking 3 days to produce 1. The presence of so many offspring indicates that the Nantua serpent demon has been in the school for at least a month, accumulating numerous serpent seeds, which have only recently begun to proliferate." Chapter 22. Lin Xian's initial might. The entire class in shock. "Lin Xia, how's it going on your end?" "I'm currently dealing with monsters hiding among the students. For some reason, they suddenly went berserk." "What's happening on your side?" Through the communication channel, Lin Xian could faintly hear the screams and wails of students. "I'm tracking the suspected progenitor. The monsters you mentioned going berserk must be its doing." Lin Xian frowned slightly. The speed of the Nantua serpent demon was indeed alarming. Just as he was about to catch up, a gust of foul wind swept through. However, the attackers were not singular. They had gathered here, seemingly waiting specifically for him. The monsters in the corridor could not withstand a single strike from Lin Xian. But as he dispatched them, the serpent demon vanished into the woods over 100 meters away. "Lost the target," he muttered. "Lin Xian, what is the situation?" Hong Ying approached him, with a small figure on her back. There was no alternative. Lin Xian's speed left Xiaonan struggling to keep up on her short legs, relying on Hong Ying's assistance. "They set up some offspring to slow me down while they escaped." It was merely an excuse. Lin Xian could have forcibly detained the creature using his time zero ability. Yet he understood that it was not the true progenitor, and there was no need for such measures. Lin Xian turned and headed towards the teaching building, where screams occasionally pierced the air. At the school entrance, students were banging on the barrier, desperately trying to escape. Yet their efforts were futile, drawing the attention of several lurking monsters that lunged toward them. "Hong Ying, Xiaonan. I'll go support Xie. You handle the students outside." "All right. If you encounter the true form of the Nantua serpent demon, do not engage alone. Remember to call for me." Hong Ying nodded and departed with Xiaonan. Now was not the time for hesitation. Lin Xian activated his earpiece. "Lin Xia, how are things on your end?" "The monsters are roaming the corridors, and the students are organizing a defense in the classrooms. For the moment, they cannot breach our defenses." "How about you?" "The suspected progenitor has vanished. I'm currently unaware of its whereabouts. Be cautious. I'll come to assist you." Through the communication channel, Lin Xian could hear the sound of doors being violently slammed. "There are many monsters here. You must be careful." "Don't worry," Lin Xian replied, eager for the challenge. He rushed into the sophomore teaching area where Lin Xia was stationed. Lin Xia had mentioned that the second floor was a disaster zone, and he intended to clear it floor by floor. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a slender, bespectacled boy was orchestrating the defense, his expression calm. Under his guidance, the students managed to hold their ground. It was as though they were not fending off flesh-eating monsters, but solving a complex math problem. This individual was in Qingyu. Lin Xia and Li Yifei were present in this classroom, having descended from the 5th floor to the 3rd using a rope. Initially, they had planned for the students on the 3rd floor to climb up to the cleared 5th floor, but the monsters severed the rope. "How capable is your companion?" And Qingyu inquired. "Combining the 1st and 2nd floors, there are over a dozen monsters. They may not be able to handle them." Lin Xia pondered for a moment before offering his honest assessment. A brute. Lin Xian was indeed a brute, after 2 days of training. Lin Xia had grown somewhat desensitized to Lin Xian's exaggerated physical abilities and rapid progress. They had all trained together, so why was the disparity so vast? Just 2 days prior, Lin Xian had struggled against Chun Mai, yet now he could exchange blows with him, albeit just a few, though only a handful. It was already astonishing. The prowess in marksmanship is beyond discussion. Ever since the initial assessment, Lin Xian has been exempt from further shooting training, needing only to familiarize himself with the maintenance and care of various firearms. This left Lin Xia, whose shooting skills were remarkably poor, feeling a twinge of envy. Fortunately, his own progress was not slow. And he had the advantage of a psychiatric hospital, a kind of narrative boon, whereby healing patients would enable him to extract an array of skills, as long as they did not pertain to extraordinary procreation. Upon hearing Lin Xie's assessment, Xingyu appeared astonished. In his eyes, Lin Xie had already transcended the realm of the ordinary. If he referred to himself as cattle, how absurd must that be? As Xingyu pondered, he was suddenly jolted by the ferocious roar of a monster. He then witnessed the creature's pivot, abandoning the students concealed in the classroom, and rushed towards the end of the corridor. Moments later, the roars faded into silence. With a twitch of his lips, Lin Xie's mundane divine domain detected the external situation. The figure outside was drenched in blood, yet bore no visible wounds, his commanding golden slit-like pupils exuding an aura of disdain, glistening with a sanguinary light. Could it be that he had slaughtered his way up from the first floor? How brief had the time been since their conversation ended until the other party reached the third floor? Lin Xie believed that were it him, dispatching those monsters would pose no challenge, yet it would certainly take longer than this. Was this the capability of Time Zero? Lin Xie marveled, further solidifying his assessment of Lin Xian, merely a brute. At that moment, the figure appeared at the classroom door, resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell. Covered in blood, with droplets from his hair and garments splattering upon the ground, producing a delicate sound. What captured everyone's attention was the pair of vertically slit eyes emanating a golden radiance. As those eyes swept across the room, many found their legs giving way, collapsing to the floor, as if a colossal beast had bowed down to gaze upon the mortal realm, no living being capable of withstanding his gaze. It was not a matter of bravery. Rather, the majesty of those eyes rendered them not in the presence of a man, but before an ancient behemoth. An imposing existence that compelled one to bow in submission and pledge loyalty. The individual paid no heed to the prostrate crowd, merely casting a glance within the room, his gaze traversing Lin Xie and Li Yifei. When he set his eyes upon Xingyu, he momentarily paused, taken aback. The latter was one of the few who had not collapsed, his frail form seemingly fragile, yet he maintained a calm gaze in return. In his eyes, there was no trace of fear, only curiosity. Needless to say, Lin Xian could surmise the identity of this enigmatic figure. It appeared that despite the disturbance to the timeline, Lin Xie still encountered Xingyu. Lin Xian activated his earpiece, confirming that the first to third floors were secured. After uttering these words, he departed. In the eyes of the onlookers, the bloodied youth wielded a gun in one hand and a knife in the other as he ascended to the fourth floor, leaving behind a long trail of crimson footprints. Chapter 23. Engaging in intimate affairs, how terrifying. Li Yifei exhaled deeply. The oppressive presence emanating from those golden eyes was overwhelming. Even through the glass, he felt as though his heart was tightly gripped, his life hanging in the balance. His legs remained weak beneath him. He had never realized Lin Xian possessed such a talent. Suddenly, Li Yifei recalled a term he had encountered in a novel that perfectly encapsulated Lin Xian's current demeanor, killing machine. Indeed, that was the epitome of what he appeared to be, drenched in blood. To his astonishment, he found no trace of fear within himself. Only an insatiable curiosity about the other's physique, intrigued by how a mere gaze could render most of the classroom's occupants incapacitated. He yearned to study the monster they had just encountered. And Xingyu turned to Lin Xie, inquiring, "Can I join your organization?" On the fourth floor, surveying the scattered monster carcasses, Lin Xian smiled. His bloodline purity had successfully risen to 19, just a mere one shy of receiving another reward. Thus far, he had not utilized Time Zero, refraining from doing so since pursuing the snake demon. It had remained untouched. Activating Time Zero incurs nearly 10 minutes of cooldown, and the moment was not yet ripe. Instead, Lin Xian employed another of his linguistic powers, Blood Scythe, though he had only recently mastered it. It sufficed for dealing with these mere shadows. The concentrated blades of wind effortlessly severed the monsters' necks. Indeed, severed was too gentle a term, it was more akin to pulverizing. The wind blades were so fine and dense that Lin Xian's method involved unleashing a multitude of them upon the enemy's neck, akin to placing them in a meat grinder. In mere moments, the monsters were reduced to a puddle of sanguine mush. Blood Scythe also served as an area attack, capable of striking multiple targets simultaneously, provided his mental energy was sufficient. This was the reason for his rapid extermination of foes. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard a commotion from the floor above. "Let us out. Lin Xie, you have no right to restrict our freedom." Lin Xian frowned, his first instinct to chastise the fool who dared to stir trouble at such a time. Provoking a cat to chase a mouse, seeking thrill where none existed. The monsters within the school had yet to be eradicated. "Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Let me out. Lin Xie has no right to imprison us. Be careful, or I will report you. You cannot go out. Lin Xie said there are monsters among you. Shut your mouth. Open your eyes and see, I am Lu Yuan, and this is Han Nua Nua, a classmate." How can you not recognize us? Huh? Han Nuo Nuo? If Lin Xian recalled correctly, Lin Xie had mentioned upon his arrival at school that Han Nuo Nuo was a monster, sharing a dorm with Lu Xiaoyan and Tianli. Yet Lin Xie had chosen not to expose her. Lin Xian ascended to the 5th floor. The moment he appeared, the corridor fell silent, save for Lu Yuan, who remained oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, continuing his quarrel. It was not until Lin Xian approached him that he fell silent. At that moment, Lin Xian had extinguished his golden eyes. What happened? He feigned ignorance. Lu Yuan suddenly found himself at a loss for words, gazing at Lin Xian, blood-soaked and formidable, his legs trembling. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan felt his hand tightened by Han Nuo Nuo. Seeing her quivering form, he summoned a semblance of courage to confront Lin Xian. Lin Xian, it's you. You're Lin Xia's accomplice, aren't you? You're illegally detaining us. Release us immediately, or face the consequences. With Lu Yuan's proclamation, the others finally recognized Lin Xian as well. It was unavoidable. His transformation was so drastic, compounded by his bloodied visage, that it was difficult to identify him. Is that really Lin Xian? Didn't he transfer schools? How could he be here? Transfer my foot. Clearly. He's using that as a ruse to deceive us. He's joined a clandestine organization instead. How many monsters has he actually slain? The group whispered among themselves, their astonishment palpable. It was akin to discovering that a friend who perpetually borrowed money from you, clad in tattered garments, was, in fact, a top-tier heir. Lin Xian remained silent for 2 seconds, casting a glance at Han Nuo Nuo, who was cowering behind Lu Yuan. In this environment filled with students, engaging in a confrontation could lead to collateral damage. Let them go, he gestured, and the 2 guards at the door hesitated momentarily before allowing the pair to exit. Lu Yuan was initially taken aback, then elated. You said it. Don't go back on your word, he exclaimed, seizing Han Nuo Nuo's hand, and dashed away, fearful that Lin Xian would change his mind. As they descended the stairs, Lu Yuan brushed past Lin Xie, ignoring him entirely. His face twisted in displeasure as he continued downward. Lin Xie arched an eyebrow in surprise but did not call out to them. Following closely behind Lin Xie, Li Yifei also wore a look of astonishment. Lin Xian elucidated the sequence of events to him. He could distinctly observe that as he spoke, Lin Xie's expression shifted from surprise to something peculiar. Unlike in the original narrative, in this realm, when encountering the faceless man, Lu Yuan did not resort to humiliation by striking Lin Xie with a bag, thus no animosity was formed between them. Consequently, Lin Xie merely regarded Lu Yuan's actions with a hint of bemusement. However, it was largely thanks to Lu Yuan that Han Nuo Nuo was diverted, ensuring that this building was devoid of any monsters. Let us proceed and catch up with them. Lin Xie waved his hand and turned to Li Yifei. You take everyone to the 3rd floor and rendezvous with Qingyu. But Xie, didn't you say there are? Li Yifei exclaimed, astonished. What a surprise. No wonder both Lin Xie and Lin Xian bear such expressions. Without further ado, Lin Xie and Lin Xian descended the stairs, leaving their classmates engaged in fervent discussion. They were astounded to discover that these 2 youths from their class were affiliated with some mysterious organization. While simultaneously they yearned for the day they too could become individuals like Lin Xian and Lin Xie. Sister Hongying, how are things on your end? The monsters outside have been dealt with, and we've uncovered traces of the Nanjuash demon, which seems to have headed north. North? Lin Xian quickly reviewed the school map in his mind. The northern buildings housed the cafeteria, the arts building, and the playground and teaching building. The teaching building had already been resolved, and the playground was too open to provide adequate concealment. Thus the adversary was likely in the cafeteria or the arts building. Furthermore, the sight of Han Nuo Nuo and Lu Yuan entering the arts building from a distance could hardly be a coincidence. Xiaonan and I are currently in the cafeteria and haven't noticed anything unusual. If you 2 discover the true form of the Nanjuash demon, please do not engage directly. Ensure you hold out until I arrive. Sister Hongying advised. Lin Xian and Lin Xie, while gifted as divine agents, were still only at the Lantern Realm. Confronting at least a Pool Realm Nanjuash demon could prove to be a daunting challenge. That was her perspective. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Lin Xian, under the condition of Time Zero, could contend with the faceless king of the River Realm. With Sister Hongying and Xiaonan in the cafeteria, Lin Xian and Lin Xie exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they hurried towards the arts building. Upon entering, Lin Xian's expression transformed, as the blood-sucking scythe signaled strange sounds emanating from a room on the 2nd floor. Yuan, would you like to partake in something intriguing? It was a sultry voice, akin to that of a siren, unmistakably Han Nuo Nuo. What intriguing thing. Lin Xian could distinctly hear Lu Yuan swallow hard, his voice trembling with excitement. Guess? But there are still monsters outside. That's not ideal, is it? That makes it even more thrilling, doesn't it? Lin Xian could hear Lu Yuan audibly gasp. accompanied by some tantalizing sounds. Just then, Lin Qiye and he completed their search of the first floor and arrived on the second. Lin Qiye sensed the peculiar scene within the room, his expression decidedly complex. Standing before the door, Lin Xian kicked it open with force. Chapter 24, Lin Xian strikes. And the Nanjuash demon falls instantly. Han Nuonyuo's visage had begun to crack slightly, preparing to consume Lu Yuan. At that moment, a thunderous crash resonated as the wooden door was flung open, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Yuan and Han Nuonyuo stared blankly at the entrance. This explosive sound jolted Lu Yuan from his desires, and he glared at the doorway in anger. Who the hell? Are you insane? As Lu Yuan attempted to rise, he found himself pinned to the ground by Han Nuonyuo, immovable. The force was utterly beyond human capability. My apologies. The door has seen better days. Please forgive me. The voice carried a teasing tone, accompanied by an overwhelming scent of blood. In the next moment, two youths stepped into the art classroom, one of whom bore dried blood on his face. Each wielded a long knife, the light streaming through the windows reflecting a chilling gleam off their blades. It was Lin Xian and Lin Qiye. Lin Xian glanced at Lu Yuan, then at Han Nuonyuo with a mocking expression. While I believe in the freedom of all individuals, I must remind you that there exists a reproductive isolation among different beings. Your relationship with her is destined for no fruitful outcome. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yuan, perplexed by Lin Xian's words, retorted vehemently. Yet when he turned back to face Han Nuonyuo, his heart momentarily halted. Before him loomed a grotesque, blood-soaked head. Blooming like a flower, its spikes protruding menacingly. The central part of this flower was directed towards Lu Yuan, its petals slowly folding inwards. He froze in place, his eyes quivering, lips trembling as if he wished to utter something. Experts assert that under extreme fear, the screams of men and women are indistinguishable, both sharp and piercing. Lin Xian believed it. He rushed forward, kicking the monster clad in Han Nuonyuo's guise away, while simultaneously covering Lu Yuan's mouth. Why scream so loud? Lin Xian felt the shock reverberating through his ears. He had yet to switch off the blood-sucking scythe when Lu Yuan had already screamed. The sound, amplified by the scythe, nearly left him deafened. It could be said that the previous monsters he had slain combined posed far less danger than Lu Yuan alone. After a moment, Lu Yuan regained his composure, and Lin Xian wiped his hands on Lu Yuan's clothing, pulling him to his feet and delivering a kick. Get out of here. This is not your place. He had already shown considerable mercy. Should Lu Yuan persist in his ignorance, Lin Xian would truly have to respect the natural order. Get out. Now. Stumbling from the kick, Lu Yuan scrambled out the door, his footsteps fading away. Witnessing this, Han Nuonyuo prepared to attack, her petal-like head expanding to its fullest. Calm down. If all goes as expected, you should be the last of the Nanjuash offspring in this school. Lin Qiye sheathed his blade, signaling his lack of malice, while Lin Xian nonchalantly sat on a nearby step, ready to observe. Nanjuash demon, I know you can communicate with us through this body. Why not have a chat? The fleshy petals gradually closed, and the Nanjuash demon's vessel reverted to Han Nuonyuo's form. I have nothing to discuss with the Night Watchman. Your words betray your true feelings. It appears you possess a deep understanding of society and humanity. If I am not mistaken, you have been lurking in this city for quite some time. Frankly, I find it perplexing. With your capabilities, there was no need to proliferate your offspring and attract the Night Watchman's attention. You could easily attach yourself to a select few powerful individuals and enjoy a life of luxury, yet you have not. I struggle to comprehend your motives. Why should you care? Breeding offspring is my instinct, just as humans require food and water. If it were some other mystery, I might believe you. But you are clearly different. You possess high intelligence and great caution. You cannot possibly be unable to control your desires. I am inclined to think you harbor deeper intentions that we have yet to uncover. What a ridiculous deduction. Han Nuonyuo's smile widened, revealing a grotesque grin that seemed to mock Lin Qiye's conjecture. Meanwhile, Lin Xian silently wished for a bucket of popcorn. The Nanjuash demon's scheme was indeed quite successful. After all, who could have anticipated that Li Yifei was a deliberately crafted second persona of the Nanjuash demon, designed to avoid exposure before others? Who could guess that the Nanjuash demon would drag the entire school into chaos, all merely to facilitate Li Yifei's entry into the Night Watchman? I must concede, the presence of this Lin Xian beside you is quite troublesome. Even though he is merely at the Lantern Realm, he has single-handedly slain dozens of my offspring. Hanno raised her head, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. Are you thinking about me? Lin Xian had not anticipated that the matter could somehow involve him. He lifted his head, locking eyes with Hanno, refusing to yield. What are you looking at? Lin Xian shot back with a sharp retort, a golden glint flickering in his eyes. The Nanda serpent demon revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, you are quite formidable, but ultimately, you too are merely at the light realm. Tell me, If I were to kill you both here and plant the serpent seed, would your companions even notice? As soon as the words left his mouth, the blood-sucking sickle relayed a message to Lin Xian. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the wall behind him. He and Lin Xie lunged to the sides. In that instant, a gigantic shadow crashed through the wall, howling past the spot where they had just been. Simultaneously, its tail whipped towards Lin Xie at lightning speed. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Lin Xie was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Coughing, he struggled to his feet, his expression grave. Before them stood a terrifying creature with a serpentine tail and a human body, its face jutting out in a triangular shape. Its entire body was covered in dark green, dense scales, and its long, blood-red tongue flicked in and out, revealing its chilling long fangs. Sister Hongying, the Nanda serpent demon has appeared, right in the music room of the art building. Lin Xie exclaimed urgently, drawing his long knife towards the serpent demon. His arm, still slightly numb from blocking the tail earlier, attested to its immense power. I'm on my way. You must hold on and avoid a direct confrontation. Just stall for time. Through his earpiece, Lin Xie could hear the rush of wind as Hongying hurried to their location. At that moment, she seemed to be racing against the wind, fully aware of the peril Lin Xian and Lin Xie faced, determined to arrive as swiftly as possible. She could not bear to lose her companions once more. Simultaneously, the serpent demon let out a hiss and lunged at Lin Xian, intent on dealing with him first. It twisted its body, bringing its massive tail crashing down towards Lin Xian, generating a fierce gust of wind, swift as lightning. Lin Xian's reflexes were remarkably sharp. The terrifying dynamic vision of his golden eyes activated at that moment, allowing him to catch sight of the sweeping tail and the claws that followed closely behind. He abruptly dodged to the side. Boom! The position Lin Xian had just occupied was struck with tremendous force by the tail, shattering the tiles beneath into powder. The claws swept through the air, slicing effortlessly through the nearby tables and chairs as if they were mere butter, leaving behind a perfectly smooth cut. With both attacks evaded, the serpent demon showed no signs of slowing down and continued its relentless assault on Lin Xian, launching a barrage of strikes like a furious storm. Meanwhile, Lin Xie raised his gun, ready to fire, but the Nanda serpent demon moved too swiftly, entangled with Lin Xian in a fierce struggle, making it difficult to avoid collateral damage. Lin Xie's brow furrowed in concentration. He felt a sense of urgency as Lin Xian evaded continuously, while the serpent demon pressed closer, cornering him against the wall. Just then, Lin Xian made his move. All sounds in the music room faded away, the sounds of breathing, the slicing wind from the claws, the crashing tail against the ground, all stretched into infinity. The rhythm slowed down, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The light from outside illuminated Lin Xian, casting shadows upon the serpent demon's face. The creature appeared to be moving in slow motion, inching towards Lin Xian frame by frame, its movements excruciatingly sluggish. Beside him, Lin Xie wore a look of anxiety, his long knife reflecting cold light as he prepared to engage the serpent demon, ready to relieve Lin Xian of some pressure. In that moment, the world transformed into a colorless oil painting, while Lin Xian remained the only vibrant existence within it, poised to act freely and joyfully. He stepped forward gently, raising his handgun. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 3 seconds in the outside world, 9 bullets were unleashed, hurtling towards various points on the Nanda serpent demon's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next moment, Lin Xian saw the serpent demon's body begin to twist slightly, seemingly reacting to the bullets, attempting to evade. However, it was too slow. 7 of the bullets struck the demon, embedding themselves in its scales and flesh, erupting in a spray of crimson. 2 of the bullets hit the same spot, the demon's upper lip. Lin Xian's long knife followed suit. With a piercing sound, the 2 bullets and the blade pierced through the demon's toughest scales, penetrating its skull. Yet, Lin Xian did not seize time zero. He swiftly withdrew his long knife. 3 flashes of cold light followed, targeting the neck, chest, and serpent tail. Lin Xian understood the significance of delivering a finishing blow. Countless films and novels from his past life had taught him that some monsters were not mortally wounded by merely severing their heads. Once he had completed the task, Lin Xian approached Hanno, casually beheading her as well, thus concluding time zero. Throughout it all, the outside world had barely passed 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Lin Xie felt a blur before his eyes as Lin Xian's figure left a lingering afterimage, and 9 flashes of fire erupted before him. The gunfire converged into a single point, exploding with a thunderous roar. It was as if the 9 shots rang out simultaneously, detonating in Lin Xie's ears. Thud. The headless body of the serpent demon crashed to the ground, its tail and torso severed cleanly, revealing the blood-stained floor through its chest. Thud. The demon's head fell, producing a dull sound, its face still bearing an expression of disbelief, eyes wide open in death. Chapter 25. The event concludes. Si Xiaonan and the two beasts Lin Qiye had thought that narrowly escaping the Nanda serpent demon's attack was Lin Xian's limit, but to his astonishment, the next moment, the serpent demon lay lifeless, its eyes still open. Assessing his still numb arm, Lin Qiye suddenly felt the stark disparity between individuals. Despite both being divine representatives at the light realm, why was the gap between them so vast? His own realm, the mortal god domain, served little purpose beyond mental detection, merely functioning as a supportive domain. Unlike Lin Xian, who, upon activating time zero, had decapitated the demon before it even registered the threat. While he felt no jealousy, a hint of envy flickered within him. Yet, Lin Qiye quickly regained his composure. He never considered himself the protagonist of the world, nor did he believe such a concept truly existed. Acknowledging that others might surpass him was not a source of shame. How about that? Do I look handsome? A teasing voice chimed in Lin Qiye's ear, accompanied by an arm draping over his shoulders. He rolled his eyes, realizing his earlier worries had been unfounded. After days of interaction, Lin Qiye had come to recognize that Lin Xian, though serious in front of outsiders, was genuinely a rather mischievous person. Just as Lin Xian was about to speak further, both of them turned their heads in unison, glancing sideways. A figure shot across the ground like a flaming meteor, leaving a long trail behind, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before them. A wave of heat surged as Hong Ying approached, her expression serious. "Where's the Nanda serpent demon?" she inquired, scanning both of them from head to toe, relieved to see they were intact before searching the surroundings. When her gaze landed on a heap on the ground, her expression froze. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye's voice came from beside her. "There, on the ground." Already dealt with by Lin Xian. Hong Ying turned to look at Lin Xian, her expression one of disbelief. "You took it down?" She had previously cautioned them to simply stall and avoid a direct confrontation, aware that the Nanda serpent demon was at the pool realm, its level posing a significant threat. Hong Ying had worried that Lin Xian and Lin Qiye would be overpowered, sustaining severe injuries, and had even contemplated the worst-case scenarios. In pursuit of her mission, she hurried over, only to discover that the Nanda serpent demon had already been vanquished. Lin Xian nodded gently, his attention now diverted from the matter at hand. He sensed that after slaying the serpent, his bloodline purity had successfully risen to 20. Eagerly, he anticipated the unveiling of new abilities. Noticing Hong Ying's inquisitive gaze, he tempered his excitement and shifted the conversation. "Hong Ying, with this task resolved, can we finally eat?" Lin Xian posed the quintessential question of humanity, not merely as a diversion, but because he genuinely felt a pang of hunger after their extensive endeavors. "Well, the aftermath remains, but if you wish to dine, we must head to a restaurant. The captain is currently occupied," Hong Ying replied, gesturing dismissively before crouching beside the serpent's corpse, donning her earpiece to report to Chen Mai. "Very well." Lin Xian turned to Lin Qiye. "I'm not asking for money, but doesn't this all seem a tad peculiar?" "In what way?" Lin Qiye inquired. "It's just a feeling." The Nanda serpent demon seemed to perish with an unsettling ease, almost too smooth to be natural. Lin Xian scratched his head, uncertain even of his own intuition. Lin Qiye remained outwardly unchanged but inwardly marveled at Lin Xian's sharp instincts. He had formed a bold hypothesis, spurred by Qingyu's earlier hint. Despite being relentless in battle, Lin Xian still managed to sense something amiss. Was this a primal intuition unique to beasts? Lin Xian fixed Lin Qiye with a penetrating gaze, arms crossed, sensing that he was pondering something impolite. "You're overthinking it," Lin Qiye retorted, striding purposefully towards the exit. Evading Lin Xian's scrutiny, Lin Xian shrugged, choosing not to follow, but instead making his way to the school gates. He understood Lin Qiye's intent, but opted not to intervene. As he had initially surmised, Li Yifei was a crucial player. A being with humanity, he held an irreplaceable role in Lin Qiye's psychiatric realm. Thus, Lin Xian resolved to leave Li Yifei's fate in Lin Qiye's hands. Watching from a distance while feigning surprise seemed exhausting. As for worrying about Lin Qiye's safety, Lin Xian tilted his head towards the sky. The protective barrier had been lifted, revealing a dark expanse adorned with faint stars. Night had fallen. He recalled that Lin Qiye's abilities doubled at night, known as the Starry Night Dancer, if memory served him right. Suddenly, 3 gunshots rang out from the teaching building, followed by a long whistle. Upon reaching the school gates, Lin Xian found Hong Ying and Xiaonan already waiting. "Lin Qiye, are you sure you don't need my assistance?" Hong Ying communicated with Lin Qiye through her earpiece. At that moment, Lin Qiye was engaged in combat with Li Yifei, or rather, the true form of the Nanda serpent demon. "No need, let me handle this. After all, he is my classmate. Killing him myself is a way to provide closure." Xiaonan muttered under her breath, "Freak." She glanced at Lin Xian approaching. "Oh no, I should say 2 freaks, and one is worse than the other." These two were absurdly formidable, each capable of challenging opponents of a higher tier, quite outrageous indeed. Lin Xian chose to ignore Xiaonan's remarks, settling quietly at the school gates. After a while, a slender figure approached with steady steps. It was Lin Xie, drenched in blood. "Are you injured?" Hong Ying inquired with concern. "No," Lin Xie replied, shaking his head as he turned to Lin Xian. He had intended to ask why Lin Xian had not accompanied him to the classroom, but ultimately refrained. He harbored a nagging suspicion that Lin Xian was aware of the true mastermind behind the events. Lin Xian seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate many occurrences. The mysterious incidents on campus were first brought to light by Lin Xian, and the following day, Li Yifei, or the Nantua serpent demon, had come calling. It seemed too coincidental, as if the adversary could foresee the future. Lin Xie wanted to voice his thoughts, but decided against it, recognizing the impropriety of prying into other secrets. Everyone harbors their own mysteries, just as he kept the existence of a psychiatric facility in his mind to himself. Noticing Lin Xie's hesitance, Lin Xian maintained a neutral expression, slightly surprised by Lin Xie's perceptiveness. Had he sensed something? It mattered little, for Lin Xian had no intent to conceal anything, having read the original text. He understood Lin Xie's character well. If one treats him sincerely, he reciprocates that sincerity, unlike those who would betray their friends behind their backs. Unbeknownst to Hong Ying and Xiao Nan, they led the two out of the school gates. Outside, a sleek black car awaited, with Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan seated inside, gazing expectantly at their approach. Upon seeing that the group appeared unscathed, a smile crept onto Chen Mai's face. "How was it?" he asked Lin Xian and Lin Xie, recognizing this as their first mission together. "It went rather well," Lin Xian replied. "A bit surprisingly simple," Lin Xie added. "Two show-offs," Xiaonan scoffed. Chapter 26. What is the most severe mental illness? He fantasizes about being loved. Lin Xian felt quite satisfied with their mission, yet a tinge of melancholy clouded him. Both Zero Time and the blood-sucking scythe demanded mental energy to wield, and presently, he was limited to the realm of the lantern, rendering his mental capacity insufficient. Moreover, Lin Xian harbored a speculation regarding Zero Time. His current Zero Time merely accelerated his own movements, resembling a lower-tier alternative known as Instant. True Zero Time encompassed a domain that could extend over a certain area, creating the illusion of time stretching indefinitely within its confines. He could exempt others within this range, aligning their state with his own. In essence, True Zero Time was a collective ability, allowing not only the user to accelerate time, but also extending that effect to others. Yet, with his own Zero Time state barely sustainable for 4 seconds, feeling utterly drained once the time elapsed. The notion of expanding the domain to include others was a distant dream. Lin Xian speculated that perhaps upon reaching the pool or river realms, he could finally achieve that expansion. "All is well, hop in. I'll treat you to hot pot," the captain declared, eliciting a chuckle. "It's a treat? More like a self-service hot pot." Click. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Long Xian lowered his camera, tenderly admiring the captured image, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the frame, several individuals sat in the black car, laughing and joking. Hong Ying puffed her cheeks, leaning forward to poke Wen Qima, who laughed and dodged, nearly causing Xiaonan, nestled in Hong Ying's lap, to tumble forward. Lin Xian closed his eyes to rest, while Lin Xie cast a sidelong glance out the window. Chun Mai focused intently on driving, a bemused smile lingering on his face, as if he were at a loss with these lively characters. "It seems we may be exceeding capacity," Long Xian muttered, unable to suppress his smile. Inside the hot pot restaurant, the team gathered in a corner, the cacophony of voices enveloping them from all directions. The bustling atmosphere brimmed with the essence of everyday life, as patrons navigated the space, plates in hand, eagerly selecting ingredients. The yin-yang pot bubbled with a rich broth, dividing into fiery red and pristine white, as slices of meat and vegetables danced within. As Chun Mai poured meat into the pot, he suddenly received a phone call. "Captain, while we were cleaning up the battlefield, we discovered that the head of the Nantua serpent demon has gone missing." "Missing?" Chun Mai furrowed his brows, his voice remaining calm. It was possible that the student had hidden away, but the void realm was present, preventing any escape. Thus, you should first use Dream Whisper to erase the memories of all the faculty and students in the school. At that point, the opponent will walk right into the trap. "Understood." Lin Xian, overhearing the conversation between Chen Mai and the person opposite him, wore a contemplative expression. The head of the Nanda snake demon had suddenly vanished. If memory served, it had been taken by Qingyu for research. It seemed that the timeline in this regard had not changed much. The training camp was about to commence, and it appeared that Qingyu had made an appearance during the New Year holiday, albeit discreetly. It seemed the true reveal would not come until a year later. Never mind, there were greater matters at hand. Food was of utmost importance. In Long Weiwen Community, Villa Number 5. The summer's monotonous cicada calls intertwined with the rustling of leaves, reaching Lin Xian's ears. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Xian closed his eyes. In the distance lay an endless mist, alongside towering, withered trees. Nearby stood a gigantic tombstone, rivaling the height of ancient giants. Lin Xian's bloodline purity had risen to 20. He glanced at the dragon script indicating 20, and upon comprehension, he suddenly froze. The blood of the mortal king must end with the sword. The dragon script was as crimson as blood. With this phrase embedding itself in his mind, a new ability along with a wealth of information surged forth. The ability, sin and punishment, was not a word spirit. Along with it came a sword box. At that moment, the sword box stood beside Lin Xian. With a gentle tap, it unfurled, revealing 7 weapons within. They were the 7 deadly sins. Lin Xian sorted through the information in his mind, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. The ability sin and punishment was closely intertwined with the 7 deadly sins. When Lin Xian inflicted injury upon an enemy using any of the 7 deadly sins weapons, they would absorb the enemy's vitality and return it to him. The most immediate feedback manifested as stamina and recovery speed. Given that his recovery speed was already extraordinary, combined with sin and punishment, Lin Xian could hardly fathom how rapid his recuperation would become. As for stamina, with sin and punishment and the 7 deadly sins, as long as there were adversaries nearby, Lin Xian need not worry about fatigue. Previously, stamina had been a significant concern for him. Possessing a powerful physique came with an alarming rate of consumption. However, stamina could only be replenished through substantial nourishment. Lin Xian had even worried that, in the future, ordinary food would no longer suffice, compelling him to consume the mysterious and even divine. His fingers brushed against the sword box. The 7 deadly sins, comprising 7 blades, represented pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. However, the 7 deadly sins before Lin Xian appeared to differ from those in the Dragon Clan. In the Dragon Clan, the 7 deadly sins began with pride and concluded with lust. Conversely, the sequence of weapons before Lin Xian was reversed. With lust at the lowest and pride at the highest, Lin Xian delicately caressed the hilt of the lust sword, applying a slight force. With a swift motion. Upon drawing the lust, its abilities flooded into his mind. Lust was the rending sword among the 7 deadly sins when slicing through objects. Its blade would vibrate at an exceedingly high frequency, tearing apart opponents. It was a short sword, with a blade length of 60 centimeters, notably in the Japanese two-sword style. The term two swords refers to the tachi and the wakizashi. Lust was stunning, its blade a deep azure adorned with silver patterns, glimmering as it moved. The distinction between the 7 deadly sins in Lin Xian's possession and those from the original text, aside from the order, lay in an additional ability. Beyond its capacity for high-frequency vibration, it could also mark enemies. This mark would persist for 48 hours before vanishing. During this time, any foe marked by lust would be relentlessly pursued, akin to an unsuspecting maiden being stalked by a lecherous brute, no matter how far they fled. Lin Xian chuckled, finding his metaphor quite fitting with the sword's name. Gripping lust, he swung it gently, producing a series of slicing winds. With a twist of his wrist, he performed a flourish, returning the sword to its sheath and retrieving the second blade in the prescribed order. Gluttony. Gluttony was an Atacama long sword, a type of Damascus blade. Lin Xian's Atacama long sword was a straight-edged weapon, characterized by its linear blade and tip, overall in a verdant hue. This sword measured approximately 80 centimeters in length, with numerous tiny cavities along the blade, capable of releasing toxins upon piercing prey, thereby inducing poisoning. Currently, 3 types of toxins were at his disposal, subject to his will. One was a lethal toxin, another a stupor-inducing poison capable of incapacitating even dragons. And the last was the most unsettling. It was not fatal but incessantly infected the opponent's body, akin to maggots in the flesh, exceedingly difficult to remove and immensely painful. Most crucially, once this toxin resided within, it meant that gluttony was continuously harming the foe, thereby providing the wielder with a steady influx of vitality. It was akin to a dull knife gradually cutting flesh. The reason there were currently only 3 toxins available was that gluttony could devour toxins from other creatures, allowing it to evolve and produce different toxins. Each cavity in the blade could consume toxins, evolving into myriad poisons, with greater quantities yielding enhanced effects. This was the unique aspect of gluttony. As Lin Xian attempted to draw greed, he found himself unable to do so. He tried pulling the remaining blades. But aside from lust and gluttony, the others remained stuck. Was he limited to drawing just 2? At present, Lin Xian could only wield 2 weapons, prompting him to ponder the correlation with his current bloodline purity of 20. As his bloodline purity reached 20, his physical attributes became increasingly exaggerated. Lin Xian felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, every movement imbued with explosive power. With a resonant hum, a stone split effortlessly, reminiscent of cutting through tofu. Lin Xian gazed at the cleaved surface, noting the fine powder scattered about, stirred by the night breeze, sending up wisps of dust. The high-frequency vibrations of lust had shattered the surface, creating such a cleft. Gluttony and sin and punishment were not suitable for immediate experimentation. So he decided to retire for the night, planning to explore further later. The following morning, Lin Xian and Lin Qiye sat together in the training ground. Lin Xian, what do you think could lead someone to view others as their own children? During a training break, Lin Qiye suddenly posed this question. Intrigued to see how this enigmatic individual would respond. To regard others as one's own children? Lin Xian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lin Qiye would ask him such a question. He knew Lin Qiye was referring to the dark goddess Nyx in the psychiatric hospital. I believe it may stem from having lost one's own child, perhaps more than one. In such cases, providing steadfast companionship is crucial. Lin Xian offered his perspective. Oh, I see, Lin Qiye nodded. In truth, many of us are not so different from the mentally ill, are we? How so? For instance, I have witnessed some unfortunate souls who are gravely ill. How grave? They fantasize about being loved. Lin Xian gazed at the bright overhead lights of the training ground, feeling an inexplicable sense of loneliness. Chapter 27. Lin Xian, this fellow, is nothing short of extraordinary. Clang, clang, clang. The training ground was filled with relentless clashes, stirring up fierce winds. The two combatants resembled indistinct shadows in motion. Clang. One of them pivoted, distancing themselves from the other, yet their breathing remained steady. This individual was none other than Lin Xian, facing off against Chen Mai. All right, let's conclude today's training here, Chen Mai remarked, glancing at his slightly trembling hands and nodding approvingly at Lin Xian, clearly satisfied. Good. Lin Qiye, who had been watching from the sidelines, stood up and walked out of the training ground alongside Lin Xian. Lin Xian led the way, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Throughout this time, Lin Xian's greatest improvement lay in his combat skills and weapon handling, significantly aided by Chen Mai's diligent instruction. Thus far, he had become proficient in unarmed combat, standard long knives, and various other weapons. Thanks to the extensive arsenal at the training grounds and Chen Mai's meticulous guidance. Presently, Lin Xian could hold his own against Chen Mai without relying on his spirit language. Every battle was a true test, with real blades and flashing steel. Eventually, both Chen Mai and Lin Xian even began to infuse their sparring sessions with a hint of lethal intent. The pace of progress was astonishing, prompting every spectator to exclaim in awe at Lin Xian's extraordinary combat talent. However, it was not solely his innate abilities that allowed him to achieve parity with Chen Mai in such a short span. His remarkable physical conditioning and resilience to impact also played a crucial role, enabling him to engage in intense combat. Lin Qiye had once jokingly remarked that Lin Xian's stamina seemed boundless. While it was said that only overworked oxen existed in this world, Lin Xian could be likened to a field that had been overfarmed. Old Zhao, typically unable to emerge often, managed to spare only an hour each day, spending the rest of his time within Nibelungen. Though most of his day was spent in slumber, accompanied by various forms of entertainment, Lin Xian would still make it a point to engage in sparring with Old Zhao, ensuring that the solitary elder did not guard the dragon root alone. Naturally, Old Zhao welcomed the opportunity for a sparring partner. Hong Ying had once remarked that even without the use of the Forbidden Ruins, the two could match each other. It was important to note that, even without the Forbidden Ruins, Chen Mai still possessed the physical prowess characteristic of the Chuan realm, far beyond that of an ordinary person like Zhao Kanqing. Yet, under these circumstances, Zhao Kanqing could still hold his ground against Chen Mai. One could not deny that Old Zhao's self-praise had merit. He was indeed a genius in combat. With the guidance of esteemed mentors Zhao Kanqing and Chen Mai, combined with Lin Xian's extraordinary physical attributes, a remarkable transformation unfolded, akin to a vigorous chemical reaction, leading to rapid advancement. Furthermore, Lin Xian's bloodline purity had risen from 20 to 21, indicating that such increases became increasingly challenging after reaching 20. When his bloodline purity was at 18, he could have ascended to 20 within a month. Lin Xian silently reflected on his gains over the past month. His command of the blood scythe had become seamless. Whether gathering information or utilizing wind blades, both had become second nature to him. The auditory collection range of the blood scythe had expanded to 30 meters, an increase of 5 meters from a month prior. The same applied to the wind blades. As for directing sound waves in a specific direction, he could extend the reach up to 170 meters at most. This was all thanks to the cultivation methods imparted by Wen Qimo. Lin Xian felt he was nearing the threshold of the pool realm. Upon emerging from the basement to the surface, Lin Xian discovered that Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were waiting for them, indicating that the team leader had informed them in advance. Si Xiaonan tugged at Lin Xian's arm, pulling him outside, her short legs kicking with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "Let us hurry. We'll grab some lunch first and then go shopping. I remember a new mall opened to the south. It's the perfect opportunity to check it out." Hong Ying walked ahead, the jingling of car keys in her hand creating a lively sound. Clearly, both young women were brimming with enthusiasm for shopping. That afternoon, the quartet thoroughly explored Songnan City. By the end, Lin Xian and Lin Xie were adorned with an array of shopping bags hanging from their arms and necks. Lin Xian looked skyward. Pondering his life as a lifelong singleton, he had never experienced the joy of shopping with girls before. He had only heard online that during such outings, it was often the males who became exhausted, while females appeared to possess boundless energy. Observing this firsthand confirmed the truth of those claims. It was only due to Lin Xian's extraordinary physical condition that he felt no fatigue. One could hardly believe that Si Xiaonan had even suggested buying him a dress, claiming it would suit him perfectly. A dress was one thing, but a backless gown was quite another. Reflecting on this, Lin Xie shot a glance at Lin Xian, who had mocked him earlier, only for Si Xiaonan to subsequently present Lin Xian with a professional outfit complete with stockings, leaving Lin Xian visibly pale. Lin Xie could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Over the past month, Lin Xian had grown intimately familiar with the members of the Night Watch Team 136. They were no longer mere characters from a book, but vibrant individuals with distinct personalities. Si Xiaonan was a lively spirit, seemingly aloof, yet playful at heart. Long Xian appeared stern but was, in fact, a reserved jokester who enjoyed documenting their moments with photographs. Wen Qima was perpetually squinting, and Lin Xian had never witnessed him in a state of anger. Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan occasionally lost himself in thought, staring at the scars on his palm, prompting those around him to respectfully maintain silence. Lin Xian understood that he was reminiscing about the Blue Rain team and contemplating how to avenge their losses. If possible, he wished to assist Wu Xiangnan in seeking retribution. Then there was the captain and Lin Xie. The captain was serious and protective, embodying the role of a father figure, quietly considering everything for them without explicitly stating it. Lin Xie, too, had often gazed towards home, a hint of sorrow reflected in his eyes. In such moments, Lin Xian would sit quietly beside him, saying nothing, understanding that some sentiments required no words between two men. Looking at the bags of supplies before him, Lin Xian smiled with genuine happiness. After a month of camaraderie, he had come to regard the members of Team 136 as family. They provided warmth akin to a home, a sensation he had not experienced since his grandmother, who had raised him, passed away. Thank you. Chapter 28. New recruits assemble, heroes gather, storms converge. Originally set to convene in the capital, this year's new recruit training had been relocated to Songnan City. The members of Team 136 were momentarily taken aback upon receiving this news. Indeed, Lin Xian mused internally. Lin Xie could not leave Songnan City. If he did, the realm of mundane existence would collapse, and the miraculous city along with its 100,000 residents would vanish. At this moment, the group was en route to the training camp. Due to the need to transport luggage, they were using a spacious white Mitsubishi van. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with an awkward tension as everyone exchanged glances. Lin Xie felt his heart bleed. After preparing so many items the previous afternoon, much of it would now go unused. Setting aside the train tickets he couldn't refund, the down jacket and thick comforter purchased by Hong Ying were completely unnecessary. Songnan City, situated in the south, experienced mild winters. That was a considerable amount of money wasted. Lin Xie lamented internally while Lin Xian observed with keen interest. Although he too had made some regrettable purchases, witnessing Lin Xie's predicament was quite entertaining. Truth be told, while shopping with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, he had completely forgotten that this training would take place in Songnan City, rendering all those purchases excessive. He was aware of the script. Yet he was only human, not a sage with an IQ of 200, capable of foreseeing every outcome. It is entirely reasonable to forget such matters. Lin Xian attempted to justify himself. The white van finally came to a halt in a desolate suburb. Although it belonged to Songnan City, there was not a soul in sight for 20 miles, only a series of watchtowers. The military acted swiftly. Almost immediately after orders were issued for the training camp to commence in Songnan City, they began fortifying the area. Lin Xian and Lin Xie, each pulling 2 suitcases, made their way toward the distant checkpoint. The others, including Hong Ying, could only escort them this far. Beyond lay a military-restricted zone where ordinary citizens were forbidden to tread. Suddenly, Lin Xian looked up in a particular direction, sensing that he was being targeted. In the sunlight, he noticed a faint glimmer. It was a sniper. The opposing party was taken aback. Despite being several kilometers away, Lin Xian had managed to detect him. causing the hand holding the walkie-talkie to hesitate. He was reporting to his superior about the two young men approaching, noting that one seemed to have noticed him. Are you certain? It's over 1,000 meters away. Even seasoned soldiers can hardly spot a sniper at that distance. I'm not entirely sure. But he is indeed looking in my direction. A long silence ensued on the other end of the walkie-talkie, followed by a click of the tongue. This year's training camp seems filled with prodigies. Lin Xian, what are you looking at? Lin Xie glanced in the direction of Lin Xian's gaze but found nothing. It must be the military sniper responsible for external surveillance. Lin Xian's instincts had become as sharp as those of a wild beast, even more so than ordinary animals. Had the sniper not been aiming at him, he would not have sensed his presence. Chen Mai had once discussed this with him. In combat, especially among skilled fighters, there are no fixed techniques. It is more about improvisation in response to the situation, relying on reflexes and intuition. Lin Xian's intuition had grown so formidable that even if Chen Mai were to launch a surprise attack from behind without a sound, he would still be able to react, rolling away to evade. Even if Chen Mai remained completely silent, Lin Xian would sense something amiss, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. According to Lin Xian, such stealthy attacks were glaringly obvious, like a chill in the warm sun. Impossible to ignore. As for why Chen Mai would attempt a surprise attack from behind, do not ask. Before long, a military green pickup truck appeared before Lin Xian and Lin Xie, from which an officer emerged, speaking with a Sichuan accent. What are you doing? New recruits for training. Lin Xian replied succinctly. New recruits? You arrived quite swiftly. Show me your identification. Lin Xian and Lin Xie had prepared in advance, presenting their IDs. After a brief inspection, the officer waved them on. Get in the car. You two are the first to arrive. Simultaneously, Lin Xian felt the sensation of being targeted dissipate. The sniper no longer aimed at them. The two exchanged glances and stepped into the vehicle. The training camp was expansive, with buildings constructed from an unknown material, not hastily erected. Clearly, the higher authorities had meticulously planned this training session. Lin Xian nodded to himself. It was only natural, as they had undoubtedly kept a close watch on Lin Xie. The captain of the 136th unit was not an ordinary individual, after all. Moreover, the captain had survived thus far thanks to Lin Xie's extraordinary abilities. Lin Xian contemplated the possibility of pulling the captain into his own nebulan realm when Lin Xie revoked his powers, providing companionship for old Zhao, who had been clamoring for another match with Chen Mai. As they dragged their suitcases through the training camp, they encountered an officer. He was initially passing by but suddenly seemed to realize something, turning to fix his gaze upon their faces. After a series of confirmations, he approached. You are Lin Xian and Lin Xie, correct? You know us. Lin Xie asked, perplexed. Of course. The divine agents of Mikhail and Nidhogg are quite rare. It's not often that we see one, let alone two at once. Come, let me show you around the training camp, where you will be residing for the next year. It was evident that the officer was quite talkative, launching into a lengthy discourse without waiting for Lin Xian and Lin Xie to respond. He recounted tales of the canteen staff who had come all the way from the capital, amusing anecdotes from the training grounds, and even the blunders of fellow soldiers. Lin Xian noticed that as the officer spoke, a nearby officer's expression darkened, as if to say, you'd better watch out tonight. You want to have it easy. Lin Xian and Lin Xie listened intently, and eventually, the officer led them to the dormitory building, allowing them to choose their own rooms. Shouldn't we share a room? Lin Xie suggested, feeling more familiar with Lin Xian than with the others in the camp, seeking mutual support. Let us each pick a separate room. If we share, there won't be any room for Bailey. That is fair. Lin Xie nodded, dragging his pink suitcase into one room. Lin Xian chose another room with ample light, pulling his matching suitcase inside. The dormitory was sparse, furnished with only 2 hard beds and a wooden cabinet in between, with nothing else present. There was no air conditioning, nor even a fan. However, it mattered little. Lin Xian's physical conditioning rendered him indifferent to temperature extremes. Methodically arranging the bed linens, he sank his consciousness into the nebulan realm. Lin Xian observed old Zhao sprawled on the floor, scratching his belly and snoring. He nudged him with his foot. Old Zhao, wake up. It's time to go. Chapter 29. Fatty praises Chie's fragrance. Chao Yuan's resolve shatters the next morning at the training ground. Lin Xian and Lin Xie sat on the steps, their backs soaked with sweat. Just moments ago, they had engaged in another hand-to-hand combat session, concluding with Lin Xian's victory. In the absence of weapons, Lin Xian's advantage in strength was undeniably maximized. The reason for their frequent sparring was that 10 days prior, Chen Mai had mandated that Lin Xian and Lin Xie engage in daily bouts, sometimes unarmed and other times with weapons, under the guise of mutual improvement. Lin Xie often lost, with his victories typically occurring at night. Yet he remained undeterred, for this beast could not be measured by ordinary standards. Here, Lin Xian tossed a bottle of water to Lin Xie. Thank you. You're welcome. The two sat side by side, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang held a pair of binoculars, his expression complex. He turned to his aide. Did you witness the recent bout? The aide nodded, appearing somewhat incredulous, sensing that either of the two boys possessed combat skills that could rival his own. As the chief instructor's aide, he was no ordinary individual, having served for over a decade with abundant combat experience. Yet, in a one-on-one, unarmed scenario, he had no confidence in defeating either of them. Is this the caliber of new recruits these days? Yuan Gang sighed softly. If he wasn't mistaken, those two hadn't even utilized their forbidden techniques. In such circumstances, their speed had left him feeling somewhat dazzled, particularly the taller one, whose strikes were ruthless and lethal, compelling him to tread carefully. Conversely, the boy he faced managed to respond with composure, albeit still being pressured by the taller youth. Truly impressive. It is no wonder they are divine agents. After a long pause, Yuan Gang voiced his admiration, his eyes gleaming with pride. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Lin Xian and Lin Xie had consistently remained on the list of individuals under close scrutiny. However, Yuan Gang felt that perhaps the level of attention afforded to them warranted an elevation. The youth, with his raven-black hair and dark eyes, sat quietly on the bed, his fingers deftly manipulating a string of prayer beads as he silently recited something. With the aid of his blood-sucking sickle, Lin Xian could distinctly discern that the words being uttered were from a Buddhist scripture. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a delectable aura emanating from the other. This person's forbidden domain was even more alluring than Lin Xie's mundane realm. Although Lin Xie's domain was not yet complete, it was certainly not something that just any forbidden domain could easily emulate. Judging by the individual's serene recitation of scriptures, Lin Xian contemplated, "Greetings, I am Lin Xian. Xiao Yuan." The youth replied succinctly, closing his eyes once more and lapsing into silence. So it is him, Lin Xian thought upon hearing the name Xiao Yuan. He understood that Xiao Yuan's demeanor was not one of indifference, but rather a manifestation of concern over potential harm to others. A lingering shadow from a past incident that had left him deeply scarred. Lin Xian chose not to engage further and quietly began to consume his meager rations. Just as he was eating, he noticed Xiao Yuan had opened his eyes, fixating intently on the food in Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian raised his compressed biscuit in inquiry. "Would you like some?" Xiao Yuan closed his eyes again, replying, "I am not hungry." A faint rumbling sound emanated from Xiao Yuan's direction. Subtly audible, yet magnified to Lin Xian's ears, crystal clear in its clarity. "If you are hungry, turn left upon exiting. The first building is the supply station," Lin Xian suggested, gesturing toward the outside. "No need," Xiao Yuan replied after a brief silence, ultimately shaking his head. He valued his pride too much. It would be rather unbecoming to declare himself unhungry only to visit the supply station immediately afterward. Lin Xian cast a glance at him before turning to leave the dormitory. Recognizing the awkwardness in Xiao Yuan's demeanor, wanting to procure supplies but hindered by his sense of dignity, the rumbling of his stomach could no longer be concealed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian decided to visit Lin Xie's dormitory, anticipating that Bai Li Pang would have arrived by now. Upon reaching Lin Xie's door, a precise voice reached his ears. "Xie, your feet smell delightful." Lin Xian, what on earth is happening? Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the sight of a plump boy who was rather close to Lin Xie's feet, babbling about how fragrant they were. Is this some kind of game? Lin Xie fell silent at the sight of Lin Xian. Just moments ago, this boy named Bai Li Tuming had attempted to sneak a gift while Lin Xie was asleep, but was caught and had flopped down at his feet, declaring their fragrance. Lin Xie was initially amused, but upon noticing Lin Xian's peculiar expression as he entered, he feared his reputation might be irreparably tarnished. "Apologies for the interruption." Lin Xian nodded at Lin Xie and turned to leave. "Wait, I am not like that," Lin Xie shouted, kicking Bai Li Pang away and rising to pursue him. Lin Xian, called to a halt, maintained his odd expression. "Rest assured, I understand that many harbor unique preferences, especially under substantial pressure. It is not unusual to seek an outlet. I shall not disclose this to the captain. I do not," Lin Xie protested vehemently, wishing to shed the label of a foot fetishist. Bai Li Tuming, observing Lin Xian and Lin Xie's anxious expressions, seemed to have an epiphany. "Yes, I can attest that Lin Xie does not. It was all my doing." "Be quiet." Lin Xie was on the verge of losing his composure. After Bai Li Tuming's declaration, he could clearly see Lin Xian's gaze shifting to something even more unsettling. What is happening? If Red Silk, Xiao Nan, and the captain find out, how will I face them? Lin Xie could already envision the strange looks he would receive, mirroring Lin Xian's current expression. "My friend, are you an acquaintance of Lin Xie?" Bai Li Tuming had now approached Lin Xian, noticing the familiarity between Lin Xie and him. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded, suppressing his strange demeanor. He had merely intended to tease Lin Xie and did not genuinely believe him to be perverse. Moreover, even if Lin Xie did possess such a penchant, it was likely that Zhao Lan would be quite agreeable. As Lin Xian pondered this, he observed Bai Li Tuming retrieving a large gift box from his luggage, presenting it to him. "Brother, I am Bai Li Tuming, but you may call me Bai Li Pang Pang. Since you are a friend of Lin Xie, you are also my friend. These are some local specialties from my hometown. I hope you do not find them lacking." Bai Li Pang Pang held the gift box with both hands, his eyes sparkling with hope. Lin Xian, even without opening it, could surmise its contents. Bai Li Tuming, after all, was the son of the Bai Li family. Lin Xian chose not to engage with the gift, instead shaking Bai Li Tuming's little hand. "No need for gifts. I am Lin Xian, friend of this foot enthusiast." Lin Xie soon realized that Lin Xian had merely been jesting and did not genuinely perceive him as a deviant. "Get lost. So it is brother Lin Xian. May I inquire about your relationship with Xie? We are comrades from the same squad." "Ah, I see." Bai Li Pang Pang nodded sagely. "Shall we venture out together? That sounds good. Perhaps we should invite my roommate as well." Lin Xian recalled Chao Yuan and was eager to see his reaction upon hearing Lin Xie's name. The trio arrived at Lin Xian's dormitory door, and upon opening it, they found a cold-faced youth with dark hair consuming rations. Noticing their presence, he raised his head. "Lin Xian, Chao Yuan, had you arrived a minute later, I would have finished eating." Now, he found himself caught between a mouthful, unable to swallow or spit it out. "Chao Yuan, would you care to join us for a stroll?" Lin Xian inquired, feigning ignorance. "No need, you all go ahead." Having just claimed he was not hungry, being caught eating made it difficult for Chao Yuan to maintain his aloof demeanor, and he shook his head at Lin Xian. "Very well." Lin Xian turned to Lin Xie. "Let us proceed." At this, Chao Yuan's body jolted, and he looked at Lin Xie with wide eyes. "Wait, what did you say his name was?" "Lin Xie," Lin Xian replied, pretending to be puzzled. Lin Xie, standing amidst the trees, the 8 gods call upon the night, guiding us through the world. Indeed, it is you. Chao Yuan's expression became animated, his gaze fixated on Lin Xie, as if he were a famished Lin Xian confronted with a feast, or a thirsty man gazing at a sleeping beauty, utterly entranced. Lin Xie, unable to comprehend Chao Yuan's words, merely sensed an oddity in the way he was being looked at. Simultaneously, Lin Xian regarded him with that same peculiar gaze. "What are you staring at? I have only seen female succubi. I did not expect there to be male ones as well." "Get lost." Lin Xie snapped, turning to Chao Yuan. "Do you know me?" "I do not, but I know you are the benefactor I have been waiting for." Chapter 30. A gathering of heroes? More like a meeting of radishes. In recent days, the residents of Lin Xian and Lin Xie's dormitories had huddled together, rarely seen apart. Particularly, Chao Yuan seemed almost glued to Lin Xie, inseparable day and night, entirely shedding his earlier cool demeanor. He even contemplated switching dorms with Bai Li Pang Pang, but was promptly refused. By now, it was the 3rd day since Lin Xian and Lin Xie had arrived at the training camp, where a multitude of students gathered on the training grounds, gazing at the 30-some instructors upon the martial arts stage. The students were scattered about, some seated and others standing, whispering amongst themselves. Lin Xian scanned the crowd, his smile growing ever wider. "What is amusing you?" Lin Xie cast a perplexed glance at Lin Xian beside him. "I thought of something joyful," Lin Xian remarked. Prior to their arrival, he had believed that the training camp lacked any sense of mystery and that his bloodline enhancement would be slow. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. This was the training camp for the night watchmen, where most individuals possessed forbidden ruins, providing a continuous source of energy. This place was indeed a paradise. Lin Xian's smile was almost unabashed, provoking Lin Xie to regard him with a look of incredulity. In recent days, Lin Xie had been thoroughly vexed by Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang Pang. Chao Yuan was inescapably glued to him, and whenever Bai Li Pang Pang witnessed this, he would also draw near, much like barnacles clinging to a whale's snout, impossible to shake off. Moreover, at such moments, Lin Xian would invariably stand by, observing the spectacle and offering sporadic commentary, as if vying for attention. Lin Xie had a nagging feeling that when Lin Xian called Chao Yuan to the dormitory, he deliberately included his name. Chao Yuan had recited those 4 lines of poetry to him, and Lin Xie indeed sensed that they were directed at him. But how did Lin Xian know? Chao Yuan had not shared those words with Lin Xian. Lin Xie scrutinized Lin Xian's profile, his mind racing with thoughts. Long ago, he had suspected that Lin Xian might possess the ability to foresee the future, and it now seemed that his suspicions were not unfounded. Nidhogg was not a deity of time. If Lin Xian were Nidhogg's representative, he should not merely possess temporal abilities, but also extraordinary physical prowess and the golden eye. Though these attributes were already formidable, the only plausible explanation was that Lin Xian had a hidden card. No, it could be several hidden cards, and precognition might be one among them. His foresight likely had its limitations. After all, he had not seen Lin Xian predict his own moves during a fight. Just as Lin Xiye was lost in thought, a roar erupted from the training platform. "Stand straight, all of you. What do you look like?" bellowed an instructor positioned to the far left. Instantly, nearly all the recruits fell silent, yet they remained scattered. Yuan Gang's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the crowd, momentarily pausing on Lin Xian and his companions before shifting his focus. In a commanding tone, he declared, "I know among you, there are geniuses in science from illustrious families. But here, you are nothing. You are recruits, the dregs, the greenest of novices. Let me tell you, even if you reach the Klein realm, you are still novices. Mere rubbish. You lack any bloodthirst. Most of you have never even killed a chicken. When faced with danger, you would only become a burden to the team." Yuan Gang's voice grew increasingly thunderous, culminating in a near shout. Lin Xian, with keen interest, glanced around and noticed that the majority of the recruits were visibly displeased by his words. Yet, Lin Xian could not help but chuckle. He recalled that Yuan Gang's rhetoric was largely unchanged from year to year, and fortunately, there were no repeat students. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. "Hey, you over there, what are you laughing at?" Yuan Gang glared at Lin Xian, who had been quietly stifling his laughter. From the very beginning, he had been observing the quartet closely. There was no way to overlook them. Two representatives of deities, a young master from the Bailey family, and a high-risk forbidden ruin. No less, ranked just below the divine ruin. Each of them warranted special attention. It was absurd that these four had congregated together. Seeing the chief instructor's gaze shift towards him, Lin Xie took a few steps to the side, distancing himself from Lin Xian. "Just don't let the blood splatter on me," he thought. Following his lead, Chao Yuan swiftly followed suit, also moving away. Bailey Tuming hesitated for a moment before ultimately taking a small step towards Lin Xie. Lin Xian caught sight of this and smirked. "So, that's how you want to play it? It's not that I don't respect you. It's just that Lin Xie told a joke earlier." Lin Xian pointed towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lin Xian, you rascal." He was not one to curse often. What kind of joke could be that amusing? Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on Lin Xian. An aura of pressure cultivated from the battlefield emanating from him, yet Lin Xian seemed unfazed. He declared that even if he were rubbish, he was still a fighting machine among rubbish. Uft! Bailey Tuming accidentally burst into laughter, and upon noticing the attention on him, hastily covered his mouth, desperately trying to suppress his mirth. Chao Yuan's lips twitched, torn between laughter and restraint. At that moment, nearly all eyes were on Lin Xian and Lin Xie, their expressions far from friendly. Lin Xian's declaration of being a fighting machine among rubbish was undoubtedly a veiled assertion of superiority over the others. The recruits were bound to feel resentment. Lin Xie glared intently at Lin Xian. One could not hide the intent to stab someone in their gaze. And he was indeed eager to do so. Hearing Lin Xian's retort, Yuan Gang merely scoffed. "A fighting machine among rubbish? Very well. Let us see if you can still say that after a while." He included Lin Xian in his admonition. Yuan Gang was not naive. He could tell that Lin Xian's reasoning was hastily concocted. Besides these two, who else is unconvinced? He asked. "I am." A young man, ruggedly handsome with crumpled clothes, raised his hand nonchalantly, as if he were on holiday rather than at training. "What is your name?" "Shenjiang." "Very good. Who else?" "Wait, instructor." Shenjiang interrupted Yuan Gang. "Can I know the names of those two?" he inquired, pointing at Lin Xian and Lin Xie. The crowd's attention shifted back to the pair. "Huh, you'll have to ask them yourself. Who else is unconvinced?" Yuan Gang ignored him and continued. I am not convinced." "Me too." Voices rose one after another, hands shooting up increasingly. By the end, nearly the majority had raised their hands. Lin Xie noticed that a portion of them, while voicing their discontent, kept their eyes fixed on him and Lin Xian. It was unclear whether their defiance was aimed at the two of them or at the instructor. Lin Xie caught Lin Xian's gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. "No need to thank me." "I thank you." Lin Xie hesitated, torn between words. "No, Lin Xie. You must maintain decorum." Bailey Tuming nudged Lin Xie. "Xie, why do I feel like we are about to be besieged?" "Forget the feeling." Chao Yuan clutched Lin Xie's arm, his eyes sincere. "Xie, rest assured, if they come to attack us, I will stand by your side and let Lin Xian fend for himself." Without hesitation, Chao Yuan threw Lin Xian under the bus. Lin Xie's lips twitched. Better not. If it's that beast Lin Xian, he might actually take on a crowd single-handedly. Yuan Gang had not been wrong. The vast majority of these recruits had likely never even killed a chicken, let alone experienced anything mysterious. Such individuals, even he could easily overpower, not to mention Lin Xian. While that brute could be insufferable at times, it was undeniable that he was formidable. Among these recruits, many would likely crumble before Lin Xian's golden eye, let alone contend with anything else. Even he required to unleash the might of Michael to counter Lin Xian's golden eye, or else he would be naturally suppressed. On the platform, Yuan Gang observed the multitude of raised hands and nodded slightly. His gaze brushed over the quartet of Lin Xian, who had not even thought to raise their hands, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. The remaining recruits also noticed the few who remained silent. Some regarded them with disdain, others pondered, while some remained indifferent. Yuan Gang pulled out a walkie-talkie. Next group. Upon hearing this command, Lin Xian raised his head to gaze at the sky, awaiting quietly. The blood scythe extended instantaneously to over 100 meters. 1 second, 2 seconds. As the crowd grew increasingly impatient, suddenly, 7 small dots appeared in the sky. They had arrived. Chapter 31. With a single palm strike, the iron gate was sent flying, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Those 7 figures, cloaked in black and masked, descended from the heavens without any protective measures, gazing down upon the crowd with an air of superiority, as if observing a colony of ants. The atmosphere turned palpably tense. "Boss, help." Moments later, the crowd finally beheld the full visage of the 7 dark figures. Many recognized them immediately. It was none other than the masked team, one of the 4 elite squads. Wait, am I really going to face the masked team? As the masked team was about to land, many felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Just as they were about to touch down, the man wearing the scale mask raised his right hand and gently lifted it upwards. The 7 individuals seemed to lose all gravity, pausing 10 centimeters above the ground before slowly descending. The sunlight cast their figures in shadow, obscuring their masks and shrouding the hearts of the onlookers in unease. The crowd stood on edge, the atmosphere solemn. The man with the king mask surveyed the surroundings, just as he was about to speak when a sudden thud echoed through the air. The vortex, weakened, knelt before the newcomers. Mask everyone else murmured, fearing the sudden silence. Lin Xian, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile. He glanced around and noted the disbelief etched on the faces of the new recruits. They harbored a suspicion, yet none dared to confirm it. It seemed that the members of this special squad had, indeed, knelt. Not only the new recruits, but the instructors, the masked team, and even the Vortex himself displayed remarkable expressions. The Vortex's mind raced, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he raised his hands and bowed to the new recruits. The Vortex of the mask team wishes you all an early Happy New Year. With that, he sprang back to his feet. Yuan Gang observed the seemingly nonchalant Vortex, struggling to maintain his composure. He had heard of the Vortex's unreliability, but he never expected it to be to such an extent. Yuan Gang had intended for the mask team to dismantle the pride and defiance of the recruits, making them easier to manage. Instead, this fellow nearly sabotaged his entire plan. At that moment, Lin Xian locked eyes with the man in the king mask. He could sense the formidable presence emanating from the other, a beckoning aura that stirred his aspirations. The man on stage also noticed the 2 divine agents among the crowd. They shone like moons in the night, impossible to conceal, particularly the one who met his gaze, radiating an aura of an unknown deity, exuding an essence both sinister and malevolent, akin to a world-ending dragon. This man was undoubtedly the representative of Nidhogg, Lin Xian realized. The names of Lin Xian and Lin Qiye were well known, especially Lin Xian, the herald of the death-winged deity Nidhogg, an entity never before encountered. The upper echelons had even convened a meeting to discuss the potential dangers posed by Lin Xian. It was a widely held belief that the divine representatives received gifts from their deities, but with every boon came a burden, and alongside their newfound power, they would also bear a divine command. The higher-ups did not trust Lin Xian's statements, doubting that a deity with world-destructive ambitions would simply require its representative to eliminate as many mysteries as possible. They believed he should be closely monitored and restrained. Ultimately, the commander-in-chief, against the prevailing opinion, argued that taking such actions would risk alienating a young man who might otherwise harbor goodwill towards them. Since this young man had yet to display any concerning behavior, they chose to extend their trust. The meeting concluded with the decision to maintain the status quo, forbidding any inquiries into Nidhogg's expectations of Lin Xian. Truly, the commander-in-chief displayed a remarkable breadth of vision. As these words were spoken, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Yuan Gang, with a commanding presence, proclaimed, "Since you are unwilling to accept your place, I shall grant you an opportunity. From now until 9 o'clock this evening, put forth your utmost effort. If you can unmask any member of the mask team, you shall be deemed victorious. Prove yourself superior to them, and the year-long training will be rendered unnecessary. You will be free to disperse. However, should the clock strike 9 and you remain unsuccessful, discard your arrogance and submit to all commands." Yuan Gang's declaration sent ripples of excitement through the new recruits. "Ah, I know what you will say, that they are at a higher level than you. Fear not. During this competition, they will suppress their levels to match yours. With parity in ability, dare you confront the 240 of you against just 7? Come forth. This was a promise made. The new recruits erupted in fervor. If there were to be a level suppression, they felt confident. After all, 3 cobblers could surely match a Zhuge Liang, could they not? Having set this in motion, Yuan Gang ignored the ecstatic recruits and approached the king-masked figure, whispering something before departing. Lin Xian's lips twitched involuntarily. He had overheard Yuan Gang's instructions. King Mask, you all should target those 2 divine agents, but ensure they do not remove their masks. Was there no law, no order? Under the bright sun, such actions were permissible? Did he believe Lin Xian could not hear? 240 against 7, we are not afraid of you. Even Bai Li Pang Pang appeared exhilarated. If they could indeed unmask them, what a triumph that would be. The King Mask scanned the crowd, calmly stating, to deal with you, 7 are unnecessary, 5 will suffice. He then exchanged hushed words with 2 teammates, who promptly left. So audacious? 5 against our 240, a ratio of 48 to 1. The advantage is ours. When do we begin? A new recruit inquired. At the very moment he spoke, the woman adorned with a rose mask raised her small hammer. In mere breaths, the hammer transformed into a colossal weapon, crashing down. Now it has begun. As the rose mask initiated the attack, Lin Xian dashed towards the exit. Many recruits had been watching Lin Xian and Lin Xie's movements. When they saw Lin Xian flee, some chuckled softly, deeming him a mere jester seeking attention. Yet, others regarded Lin Xian's retreat with furrowed brows, contemplating before they too made their escape. For instance, Shen Qishu, upon witnessing Lin Xian's flight, hesitated for a moment, then called upon her 3 companions to follow suit. Lin Xie, noticing Lin Xian's actions, wasted no time pursuing him, grabbing Bai Li Pang Pang along the way. Xie, why are we running? Isn't it obvious? If we don't run, shall we wait to be struck? We are unarmed, while they are fully equipped. Bai Li Pang Pang touched his pocket, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Moreover, if the opposing team is indeed labeled as a special squad, there must be a reason for it. On the training stage, the King Mask effortlessly dealt with the new recruits. Yet his gaze drifted towards the direction Lin Xian and Lin Xie had taken. These 2 were quite clever, having immediately retreated. No wonder Commander Yuan had instructed them to pay special attention. Moments later, Lin Xian halted before a grand door, with Lin Xie and the others trailing closely behind. Bai Li Pang Pang leaned on his knees, panting heavily, while Chao Yuan fixed his gaze on Lin Xian, rolling up his sleeves in a show of loyalty. Xie, since we are alone here, why don't the 3 of us give him a beating? Beat? What nonsense. We are still engaged with the masked team. Internal strife is ill-advised. Lin Xie shook his head, silently acknowledging that even if the 3 of them combined their strength, there would likely be no match for Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would genuinely want to give that insufferable person a good thrashing. He turned his gaze towards the tightly locked door of the armory, which showed no signs of opening. Lin Xie's expression darkened. His abilities were ill-suited to breach this door. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful girl with fiery red hair cascading down her back appeared behind him. Normally, such a vivid hair color would seem out of place in reality. But this girl managed to carry it effortlessly. Unfazed by the gazes of Lin Xie and the others, she directed her attention towards Lin Xian, who stood at the forefront. Move aside. Let me take care of this, she commanded. Lin Xian merely glanced at her and replied, no need for that. With a slight adjustment of his elbow, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A deafening sound erupted from the door, reverberating through the air. Bang! Another punch followed, and the onlookers witnessed the door collapse. Indeed, it fell straight down to the ground, utterly destroyed. Lin Xie and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Bai Li, feeling a lump in his throat, suddenly gained a newfound respect for Lin Xian. What were we thinking? To gang up on him? If I were to take a hit like that without drawing my sword, I would be bruised all over. Initially, Emily felt somewhat annoyed by the figure blocking their path. But now, witnessing this monstrous display, barehandedly demolishing a metal door, she questioned if the opposing force was merely a display of strength. The trio collectively assumed that Lin Xian had employed the power of a forbidden realm, albeit exaggeratedly. Only Lin Xie understood that Lin Xian's prowess stemmed from his own physical might. He noticed the deep imprints of 2 fists on the iron door, and he certainly did not believe that his own strength could rival that of the door. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the training camp, the instructors watched the exaggerated scene unfold before them, some startled enough to jump at the thunderous sound. What on earth was that? One instructor, seated beside Yuan Gang, turned to him, eyes wide with astonishment. Chief Instructor, I recall Lin Xian's forbidden realm is related to time, isn't it? Yuan Gang observed the calm figure standing before the door, his mouth twitching as he felt an impending disaster looming. Chapter 32, Moon Demon. This weapon is transparent. It's unusable. Lin Xian disregarded the stunned gazes around him and strode directly into the armory, selecting a dagger and an Adakan longsword. The Lust and Devour weapons were not easily accessible, so he opted for ordinary ones for the time being. Additionally, he picked up a handgun and several magazines. Securing them at his waist, Lin Xie and the others followed suit, stepping into the armory. Chao Yuan, fixated on the long sword on the rack, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to tuck it under his arm. Well, this doesn't count as holding a sword. He aimed to prove his worth to remain with Lin Xie. At the very least, not to be a burden. Mo Li scanned the area and selected a gigantic katana that was even longer than herself, hoisting it onto her shoulder. Much to Bai Li's awe. Xie, don't you think she looks impressive wielding that sword? Lin Xie responded, huh? As Bai Li spoke. The girl approached Lin Xian and extended her hand. I'm Mo Li. Would you like to form a team with me? Lin Xian politely shook her hand before gesturing towards Lin Xie and the others. I'm with them. I hope you don't mind including them. Mo Li frowned, feeling a bit conflicted. I dislike having anyone weighing me down. Without a second thought, Lin Xian threw Lin Xie under the bus. Mo Li immediately turned to Lin Xie. Her expression one of shock. She had not expected to encounter a divine agent so casually. I'm used to it, he replied. Although he had considered bringing her into their group, Lin Xian's betrayal made him want to punch him. The one beside you is too. Lin Xie added. This time, Mo Li was genuinely astonished. She had inadvertently come across 2 divine agents among the new recruits, and it appeared they were quite familiar with one another. It made sense why the chubby boy beside the black-haired youth claimed to be a fighter among the trash. They indeed had the merit to back it up. I'm not. I don't have any. She is slandering me. Mo Li's gaze swiftly skimmed past Bai Li and Chao Yuan, disregarding them. What if I join your team? Suddenly, 4 young men emerged from a corner, with the one in the middle chewing gum, wearing a backward cap, exuding an air of arrogance. He was the first to follow Lin Xian's lead and had witnessed him dismantle the steel panel with his bare hands. This individual was Shen Qingzhu. Mo Li regarded Shen Qingzhu and suddenly spoke. This person's forbidden realm is extremely hazardous. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. As the first to express dissent, he was curious about Lin Xian and Lin Xie's names. Lin Xie glanced at Lin Xian, seeing no reaction, and nodded. Welcome. The more, the merrier. He did not believe that those in the special team could handle things alone. Well, except for a certain rising star. How sharp was this fellow's intuition? However, Lin Xian was not focused on Lin Xie. Instead, he raised his arm, the silver-gray handgun glinting ominously. Bang! Before anyone could react, a bullet was fired in the direction of Shen Qingzhu. Yet, it veered slightly off course, not aimed directly at him, but towards an empty space to his left. In that instant, Shen Qingzhu seemed to sense something, diving to the side. At the same time, a sound echoed as a figure adorned with a crescent moon mask emerged from the designated area. The moon demon glanced at Lin Xian and then at Shen Qingzhu, who had narrowly avoided his attack, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Are the new recruits this perceptive nowadays? Not only did they evade my strike, but they also detected my position. At that moment, Lin Xie looked at the moon demon, stunned. The entity had just been beyond his 20-meter mental perception. Something Lin Xie had failed to sense, yet Lin Xian had picked up on it keenly. Could this be part of the other's intuition? Mo Li, Bai Li, and Chao Yuan were equally dumbfounded by the scene before them. Mo Li had not anticipated that Lin Xian could perceive the moon demon. A member of the special team capable of dissolving into moonlight, most individuals would remain oblivious to their presence until death. Yet, this formidable being was effortlessly forced to reveal his true form by Lin Xian. Chao Yuan and Bai Li were shocked to discover how deeply Lin Xian had concealed his abilities. Until today, they had no clue that he was one of the divine agents, let alone that he could detect the moon demon. They only knew that Lin Xian was fond of introspection daily, contemplating what to have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, with no other knowledge to speak of. Why are you just standing there? Lin Xian urged, rousing the others. Yes, the opponent is currently isolated. While we have at least one extremely hazardous forbidden realm and 2 divine agents, this advantage belongs to us. Thanks, Shen Qingzhu called out from a distance. Charging towards the moon demon, with Mo Li hot on his heels, Lin Xian nodded toward Shen Qingzhu. His ability to sense the moon demon stemmed from the fact that, despite concealing his form, the demon still produced subtle sounds during movement. These sounds were faint, akin to the rustle of leaves, imperceptible to ordinary ears. However, for Lin Xian, it was exceedingly evident. Since earlier, he had been wielding the blood-sucking scythe, purely to guard against the moon demon. Aren't you joining? Lin Xie approached Lin Xian. No. Why not? Laziness. This was a falsehood. For Lin Xian, the longer this contest persisted, the more energy he could absorb, which would ultimately benefit him. He could sense the myriad forbidden ruins surrounding him, those of the Moon Demon, Shenjiang, and Emily, all continuously supplying him with energy. Among them, the energy provided by the Moon Demon was the most substantial. He might not be the highest in the hierarchy of forbidden ruins, but his realm was undeniable. Though suppressed to the Lantern Realm, it was at its pinnacle, akin to the completion of the Lantern Realm. Lin Xian observed the three engaged in a chaotic battle, unable to suppress a grin. If this combat could continue uninterrupted, he could enhance his prowess by another 1% within 10 minutes. Casting a glance at Lin Xian, who appeared somewhat perplexed, Lin Xian whispered, "The nature of this contest dictates that we cannot win. If we were to actually triumph, how would we instruct the new recruits? Do you truly believe these individuals are fit for the battlefield?" Lin Xian contemplated the earlier scene he had witnessed, over 100 new recruits recklessly charging the training platform, only to fall like dumplings. It was clear they were not ready. Yet, how could one know without attempting, even if they could not secure victory? Gaining some combat experience was beneficial, especially since this was a special squad. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian dashed toward the Moon Demon's direction. At that moment, the Moon Demon had transformed into moonlight and concealed itself. However, in the next instant, a blade's light sliced through the air. Clang! The Moon Demon raised its blade to block, a look of confusion on its face. Originally, it envisioned itself as a shadowy assassin, a nightmare looming over the new recruits. Yet, not only could Lin Xian see it, but so could Lin Xian. Within this small gathering, two could see it. What a predicament. The Moon Demon scoffed, transparent? I'm out. Chapter 33. Nods and shakes. Encountering the vortex, the sounds of swords clashing echoed incessantly, and the Moon Demon cursed under its breath. At that moment, masked figures appeared from the four cardinal directions, surrounding them, and ambushed by the masked squad. In the east, Wang Mian stood atop a platform, gazing down at the crowd. A terrifying aura weighed heavily upon everyone, leaving them breathless, except for Lin Xian, Lin Xie, and Xiao Yuan, who remained unfazed. Wang Mian noticed this and focused his gaze on Lin Xian, who stood nearby with arms crossed, showing no intention to engage. Their eyes met, and Lin Xian remained indifferent. What shall we do? It seems we are encircled by these individuals. Li Pangpang leaned closer to Lin Xian, speaking softly. Meanwhile, those on the battlefield began to levitate before crashing heavily to the ground. To the west, a man wearing a balanced mask pressed down with his palm, standing alongside the Moon Demon, observing the crowd. What else can we do? Be brave, don't be afraid. None of us will leave this world alive anyway. Li Pangpang? The members of the masked squad. Upon hearing those words, Wang Mian was about to nod in acknowledgement of their courage, likening it to the vortex's demeanor. At that moment, the vortex smugly leaned against the wall, watching everyone with an air of arrogance. He patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. Lin Xian, go on, fight them. Lin Xian felt that he had exhausted his silence for a lifetime today. Let us do this. I'll count to 3, and we'll break through towards the vortex. That fellow looks like a fool. He should be easy to deal with. Lin Xian loudly conspired. Hey, what do you mean by calling me a fool? Don't underestimate me. The vortex protested, hopping in discontent. He turned to see that the remaining members of the masked squad were nodding in agreement, seemingly endorsing Lin Xian's words. No, balance, Moon Demon. What do you mean by this? The vortex expressed his dissatisfaction, wanting to say more when a voice sounded beside him. 3. Lin Xian skipped the counting of 1 and 2, going straight to 3. At the moment he shouted, a loud explosion echoed, and Lin Xian was already in front of the vortex, leaving a deep footprint in his wake. When did that happen? The vortex hurriedly opened the vortex to defend, barely managing to react to Lin Xian's astonishing speed. Not just the vortex, but most of the new recruits were caught off guard. Only Lin Xian immediately followed, drawing his long knife once more. The vortex, blocking the dual assault from Lin Xian and Lin Xie with his deep purple vortex, couldn't help but wipe non-existent sweat from his brow. You startled me. Moving that quickly could give one a heart attack, you know. At the instant Lin Xian's fist connected with the vortex, he felt as if he had plunged into the endlessly swirling soft sand, his body being drawn in. Are you daft? I told you to use your fist. The vortex began to mock, wearing a smug expression. Caught by my vortex, you wish to escape? Dream on. Before he could finish, he saw Lin Xian effortlessly pulling his arm free from the vortex. What did you just say? By this time, the new recruits had finally reacted, rushing towards the vortex. They chose not to attack the vortex directly, knowing it would be futile and could lead to them being countered. However, with Lin Xian and Lin Xie stalling the vortex, they could only watch as the new recruits dashed past them, unable to intervene. Before they could reach, Lin Xian and Lin Xie decisively retreated, sprinting away like the wind. As they ran, Lin Xian called out to Shenjiang, set off a firecracker towards the vortex. Shenjiang understood immediately. Adjacent to the vortex was the weapon storage, filled with explosives and flammable materials. He turned, snapped his fingers towards the vortex, and then dashed away even faster. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, flames soaring into the sky, visible throughout the entire training camp. Even Shenjiang was startled, not expecting such power. Amidst the shock, excitement surged within him. Explosions are exhilarating. Where shall we go, Chia? Li Peng inquired. Looking at Lin Chia pondered momentarily, considering where he would go if he were part of the masked squad. The mess hall? The training ground? The dormitory? The mess hall and training ground were certainly unsuitable, being too open. Yes, the dormitory. With many rooms inside, it was particularly suitable for ambushes if given ample time. It could prove troublesome. If he were part of the masked squad, they would undoubtedly head to the dormitory. Lin Chia turned to Lin Xian. Where do you think we should go? The dormitory, of course. We can also rest a bit. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. This guy must have already considered the dormitory as the destination, fabricating a flimsy excuse to mislead him. Yet Lin Xian was not deceiving him. This was genuinely one of the reasons. The other reason was that the dormitory could harbor many new recruits, allowing for greater energy absorption from the forbidden ruins. With himself, Lin Chia, and others present, it would not be easy for the masked squad to seize the dormitory, thus buying more time for energy absorption. Seeing that both Lin Xian and Lin Chia favored the dormitory, Shen Qingzhu, Mo Li, and the others did not question further. On one hand, they were convinced by Lin Xian and Lin Chia's earlier performance, especially Lin Xian's speed and strength instilled confidence as a teammate. On the other hand, their decision to rush to the weapon storage at the onset of the battle to secure weapons demonstrated their intelligence. The decisions of clever individuals were worth following. Thus, they turned a corner and headed towards the dormitory. Weapon storage. Dust settled, revealing a disheveled scene within. Cough, cough, cough. That was truly perilous. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, his cloak tattered and worn. Had he not reacted swiftly to unfurl the vortex and shield himself from the explosion, he would have been sent soaring into the sky. That boy who snapped his fingers was truly ruthless, showing not an ounce of hesitation. And what about Lin Xian? What kind of extraordinary strength was that, capable of breaking free from his own vortex? Although he had suppressed his own realm to the limit of the Zhan realm, it should not be something a mere rookie could withstand. Is this what it means to be a divine agent? The other 4 members stood aside, their gazes fixed upon the vortex. The cost for your cloak will be deducted from your salary this month. No way. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant vortex sprang to attention. It was the end of the month, and as a member of the Sunlight clan, he was completely broke. If it weren't for the night watchman providing food and lodging, he would have starved on the streets. He was relying on this month's wages to survive. And now they wanted to deduct from it. Really? Are you really going to deduct it? I'll cry, you know? I really will. The scales of justice show no mercy. Tan Ping said, arms crossed. Ultimately, it was Wang Mian who could no longer bear to witness this and sighed. Do not worry. The costs incurred from this battle can be reimbursed by instructor Yuan Gang. Hooray. Tan Ping cast a sidelong glance at the self-satisfied vortex and turned to discuss another matter. No wonder instructor Yuan Gang asked us to pay special attention to Lin Xian and Lin Xia. Both of them can see through the moon ghost's invisibility. Especially Lin Xian. His physical strength rivals that of certain mysterious beings at the pool realm. Wang Mian merely gazed in the direction Lin Xian and the others departed, his eyes glimmering. Finally, he turned and walked in a certain direction. Let us head to the dormitory building. If Lin Xian and the others are clever enough, they will undoubtedly go there as well. Chapter 34, Confronting Wang Mian with Ease and Grace. Who first studied the notion of a bed. Lying upon it evokes a sense of tranquility akin to returning to the earth. Lin Xian reclined on the bed, lost in thought. Upon seeing Lin Xian truly lying down with an air of indifference, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips, yet they said nothing. They were already aware of Lin Qia's intentions. He clearly did not wish to be delayed and would certainly prioritize resolving the situation at the dormitory building. They simply needed to wait patiently. At that moment, they suddenly saw Lin Xian open his eyes. Here it comes. What is coming? Li, plump, was at a loss. While Shen Qizhu and Lin Chia had already reacted and rushed to the window. Boom. It sounded as if a meteor had fallen to earth, followed by the relentless sound of crumbling walls. Lin Chia clearly saw that just moments ago, a colossal hammer, towering several stories high, had descended upon the adjacent dormitory building with unstoppable force. The entire structure collapsed instantaneously, akin to a toppled stack of blocks. Listening to the distant wails of the new recruits, someone swallowed hard. This seems a bit exaggerated, don't you think? Can we really fight back? Are we really going to engage directly? Shen Qingzhu looked to Lin Xian. At this point, Lin Xian had already sat up, gently caressing his firearm. We can't delay any longer. We cannot allow them to demolish the dormitory building so easily. Lin Xian stood and gazed out the window. The masked squad had arrived. To the left, a massive pink hammer loomed several stories high. To the right floated innumerable bullets. Behind them, a purple vortex unfurled. There were only 6 dormitory buildings in total, 3 for males and 3 for females. At the current speed of their adversaries, the dormitory would be utterly destroyed in under a minute, more effective than a demolition crew. I'll take care of the vortex, Molly declared, turning to head for the stairs. Then I'll handle the other vortex. Shen Qingzhu contemplated for a moment. No, leave the vortex to me. Qiao Yuan seemed to have made a resolute decision. Are you certain? Shen Qingzhu's eyes were skeptical. Let him go. Lin Xie glanced at Qiao Yuan. He had been aware of the latter's capabilities ever since Qiao Yuan explained the 4 lines of poetry to him. Perhaps, apart from himself and Lin Xian, he was the strongest fighter in this small team. All right, then I will confront Tan Ping. 2 opponents remained. Lin Xie looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian gazed down below, where a man donned in a mask bearing the character for king stood with a blade in hand. The moment he sensed Lin Xian's gaze, he looked up in return. Leave Wang Mian to me. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Xian leaped from the 4th floor windowsill. Bang! He landed before Wang Mian. Wang Mian glanced at the 4th floor, then at the massive crater where Lin Xian had landed, gaining a new understanding of Lin Xian's physical capabilities. Is it just you? He inquired, looking at Lin Xian. One is more than enough. Very well. Wang Mian said no more and did not concern himself with Shen Qingzhu and the others rushing off to other locations. He simply stared intently at Lin Xian before him. He had heard that Lin Xian, like himself, was also a time-related forbidden and was of a kind he had never encountered before. Wang Mian was curious to see who was stronger. He sheathed his blade, gripping the hilt with his right hand and slightly bending forward. In Wang Mian's perception, it seemed as though only Lin Xian existed in the world, and everything else faded into silence, as if the calm before a storm. In the next instant, Wang Mian moved. The world seemed to shift into slow motion. He could see fragments of stone soaring through the air, descending languidly, and leaves falling at a glacial pace. Wang Mian drew his black blade from its sheath, and in this slow-motion world, only the flash of his blade was as swift as lightning. No, it wasn't just Wang Mian. In the very next moment after Wang Mian swung his blade, Lin Xian moved as well, even faster than Wang Mian. Clang, 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 clang. With every strike of Wang Mian's blade, a crisp sound of clashing steel resonated. Each flash of his blade was shattered in an instant. Lin Xian caught all of his attacks. Even the sounds of their clashes slowed down, and Wang Mian keenly noticed that Lin Xian had, at some point, conjured 2 blades in his hands. One was a bluish-green tanto, and the other a green longsword riddled with holes. Lin Xian had finally drawn the 7 deadly sins. The blade in Wang Mian's hand was a forbidden object known as Yuan, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary swords. And hardness was merely the most trivial quality of the 7 deadly sins. The more Wang Mian attacked, the more astonished he became. After all, his ability as a temporal berserker allowed him to accelerate himself, and coupled with the Yuan, the faster he moved, the stronger the blade's light became. The cumulative effect far exceeded mere addition. Although his realm was at the Zhan stage, every strike from the Yuan reached the pool stage. Yet Lin Xian managed to completely withstand them. What kind of monster is this? Wang Mian struggled to mask his inner shock. The temporal effect of the temporal berserker could only last so long within the Zhan realm. Simultaneously, Lin Xian also concluded his time 0. Not because his time had run out, but because he sensed Wang Mian slowing down. His ultimate goal had never been to win the duel, but rather to prolong it, thereby gathering more energy. So far, Lin Xian's bloodline purity had risen to 21. Moreover, during that brief encounter with Wang Mian, his bloodline purity was on the verge of breaking through to 22, and naturally, he wished to engage with Wang Mian a little longer. Lin Xian stowed away the gluttony and held only the bluish-green lust directed at Wang Mian. After a moment of stalemate, Lin Xian took the initiative. Below, a group of instructors watched the live broadcast, their expressions inscrutable. TSK, 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 you have to admit, Rose does seem to show a bit of pity for the delicate. The live broadcast depicted the clash between Rose and Molly, though the term battle seemed somewhat inaccurate, as it was predominantly Molly dealing damage while Rose evaded, all the while engaging in provocative banter, clearly intrigued by Molly. Similarly, Lin Xie, Shen Qingzhu, and Qiao Yuan had each found their respective opponents. Shen Qingzhu and Tian Ping were evenly matched, while Lin Xie and Qiao Yuan were dominating their opponents. Among them, Qiao Yuan was particularly ruthless. Chief Instructor, surely the vortex won't be taken down in a single blow? Yuan Gang observed the live broadcast, where the vortex was frantically dodging attacks, crying out for help. While Chao Yuan, with a sinister grin, wielded his blade with ferocity, causing Yuan Gang's heart to twitch uncontrollably. He initially thought that the Vortex, being a member of the special team, should be able to hold his own. Yet, uncertainty crept in. Nonetheless, the most captivating spectacle remained the fierce clash between Lin Xian and Wang Mian. At that moment, the two were locked in a deadly duel, their blades flashing and the atmosphere thick with tension. Unlike before, when their movements were obscured, now one could at least discern the silhouettes of their fierce engagement amid the sounds of clashing steel. It must be said that a battle between two time-based experts lacked any visual appeal, as one could hardly see the combatants. By the time they were visible, the fight was typically over. Yet, as Yuan Gang watched the unfolding scene, a sense of disquiet washed over him. With years of combat experience, he sensed that Lin Xian still harbored strength, and rather than engaging in a serious fight with Wang Mian, it felt more like he was merely going through the motions. No, who was Wang Mian? Even if he suppressed his abilities, Lin Xian couldn't possibly be so untroubled. Yuan Gang dismissed his own speculation, concluding he was overthinking the situation. Chapter 35. You all, come at me together. He wondered how Lin Xie and the others were faring. Lin Xian thought to himself, while simultaneously thrusting his blade at Wang Mian. At that moment, he had switched to the Tao Tai, as the previous weapon was too short for effective engagement, suitable only for close combat or sudden strikes. On the other side, Wang Mian's mood was decidedly grim. The distance that had once been unattainable was now within reach with the change of weapon. Occasionally, he would draw a pistol and fire a couple of shots, catching Lin Xian off guard, all while calling it a new era katana strike. If it were merely that, it would be one thing. But Wang Mian felt as though his opponent was merely toying with him. No matter when he unleashed his time assaults, Lin Xian would always counter with a time zero response, showing no intent to attack his mask, but rather focused on striking his body. Eventually, the others ceased their battles and gathered to watch the spectacle. Notably, Yu Gui and Lin Qiye concluded their fight swiftly. Lin Qiye also refrained from unmasking his opponent. Just as Lin Xian had advised, this training was essential, and even for their own sake, they should not remove their masks. Chao Yuan, however, found himself ensnared by the scroll of sealing, brought forth by Li Pangpang, thanks to the combined efforts of Lin Qiye and Li Pangpang. Who do you think will win? Li Pangpang asked, glancing at the panting vortex nearby. Of course, our captain. The vortex exclaimed with rising enthusiasm, even behind the mask. His pride was palpable. Turning to the side, he asked, and you, Rose? At that moment, Rose was nestled close to Jasmine, engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the vortex's question, she answered without hesitation, I, of course, support the captain. Afterward, she shifted her attention back to Molly. Who wouldn't be enamored by a captivating and ethereal woman? Lin Qiye. What about you? Li Pangpang turned to him, seeking solidarity. I, of course, support Wang Mian, Lin Qiye replied, his gaze fixed on the two combatants. Eager to join the fray and assist Wang Mian in overwhelming Lin Xian, Li Pangpang remarked, not only us, but even the members of the Vortex and the masked team seemed taken aback. It appears your team is somewhat off. Did you hear that? Your teammates are all siding with me, Wang Mian mockingly taunted. Then he watched as Lin Xian stepped back, pausing, just when he thought Lin Xian was shaken. Lin Xian looked up at the sky and suddenly turned to the onlookers. What time is it? 8:50, 10 minutes until the end, came the reply. Lin Xian nodded. That is sufficient. Sufficient for what? The crowd felt puzzled, unsure of Lin Xian's intent. Then they watched as Lin Xian extended his hand, palm upward, beckoning. You all, come at me together. In that moment, they were astonished to see Lin Xian's eyes transform, from a profound black to a brilliant gold. His gaze resembled that of a gilded deity, shining brightly in the dark of night. It was as though an ancient god was surveying the mortal realm, or a sovereign surveying his subjects. Just one glance sent shivers through them, compelling them to kneel and plead for mercy. Lin Xianyu. Li Pangpang's voice trembled as he realized he could hardly withstand that gaze. The warmth emanating from the necklace he wore kept him from collapsing to the ground. What I mean is, you all should come at me together. I'm pressed for time. There was an overwhelming, boundless audacity in his tone. He seemed to regard no one as a threat. Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly the most advantageous route for him. At that moment, his bloodline purity had reached 22. The individuals before him, whether from the masked team or Shin Qingzhu and Lin Qiye, were all elite fighters. Their combat prowess was rich in energy. And in order for Lin Xian to absorb the energy from their battles, he needed to remain within their domain, facing multiple opponents. As long as he could withstand their assaults, in the ensuing hour, he would experience significant enhancement. To others, this was sheer audacity, youthful recklessness. In the underground training camp, upon hearing Lin Xian's proclamation, Yuan Gang suddenly chuckled. This kid is audacious. In front of him stood 2 divine agents, multiple high-risk experts, and elite members of the masked team. Even against such an assembly, he dared to challenge them. Truly, he was young and full of bravado. Indeed, one must be youthful and reckless. That is the essence of youth. Chief Instructor, look at this. Let him be. I'm curious to see how far he can go. In front of the dormitory, the surviving recruits either stood at the windows or sat amidst the distant ruins. Regardless of who they were, anyone nearby directed their attention to the golden-eyed youth at the center. The boy surveyed the world, yet few dared to meet his gaze. Anyone who caught sight of those golden eyes would lower their heads, avoiding his stare, except for those close by. What, are you afraid? Lin Xian's voice resonated, carrying both a taunt and a challenge. Lin Xia was the first to react, casting aside his outer garment. He turned to Bai Li Tuming, Pang Bang. Lend me, Little Zhanbai, once more. Little Zhanbai was a forbidden item borrowed by Lin Xia from Bai Li Pang Pang earlier when capturing Qiao Yuan. A replica of the forbidden item, Zhanbai, it could ignore a 5-meter distance when striking. The true Zhanbai, however, could disregard distances of over 1,000 meters, truly delivering an unimpeded strike, severing all in its path. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes ablaze. I've longed to give you a good thrashing. Lin Xian, where est your decorum? He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Beside them, Shen Qizhu and Molly, seeing Lin Xia spring into action, also approached. Shen Qizhu fixed his gaze on Lin Xian, shaking off his previous nonchalance. Throughout this match, he had held a high regard for Lin Xian. Yet now it seemed he might need to reassess that evaluation. Seeing Molly rise, Rose followed suit, mimicking her movements. Bai Li Pang Pang, with tears streaming down his face, felt aggrieved. He had just developed feelings for a girl, only to discover she might be into girls. How could he endure such a revelation? Vortex, are you joining? Yu Guei inquired, looking at the vortex. No, I won't go. I'm already exhausted. The vortex shook its head vigorously, resting its hands on the ground, leaning back in a manner reminiscent of an old man. Then I shall not go either. I will merely watch them fight. The moon ghost similarly slumped down. After battling with Lin Xia, he had no desire to move. However, Tian Ping stood up. Are you going as well? Tian Ping merely smiled in response. Isn't it rather amusing? The crowd encircled Lin Xian, whether among the surviving freshmen, the instructors hidden below, or the masked team. All eyes were drawn to the youth whose golden eyes blazed with intensity. Lin Xian scanned the surroundings. 6 in total? His lips curled upwards as he beckoned Lin Xia. Come. Chapter 36. Lin Xian dominates the crowd. Time Zero shines brightly. The moment Lin Xian shouted, Lin Xia surged forward, his golden gaze radiating, shielding the others from Lin Xian's overwhelming golden eye pressure. The blade sliced through the air with such speed that it produced a resounding hum. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes, activating his temporal assault, gripping his weapon tightly as he pushed his speed to the limit. In an instant, a storm of blade energy filled the air. A colossal hammer and an enormous sword descended upon Lin Xian. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers. Once the oxygen and nitrogen reached a specific ratio, a mere spark could ignite an explosion. Tian Ping raised and pressed his hands down, and everyone felt a sudden lightness. While Lin Xian bore the weight of several times gravity upon his shoulders, they saw Lin Xian standing there, motionless. Lin Xian had overreached. This was the consensus among the onlookers and the attackers alike. Such an overwhelming assault was surely beyond his endurance. Yet, in the next moment, they blinked in astonishment. That figure suddenly vanished from sight. Only Wang Mian perceived the fleeting shadow, yet he found himself unable to keep pace. Indeed, despite sharing the same realm, he could not keep up. Lin Xian seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head, shifting sideways without even glancing back as the towering hammer and the vibrating sword whizzed past him. A blade of light narrowly missed his waist. It was Lin Xia's swift strike, capable of bypassing a 5-meter distance. Any slight miscalculation would have seen Lin Xian crushed to the ground or cut down. Yet, he remained unscathed. Then, Wang Mian witnessed an even more astonishing sight. With a mere flick of his hand, he dissipated the imminent explosion. Another flick, and without even touching Molly or Lin Xia, he merely swayed his sleeve, sending their weapons flying, as if the world itself moved in his favor. All of this transpired in less than 0.3 of a second. Wang Mian barely registered a flash before Lin Xian vanished once more. When he reappeared, he was behind Lin Xia, brandishing a cerulean dagger aimed at Lin Xia's back. Simultaneously, Lin Xian fired his gun with his left hand, shooting at both Molly and Rose, targeting their calves. At that moment, Wang Mian faced 2 choices: save Lin Xia or save the 2 women. Clearly, Lin Xian was deliberate in his actions. Though Wang Mian was no slower than Lin Xian, his mastery over the temporal realm allowed him to block the attack. Without hesitation, he rushed to the women's side, swinging his black blade to intercept the strike. Was there any need for hesitation? Rose was his comrade. Lin Xie was not. With a thrust, Lin Xian aimed for Lin Xie, who suddenly rolled forward to evade the strike. Lin Xie was inwardly alarmed. That was a close call. Had it not been for his ability to sense within a 20-meter range, he would have never seen Lin Xian's form. Moreover, had it been daylight, even if he could vaguely make out the figure, he would not have reacted in time. He retaliated with a slash, but Lin Xian had vanished again, like a ghost. Wang Mian scanned the area, only to hear Lin Xie's warning from the side. Be careful, he suddenly realized, raising his blade in defense, but it was too late. The murderous intent erupted instantly. Gunfire and the clash of swords rang out simultaneously from two different directions towards Wang Mian. It was only as the bullet and blade approached that he heard the gunshot. When did this happen? Wang Mian utilized the full extent of his temporal domain to evade the bullet aimed at his back, swinging his long knife. Clang. Thud. He managed to block it. Yet not entirely. In the moment their blades collided, Lin Xian swiftly drew another dagger and plunged it in, splattering blood. Wang Mian's eyes nearly shrank to pinpoints as he retreated several meters, distancing himself from the battle to join the vortex and the others. When he reappeared, he bore no injuries. Only the masked team, Lin Xian, and a select few noticed this. Hey, boss, are you done fighting? The vortex inquired, astonished. I lost. Wang Mian's voice was soft, audible only to the nearby members of the masked team and Lin Xian. The moon ghost seemed to sense something, disbelief evident in his voice. I used power beyond the realm, Wang Mian stated, his gaze fixed on the battlefield where Lin Xian's shadow lingered, his expression concealed beneath the mask. Had Lin Xian aimed for a vital point, he would have had to employ power beyond the realm to survive. He was capable of such feats, yet he refrained. Just as he had never intended to attack the masked team. Yet ultimately, he did wield power beyond the realm to mask his injuries. After Lin Xian's strike, Wang Mian voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield, conceding defeat. While he could accept defeat, he could not allow the onlooking recruits to discover it. If they did, they would undoubtedly discuss it. Although he did not remove his mask as protocol dictated, injuring members of the masked team carried even more weight. The recruits might claim victory, asserting that they had won the bet. Whether they accused him of cheating or claimed he broke his word, the masked team could not afford to lose. This training session had to continue. To forego training would be to truly endanger these recruits by sending them to the battlefield. Yet he had not anticipated Lin Xian's extraordinary strength. This was an assault by 6 individuals, and even in the same realm, facing 6 opponents, he had not faltered. It appeared he was handling it with remarkable ease. At this moment, Wang Mian finally confirmed that Lin Xian had indeed held back during their confrontation, and not merely by a small margin. Lin Xian's temporal domain clearly outlasted his own, and that ability to disarm opponents from a distance had gone entirely unseen during their duel. He realized he had underestimated Lin Xian. Wang Mian chuckled lightly. The new generation of recruits truly contained remarkable talent. The realm of Time Zero was indeed a terrifying domain. Chapter 37. Lin Xian stained with blood. A bloody dragon remains a dragon as Wang Mian's thoughts settled. He focused on Lin Xian, only to observe that within mere seconds of his withdrawal from the battlefield, Rose and Tianping had also exited. They bore no significant injuries, merely appearing somewhat disheveled as they stared blankly at the scene. Rose touched her neck, her expression behind the mask complex. She had been forced out of the battle by Lin Xian. Just moments ago, his blade had been poised at her throat. Yet he had chosen to do nothing, merely allowing her to withdraw. Rose recalled the wager between Yuan Gang and the recruits, and in that instant, she understood and exited the battlefield. She exchanged a glance with Tianping, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. It seemed Tianping, like her, had been compelled to leave. The two individuals turned and approached Captain Wang, standing silently by his side as they observed the scene before them. It was peculiar. Why had the masked team retreated? Perhaps they felt it was unfair to engage so many against a single opponent and chose to withdraw? Facing even one of them proved to be a challenge, let alone 3. The surrounding new recruits whispered amongst themselves, offering what they believed to be reasonable conjectures. It hadn't been long at all. It made sense. The masked team, true to their reputation, might have merely been toying with their opponent, not intent on a genuine fight. Was it possible that they had been forced out? Some raised objections, but these were swiftly dismissed by others. It's only been a few seconds, my friend. This is the masked team we're talking about. Do you really think they would struggle to last even a few seconds? Upon hearing the murmurs around her, Rose felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. She indeed hadn't lasted even a few seconds. Meanwhile, Wang glanced at the 2 approaching figures and then at the fleeting shadow on the battlefield, sighing inwardly. It seemed Lin Xian had shown restraint, granting them a measure of respect. Clearly, after dealing with Wang, Lin Xian had promptly dispatched the 2. Yet, He had spared the masked team by compelling them to withdraw without delivering a lethal blow. He owed Lin Xian a favor. At that moment, Lin Xian's ability, Time Zero, was also on cooldown. In truth, he had wished to engage the 3 members of the masked team for a while longer, but the circumstances were not conducive. After all, these 3 were elite team members, possessing top-tier combat experience and coordination. If he didn't prioritize eliminating them, he risked a reversal once his Time Zero expired. Thus, he opted to minimize energy absorption and eliminate them from the fray. Had the 3 members of the masked team been able to hear Lin Xian's thoughts, they would likely have been rendered speechless. To avoid catastrophe, he had to eliminate them first. How could one utter such words and still consider themselves human? At this point, only 2 remained on the field, Lin Xie, Shen Qingzhu, and Molly. She hadn't even seen how the blade was launched. It was merely a blur before her eyes, followed by a tremendous force that left her arm tingling. Shen Qingzhu examined his hand and then looked at Lin Xian, confusion etched on his face. Just a moment ago, as the air around Lin Xian was on the verge of exploding, he sensed that something had disrupted the brewing explosion. It felt as if countless fragments of air had transformed into swirling blades, disrupting the gases that should have ignited. Something was amiss. This individual was far more formidable than he had anticipated. That last maneuver didn't seem like a time-related ability. It resembled the power to manipulate gases, much like his own. But could a single individual possess 2 such extraordinary abilities? Shen Qingzhu was uncertain. He merely felt a sense of futility. He wasn't foolish. If he couldn't even execute an explosion, what was the point of continuing the fight? Thus, he withdrew from the arena, leaving only Lin Xie, Molly, and Lin Xian. Lin Xie mused, just moments ago, we were 6 strong, and now, within mere seconds, it's down to just him? Not only did Lin Xie feel exasperated, but Lin Xian shared in that sentiment. He hadn't anticipated that Shen Qingzhu would simply cease to fight. It appeared that his earlier disruption of the air with his blood-sucking scythe had been detected, leading his opponent to conclude that air manipulation posed no threat to Lin Xian, prompting a swift exit. Your Time Zero should be finished now, right? Lin Xie fixed his gaze on Lin Xian, gripping his long blade tightly. The power associated with time was undeniably overpowered. Had he not reacted swiftly, coupled with his mental acuity, he would have fallen for the trap earlier. Fortunately, the cooldown for Lin Xian's Time Zero was lengthy, requiring at least 7 or 8 minutes before it could be employed again. Finally, a legitimate battle could ensue. Lin Xie was brimming with fighting spirit, akin to an arrow ready to soar, or a fledgling eagle gliding through the night. A flicker of cold light appeared. Clang! Lin Xian raised his blade to block, dismissing his earlier nonchalance. Lin Xie was no ordinary adversary, especially under the cover of night. He could not be underestimated. Following closely was a massive katana that descended with a resounding crash. Molly's ability, known as universal frequency manipulation, allowed her to control the vibrational frequency of any object that came into direct or indirect contact within her domain. I've digressed. I'll go reflect. Lin Xian sidestepped the attack, blocking Lin Xie's assault with a swift strike, simultaneously delivering a sidekick that sent the massive katana flying, causing Molly to stumble. There was no need for prolonging the encounter. Let us settle this with a single decisive strike. Lin Xie leaped back and spoke. Lin Xian paused for 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. Almost instantaneously after Lin Xian's ascent, Lin Xie's eyes shimmered with golden light, resembling 2 blazing furnaces, radiating an overwhelming power. Lin Xian's gaze mirrored the brilliance, casting an indescribable aura of solemnity and authority that enveloped everyone present. In the heart of the battlefield, Molly felt this sensation most acutely. Her hand gripping the massive katana trembled. She realized she was utterly incapable of intervening in the clash between the 2. Any disruption to their confrontation felt like the gravest sacrilege. Neither had yet struck, but the sheer pressure they exuded was nearly insurmountable. A tempest howled as. In the depths of the inky night, only their golden eyes shone resplendently. Silence enveloped the realm, with all present able to hear only their own breaths. Below, the instructors observed in awe, not daring to breathe. A sudden noise broke the tension. It was unclear who among the audience had been too anxious and inadvertently made a sound. At that very moment, both combatants moved, transforming into fleeting shadows. Swish! 2 blades clashed, and the spectators gasped in unison. Lin Xie's long knife slashed diagonally into Lin Xian's shoulder, blood splattering. Meanwhile, a blade rested against Lin Xie's neck, drawing a line of crimson across his skin. The arena fell into silence. All were left dumbfounded. Wang observed the scene, his gaze sharpening. He knew that even he would have been unable to withstand the force of that last collision. Neither of them could have been blocked. Yet, beyond shock, there was a sense of pride. He regarded the 2 with a smile in his eyes. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Great Xia would boast another elite team. I eagerly await that moment. Huh, what did you say, boss? Vortex scratched his head in confusion. Nothing, let us go. Time's up, Wang replied, turning toward the training ground. At this juncture, it was already 9 o'clock, and the competition had concluded. Meanwhile, Bai Li, mouth agape, vigorously patted the tightly bound Qiao Yuan beside him. Qiao Yuan, did you see that? The speed at which Lin Xian and Lin Xie moved just now. Why aren't you talking, Qiao Yuan? Bai Li turned to look at Qiao Yuan, only to find him glaring resentfully, his mouth sealed by a binding scroll. I would like to speak, but I can't even open my mouth. From the moment Lin Xian had invited everyone to join, he had awakened, but due to Lin Xie's tight wrapping, even his mouth was sealed, rendering him unable to utter a word. Qiao Yuan had witnessed the entire battle. His astonishment rivaled that of Bai Li, perhaps even exceeding it. Unlike other new recruits, he had an instinctive feeling that the 3 members of the masked team had not voluntarily retreated but had been compelled to do so. This raised the question, who had the power to force 3 members of the masked team to withdraw in mere seconds? His gaze settled on the tall, dark-haired youth, whose golden slit pupils had faded, yet few dared to approach him. Bloodied and standing amidst the ruins, he resembled a deity descended from the heavens. Chapter 38. I quite enjoy being called to rise. It offers a certain exhilarating thrill of departure. I concede, Lin Xie declared nonchalantly. Lin Xian employed a style of trading injury for life. Had this been a battlefield, he might have perished. However, he did not anticipate the tenacity of his opponent. Lin Xie regarded Lin Xian with a somewhat impolite gaze, for just moments ago, when he struck Lin Xian's shoulder, he discovered that the blade failed to penetrate. For heaven's sake, I wield a forbidden weapon. While it may not be of the highest grade, it is still a forbidden item. This is a knife, and you are flesh and blood. How is it that I cannot cut through? Lin Xie felt an urge to scoff, opening his mouth to utter a couple of words, yet ultimately refrained. Wait until the medical personnel arrive. They'll help you remove it, Lin Xie instructed Lin Xian, who still had the small blade embedded in his shoulder. That is unnecessary. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, and to Lin Xie's astonishment, he simply yanked the knife out himself. He pulled it out. He actually pulled it out. Are you insane? Lin Xie's eyes widened as he seized Lin Xian by the collar, shouting at him, disregarding the blood splattered on his face. It was impossible for him not to be enraged. Such reckless removal would lead to excessive blood loss before help could arrive, potentially resulting in death. Concurrently, the instructors, who were about to depart, witnessed this scene with astonished expressions. They had not anticipated Lin Xian's blatant recklessness in extracting the blade. Yuan Gang, who was contacting the medical team, was equally taken aback and, after a moment, shouted at those around him. As he turned to the live broadcast, he was momentarily stunned again. In the footage, Lin Xian merely shrugged, gestured for Lin Xie to release his collar, and then proceeded to remove his bloodstained shirt. His physique, more perfect than ancient Greek sculptures, was exposed before the onlookers, prompting gasps from the surrounding females. Humph, what's the big deal? Molly cast a glance, pouting slightly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Lin Xian paid no mind to the gazes of those around him. He merely showcased his wound to Lin Xie. In such a brief span, the bleeding had already ceased. Lin Xie was bewildered. Is it truly stopped? Even novels wouldn't dare depict this. His lips twitched in disbelief. So, he had been unnecessarily worried? What kind of physical prowess did this beast possess? His recovery rate, resilience, endurance, strength, and speed were all maximized. Was he even human? Lin Xie resolved to classify Lin Xian as an entirely new species, aptly named the Lin Xian beast. He had lost the motivation to inquire if Lin Xian required treatment. Given his rate of recovery, he might well be fine after a night's rest. He picked up the small blade that Lin Xian had discarded on the ground, snatched the shirt from his hands, and meticulously wiped the blood from the blade. Bailey Pangpang and Qiao Yuan approached, with Bailey Pangpang rubbing his sizable belly as he walked. Lin Xian, you truly make me envious. If only I could possess muscles like yours, Molly would surely accept my pursuits. As they made their way to the dormitory, Bailey Pangpang and Molly exchanged heartfelt confessions, only to be rebuffed by her. Consequently, Bailey Pangpang was left as the melancholic little prince, requiring no consolation from others as he began to bolster his own spirits. No worries, even without muscles, I believe I can win Molly over. My father always says that women are emotional and have no immunity to cute creatures. I imagine Molly is no different. What do you plan to offer? Qiao Yuan inquired. Perhaps a Bugatti Veyron, a Hummer, a Jaguar, a Land Rover, and of course, a heavenly cat, he replied. The other 3 stared blankly. Are those considered cute creatures? Bailey Pongpong's simplistic remarks rendered the group speechless. Having finished cleaning the blade, Lin Xie tossed the shirt to Lin Xian and headed toward the training ground. The match had concluded, and it was time for the instructors to announce the results. Lin Xian caught the shirt and donned it without hesitation. What other choice did he have? He could hardly train bare-chested. It felt rather awkward. His pride had not yet reached the point of flaunting his torso before a crowd of 100. He was not Caesar from the Dragon Clan, relishing in displaying his physique to the ladies. "Let us go," Lin Xian said, following Lin Xie, with the other two trailing behind. Upon reaching the training ground, Molly and Shenjiang were already waiting for them. The two acknowledged Lin Xian and his companions with slight nods but exchanged no further words. Not only they, but also the other recruits were acutely aware of the combat prowess displayed by the last two fighters. They believed they could barely withstand it, let alone withstand their attacks. Surviving it all felt like a miracle. A combat machine among the trash. Laughter erupted as one claimed to be a combat machine amongst refuse. A gross exaggeration of their own capabilities. If those two were considered trash, what did that make them? A collective sigh echoed through their minds. As they conceded to the truth, the instructors stood upon the platform, with Yuan Gang at the center, surveying the crowd. The match has concluded, and in the end, none of you managed to unmask the faceless squad. Yuan Gang's voice boomed. He cast a discreet glance at Lin Xian and his three companions, noting Lin Xian's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unharmed, which brought him a sense of relief. Earlier, through the live broadcast, all instructors witnessed Lin Xian revealing his wound. When everyone realized that the bleeding had ceased, a collective gasp filled the air. Even Yuan Gang was no exception. What on earth had this kid consumed to achieve such rapid recovery? Was this a gift bestowed by the divine? Regardless, it would be prudent to conduct an examination afterward to ensure everything was in order. He continued, "Not only did you fail to remove the masks, but aside from a select few among you, none even managed to land a single blow. It's utterly laughable." As Yuan Gang's words echoed, nearly all gazes shifted toward Lin Xian and his companions, particularly focusing on Lin Xian and Lin Xie. Some also glanced at Shenjiang and Molly. What Yuan Gang failed to notice was that as he spoke, both Rose and Tianping lowered their heads. And even Wang Mian slightly bowed his. It was rather embarrassing to admit, but he had not managed to land even a single hit on the little monster Lin Xian. Yue Gui stood silently nearby, while the swirling energy whispered provocatively in Rose and Tianping's ears, exuding an air of smugness. If one were to look closely, they would see that both Rose and Tianping were gripping their hands tightly. Having been outclassed by the recruits, they were seething with frustration. And yet the swirling energy dared to taunt them. It seemed that the night ahead would not be particularly pleasant for the swirling energy. "According to our agreement, since you lost, you must cast aside that nonsensical pride," Yuan Gang declared. Lin Xian suddenly grasped the underlying meaning in Yuan Gang's words regarding sealing the forbidden ruins. It was well known that forbidden items were so named due to the contained forbidden ruins within. For instance, the blade Zhanbai, revered as a treasure of the Bailey family, was esteemed precisely because it encompassed the forbidden ruins of Sequence 61, Zhanbai. Given Yuan Gang's confidence in his ability to seal the forbidden ruins of all new recruits, it was evident that it was a formidable forbidden ruin of a high sequence rank. Moreover, he recalled that in the original narrative, Lin Xie's divine ruin had not been sealed. This meant he could still benefit from Lin Xie's abilities. How fortuitous! After single-handedly taking on 6 opponents, Lin Xian's bloodline purity had indeed risen to 23%, achieving a 3-tier increase shortly after his arrival. This sensation was akin to enjoying a slice of ice-cold watermelon amidst the sweltering summer military training, pure bliss. The second aspect pertains to the applications of forbidden ruins and tactical theories. Rest assured, by that time, I shall ensure you utilize the forbidden ruins to the point of nausea until your mental faculties are exhausted and your spirit is utterly drained. Lin Xian, why do you smile so mischievously? Li Pangpang glanced at Lin Xian, at a loss for words to describe that expression. It felt akin to a petty person reveling in their success. Lin Xie timely added, "Yes, that's exactly it." Lin Xian cast a sidelong glance at the two, his expression darkening. "Are you two even being polite? I have a question regarding physical training." Chao Yuan raised his hand. "What is it?" "It seems that aside from our dormitory being spared, the other 5 buildings have been completely demolished. Where will they stay tonight? It is rather shameful to admit, but one of those buildings was destroyed due to my actions. I drew my blade during the vortex incident. By the time I regained consciousness, it was already a wasteland. It appears many new recruits were buried beneath the rubble. Fortunately, the instructors have ensured their safety, and most are unharmed." Hiss. Li Pangpang felt that Chao Yuan's question was quite astute, and he began to ponder deeply. Now, with only 1 dormitory remaining intact, and Emoli having nowhere to stay tonight, could it be? The more he thought, the brighter his eyes became, occasionally bursting into a mischievous chuckle. Chao Yuan scrutinized Li Pangpang's expression, then glanced at Lin Xian, accurately remarking, "It resembles Lin Xian's previous expression. But he looks even more lecherous." Lin Xian, by Li Pang Pang. "Who looks lecherous? Be clear about who you're referring to." Before Bai Li Pang Pang could further question, he suddenly caught sight of the 6 buildings standing intact before him. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Lin Qiyi. Am I seeing things?" Lin Qiyi glanced at the buildings, quickly finding it reasonable. He had been contemplating that the masked team had dismantled things so recklessly because they had a backup plan. Lin Xian did not focus on the dormitory buildings. Instead, he was observing the 5 small black figures cloaked in deep gray departing in the distance. Those were the members of the masked team. Lin Xian was the first to stride towards the dormitory, ignoring the already agitated Bai Li Pang Pang. "Hopefully, the cafeteria will open tomorrow. The supplies from the training camp are hardly sufficient, and my beef jerky and chocolate are nearly gone." Ding! The sound rang in Lin Xian's ears like a soul-stirring bell. But fortunately, he had developed a habit of controlling the sound with his blood-sucking sickle to a level that a normal person could hear. Otherwise, that sudden noise would have startled him into jumping up. Lin Xian sat up, shaking his head. "Damn it, who is sitting on my eyelids? Can you please get up? I can barely open my eyes." Lin Xian mumbled, squinting towards Chao Yuan on the other side. "Well, he is sleeping quite soundly." Chao Yuan was nestled beneath his pillow, sleeping peacefully. Lin Xian approached him and snatched away his pillow. "Wake up, the whistle has blown. Lin Qi, he doesn't want you anymore." "Why?" Chao Yuan sprang up abruptly, his head colliding with the railing with a clang. "Ouch!" He clutched his head, disregarding the pain, simply asking, "Why doesn't Ti Qi want me anymore?" With such demeanor and tone, if Chao Yuan were a girl, Lin Qi would undoubtedly be the worst kind of scoundrel. Chapter 39. The Burdened Devil Training. Lin Xian attempts to challenge his limits. "Qi, don't abandon me." On the training ground, Chao Yuan clung to Lin Qi's leg, wailing loudly. Surrounding new recruits and instructors whispered amongst themselves. "What happened? I don't know. But it feels like a tale of betrayal. Could it be that this Lin Qi found someone new and no longer wants him? It seems quite entertaining. Isn't that just girl talk? Do you also find it entertaining? Of course, indulging in every little thing keeps my nutrition balanced. You're overthinking it. Indulging in everything will only lead to frustration." What kind of frustration? Feeling the peculiar gazes of those around them, Lin Qiyi managed to reassure Chao Yuan that he would not abandon him. Relieved that Chao Yuan finally released his grip, Lin Qiyi felt a sense of relief. Even though he didn't care about others' opinions, he couldn't bear such a situation. Lin Qiyi turned to Lin Xian, knowing that the root cause of this mess was that scoundrel before him. At that moment, nearly all the new recruits had gathered, though most appeared dazed as if still trapped in their dreams. It was only 3 in the morning. The earliest risers had barely slept for over 5 hours. Not to mention some who hadn't slept at all and were now being roused. An instructor stood on the platform, his expression stern. After a head count confirmed everyone as presence, his demeanor softened slightly. Ignoring the resentful glares from the recruits, he spoke loudly. From the moment the whistle sounded until the assembly was completed, it took a total of 13 minutes. Today marks the first day of your training. I will not penalize you for being late. However, remember this, from now on, whenever the whistle blows, you must assemble within 3 minutes. If you're late, well, the consequences will be yours to bear. Now, everyone, bear the weights and run 10 laps to warm up." The instructor pointed to the weights at their feet. "But that was all." Then he pointed at Lin Xian and Lin Qiyi. "You two, 30 laps with weights. No rest until you finish." No one seemed inclined to voice their discomfort regarding the instructor's orders. They all deemed it quite normal. Both individuals were exceptional, since they were the best among the worst. They naturally had to meet the standards of elite training. Lin Xian shrugged, wearing an indifferent expression. Lin Qiyi stepped forward, picking up the weights, which felt like at least 20 or 30 pounds. Running 30 laps with such a burden posed a significant challenge for him, as he lacked Lin Xian's physical prowess. The others likewise donned their weights, when suddenly, Lin Qiyi heard a startled exclamation. "I can't use my forbidden domain." That person had intended to use the forbidden domain to lighten their load, but discovered that their ability had been entirely sealed and could not be utilized at all. As expected, didn't the chief instructor say that in the first half of the year, he would seal our forbidden domains, rendering us like ordinary people? Ordinary people? Lin Qiyi felt the power within himself and noted that both the Starry Night Dancer and the Mortal Realm domain had indeed faced certain restrictions. Yet, it was merely a limitation, not a complete inability to use them. He looked towards Lin Xian. "Can your time zero still be used?" "Yes." Lin Xian did not conceal this fact. For him, the sealing of the forbidden domain was of no consequence. At least he felt no sense of limitation whatsoever, because what he possessed was not a forbidden domain at all. However, his focus was not on that. He felt a continuous stream of energy coursing through his body, pondering. This sealing object seems to be of high grade, and it will remain active for the next 6 months. At this rate, my bloodline purity should exceed 30 in half a year. What a boon! Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. What could be more delightful than observable progress? Especially that kind of progress where even while lying still, one's level still ascends. Of course, Lin Xian had no intention of slacking off. The improvement of bloodline purity was merely one aspect of strength. He also needed to elevate his realm. He could feel that he was just a step away from the pool realm. Even if he did nothing, in a few weeks, it should naturally come to fruition. He eagerly anticipated what changes Time Zero would undergo once he ascended to the pool realm. Would it form a domain as he speculated? Transitioning from individual acceleration to group acceleration? If that were to happen, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon, especially since he wouldn't be like Wang Mian, who, after using the time domain, felt utterly drained, even to the point of consuming his lifespan. Wang Mian, are you being polite? The training ground was vast, at least several times larger than the school playground, running laps around the training ground. Even a single lap was enough to leave the unaccustomed lungs of an ordinary worker gasping for breath. After being confined to the forbidden area, these individuals exhibited a physical prowess that surpassed that of ordinary people, albeit by a slight margin. For the new recruits, running 10 laps was undeniably a formidable challenge. Except for Lin Xian. Upon the instructor's command, Lin Xian immediately embarked on his journey of laps. Initially, he exerted every ounce of his strength to push himself towards his physical limits. To onlookers, he appeared as a gust of wind racing by, seemingly unburdened despite carrying an additional weight of 20 to 30 pounds. Bai Li, panting, pointed in the direction Lin Xian had sped off to and turned to Chao Yuan, his expression betraying a hint of existential doubt. Exhausted and unwilling to speak, Bai Li nonetheless conveyed his thoughts to Chao Yuan, who understood the sentiment. It was futile to compare themselves. They should focus on their own efforts. Chao Yuan shrugged, remarking that while exercise is often considered a pleasure for Lin Xian, it truly seemed to be so. Exercise may be enjoyable, but I am not one to pursue mere indulgence, Bai Li lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. Lin Xian swiftly accomplished his goal but did not halt. Similarly, Lin Qiyi continued without pause. He recognized that he could not match Lin Xian's speed. Yet his aim was not to compete with him but rather to discover his own limits. On the training platform, the instructor observed the two figures racing against each other as the sky transitioned from a silent black to a muted gray. Dawn was approaching. Only 3 individuals remained on the track: Lin Qiyi, Lin Xian, and Bai Li. They paid no heed to the sweat clinging to their bodies. Too fatigued to even consider a shower, others lingered in the area, watching the trio, including Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan. Some had even fainted, necessitating evacuation by the medical team. At last, the horizon lightened with the first light of dawn. Lin Xian and his companions came to a stop. Bai Li had finally completed his laps, having started at 3 in the morning, and now the sun had risen. Lin Xian, however, wore a smile. After running at maximum speed for over 2 hours, he had exhausted his energy but was determined to push himself further, driven by a fierce desire for self-improvement. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the world of the god-slaying realm. Close by were the ruthless and bloody Four Gods Church, and far beyond, many foreign deities coveted the Great Xia. Even Cthulhu watched human civilization with predatory eyes. Every step he took was fraught with peril. All Lin Xian could do was strive to enhance his abilities before calamity struck. Only in this way could he avert tragedies and save those he wished to protect. If he were strong enough, invincible, even, he would not need to worry about disturbing the main storyline. In that case, facing the ghost-faced king, he could simply dispatch him with a single blow and rescue old Zhao. What did the main storyline matter? I'm the main storyline. Lin Xian firmly believed in one principle. Only through relentless self-improvement could he attain the freedom and confidence to choose his future. Soaked in sweat, he felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Lin Xian, come here, a voice called out. Turning, he discovered it was Yuan Gang. What could prompt this esteemed commander to seek him out? Bai Li, who had been utterly exhausted, suddenly found the strength to shuffle over to Lin Qiyi. Whispering in a pitiful tone, how would I know? Lin Qiyi replied, feeling too drained to think, wishing simply to lie on the ground, with the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed. Please, have a seat. Yuan Gang opened the door, ushering Lin Xian into an office. Lin Xian took a seat and surveyed the room, which bore no decorations, save for black grid-patterned cabinets filled with unidentified documents. Yuan Gang wasted no time, stating, Wang mentioned to me that during the competition, you intentionally refrained from touching the masks of the false-face team. He owes you a favor. Moreover, I believe we owe you a favor as well. His gaze intense, Yuan Gang continued, if there is anything you desire, feel free to ask. As long as it is not too outrageous, I can procure it for you as compensation. Lin Xian did not decline, after a moment's contemplation. He recalled how Lin Qiyi had previously acquired a precious item from Yuan Gang. I have two requests. First, I seek a spiritual defense artifact. That is acceptable. Yuan Gang replied readily. And the second? I hope to receive special training accommodations. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang began to frown, but Lin Xian quickly clarified, of course. My request for special treatment does not imply favoritism. Rather, my training volume and intensity must exceed that of others, or else it would be ineffective. Yuan Gang paused, then nodded in agreement. That can be arranged. In truth, even without Lin Xian's request, he would have done so. Lin Xian's extraordinary physical capabilities were evident. He had heard that Lin Xian had already run 60 to 70 laps with a heavy load before arriving, causing instructor Hong to worry about him overexerting himself. Yet when Yuan Gang approached, Lin Xian appeared unfazed, save for his drenched clothing. However, Lin Xian was not without fatigue. He was not made of iron. But his recovery rate was exceptionally rapid, and his breath steadied in no time. Regarding the special accommodations, I have one final minor request, Yuan Gang noted, observing Lin Xian's somewhat bashful expression as he spoke. Go on, he encouraged, his curiosity piqued at what could make Lin Xian feel shy. My appetite is slightly larger than others. I may require. I thought it was something serious. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively. So you just want to eat more? With your impressive physique, it's only natural that you'd have a hearty appetite. Do not worry. I can certainly provide for that. A knowing smile crept across Yuan Gang's face, aware of the subpar meals typically served to new recruits. As long as Lin Xian could consume it, he would have no objection to him eating as much as he desired. Lin Xian scratched his head, smiling back at him innocently. At that moment, Yuan Gang had yet to realize just how much Lin Xian's slightly larger appetite truly entailed. Perhaps it was only then that he would comprehend the extent of Lin Xian's modesty. This, perhaps, was the subtlety characteristic of the great Xia. Chapter 40. Finally, mealtime. Lin Xian, like a famished tiger, and Lin Qiyi, as if facing a formidable foe. The sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Lin Qiyi had barely settled into bed when he found himself leaping up to rush to the training ground. Baili, on the verge of tears, donned his clothes with great effort, pushing through the soreness in his arms to keep pace, his expression a blend of confusion and fatigue. Upon arriving at the training ground, Lin Qiyi and Baili immediately encountered Lin Xian and Xiao Yuan. Lin Xian, what did Commander Yuan want with you? Baili inquired. He mentioned that my physical condition is quite unique, and I may receive special treatment going forward. I see, Baili responded, his eyes half closed, revealing both interest in Lin Xian's situation and overwhelming fatigue. On the platform, Instructor Hong pressed a stopwatch while surveying the assembled recruits, satisfaction evident on his face. Aside from a few who remained in the medical facility, all others were present. Finally, they could commence the meal. Baili's previously drooping eyelids shot open, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, Qiyi, why do you look so serious? Baili's inquiry drew the attention of Chao Yuan and Shen Qingshu, who were nearby. Lin Qiyi's demeanor was exceedingly grave, as if he were bracing for an impending battle. To be honest, during the conflict with the masked squad, he had never seen Lin Qiyi so grave. What on earth had transpired? Despite the collective bewilderment, Lin Qiyi showed no inclination to elucidate. Within his mental perception, he sensed Lin Xian's leg muscles taut, poised for action. He vividly recalled Lin Xian's terrifying speed and veracity when it came to food, coupled with the fact that, for the past few days, the latter seemed perpetually underfed. After all, the supplies at the ration station were apportioned according to the average adult's intake, which meant Lin Xian had been subsisting on mere compressed biscuits to stave off hunger. However, these could only serve as a temporary reprieve, not a proper meal. It was clear that the logistics personnel preparing the provisions at the training camp were oblivious to Lin Xian's appetite, considering the need to avoid waste. The food prepared in the mess hall should be roughly proportional to the total number of recruits. Even if there was a surplus, it would not be substantial. Moreover, Lin Xian had been starving for several days, now in a state akin to a famished beast unleashed, as if a bachelor of 20 years suddenly encountered a stunning beauty. Willingly offering herself and obediently complying, and not indulging in a hearty feast would be a disservice to oneself. Take my advice, hasten to the mess hall and upon encountering food, do not hesitate to claim your portion. Lin Qiyi's demeanor was exceptionally serious. This was not merely a meal, it was a battle for the right to satiate one's hunger. Of course, even if you did not mention it, I would act accordingly. At this moment, Baili Pang was so dizzy from hunger that he failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind Lin Qiyi's words. It was simply about seizing the food, so why was Lin Qiyi so solemn? On the other hand, Chao Yuan discerned something and merely nodded in silent acknowledgement. All right. It's time to eat. Instructor Hong waved his hand and turned to leave. Concurrently, Bai Li Pang Pang dashed out at an unprecedented speed, even employing forbidden techniques. Yet, a figure outpaced him. Like an arrow slicing through the air, a shadow swept past the crowd, accompanied by a wild gust of wind that rustled their clothing. The onlookers barely caught a glimpse of the figure before Lin Xie followed closely behind, rushing into the mess hall. As the crowd entered, they were met with a strange sound. It was not a noise one would expect from a human, but rather akin to a large beast tearing into its prey, accompanied by a horrifying crunching sound. When the crowd turned towards the source of the noise, they were left in stunned silence. A tall figure with black hair crouched low, illuminated by the morning sunlight streaming through the window, casting a dark shadow against the pristine white wall. This figure was voraciously devouring chunks of bloody meat, blood dripping from its lips and splattering onto the ground like a grotesque crimson flower. Lin Xie stood nearby, also suppressing his disgust as he shoved raw meat into his mouth, simultaneously retrieving a steamed bun from a nearby bowl. Upon entering, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that their breakfast would consist of raw beef and buns. The meat, still dripping with blood, had a peculiar taste that was difficult to swallow. Yet Lin Xie understood that he had no choice but to eat. Replenishing his strength was one aspect, but more critically, if he did not eat quickly, there would be nothing left. He had no doubt that if he slowed down, Lin Xian would consume the mountain of raw meat. This insatiable appetite resembled a bottomless pit, showing no signs of being filled regardless of how much was crammed in. Is that Lin Xian? Someone recognized the towering figure beside the pile of raw meat. He appeared as if he had been starving for 8 lifetimes, blood smeared across his lips, resembling a wild beast that had gone hungry for days. Though he had not activated his golden eyes or deliberately unleashed the dragon might of Nidhogg, merely this glance was enough to make many recruits instinctively step back. Bai Li Pang Pang approached Lin Xian, gazing at the bowl of raw meat with a look of distaste. Are we really eating this? Raw meat and buns? Is there nothing else? Chao Yuan disregarded him, simply grabbing a large chunk of raw meat and swiftly shoving it into his mouth. He recalled Lin Xie's earlier remarks. Initially, he had not understood Lin Xie's intent, but now, witnessing Lin Xian devouring the meat and the rapidly diminishing pile, he felt a revelation dawn upon him. Chao Yuan exchanged a peculiar glance with Lin Xie, his eyes questioning. Lin Xie confirmed his thoughts. Chao Yuan, Lin Xie, what are you two conspiring about? Bai Li Pang Pang felt a strange camaraderie forming between them that he was utterly unaware of, as if he had been excluded. Instantly alert, he likened the situation to a historical drama, believing that he, as Bai Li Pang Pang, was Lin Xia's primary consort, while Chao Yuan was merely a concubine. Now, the concubine and the emperor shared a unique understanding, leaving him, the principal consort, feeling sidelined. Chao Yuan's demeanor remained nonchalant, merely smiling without uttering a word. Hey, who prepared this meal? Get out here. Shen Qingzhu shouted, his voice reverberating throughout the mess hall. Moments later, an elderly man emerged from the kitchen. His expression as grim as the weather. What is all this ruckus? It's you I'm talking about. Do you see this? Is this fit for human consumption? Shen Qingzhu pointed towards the bowl of raw beef. The old man followed his gaze, suddenly struck dumb. When Shen Qingzhu looked at where he was pointing, he too was left speechless. What happened to the raw meat? Chapter 41. Not a bro, but your stomach is a bottomless pit. In just a brief moment of distraction, how had the raw meat vanished? Shen Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the blood-stained empty platter. Then at Lin Xian, who was now holding a bun and meticulously wiping the blood from his lips before tossing the bun into his mouth, demonstrating a no-waste approach. Unlike Shen Qingzhu, the other recruits had witnessed Lin Xian systematically obliterating the mountain of meat. Uncertain who reacted first, someone rushed towards the platter containing the buns. Lin Xian had not yet paused. He was still feasting. The elderly man was equally astonished, perhaps even more so than Shen Qingzhu. His astonishment stemmed from the exceptional quality of this batch of recruits, who had polished off the raw meat in less than 5 minutes without a hint of hesitation. This was something even he would not want to eat. Were it not for the training requirement, who would think of consuming such fare? At that moment, a group of 7 cloaked individuals approached, one of whom, a youth with a lively demeanor and bruises near his eyes, waved at the old man. Old son, do you have anything to eat? I'm starving. Even without masks, the crowd immediately recognized the true identities of the 7, the masked squad. And that spirited youth was undoubtedly Vortex. As for the bruises around his eyes, let us not inquire. He had fallen. It's been a while since we left the training camp. I truly miss your cooking, one of the females in the group said, her eyes sparkling with joy. Ah, it's you rascals. Old Sun's face lit up upon recognizing the newcomers. Come, take a seat. I'll fetch you some dishes. He pulled out a chair and turned back to the kitchen, returning with a delectable array of dishes. Stir-fried prawns, braised pork knuckles, crispy roasted suckling pig, complemented by refreshing spicy cabbage and pickled cucumbers, alongside a bowl of congee. The aromatic scent enveloped the recruits' senses. The onlookers gaped at the sumptuous feast laid out before the masked squad, saliva nearly pooling on the floor. Why do they get proper meals while we are served raw meat? Some felt indignant, not even desiring a feast like the masked squad, just hoping for something more palatable. The raw meat was disgustingly unappetizing, and the buns were as hard as bricks, truly unfit for human consumption. Eat it or not, this is all you can have. Now, eat the raw meat honestly. But we haven't even had the raw meat. A timid new recruit spoke. Sun Lao was quite surprised, glancing at the already empty raw meat platter, and found it reasonable. Who told you not to want to eat raw meat? You let others get ahead of you. It's your own fault. As I mentioned earlier, this batch of new recruits is quite impressive, finishing the raw meat so quickly. In contrast, back in the day, Chang Wei couldn't even eat a single piece. Xianhua teased, only to be playfully pinched by Chang Wei. How dare you tease your elder, Xianhua? I see you're asking for trouble. Why don't you mention yourself? Ouch. That hurts. Sister Chang Wei, be gentle. Call me by he. Amidst the playful scuffle between Chang Wei and Xianhua, the new recruit spoke again. But most of that raw meat wasn't eaten by anyone. It all went into one person's stomach. Silence fell, a brief yet deadly silence. Huh? Chang Wei stopped twisting Xianhua's ear, and all members of the masked squad, including Sun Lao, turned their gaze to the new recruit. Who? The recruit trembled and pointed toward a tall figure. At that moment, Lin Xian was sitting at the side of the dining table, casually resting his leg, rubbing his belly in satisfaction, as if he had achieved ultimate fulfillment in life. Noticing everyone looking at him, Lin Xian waved with a smile. They could even see dried blood between his teeth. A seemingly refined gentleman, yet upon smiling, one finds his teeth stained with blood. This scene was utterly grotesque. Are you certain that he consumed nearly all the raw meat? And the buns? Lin Qi added at the right moment. I am certain, and others can attest that I am not lying. It was indeed this fellow who devoured it all. Now it was Sun Lao's turn to fall silent. That was food meant for 200 people, although it was anticipated that many new recruits wouldn't eat. There shouldn't be a single individual capable of consuming it all. How could this young man manage to fit so much raw meat in his stomach? Not only Sun Lao had this question, everyone present pondered the same. This was not physically possible. Wang Mian glanced at the content Lin Xian, and inexplicably, what should have been astonishing seemed entirely reasonable in Lin Xian's case. Lin Xian, Lin Qiyi, come here for a moment. Wang Mian spoke, turning to the elder. Sun Lao, please check if there is any raw meat left. We cannot allow the new recruits to go hungry. All right. What is the matter? Lin Xian approached, pulling over a chair and sitting down casually. He was in a great mood. Lin Xian. Wang Mian observed Lin Xian's demeanor and could not help but inquire. Did you consume all that raw meat? Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. Would you like some more? Wang Mian invited Lin Xian and Lin Qiyi. No need, I'm full. This is Lin Xian. I eat what the new recruits ought to have. There is no need for special treatment. This is Lin Qiyi. Very well. I called you here to discuss matters regarding the divine agents, so you may gain some understanding. Lin Xian, like Lin Qiyi, was a divine agent. Some things were best conveyed by him, as others might not possess the same comprehensive knowledge. According to his words, the agent and the deity should have a contractual relationship. And not everyone is qualified to become a divine agent. Only those with certain traits may catch the deity's attention. The essence of the contract is exchange. The deity bestows part of their power to the agent, who then must assist the deity in matters that are difficult for the latter to address. However, if he truly signed a contract with Michael, why was he unaware of it? At this thought, Lin Qiyi stole a glance at Lin Xian. This fellow was different from himself. He was completely unaware of the contract details, while Lin Xian's contract seemed overly simplistic. To kill as many mysteries as possible, could this truly be a pact forged with a profoundly evil deity? Or was it that Lin Xian concealed the true contents of the contract? Lin Qiyi was reluctant to dwell on this. The month and more spent with Team 136 had led him to trust Lin Xian. This fellow could sometimes be annoying, but he was not a nefarious character. Moreover, he was very aware of his boundaries, refraining from jesting in inappropriate situations. Lin Qiyi genuinely regarded Lin Xian as a friend. However, the two individuals he had previously considered friends did not end well. One was still working for him, while the other had sacrificed themselves to protect his small family. Should Nidhogg truly assign Lin Xian a daunting task, he would willingly lend a hand, as long as it did not conflict with his morals. What are you thinking so deeply about? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, teasingly. I was pondering why Michael would choose me. Who knows? Maybe it's just a matter of fate, like a turtle seeing a green bean, a match made in heaven. Lin Xian jested. If he remembered correctly, Michael chose Lin Qiyi because Ling Bao Tianzun had made a deal with him. Of course, he could never disclose this to Lin Qiyi. Enough of this. Don't think too much. If you truly have a mission, you will know one day. For now, prepare for training. On the stage, an unfamiliar instructor appeared before everyone. His expression solemn. Chapter 42. Chao Yuan goes mad. Confounded instructor Han. Mysterious entities often stem from myths or folktales. They take varied forms and generally possess extraordinary abilities far surpassing fragile humans. So, who can tell me what we rely on to conquer them? The strange instructor asked from the stage. It's the Forbidden Ruins. The Forbidden Ruins are indeed part of it, but we cannot rely solely on them. Combat techniques and robust physical attributes are key to victory. Do you think you can simply flick your finger and defeat the opponent? He glanced at Shenjiang. To his surprise, Shenjiang nodded. I indeed can. What is your Forbidden Ruins? Chi Min. The instructor fell silent, then cleared his throat, pretending nothing had occurred, and continued. Combat techniques are divided into 3 categories: cold weapons, firearms, and unarmed combat, with cold weapons being the most crucial. The Night Watchmen predominantly use standardized weapons, such as the Starblade. So today I will teach you the techniques of using a straight knife. The instructor spoke, and the audience listened with rapt attention. Except for Lin Xian and Lin Qiyi. They had already heard this information countless times from Chen Muyi. Moreover, Chen Muyi did not instruct them to memorize it mentally, but rather to internalize it physically. Hey, you over there. Yes, I'm talking to you. The tall one with the muscular arms. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard someone call him, turning to see it was indeed the instructor. Yes, I'm referring to you. Come up here and demonstrate for me. Instructor Han immediately picked Lin Xian, who appeared slender but well-proportioned, though seemingly lacking in muscle. However, he did not notice the peculiar expressions of the crowd when he called Lin Xian up. Lin Qiyi's expression was the most bewildered. He was well aware of this combat prodigy's extraordinary talent. He couldn't believe this instructor had picked such a heavyweight competitor right off the bat. Lin Xian stepped onto the stage, casually gripping a wooden sword, standing opposite the instructor with an air of nonchalance. Instructor Han compared their heights and looked down at the audience. We all know that taller individuals generally have a longer reach, resulting in a greater attack distance. The mysteries you will encounter may include beings 3 to 4 meters tall, or even larger, with attack ranges that are likewise exaggerated. However, these individuals possess a notable flaw. Their excessively elongated physiques result in a heightened center of gravity, consequently diminishing the agility of various body parts. At this juncture, we merely need to exploit their weaknesses. As if on cue, Instructor Han suddenly unleashed a strike. The crisp sound of wood meeting wood resonated through the air. Lin Xian effortlessly intercepted the wooden sword, preventing any advance. Instructor Han, taken aback, was unconvinced. He struck again, this time with a measure of seriousness, employing 50% of his strength from an exceptionally acute angle. Once more, the sharp sound of their clash echoed as Lin Xian easily parried the blow. Instructor Han was visibly astonished. The new recruits observed the scene with expressions of quiet understanding. A mere month had passed, and Lin Xian had already matched Chen Mai's prowess. It was no surprise that he could withstand this challenge. The two locked gazes for a moment before Instructor Han finally inquired, Have you trained before? Lin Xian nodded. Who taught you? The captain of Team 136, Chen Mai. A profound silence enveloped the room, as the weight of the name reverberated in Instructor Han's mind. Chen Mai was renowned as one of the top talents in the capital, a formidable figure. Ah, so this is how we shall proceed. Instructor Han's competitive spirit ignited. Eager to witness the training imparted by Chen Mai, with a swift motion, Instructor Han unleashed a flurry of strikes. The wooden sword slicing through the air like a venomous serpent, aiming for a decisive blow. Yet, Lin Xian effortlessly deflected each attack. The speed escalated, and the onlookers could hardly track the movements of the wooden sword, yet Lin Xian remained unfazed, blocking every strike. Finally, a resounding crack echoed as the wooden sword shattered. Instructor Han, slightly breathless, wore an expression of disbelief. He felt a tingling sensation in his hands from the impact. This was truly astonishing. Initially, their duel had been a contest of skill, but as Instructor Han's speed increased, it devolved into a mere test of speed and strength. The realization that he had been bested left him in a state of turmoil. As a master of weapons, to be outmatched by a mere recruit left him questioning the validity of his years of experience. The recruits, witnessing this display, regarded it as a matter of course. It was not that Instructor Han lacked skill, rather, he had unwittingly chosen the most exceptional among them. Their gazes towards him were not dismissive but rather tinged with sympathy. Your physical capabilities are quite extraordinary, especially considering your slender appearance. You should see him without his clothes, someone muttered. Lin Xian belonged to the category of individuals whose true physique was revealed only upon shedding their garments. He was deceptively strong. Thus, when donned in military attire, he appeared somewhat lean, yet beneath that facade lay explosive strength. You, Step down and let someone else take your place, Instructor Han uttered weakly, gesturing for Lin Xian to leave, as if he had exhausted his final reserves of strength. His gaze swept over the remaining recruits, this time with a far more discerning eye. Internally, he prayed not to select another prodigy. Eventually, he settled on an unremarkable youth, the kind of person who would not draw a second glance in a crowd. You there? Yes, you come up. Lin Xie turned, and upon realizing the instructor was pointing at Chao Yuan, his expression faltered. A collective wave of sympathy washed over the onlookers, many of whom had witnessed Chao Yuan's frenzied pursuit of the masked team, which had culminated in the destruction of a dormitory building. Some had even been trapped inside, only saved by the timely intervention of instructors. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smirk. The instructor certainly had a knack for selection. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Chao Yuan hesitated but eventually ascended the stage. Have you ever trained with a sword? No, he had never had the opportunity, as merely holding a blade sent him into a frenzy. Well then, come, let us demonstrate. Instructor Han tossed a sword towards him. Thud. Chao Yuan made no attempt to catch it, allowing it to fall to the ground. What is the matter? Instructor Han raised an eyebrow, perplexed. This boy hardly seemed the rebellious type. What was going on? I cannot hold a sword, Chao Yuan explained. Anything related to blades is off limits for me. I command you to take hold of it. Instructor Han's tone grew stern. After a brief struggle, Chao Yuan sighed in resignation and bent down. The new recruit's expression shifted dramatically, retreating in unison. Lin Xian turned to Bai Li. Do you still have that protective charm for Chao Yuan? What is that? Bai Li questioned, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Instructor Han noticed the recruit's unease, his expression shifting. An ominous premonition crept over him. Dark flames surged skyward, malevolent energy swirling. Within the inky fire, a youth stood, his eyes void of any white, consumed by malevolence, the wooden sword ablaze with black flames. Instructor Han thought. Chapter 43. Why do I feel Lin Xian is even more unhinged than Chao Yuan? Chao Yuan, resembling a maniac, was enveloped in dark flames, akin to a demon emerging from hell. Before Instructor Han could react, Chao Yuan swung a sword, the black flames transforming into a deadly arc aimed at him, like a beast poised to strike. Instructor Han's eyes twitched. Though surprised, he reacted swiftly, rolling aside and seizing a straight sword from a nearby rack, timing his thrust with precision. The strike was exquisite, perfectly timed to intercept Chao Yuan's attack as he was in the midst of withdrawing his own blade. Yet, to his astonishment, Chao Yuan's reflexes were astonishingly rapid. In that fleeting moment, he sidestepped and struck, unleashing a torrent of fire. The fierce winds carried the flames, rapidly expanding in Instructor Han's view. Chao Yuan's speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. Boom. As the flames subsided, the stage now had a new combatant. Lin Xian stood opposite Chao Yuan. Lin Xian held the very sword that had moments ago been in Instructor Han's possession, its tip aimed menacingly at Chao Yuan. He had long desired to confront Chao Yuan, designated as Sequence 31, heralded as the most closely related to the Forbidden Ruins. Within him resided a sealed entity known as the Black King. Unlike the Black King Nidhogg, the one sealed within Chao Yuan was the younger brother of the Rams Wansheng, who had transformed into this state after failing his tribulations, trapped within Chao Yuan. With such an entity sealed within, the energy emanating from Chao Yuan in a frenzied state was overwhelmingly potent. Lin Xian gazed at Chao Yuan, feeling an incessant surge of energy coursing through his body, his lips nearly stretching to his earlobes. Roar. In his frenzied state, Chao Yuan paid no heed to his opponent, wielding his knife with both hands as dark flames continuously enveloped the wooden blade, the intense heat palpable even to the new recruits below. Whoosh. In an instant, Chao Yuan vanished from sight, and when the crowd caught a glimpse of him again, he had already materialized behind Lin Xian, a tremendous force propelling the wooden knife as if intent on cleaving his adversary in two. Be careful, a voice boomed, attempting to warn Lin Xian. Some of the female soldiers had covered their eyes, letting out shrill screams, unable to bear the sight any longer. Clang. Contrary to everyone's expectations of Lin Xian being reduced to a mere wooden figure, he had not only evaded the blow but had sent Chao Yuan flying with a single strike, the wooden knife shattering into two pieces and crashing to the ground. Ha! Chao Yuan sprang back up, unaffected by the loss of his weapon, still grinning malevolently as he charged forth. Lin Xian, I'm here to assist you. Bai Li Pang Pang and Lin Qi leaped forward, eager to lend a hand, only to be halted by Lin Xian. No need, I can handle this myself. I wish to test my skills against this fellow. If we join forces, Chao Yuan will be bound in a chastity belt within 10 seconds, and I want to be able to absorb any energy. As Chao Yuan lunged at him, Lin Xian discarded his long knife and lunged back at him. When Instructor Hong sensed the murderous aura and hurried over, this was the scene that greeted him. two lunatics were engaged in a brutal exchange. The one seemed to toy with his prey, waiting each time for the other to rise before knocking him down again, all the while emitting a sinister chuckle. With each fall dealt to his opponent, his laughter grew louder. For a moment, the instructors were at a loss as to who was more deranged. One instructor swallowed hard, uncertainly stating, "The one overpowering Chao Yuan must be Lin Xian, right?" "Yes, it seems so," came the response. "Old Han, aren't you a master of weapons? Among our night watchmen, you were considered a formidable combatant. Do you think you could match Lin Xian?" "Not a chance." Instructor Han rolled his eyes. Given the immense strength and speed Chao Yuan displayed, he could barely defend himself. Yet, observing Lin Xian's current demeanor gave him the impression of a hunter toying with a dying prey. It hardly seemed like he was struggling at all. If one were to put it bluntly, it appeared to be the frenzied Chao Yuan who was having difficulty coping. Speaking of which, Lin Xian surely didn't he suffer from any mental illness, did he? Han felt that Lin Xian seemed even more unhinged than Chao Yuan. As if he relished the thrill of violence, his smile more chilling than that of his opponent. Han fell silent, grappling with his thoughts. Suddenly, he noticed something. His gaze fixated on the faint flickering flames on Chao Yuan's body, his expression turning bewildered. What the hell? Why do I feel like the black flames on Chao Yuan are about to extinguish? Not only Han, but even Lin Qiyi and others began to take note of this detail. At that moment, Chao Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, occasionally emitting weak howls, indicating he was still alive. Despite remaining in a crazed state, he showed no inclination to rise, lying there like a fish out of water without dreams. Lin Xian lightly kicked him, discovering that Chao Yuan had no intention of getting up. Sensing the increase in his bloodline purity, Lin Xian's smile broadened. After that fierce battle, his bloodline purity had reached 25, allowing him to unlock a new ability. Pang Pang. Lin Xian beckoned to Li Pang Pang, who promptly understood and fished a scroll of confinement from his pocket, tossing it to Lin Xian. Catching the chastity belt, Lin Xian securely bound Chao Yuan. Wrapped in the chastity belt, Chao Yuan exhaled softly and looked at Lin Xian. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Lin Xian replied with a radiant smile. His gaze towards Chao Yuan as gentle as could be. This was hardly a madman, but rather a humanoid self-propelling charging device named Chao Yuan. After saying this, Chao Yuan suddenly gasped, feeling as if his body were falling apart, and his face ached terribly. "What can I say? You were too insane. It took quite a bit of effort to subdue you," Lin Xian lied through his teeth, not even blinking. Li Pang Pang, Lin Qiyi, and Instructor Han, who had drawn closer, all twitched at his words. "You indeed expended considerable effort. You nearly wrecked him." The three chose to ignore this, and ultimately, it was Instructor Han who called for a stretcher to carry Chao Yuan away. As they moved him, Chao Yuan continued to wail, feeling pain throughout his body. If he were to look down, he would find large bruises adorning his form. Unfortunately, even lowering his head would aggravate his wounds, causing him to grimace in agony. "Instructor, what's wrong?" Lin Qiyi noticed Instructor Han's somber mood. "Ah, it's nothing." Han waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to speak. "What kind of outrageous students are these? Why is every one of them so bizarre? I don't want to deal with this." "I summoned two. One who has experienced special training, and another who goes mad with a knife. It can't be that I happen to select two such individuals, can it?" "Instructor, it's fine. The two you drew are not normal. They cannot be judged by common standards." Li Pang Pang patted Han's back in consolation. "Really? Of course. A child from a regular family like me is the norm in this training camp. Those two are monsters." Lin Qiyi glanced at the self-proclaimed child of a regular family, Li Pang Pang, and then at Instructor Han. He found himself at a loss for words. "Is that so? Then, what do you think is necessary to defeat the mysterious? Just throw money at it, right?" Instructor Han began to question his life choices again. Is this how the normal folks in the training camp think? Han felt as if his spirit had endured another blow. Lin Qiyi finally could not take it any longer. "Instructor, don't listen to his nonsense. He is not from an ordinary family. His family is a forbidden item lineage, quite wealthy." "Oh, is that so?" Instructor Han felt considerably relieved and turned to Lin Qiyi, as if clutching at a final lifeline. "And what about you? What is your family like?" "My family is not affluent." "Will you suddenly go mad like that kid earlier?" "No." "Have you ever experienced special training?" Lin Qiyi fell silent. Observing this, Instructor Han, too, became quiet. This time, his silence was particularly profound. The earlier chubby boy claimed he simply had poor judgment in selecting individuals, picking only freaks. Yet, it seemed that the two before him were also quite similar. Could it be that all four he had chosen were misfits? It felt as though God had opened a window for him just before despair engulfed him, only for a mosquito to fly in. "No, I don't know." "Really? I truly don't know." Chapter 44, The Intent of Lin Xian. The sovereign's dominion. After much persuasion from Yuan Gang, instructor Han ultimately decided to stay. In truth, Yuan Gang had said little, merely revealing the true identities of the four. Two divine agents, one exceedingly high-risk forbidden relic possessor ranked very highly, and a young master from the Bailey family. Upon learning this, Yuan Gang's expression turned particularly peculiar. This guy certainly knows how to pick. All individuals selected are prodigies among prodigies. Well, the young master from the Bailey family is questionable, but at least the other three are indeed prodigies. Now let us continue. Your every move is quite standard, yet something essential is missing. Instructor Han scrutinized Lin Chiyi, his brows slightly furrowed. Having sparred with Lin Chiyi, he had already discerned the issue. His movements were overly formulaic and rigid. Your sword lacks a soul. Some individuals, despite never having studied swordsmanship, possess a unique charm when they wield a sword, while others, though hailed as masters, can only execute template-based techniques, devoid of that intrinsic spirit. Certainly, I do not imply that you belong to the second category. Rather, have you ever contemplated adopting a different approach or wielding an alternative weapon? At the very least, a straight knife such as the Star Blade seems ill-suited for you. Lin Chiyi fell into deep contemplation, realizing during their duel that Instructor Han's swordsmanship was decidedly more agile than his own. As for me, Lin Xian stood nearby, curiosity etched on his face. Instructor Han possesses genuine skills and extensive experience, so Lin Xian was intrigued to ascertain his own classification. You represent the opposite extreme. You can wield any weapon with ease. I can sense that you embody a certain essence. For you, the type of weapon or the techniques employed seem trivial. You require merely the most fundamental moves. The essence remains paramount. Instructor Han withheld certain thoughts. A master of various weaponry. His innate talent for their use allowed him to keenly perceive Lin Xian's state when he wielded a weapon. It felt as though all weapons were inherently meant to serve him, akin to generals following the commands of an emperor. For the emperor, obedience and effectiveness are the only requisites. Victory is the sole goal. Everything else pales in comparison. The essence he exudes embodies blood and fire, destruction, and the utmost brutality of this world. After a moment's hesitation, Instructor Han inquired, "May I ask if you have any experience in combat?" "Not at all." "Why do you ask?" "I notice that when you engage in unarmed combat, your movements appear significantly more refined than when you wield a blade, as if each action is instinctual. Yet, when Lin Xian fought barehanded, he emanated an essence far more profound than when using any weapon. To employ a previous analogy, grasping a weapon is akin to a general leading troops under the emperor's command, while engaging in unarmed combat resembles the emperor himself taking the field. However, when confronted with the enigmatic, one cannot expect Lin Xian to face it unarmed. After all, the human body is fragile and cannot possibly compete with weaponry. I understand now. Thank you, Instructor, Lin Xian replied, grasping Han's underlying concern. Rest assured, Instructor, I shan't be foolish enough to confront the mysterious unarmed. Inwardly, he added, at least not until I can transform into a dragon. A mere human body cannot rival the mysterious? Apologies, but I am not ordinary. In fact, once my bloodline purity ascends to 50%, whether I remain human is debatable. He sensed that after achieving such purity, he would not become a mere hybrid like those among the dragonkin, nor would he be akin to the super hybrids of Japan. Yet, he was certain that significant changes awaited him. That sensation was enigmatic and unclear, yet he felt it undeniably, a gut instinct, if you will. As for what transformations might occur, Lin Xian had his speculations. With the elevation of his bloodline purity, he would gradually draw closer to that dark emperor. Might it be possible that upon surpassing 50% purity, he could transform into a dragon, or at least develop dragon-like features? For instance, growing impenetrable scales, sharp claws, or even membranous wings characteristic of dragons. If such a metamorphosis were to occur, would he still be considered merely human, or would his adversaries truly be the fragile ones? Easily vanquished? In the presence of Nidhogg's divine form, all earthly weapons are mere jest. He requires no external weaponry, for he himself embodies the most formidable and lethal weapon of all. At noon, unlike the morning's arrangement of raw meat on a plate, the new recruits were instructed to collect their own food. The rationale behind this change was evident. Furthermore, Lin Xian was asked to be the last to serve himself. Once everyone else had filled their plates, Lao Sun gestured at the mountain of meat in one basin and the buns in another, declaring, all of this is yours. You need not carry a plate, just dive in. Lin Xian, this time, most of them swallowed their disgust and consumed the raw meat on their plates. They had realized that their future meals would likely consist of such fare, and it was better to acclimate sooner rather than later. Attention, everyone. Instructor Hong entered the cafeteria, immediately capturing the attention of all present. This afternoon, you will undergo your first extreme training exercise. Once you finish your meal, Gather at the training ground without delay. Understood? Yes. They responded in unison. Instructor Hong nodded with satisfaction at the sight. Finally, a semblance of military discipline. After he departed, the group began to converse. Xie, do you know what extreme training entails? Xiao Yuan turned to Lin Xie, who was still pondering Instructor Han's words regarding his unsuitability for the straight knife. What then was he suited for? As Lin Xie contemplated this, he noticed a figure seated directly across from him. Lin Xian, having wiped his mouth, casually crossed his legs like a lord. Lin Xie's lips twitched as he recalled Instructor Han's assessment of Lin Xian's innate essence, suggesting that the weapon wielded was of little consequence. Is it not still daytime? Why have you already begun to ponder the meaning of life? Have you perhaps developed a crush on some lovely lady? Lin Xian jested after finishing his meal. Lin Xie scoffed, rolling his eyes. Who resembles you, getting sentimental? You merely occupy 2 words. Lin Xian, such aggression. During their time in Squad 136, he was often referred to in such a manner, particularly when he had taken Lin Xie as food, leaving him without a meal. Lin Xian, I am proud, I am bold. Lin Xian, equally unyielding, retaliated with a middle finger gesture. To be fair, you have quite a fine neck. Huh? Lin Xie was puzzled. Yes, it resembles a pig's head atop it. Lin Xie, I wish to unleash my fury upon this insufferable person. Chapter 45. The girl bestows flowers, leaving Lin Xie utterly bewildered. On the bus, the scenery of lush mountains rapidly receded on either side. Bai Li, exuberant, pressed his face against the bus window, filled with excitement. They had actually ventured out. After more than half an hour, the group arrived at a continuous mountain range, with smaller hills encircling the central peak like stars surrounding the moon. Lin Xie recognized the mountain at once. It was indeed Jinan Mountain. His tone was one of astonishment. Jinan Mountain is not renowned and has not been developed as a tourist attraction. It is rarely visited. Had the instructor brought them here to climb it? But how could climbing be deemed extreme training? Everyone, disembark. Instructor Hong pointed towards the distant mountains. Do you see that mountain? This extreme training will revolve around it. Each of you will carry a burden of 35 kilograms, and your task is to traverse the peak before dawn tomorrow. A cruel smile graced his lips. During your ascent, you will be pursued by drones. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of drones materialized before them, each equipped with a small dark hole aimed directly at the new recruits. The burdens you carry are equipped with a tracking function. The drones will follow you and spray paint. Should you be marked, it signifies failure. As for the punishment for failure, I assure you, you will wish to avoid it. Instructor Hong's chilling laughter echoed ominously. And now, I must inform you of 3 crucial rules. Firstly, the burdens you carry can be exchanged. You may bear another's load or allow someone to carry yours. Secondly, attacks on drones are strictly prohibited, as is obstructing their assaults. Thirdly, you are forbidden from attacking one another. Do you understand these 3 points? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Excellent. Now step forward to claim your burden. Instructor Hong beckoned Lin Xian over, as if recalling something. Lin Xian, come here. As he spoke, 2 officers flanked him, lifting a massive mountaineering backpack from the trunk. With a resounding thud, the backpack landed heavily on the ground. This is your burden, custom made for you. Weighing 130 kilograms. I trust this will pose no issue for you. He grinned, clearly relishing the prospect of Lin Xian's potential failure and the ensuing punishment that awaited him. The other recruits began to murmur upon hearing his words. Lin Xian's burden seems rather excessive, remarked Bai Li, approaching Lin Xie, who grimaced under the weight of his own 35-kilogram load. Carrying this weight makes it hard to stand straight. I can hardly fathom how Lin Xian will manage nearly triple that. Perhaps it's even less than that, he mused. He was acutely aware of the physical prowess required in this training camp, and for him, this weight was a challenge, yet hardly unbearable. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, upon hearing Instructor Hong's words, straightened his posture, fully aware of the humiliating punishment that awaited those who failed. They would don a truth ring and be subjected to exceedingly embarrassing inquiries, broadcasted for all to hear, an absolute societal death. He would not allow that to happen. Setting aside thoughts of social disgrace, he harbored many secrets of his own. Although instructors typically posed bizarre questions, there was no guarantee that some among them had not been compromised. If he were to be caught off guard by a particularly lethal question, it would spell disaster. Thus, he donned his burden, testing its weight. It felt manageable. Lin Xian observed the others who had received their burdens, each gifted with a tactical knife to navigate the terrain. Except for him and Xiao Yuan. After a brief scrutiny, the instructor handed Xiao Yuan a cooking spoon instead. You cannot touch a sword, and I have no suitable alternatives for you, so make do with this. Without waiting for Xiao Yuan's bewilderment to settle, he turned back to Lin Xian, a knowing smile playing on his lips. As for you, the chief instructor has deemed you need not a knife. If you encounter any obstacles, use your hands. If all else fails, being eliminated is not the end of the world. Lin Xian thought to himself, I don't trust you in the slightest. It felt as though the instructors were eager for him to fail, wishing to see him embarrassed. The increased training intensity was his own suggestion. There was no way he would retract it. The others gazed at Lin Xian's towering backpack, swallowing hard. Such weight would likely bring them to their knees. Yet, he seemed to manage it with relative ease. Remarkably, Instructor Hong noted this and clicked his tongue, surprised that the weight seemed insufficient. Perhaps next time. A burden of 200 kilograms would be more fitting. While entering the preset tent, he was met with a vast map marked by countless red dots. Ultimately, the exact weight of the burden mattered little. The mountains surrounding them were sealed off by forbidden barriers, and escape was impossible. They would inevitably be captured and subjected to punishment. Qi, what do you think the punishment will be? I don't know, but it won't be anything pleasant. Lin Qi shrugged, suddenly turning to Lin Xian. You must know. Know what? Lin Xian replied, feigning ignorance. About the punishment, Lin Qi insisted, his gaze piercing. Lin Xian appeared genuinely perplexed, not even attempting to mask it. How could Lin Xian possibly know? The training content is always kept secret, Bali chimed in. Convinced Lin Xian possessed some foresight. However, he was uncertain of its extent. That was close. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have given myself away. Although knowing the truth would not pose a significant issue, Lin Xian preferred to keep his cards close to his chest. As the four trekked along the mountain path, a girl suddenly sprinted toward them. Before they could react, she thrust a yellow mountain flower into Lin Qi's arms and vanished down the trail. Lin Qi. The other three. Chapter 46. The Social Death of New Recruits. Is this a punishment? Just kill me. Wow, that girl. Inside the tent. Instructor Hong watched the scene unfold through the drone's feed, raising an eyebrow in surprise. While dating was indeed prohibited in the training camp, his astonishment did not stem from this fact but rather from the girl's audacity. If one desires something, they should pursue it decisively. Such boldness commands respect. Instructor Hong had reviewed the girl's profile. Her family was affluent, and she was indeed an only child, possessing both beauty and charm. What a lovely girl. Old Han. If only you could learn a thing or two from her. Still single, I presume? Get lost. Instructor Han shot him a glare. Alas. Old Han spends all his time tinkering with weapons, rarely venturing beyond his door. Others chimed in, exactly. Old Han, you can't spend your life with just your weapons. Laughter erupted among them. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, still holding the flower, felt somewhat dazed. What is happening? Truthfully, he had never received anything like this before. In combat, he could maintain his composure, but when faced with a girl's affection, he was at a loss. At 17, he too was just a boy. Unsure how to navigate such situations, he turned to Lin Xian, seeking guidance. Lin Xian merely snorted. What is there to show off? It's just a flower someone gave you. Even weeds grow on graves. Am I trying to show off? Lin Qi's emotions became jumbled in an instant. He felt Lin Xian was being deliberately provocative, but the interruption had helped him regain his composure. Gazing at the flower in his hand, he resolved to find an opportunity to clarify with the girl that he was not interested in romance. Lin Xian, witnessing this moment, was suddenly reminded of his past life while pursuing Lin Qi and Jialan. Some experienced love, while others gazed at the sea at night. And yet others spent sleepless nights lamenting their unrequited love, shouting that their affection was true. Lin Xian murmured, ah. Lin Qi glanced at him, but said nothing. After all, it certainly could not be about him. He had no intention of pursuing a relationship. Nearby, Bai Li, observing the flower given to Lin Qi, envisioned himself in Lin Qi's place, with the flower giver transformed into Mo Li. If Mo Li were to present him with a flower, how would he accept it? Hey, wake up. Chao Yuan, noticing Bai Li's distant expression, tapped his head with the spoon. Remarkably, the spoon felt surprisingly good in hand. Let us hurry and leave the mountains. Leave the mountains? Lin Xian glanced toward a certain direction, sensing a continuous surge of energy emanating from that place, influencing everyone around them. If his conjecture is correct, that direction should harbor an object capable of disrupting their sense of orientation. Yet, it holds no significance for him. He can perceive the range of the disruptive object. Thus he will not lose his way. It's a straightforward principle. The function of the disruptive object is merely to confuse one's sense of direction, preventing a straight path. Since Lin Xian is aware of the object's location, he inherently knows how to navigate in a straight line. It is akin to finding oneself lost in a video game, where a prominent landmark in the distance ensures one does not stray off course. The principle remains the same. As long as Lin Xian continues toward the direction away from the disruptive object, he will inevitably find his way out of Jinan Mountain. Buzz, hurry. We must not be caught by the drones. Lin Qi reacted swiftly, leading the charge into the forest. At that moment, a distant scream pierced the air. A new recruit had been struck by a drone, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any motion. Li Pang watched this scene unfold, unable to suppress a gulp. What on earth? They are merely spraying paint at us. Why did he faint? Moreover, those instructors earlier seemed to derive a rather unsettling amusement from it. Li Pang tightened his legs, hastily following the three ahead, only to find Lin Xian and the others had come to a halt. What's wrong? Pang peered forward, spotting four figures standing opposite them, Shenjiang Zhu and his three subordinates. Ah. Lin Xian waved playfully at Shenjiang Zhu, his expression one of amusement. What's with that look? Shenjiang Zhu shot Lin Xian a glance. Inexplicably, Lin Xian's smiling visage provoked an urge to strike. Oh, it's nothing. Just pleased to see you. If memory serves, during this extreme training, it seems that Shenjiang Zhu has become the most socially awkward of them all, revealing his true nature beneath that arrogant facade. At that moment, the burdens of the group suddenly resonated with voices. Name? Suwei. What is the most outrageous thing you've ever done? As a child, I was afraid of going to the restroom alone, so I prepared a bottle of iced red tea to handle it myself. The next day, my parents mistook it for a drink and placed it on my desk. Did you drink it? I did. How did it taste? A bit bitter. Ha ha ha, Suwei, who would have thought you once drank your own? Laughter erupted among the crowd. But soon, the mirth dissipated into silence. A prolonged stillness enveloped them as they exchanged glances. So, this so-called harsh punishment is actually this? Li Pang's voice trembled. Even from just the sounds, they could sense the struggle of that person who ultimately divulged their most shameful secret. What does this imply? It suggests the existence of something that compels truthfulness. This is no mere punishment. It's akin to a death sentence. Each individual reflected upon their past, revealing resilient expressions. It was evident that everyone harbored one or two shameful secrets. Let us split up. Our combined numbers are too large a target. I would have done the same regardless. The two groups soon diverged, amidst continuous cries echoing through the forest. What is the most regrettable thing you've done? In elementary school, I was from the same village as the class beauty. I often ran to her house to borrow homework. It was summer, and every time I visited, she was scantily clad, claiming it was too hot. She was shy at the time, but I thought nothing of it, reasoning that it was merely exposure. I too had nothing to hide. So now you regret it? Yes, I regret it. As for what I regret, I dare not say, lest I never see you again. Name? Chun-Li. What is the most outrageous thing you've ever done? As a child, I was bullied, and using methods I found online, I made the three girls who tormented me steal my gold necklace and jade bracelet, sending them both to juvenile detention. Wow, that is impressive. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes brightened. This girl is capable. Not only did she seek help, but she also retaliated so successfully. Qi, what is wrong? Li Pang noticed Lin Qi's unusual expression. Don't you feel like we're going in circles? Lin Qi surveyed the surroundings, his demeanor grave. Something felt amiss. It seemed they were perpetually circling, as if some force was disrupting their sense of direction. If this continued, they would be trapped until exhaustion claimed them. Ah, so that's it. There must be a disruptive object that is confusing our navigation. Lin Qi, you knew all along? Indeed. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Since you could figure it out, it wouldn't have changed anything if I spoke up. Lin Qi, damn. Although this fellow was correct, he truly was insufferable. All right, I'll take the lead. Lin Xian soothingly interjected, if you didn't calm Lin Qi soon. He feared that Lin Qi might lash out in frustration. At that point, retaliating would violate the rules, while inaction would leave them vulnerable to the drones. Such a predicament was not worth it. Lin Xian slightly turned, gazing at the sky. There, 7 drones hovered, having amassed to pursue them. Typically, a single drone would chase 2 or 3 individuals, but now 7 were targeting 4. He was certain that a significant number of these drones were directed at him and Lin Qi. The corner of his mouth twitched. They truly hold me in high regard. If it came to a dire situation, he would have no choice but to use Lin Qi as a shield. Chapter 47. The iconic scene of the arrogant brother, Volume 114. Each volume contains her name. Name? Li Liang. Do you have someone you like? No. Does admiration count? Shengu. Why? At that time, Shengu was already in his 3rd year of high school, nearing the examination period in May or June. Due to this, the originally high-achieving Shengu could not take the examination. Was that why you and your brother decided to follow Shenjiang Zhu? Not only that, but we also followed Shengu for a long time before realizing that he is not as brash as he appears. In truth, he possesses a gentle heart. Perhaps one of the gentlest souls in the world. He always threatens us with words, saying if we misbehave, we should leave, yet he secretly cares for us. Here it comes, the iconic scene of the arrogant brother. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled, internally nodding. Shengu's past experiences have shaped his current persona, encasing a tender heart within a prickly exterior, much like a hedgehog. Ha ha ha, why is it that the one eliminated is Shungu's subordinate? Yet the one facing social death is Shungu himself? Bai Pang Pang laughed heartily. Lin Qiyi, too, could not suppress a smile. He had not anticipated that Shenjiang Zhu would be such a person, seemingly fearless yet harboring a gentle soul. In the command tent, Old Hong. Something seems off with the movements of Lin Xian and the others. What SMS? They are moving toward the other side of the mountain, nearing the boundary of the designated area. Are you certain? Instructor Hong promptly called up the positioning map, where 4 red dots were clearly on the verge of surpassing the designated boundary. If this trend continues, they may very well set a record as the first squad of new recruits to traverse Jinan Mountain. This also implies that some among them have discerned the alteration in their sense of direction and responded appropriately. Though the revelation was astonishing, considering the composition of the 4-person team, Instructor Hong was not surprised. Indeed, with Lin Xian and Lin Qiyi, those 2 prodigies, they would naturally be able to perceive it. Let them continue on, send more drones to pursue them and increase the difficulty. If they truly manage to escape Jinan Mountain, it will be their accomplishment. Qiyi, don't you need to rest for a moment? No. Lin Qiyi gasped for breath, feeling that he could still walk. Lin Xian, what about you? I'm fine. Lin Xian replied, casting a glance at Lin Qiyi, who was clearly nearing his limit, yet still pushing himself. He understood the fervor driving Lin Qiyi to share his remaining days with his aunt and younger brother. Unfortunately, this aspiration had become a mere illusion since a decade ago. It was no wonder Lin Qiyi had gone mad upon learning the truth. Qiyi, what? Lin Qiyi turned, taken aback by Lin Xian addressing him so seriously for the first time. Have you thought about where you'll go a year from now? The sudden question caught him off guard. It wasn't something he could decide. Lin Xian, with your and Qiyi's talents, you'll surely join the team in the capital. No need to ask. Bai Li, the plump one, interjected. Lin Xian shook his head, his gaze piercing as he focused on Lin Qiyi, his expression unusually grave. Lin Qiyi merely stared into Lin Xian's eyes, silent. Typically, Lin Xian exuded a carefree demeanor, but Lin Qiyi had never seen him this earnest. Given his suspicions, Lin Xian seemed capable of foreseeing the future. Perhaps he had glimpsed something. Lin Qiyi began to ponder this notion seriously. He was not foolish, on the contrary. He was quite astute. He suspected Lin Xian's ability to foresee events, and Lin Xian was aware that he had figured it out. Who among the wandering souls could endure 10 years of waiting in vain? I want to ask further. You can contemplate it at your own pace, Lin Xian said, his words laden with meaning. Lin Qiyi's mundane realm of existence could not sustain itself indefinitely. His aunt would eventually fade away. Some might argue that Lin Qiyi ultimately resurrected everyone, including his aunt. But what of the trials endured in between? To Lin Qiyi, she was not merely a character from a novel. She was his first friend in this world. Often, the camaraderie between men is refreshingly simple, rooted in mutual understanding. When their wavelengths align, shared laughter solidifies their bond. Not to mention, both he and Lin Qiyi were unconventional beings, one residing in a mental institution, the other harboring a tombstone in his mind. What else could they be but monsters? It is only among monsters that true friendship can flourish. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just treat me to a meal, Lin Qiyi replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He recalled that the night watchman earned quite a decent wage. Ultimately, he nodded, albeit with difficulty. Just to be clear, no buffets. The last time they visited a buffet, they were unceremoniously kicked out, and Lin Xian's group was blacklisted. His photo circulated like a wanted poster. Lin Qiyi fell silent, contemplating whether he could persuade the plump one to cover for him. After all, the captain had grown accustomed to cooking for Lin Xian. Initially, thoughts of his aunt and brother had left him melancholy, but Lin Xian's diversion lifted his spirits. He shot a glance at Lin Xian, suspecting this was intentional, though he had no proof. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan and Bai Li silently absorbed the exchange, wisely refraining from commenting. Can you still walk? Should I carry you? Lin Xian asked Bai Li. No need. I can manage myself. Better to endure short pain than prolonged suffering. Bai Li had resolved to exhaust himself to the point of fainting. He could not afford to be captured by the drones, as it would tarnish his reputation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the weight they bore. Oh, isn't that Shenjiang Zhu? You've been captured too? Daring to attack a drone? Impressive. A voice called out. Someone bring our esteemed young master Shen a seat. We finally caught you. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I'm curious. Have you ever written a love letter, being the soft yet tough person you are? I have. How many? 114. Was it to one person? Yes. Did they agree? No. As night enveloped the land, their 4-member team had dwindled to 3, with Bai Li having fainted gloriously, narrowly escaping disaster. Lin Xian felt a twinge of regret, intrigued by Bai Li's past as a top-tier rich heir. By the way, Lin Qiyi, I suddenly recalled that Bai Li seems to have a fondness for your feet, Lin Xian remarked, his expression comical as he looked at the panting Lin Xie. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie stumbled. Qiao Yuan's eyes widened. His ears perked up in disbelief. What is this? Is there a secret affair between Bai Li and Xie that I was unaware of? Get lost. Lin Xie managed to retort after a moment's pause, his frustration palpable. You're just too polite for your own good, Lin Xian chuckled, clearly aware of the underlying tension. We're nearly out. Can you hold on? Lin Xian glanced at Qiao Yuan. Thanks to Lin Xian's leadership, they had been walking in a straight line without distraction. However, nearly 7 hours had elapsed. And any normal person would be utterly exhausted by now. Qiao Yuan nodded, confident he was fine. His burden still rested on Lin Xian. If he couldn't make it out like this, he would have no face to show. Yet, he was more concerned about another matter. Xie, don't you need to rest? No, I can still walk. While Lin Xian and Qiao Yuan relied on their physical endurance. Lin Xie drew strength from the Starry Night Dancer. His physical capabilities might not match theirs, but his recovery speed was astonishing. He had reached his limit an hour ago. Yet he still pressed onward. Let us go. This guy is a freak, Lin Xian remarked. Speaking of freaks, aren't we all a bit odd? Qiao Yuan said, wielding a metal spoon to clear their path. And Bai Li, he is a freak too. Indeed, his wealth is rather abnormal, Lin Xian agreed, nodding. He often claimed to be just an ordinary person, but truly, ordinary people would never say such things. Only the truly ordinary could mingle with one another, right? Qiao Yuan shrugged. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard the ominous drone of multiple machines approaching from behind. By the sound of it, there were at least 20. Initially trailing at a distance, they now surged toward the three like an advancing army. Damn, can't they take a hint? Lin Xian exclaimed, sprinting forward. Run. The drones are coming. With no hesitation, the others sprinted after him, pouring every ounce of energy into their escape. They didn't want to be eliminated so close to victory. With 3 swift sounds, they burst through a dense thicket into an open space. The next moment, thunderous applause erupted. Qiao Yuan instinctively shielded his eyes. And as he adjusted to the light, he realized that their instructors stood before them. Congratulations! You 3 have made history. Becoming the only trio to ever complete the extreme training. Instructor Han approached, shaking each of their hands. He glanced at Lin Xian, who was drenched in sweat after carrying over 100 pounds across the mountains. Even Lin Xian's remarkable physique was struggling. Under Lin Xian's guidance, they had maintained a straight trajectory, allowing them to traverse Nan Mountain in record time. It was clear that Lin Xian held secrets unknown to others. But Instructor Hong chose not to pry. Secrets are commonplace. Everyone harbors them. He was only interested in secrets that could endanger new recruits, leaving the rest unexamined. Upon returning to the training camp, Lin Xian didn't rush to the medicinal bath prepared by the instructor, but instead found an excuse to visit the washroom. Lin Xian's expression was somewhat agitated. Earlier that morning, his bloodline purity had already risen to 25. But he had yet to find an appropriate moment to receive his new ability. Each time he acquired a new power, a torrent of information would flood his mind instantaneously. Coupled with the significant enhancement of his physical attributes that accompanied each new ability, it was exceedingly easy for others to detect something amiss. Throughout the day, he had been with Lin Xie and others, leaving him without the opportunity to claim his new power. He was deeply curious about what his new ability would be. He closed his eyes, delving into his consciousness, and once again beheld the enormous gravestone. The black surface of the monument was crowned with a dragon head, vividly lifelike. Next to the inscription marking the 25 threshold on the gravestone were 2 large characters, Judgment. A deluge of information surged into his brain, accompanied by excruciating pain that pierced to the bone. The agony was profound. His bones creaked, and from his neck to his tailbone, his spine felt as though it had been shattered and then reassembled, emitting a cacophony of unsettling sounds with even the slightest movement. The pervasive pain coursing through his spine shot straight to his brain, akin to a flurry of tiny iron shards swirling within, stimulating his fragile nerves. Under such torment, the pressure from the overwhelming information seemed trivial by comparison. After a long while, Lin Xian settled into silence. He gazed at the ceiling, exhaling softly. It hurts. Lin Xian's voice trembled as he regained his composure, clumsily rising to his feet, his spine cracking like firecrackers. Even now, his hands trembled. No amount of extreme training had left him in this state. However, following the pain came exhilaration. The information conveyed by the gravestone revealed that he had not merely acquired judgment, but 2 abilities. The first was judgment itself, a high-risk linguistic power of the Dragon Clan. Exclusive to Arii. Beings endowed with judgment were regarded as messengers of celestial retribution, capable of issuing a mandatory death decree upon enemies within their domain. Naturally, this ability could selectively apply to targets within its effective range, dictating life and death at his whim. Moreover, The linguistic judgment possessed certain cutting attributes and could manipulate the four fundamental elements to a degree. Within his domain, he could, if he desired, cleave through glaciers with a sword, much like Arei. Not only could he slice through ice, but he could also cause landslides, unleash infernos, or even summon colossal wind blades with a single strike. However, every aspect of the judgment ability came with a prerequisite. His mental strength had to be sufficient to sustain its release. Otherwise, it would be akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel, utterly absurd. As for the second ability, it was intrinsically linked to his restructured spine. To some extent, Lin Xian's previous conjectures had come to fruition. His physical constitution was indeed beginning to transform, evolving towards that of a dragon. Following the alteration of his spine, he gained a new ability called Dragon Bone. He recalled the super hybrid beings within the dragon clan, such as Yuan Jixing, who could activate their dragon bone state in times of need, allowing their thousands of bones to interlock into an impervious whole, thus forming a defensive stance. In this state, Yuan Jixing was referred to as the Emperor. The dragon bone state not only conferred extraordinary defensive capabilities, but also unparalleled reflexes, strength, and physical prowess. What Lin Xian had now acquired was a similar state. Like Yuan Jixing's dragon bone state, once he activated his own, his spine would also undergo a transformation. In this state, while his resistance to impact might not significantly change, his strength, speed, and reflexes would see a tremendous enhancement. Lin Xian attempted to activate it, and instantly, his spine began to crackle. His golden eyes activated automatically, revealing a faint crimson hue rather than the pure gold they once were. As he gently clenched his fist, he was astonished. The sensation was overwhelmingly powerful. In the dragon bone state, Lin Xian felt capable of obliterating his non-dragon bone self in an instant. In fact, if one were to consider physical prowess alone, even 5 or 6 versions of himself without the dragon bone state would be no match for him. Why does this feel even more outrageous than Yuan Jixing's dragon bone state? He pondered. Yet, after a moment of reflection, Lin Xian recognized a downside. Activating the dragon bone state for no longer than 3 minutes caused a faint pain to emerge around his spine. It appeared that this state exerted pressure on the surrounding bones. If maintained for too long, it could potentially fracture them. Truth be told, Lin Xian found himself eagerly anticipating the changes yet to come. Yes, it was indeed painful, but the transformations were undeniably significant. It was important to note that this was merely the evolution of his spine. What would it be like when the entirety of his skeletal structure underwent transformation? And he activated the dragon bone state then? Moreover, the current limitation on the duration of the dragon bone state was due to the surrounding bones' inability to withstand the pressure. Once his entire skeletal system had evolved, this would no longer be an issue. At that time, could the dragon bone state become his default condition? Lin Xian gazed out the window. In the pitch-black night sky, only a pair of golden eyes burned fiercely like stars, surveying the realm below. Chapter 49. Lin Xian is not Nidhogg's spokesperson? Lin Qiye was left speechless. After receiving his rewards, Lin Xian was about to exit the restroom when he suddenly paused. Something felt amiss. His mental strength seemed to have ascended to a new level. The fatigue that had once weighed on his spirit now felt exceptionally invigorating. A refreshing sensation coursed through his entire being. At first, Lin Xian thought it was a byproduct of his physical transformation, but upon closer inspection, he realized otherwise. His realm had broken through to the pool realm. Both the quality and quantity of his mental strength had significantly improved. Previously, Lin Xian's realm had been on the brink of breakthrough, and just moments ago, at the instant he obtained his new ability, he had transcended. Now, the coverage of his blood scythe had extended to 100 meters, with a maximum directional range reaching 300 meters. The sound of dripping water and various rustling noises, along with the hushed conversations of instructors, flooded his ears. Despite the multitude of information bombarding his mind, Lin Xian only felt a slight throbbing in his head. No longer experiencing the piercing pain akin to needles that had once accompanied him when he activated his full mental capacity, as if his head might explode at any moment. It seemed that due to the enhancement of his mental strength, his capacity to process information had dramatically increased. In layman's terms, after his realm elevated, he could activate the blood scythe at will without the fear of a headache. Naturally, if he kept it activated for too long, it would still become bothersome. That was unavoidable. As he retracted the blood scythe, tranquility returned to his surroundings, and Lin Xian shifted his focus to another one of his linguistic abilities. Linguistic times 0. With a single thought, the entire world seemed to pause. Time transformed into an infinitely elongated line. The dripping water in the restroom stretched into eternity. In this seemingly frozen space-time, Lin Xian was the sole exempt. He could sense a domain emerging within a 20-meter radius around him. This was the domain of time 0. This indicated that time 0 had evolved from a single target acceleration skill into a group skill. Whenever he wished, he could grant others exemption within the realm of time. allowing them to attain the same speed as himself. Lin Xian retrieved 2 stopwatches from the cabinet. With another thought, one of them received exemptions, restoring its normal flow of time. In this space that felt as though it had been suspended, the ticking sound echoed. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xian finally sensed mental fatigue creeping in. He understood that his time zero had reached its limit. The stopwatch that had been exempted ultimately pointed to 283 seconds. The stopwatch, which was not exempt and synchronized with the surrounding environment, currently indicated 7 seconds. This meant that the duration of time zero had extended from 3 seconds to 7 seconds, while Lin Xian's own time had accelerated by 40 times. While the external world experienced 7 seconds, Lin Xian had actually traversed 280 seconds. It is noteworthy that the exempt stopwatch consumed part of his mental energy. Otherwise, he could have sustained it for a longer period. Naturally, if the exempt individual were within the domain, the mental energy consumed would be even greater. With time zero abolished, Lin Xian immersed himself in a wooden tub. The skill word spirit judgment was exceedingly powerful, making it impossible for him to experiment here. Moreover, he had other matters to attend to, specifically to visit old Zhao and Niblungen, who was caring for the empty-nested. The following morning, Lin Xian emerged from the medicinal tub early, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort. Although Yuan Gang had stated that he would only enhance his training intensity without offering any special treatment in other aspects, it was evident that his medicinal tub was significantly more effective than others. If the liquid in others' tubs was a tender green, his was a vibrant emerald, and the efficacy was markedly stronger. Last night, the instructor explained that his physical constitution was exceptional, rendering normal concentrations of medicinal baths ineffective for him. Lin Xian merely smiled, mentally noting this. After an intense session with old Zhao, where the sun and moon seemed to vanish, he ultimately prevailed over Zhao's character in the game, bringing him to his knees through the advantages of time zero. Lin Xian dressed, and upon hearing rustling sounds, Chao Yuan stirred awake beside him. Shall we eat? Sure. Take me along. Also call Qi. That night, Lin Xian urged old Zhao to try his new skill once more. Get lost. Zhao Kongqing shot him an exasperated glance, suddenly realizing that the gap between people was even greater than that between man and dog. This troublesome skill was plentiful, while he possessed only a single fading flash of the moon. Initially, the opponent had many abilities, including time zero and a skill akin to wind blades. Now, he had acquired yet another absurd skill. With a single slash, a colossal flame transformed into a blade's edge, cleaving through the mist of Niblungen. Lin Xian referred to this ability as judgment. It was said that the recent strike was merely an auxiliary capability of judgment, not its core strength. Feeling the depletion of his mental energy, he realized that just that one strike had consumed the majority of it. Judgment had many merits, but its consumption was quite significant. The term judgment in the dragon language also connoted death, representing the core ability of this word spirit. Though untested, Lin Xian sensed the extraordinary nature of this power. As long as he could afford the mental energy, and the target remained within the domain of judgment, determining their death would be but a word away. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt an instinctive urge and abruptly raised his head. Old Zhao, I must step out for a moment. Just then, a divine presence emerged within the training camp, alarmingly close to him. Every cell in his body craved to consume the divine being radiating such power. It was a desire rooted in his bloodline. And Lin Xian felt that if he could swallow the entity, his blood purity would undoubtedly surpass 50% in an instant, suppressing his inner yearning. Lin Xian quickly calmed himself, contemplating a more pressing issue. Why had a divine aura manifested in the training camp? Wait, Lin Qiyi. Realization struck him. Several divine entities resided in Lin Qiyi's mental institution, with treatment levels exceeding 50%, capable of venturing outside. The divine presence now appearing in the training camp should be Lin Qiyi's first patient, Nix, if his assumptions were correct. Suddenly, the aura vanished, only to reappear moments later, accompanied by the whirring of helicopters and the simultaneous illumination of searchlights directed at the rooftop of the dormitory. Lin Xian activated his blood-sucking scythe, eavesdropping on the conversation. May I ask who you are? Nix. So it is the goddess of the night. What brings you here, my lady? I have merely come to observe my son's divine realm. Her implication was clear. She was searching for a proxy. Lin Xian could not hear further, as his blood-sucking scythe was obstructed by some force. He was not surprised. After all, being a deity, it was entirely reasonable for her to detect his scythe. Meanwhile, within the mental institution, Nix addressed her son. Why is there a living cancer of the world surrounding you? What is a world cancer? Lin Qiyi noted the unprecedented seriousness on Nix's face, mixed with a hint of concern. Since their first encounter, Nix had always been erratic, never displaying such gravity before. Yet, he was unaware of what the world cancer entailed or why it was present. The world cancer and the world could coexist only in one form. The aura surrounding him was reminiscent of someone from the Nordic realm who had long since fallen silent. However, the world had not yet reached that state. That being should not survive. Nyx had nearly acted to eliminate the presence but ultimately refrained, fearing an impulsive response could provoke the world cancer into premature awakening. Upon hearing the mention of Nordic, Lin Qiyi suddenly realized who Nyx was referring to. Mother, are you speaking of Lin Xian? He is the agent of Nidhogg. So it is natural for him to exude Nidhogg's aura. Seeing Nyx's continued solemnity, Lin Qiyi added, he is my friend, and I trust him. He did not want Nyx's madness to result in Lin Xian's demise. Despite Lin Xian's flaws, he was not deserving of such a fate. Nyx inquired, what is an agent? Similar to our relationship, I am your agent. That's not right. Nyx shook her head. What do you mean? That individual is not the agent of Nidhogg. If anything, Nidhogg should be his agent, though he is still quite weak. What? Lin Qiyi exclaimed, what does this mean? Nidhogg is a deity, while Lin Xian, despite his exceptional abilities, is still immortal. How could Nidhogg be his agent? No, there must be some misunderstanding, Lin Qiyi insisted, forcing himself to remain calm. Nyx's treatment level was still only 51%, so her words could not be wholly trusted. According to Nyx's understanding, Lin Qiyi was her son and simultaneously her agent. Therefore, if Nyx claimed that Nidhogg was Lin Xian's agent, it implied, no. What? Lin Qiyi felt his composure unravel. Chapter 50. Lin Qiyi was exempted. So this is time 0. Lin Qiyi, is there something on my face? Nothing. Then why do you keep staring at me? Bailey Pangpang approached. It seems your gaze towards Lin Xian is akin to that of a rare beast, reminiscent of my observations of the Siberian tiger at the zoo. Lin Qiyi maintained his silence. He asked nothing. As always, everyone harbored their own secrets, and Lin Qiyi had no intention of prying. Especially since Lin Xian was one of his few friends. He was merely astonished. Compared to being Nidhogg's agent, Lin Xian seemed more akin to Nidhogg's father, an idea that was simply too explosive to fathom. Nidhogg is a figure of considerable significance. He is well aware of the circumstances surrounding Lin Xian, having taken the initiative to learn more about him. Known by numerous titles such as Deathwing, the Terrifying Devourer, and the World-Ending Black Dragon, Nidhogg undoubtedly has divine lineage, if not as a god, at least as a dragon. Although Lin Xian may exhibit peculiarities, he remains, biologically speaking, distinctly human. Chao Yuan paused for a moment before offering his assessment. The way Chiye gazed at Lin Xian mirrored how others regarded Chiye himself. In recent days, tales of Lin Qiyi had spread like wildfire, portraying him as the unparalleled dual divine agent, a man straddling two divine vessels. The latter title, however, was one crafted by Lin Xian himself. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air from outside the cafeteria, prompting everyone to rise. Let us proceed. It is time for training. I wonder what tricks the instructors will devise for this session. One recalled how the male students had been punished with women's attire for 2 days last time, and they were curious about where the instructors had procured such an abundance of skirts. Honestly, I would love to see Chiye in women's clothing. Agreed. Get lost. Ah. But I am different. I want to see this fellow perform a dance in a new island style. You too be gone. Time seemed to accelerate, the seasons shifting swiftly. Located in the southern region, Sangnan City typically experiences mild winters, requiring no heavy bedding. However, this year was an exception, with an unusually harsh winter. The sky was overcast, and the biting wind felt like steel blades against the skin, reddening it in mere moments. The recruits assembled on the training field, awaiting the instructor's address. Clad only in short sleeves, they stood upright like flagpoles, pointing towards the heavens. Despite their resolute expressions, confusion lingered in many eyes. Normally, training would commence at this hour. Yet Instructor Hong had summoned them to the field for an undisclosed purpose. Today, we shall not engage in physical training. I am here to announce an important matter. The first half of this training session will conclude ahead of schedule. Furthermore, we have decided to grant you a brief holiday before the second half of the training begins. From today until the second day of the Lunar New Year, you will have 4 days off, but heed this warning. No one is permitted to leave Sangnan City. Violators will forfeit their qualifications as night watchers. After dismissal, you are to return to your dorms to pack your belongings. In half an hour, a bus will be waiting at the camp entrance to take you into the city. Now, on my command, you are dismissed. Yes, they responded in unison before dispersing. The area erupting into a cacophony, with a few playful sounds echoing in the background. Chiye, they actually granted us a holiday. Bai Li Pangang exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Chiye, what is wrong with you? And you too, Lin Xian, why are you both so unenthusiastic? This holiday came rather unexpectedly, Lin Chiye remarked, glancing at Lin Xian for his perspective. It's aimed at the 3 of us. Which 3? You, me, and Pang Pang, the 2 divine agents. One of whom is a rare dual divine agent, alongside Pang Pang, the heir of the Bai Li family. This is sufficient to tempt certain individuals into taking risks. Lin Qia's mind raced, quickly grasping the implications of Lin Xian's words. So, the instructors intend to divide and conquer? Indeed. Remaining at the training camp could endanger other recruits, and in that scenario, we would be left passively awaiting the enemy's move. By dispersing the recruits, the enemy's vision can be effectively obscured. The group swiftly gathered their personal belongings, though there was little to pack. Qiao Yuan had only a blanket, a pillow, 3 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 sets of clothing. What about you, Bai Li Pang Pang? Aren't you bringing anything? Unnecessary. If I lack any essentials, I'll simply buy a new set. Those wretched wealthy folks. They formed a line in front of the bus, and Lin Xian keenly observed the instructors retrieving stacks of black boxes from the vehicle. These were the cases for the Starlight Blades. Listen carefully. The Starlight Blades you are receiving are for crisis situations only. Do not use them unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, if you must use them, ensure it is in a secluded area, as creating panic among the populace is strictly forbidden. Do you understand? Understood. The recruits clutched their boxes as they boarded the bus. Lin Xian, you were indeed correct. Something feels amiss. They actually allowed us to carry weapons outside, Qiao Yuan remarked, astonished. Yet, we are uncertain when the attack will occur. Lin Xian held his box in silence. To him, the black box was no more than a mere ornament, as he possessed the 7 deadly sins. As the bus departed the training camp, the recruits suddenly felt a lightness wash over them, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Wow, I broke through. Me too. Just moments ago, I was at the lamp stage, and now I've suddenly advanced. Lin Xie was taken aback. He had just experienced a release from the constraints that had weighed upon him. An influx of spiritual energy surged throughout his being, leaving him invigorated. Xie, I've made a breakthrough, Qiao Yuan exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement, having just ascended to the pond stage. That is to be expected. During our time at the training camp, we were under the suppression of forbidden objects. After such prolonged restraint, it's only natural for the energy to surge once released. Lin Xian explained, arms crossed. What about you, Lin Xian? You seem unchanged. Oh, I've long since ascended to the pond stage. Lin Qiye merely sought to inquire further. Lin Xian had indeed not broken through, but this did not imply he had not experienced growth. Although the forbidden objects had not sealed his language abilities, they had similarly constrained his spiritual power. Just moments ago, Lin Xian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, his spiritual energy significantly enhanced. By the way, Lin Qiye, prepare yourself, Lin Xian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qiye, speaking in a voice audible only to the two of them. Prepare for what? Lin Qiye asked, perplexed. An attack is imminent. Just as Lin Xian's words fell, 6 dark objects swiftly approached the bus from the sky. The flying objects rapidly came into focus, revealing their true nature as missiles. Get down. Seek cover. The missiles flew at an astonishing speed, reaching them in an instant, leaving Lin Qiye with no time to react. By the time he registered the situation, 3 missiles had already soared past them towards the training camp, while the other 3 detonated on either side of several buses, erupting in a thunderous explosion. In that moment, flames shot into the sky, and debris flew wildly, toppling several buses. The deafening roar of the explosion reverberated nearby, leaving the recruits dazed. As the bombs detonated, the world seemed to be frozen in time. Lin Qiye's pupil shrank to the size of pinheads. He observed cracks spreading across the glass, and countless metallic shards propelled towards them as if seeking to pierce them like a funnel. Yet, everything unfolded at a sluggish pace, as though he could effortlessly pluck those shards from the air with a mere gesture. Lin Qiye was engulfed in profound astonishment. What are you waiting for? Hurry and shield yourself from the debris. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you, Lin Xian quipped, arms crossed, watching the scene with amusement. Lin Xian's decision to grant Lin Qiye immunity from time zero carried its own rationale. He recalled how, after emerging from Nyx, Lin Qiye had acquired the Abyssal Goddess Ruin, granting him control over all objects within that domain. This ruin was perfectly suited for managing the incoming shards. Wait, is this time zero? Lin Qiye quickly grasped the situation, his eyes widening in disbelief. I hadn't heard that this fellow time zero could also grant others the ability to accelerate time. Moreover, judging by Lin Xian's demeanor, it seemed that time zero could persist for a considerable duration. Thus, in the realm of time, why does Wang Mian's duration remain so brief, seemingly fading after just a few seconds? Enough of these ponderings. We must act swiftly, lest we all meet our demise. His ability to manifest the divine realm demands time, and under normal circumstances, he might not have been able to summon the shadow divine realm before being pierced by missile fragments. However, with the augmentation of zero time, Lin Qiye felt, for the first time, an abundance of temporal luxury. Is this what zero time embodies? The sensation of the world being set to slow motion. As the shadowed divine realm unfolded, it enveloped all fragments hurtling towards the bus, redirecting them earthward. The velocity was akin to that of fluttering leaves. Once assured that all fragments had been redirected, Lin Xian dismissed zero time. While he could have utilized the blood-sized wind blades for defense with Lin Xie present, there was no need for such redundancy. Moreover, Lin Xian had long regarded Lin Xie as a future ally, and the exemption ability of zero time would undoubtedly be shared, as familiarity breeds proficiency. Yet, after accomplishing this, Lin Xian noticed Lin Xie's head tilt, his body slumping towards him. Instinctively, Lin Xian dodged. Bang! Xie, what has happened to you? Lin Xian exclaimed. Nothing transpired just now. Yes, indeed, he reassured himself. Chapter 51. The Bloodside's Initial Display of Power. A new discovery in Nibelungen. Lin Xie opened his eyes to find himself staring at a familiar ceiling. This appeared to be Hong Ying's abode, specifically the room he had occupied for a month. Oh, you're awake? Congratulations, the operation was a success. You have transformed into a girl, he heard a voice say. Turning to the side, Lin Xie inquired, why are you here? Lin Xian sat beside him, casually munching on sunflower seeds, his demeanor relaxed. Seemingly recalling something, Lin Xian asked, and what about you? Lin Xie felt that the success of his condition was not solely his own merit. Had it not been for Lin Xian activating zero time, he would not have been able to intervene in time, and might have perished as well. Do not speak of my affairs. They are unaware that my zero time can place others into a state of temporal acceleration, Lin Xie remarked. Lin Xian paused, adjusting the angle of his teeth before continuing to snack on seeds. Furthermore, I do not trust them. Of course, if the captain inquires, you may inform them. I understand. Lin Xie nodded. Though he had just awakened, he was beginning to comprehend certain matters. Why was it that they were attacked by missiles at the precise moment they intended to leave on the bus? And these were missiles, not just any weaponry. Such devices are undoubtedly stringently controlled by the Watchers, yet 6 missiles had appeared before them, undeniably real. This could only imply that there was a traitor among the Watchers. Thus, Lin Xian's distrust was entirely justified. Lin Xie grasped Lin Xian's thoughts. He wished to conceal this ability, potentially delivering a fatal blow to the enemy at a critical juncture. Lin Xian waved his hand and departed. Months had passed since his bloodline had risen to 25. Unlocking the Dragon Bone, with the aid of a certain forbidden object that sealed the realms for others, coupled with the mortal and shadowed divine realms that Lin Xie possessed, his bloodline purity had now ascended to 27. If memory served him correctly, the enemies involved in this assassination included former Watchers from the Sanctuary, mercenaries, and members of the ancient God Church, a confluence of formidable forces. If executed properly, this opportunity could elevate his bloodline purity beyond 30. However, one must exercise caution. This is not the original narrative. His presence has added another target for the ancient God Church. They may dispatch even more troublesome foes to either recruit or eliminate him. Vigilance is essential. Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive concern. When soldiers arrive, they shall be met, and when water comes, it shall be concealed. Upon exiting the villa, Lin Xian turned and entered a shop. When he reemerged, he held a stack of notes and a piece of paper. At this moment, and Xingyu had likely taken control of the entire underground rat network, effectively mastering the various information within Songnan City. He intended to broker a deal with Xingyu, offering his blood in exchange for enemy intelligence. Rather than waiting passively, it was wiser to take the initiative. This would also serve as an opportunity to familiarize himself with a future ally. Furthermore, he was curious about what Xingyu could deduce from his blood. Lin Xian filled several notes with his writings and, using the blood scythe, located the rats in the shadowy alley, distributing the notes to them. He chose multiple locations to cast a wide net, hoping to expedite the information's transfer to the recipient. I wish to trade my blood for your information regarding all enemy locations. If you agree, send the rats to my villa. One rat clutched the note in its mouth while another carried a 10-centimeter-long test tube. The note bore not only Lin Xian's message but also a single word. Good. The handwriting was elegant, almost unbecoming of a male. Lin Xian examined the other's script and then his own. His handwriting was legible at best. Without hesitation, he drew forth lust from Nibelungen and made a small incision on his arm. Vivid crimson droplets cascaded into the test tube like rolling rubies. Unfortunately, before the tube was full, the bleeding ceased. Lin Xian grimaced, forced to make another cut. He handed the filled test tube to one rat, which scampered away swiftly. The other remained stationary. Lin Xian lifted it, cradling it in his palm. Just guide me, starting from the easiest target. The rat pointed in a direction. As they progressed, Lin Xian caught sight of a nearby McDonald's. Oh, wait. A thought struck him, and he turned to enter the restaurant, purchasing a bag of fries. Of course, the fries themselves were not the main objective, though they were indeed delicious. The significance lay in the McDonald's bag. Finding an unoccupied alley, he punctured 2 holes in the bag and donned it over his head. All set, let us proceed. Today, we pay homage to the Dragon Clan. Lin Xian's spirits lifted visibly. The rat, oblivious to his antics, diligently fulfilled its task. Moments later, guided by the rat, Lin Xian arrived at a secluded alley. As dusk descended, the wind whipped around him, rustling his garments. The alley was shrouded in darkness, and through the vehicle windows, Lin Xian could see nothing within. Tap, tap, tap. Setting the rat down, he approached the van, and in the next instant, 2 knives appeared in his hands, one a vibrant green, the other a deep azure. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Click. The blood scythe recognized the sound of the safety being disengaged, a noise with which it had become well acquainted during training with Cold Xian. Opponents inside the van aimed their weapons at him. Lin Xian halted, hearing the breaths of several individuals within the vehicle, though they strained to suppress their sounds. To Lin Xian's ears, they were as clear as whispered breaths in his ear. 1, 2. There were a total of 9 individuals. It was fortunate they were in a van. Otherwise, accommodating so many would have been quite the challenge. Inside the van, Scorpion 1 inquired, "What should we do?" Scorpion 3 gazed at the peculiar figure adorned with a McDonald's bag, his face twitching in irritation. "This is just our luck, encountering a lunatic. What else can we do? Wait until he draws closer, then rush out and subdue him, eliminate him. Remember, avoid using firearms if possible. We must not draw attention." Though Scorpion 1 advised this, he never lowered his weapon. A nagging sensation told him that the individual before them was distinctly off. With each step closer, Lin Xian's approach echoed ominously in Scorpion 1's heart. The closer he came, the stronger that ominous feeling became. At a distance of 10 meters from the van, Lin Xian halted. Scorpion clearly saw the figure raise his hand, fingers splayed, aimed directly at them. In that fleeting moment, an ominous sensation surged to its zenith. Scorpion lifted the gun in his hand, mouth agape, yearning to shout something. From the 2 hollowed-out McDonald's bags, a pair of golden vertical pupils shone dazzlingly, unique to Nidhogg, the Dark King, whose oppressive aura erupted instantaneously. Suddenly, it felt as if countless minute blades had been compressed within the van, detonating explosively. The moment was but a heartbeat. From the glint in the man's eyes to the explosive gust of wind, barely a fraction of a second. Hiss, Scorpion clutched his neck, realizing he was rendered mute. And when he attempted to use his hands, he found them already soft and limp, revealing pale, bony fingers beneath. Even the bones were riddled with scratches. He turned to glance aside, his pupils constricting sharply. The interior of the van was drenched in blood, flesh, and countless tiny lacerations from floor to ceiling. Flesh mixed with blood continued to drip from the roof, splattering with a sickening sound. His companions lay scattered on the ground, unrecognizable, their bodies marred with a multitude of wounds. At that moment, a horrific pain surged through his brain, an all-encompassing agony threatening to drive him to madness. "Apologies. It was my lack of control. I hadn't anticipated you would still be breathing." The voice beside him seemed genuinely remorseful, regretting not bringing a swift end to his suffering. What was this creature? Scorpion trembled, whether from pain or fear, he could not discern. "Since you are on the brink of death, assist me in testing something. Consider it your final contribution." The devil continued to whisper in his ear, the tone suddenly solemn, reminiscent of a high and mighty emperor pronouncing a sentence upon a sinner. Death, the strange pronunciation, a language he had never encountered, yet he suddenly comprehended its meaning. He was declaring his own demise, as if it were a twisted benediction. A sudden slash. An invisible blade seemed to slice through his neck, and Scorpion's head fell to the ground with a thud. Did it require so little of my mental energy? Was it merely due to his impending demise? Lin Xian muttered. The 9 souls within the van lay eternally unblinking. Moments ago, Lin Xian had compressed the wind blade of the blood-sucking sickle to its utmost limit before unleashing it in an instant. The vast multitude of tiny wind blades exploding within the confined space of the van was a terrifying spectacle indeed. The decapitation of the last individual occurred due to Lin Xian's experimentation with the word spirit judgment. As anticipated, the skill possessed a distinct cutting attribute. The so-called judgment was akin to the Grim Reaper wielding an invisible scythe, effortlessly severing the thread of life. Gazing at the heap of corpses within the van, Lin Xian felt a pang of difficulty. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he extended his hand towards the mass of flesh and bones. Instantly, the bodies within the van vanished. Just moments prior, Lin Xian had an epiphany, recalling the introduction to Nibelungen. The burial of fallen souls and vengeful spirits. Corpses and restless souls were the sustenance of Nibelungen. Lin Xian transported the 9 corpses along with their vengeful spirits into Nibelungen. With a mere thought, a river appeared before him, a crystal-clear river. Plop, plop. He cast the bodies and spirits into it, and upon entry, they vanished without a trace, yet the river showed no signs of disturbance. No, not entirely unchanged. The water appeared slightly darker, though barely perceptible. Concurrently, an enigmatic substance emerged within the river. Very little of it. But Lin Xian suddenly recalled a tale from Norse mythology regarding Nibelungen. It was said that a river named Hvergelmer, filled with lethal poison, coursed through Nibelungen. And when Nidhogg cast the fallen bones into this toxic river, the potent forces of death and venom would transmute these bones into grotesque creatures. Could it be? Chapter 52. The Power of Deadwater. The four great monarchs shall ultimately descend. Lin Xian decided to name this river Deadwater. Hvergelmer was a foreign transliteration. Convoluted and cumbersome, unworthy of remembrance. Deadwater bore similarities to the mythological description but also diverged in certain aspects. The corpses and spirits he had cast and did not transform into monsters. Rather, they were directly dissolved by the river, vanishing entirely. Moreover, after dissolving the corpses and spirits, the river gained an extraordinary substance. Lin Xian was certain it was not poison. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian resolved to make contact. As the master of this Nibelungen, it was improbable that he would be harmed by his own creation. Furthermore, no warning arose from his instincts as he prepared to touch the river. His instincts had proven accurate, and since there were no alarms, it indicated potential. His fingertip grazed the river, creating ripples. The moment his finger made contact with the water's surface, the substance surged towards him, swirling around his fingertip incessantly. In that instant, Lin Xian comprehended the substance's capability. It could transform the beings within Nibelungen, reshaping them into dragonkind. His thoughts immediately turned to old Zhao. He had pondered how to transform Zhao Kongqing into one of the four great monarchs, but had temporarily ceased his efforts due to a lack of method. Now it appeared that this transformative substance was the key, as long as he could amass a substantial quantity of it. Converting Zhao Kongqing into one of the four great monarchs would pose no challenge. A smile crept across Lin Xian's face. He suddenly felt like a devil. By slaying enemies, he would absorb certain mysterious essences and forbidden remnants to enhance his own bloodline, while now, Nibelungen also required the flesh and souls of enemies as sustenance, truly a case of making full use of resources, extracting everything, inside and out. It was then that Lin Xian bent down to retrieve the folding knife, recalling that in the original text, there was indeed such an item known as blood boil, a forbidden artifact in Scorpion's possession. Did that mean he had preemptively eliminated the Scorpion team? It hardly mattered. Their demise came too swiftly. Grasping the blood-red folding knife, Lin Xian examined it closely. Blood boil, forbidden sequence 209, could absorb the power of nearby deceased beings in a short span, layering it upon oneself. Scorpion had even had the chance to utilize this artifact before Lin Xian had dispatched him. However, as for the folding knife, along with zero time, he recalled that charmingly charismatic old man. Stowing the folding knife within Nibelungen, Lin Xian bent to pick up the mouse. Onward. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than an explosion erupted in the distance. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, watching as the finest hotel in Songnan City suddenly erupted in flames from the top floor. If memory served, the plump fellow was staying there. It seemed no guidance was necessary. Casting the mouse aside, Lin Xian strode towards the direction of the explosion. Chao Yuan, don't tug at my bathrobe. It's about to come off. If I don't hold on, I'll fall. As a flash of golden light passed, Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan landed safely. Phew, thank goodness for my cleverness. Otherwise, we'd have been turned into meat paste by now. More importantly, I'm curious about something else, Chao Yuan said, staring intently at Bai Li Pang Pang's bathrobe. Where did you hide it in the spatial pocket? Don't you worry about it. As the two surveyed their surroundings, their expressions suddenly turned serious. They found themselves enveloped by a transparent barrier, isolating them from the outside world. No ring of empty space. The two immediately recognized the phenomenon. When did you provoke the Watchers? How would I know? Bai Li Pang Pang rolled his eyes. He had anticipated an attack, but never expected it to be from the Watchers. The streetlight cast shadows upon their backs. The man in front was stout, with a square face and a serious countenance. In contrast, the man behind bore 3 knives and wore a playful smile, his gaze fixated on the two like one would observe 2 frantic mice. Suddenly, the stout man shrank in stature before their eyes, transforming into a diminutive figure of merely 1 meter in height. What is this? How can he change size at will? The Forbidden Ruin Sequence 214, Body Recombination, enables one to compress and reorganize their muscles. The more intense the compression, the more terrifying the speed and strength. Chao Yuan explained. Yet, I wonder who is tougher, this fellow or Lin Xian. No matter how robust Lin Xian's physique may be, it cannot possibly compare to the Forbidden Ruins. Not to mention, the opponent is at least at the pool realm, sharing our level of cultivation. The short man remained silent, and with a sudden stomp, the ground fractured beneath him, leaving only an imprint of his foot, his form morphing into a black blur, akin to an arrow piercing the sky. His diminutive fist loomed large before the two. Holy crap! Bali Pangu instinctively exclaimed, activating his Yao Guang shield. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. Yet it did not seem to emanate from the shield. Bali Pangu looked up to see a towering figure with its back to him, the shadows enveloping him completely, evoking a sense of overwhelming safety. However, Bali Pangu's expression turned peculiar. Why was the figure wearing a paper bag emblazoned with the McDonald's logo? Is he serious? Could this individual be a formidable warrior who escaped from a mental institution? Isn't that how movies portray it? Many deranged old men, appearing disheveled, turn out to be unparalleled heroes. As Bali Pangu's thoughts spiraled, the McDonald's figure turned, his gaze penetrating through the holes of the bag. I just heard you call me. A familiar voice emerged from within the bag. What the hell? Lin Xian. Both Bali Pangu and Xiao Yuan exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is going on? Don't you find this amusing? Rather than amusing, it feels more like madness, Bali Pangu retorted, glancing at Xiao Yuan. What do you think? It seems rather interesting, Xiao Yuan remarked, his focus fixed on the bag atop Lin Xian's head, a look of approval glimmering in his eyes. Hey, are you two forgetting about me? A small fist, propelled by a gust of wind, hurtled toward them. The small man's forehead bulged with veins. Realizing that the two were engrossed in their own conversation, completely disregarding him. Slap. Lin Xian raised his hand and effortlessly caught the fist. What the hell? The small man attempted to withdraw his fist, but Lin Xian remained unmoved, like an unyielding mountain. He didn't even shift his stance. This person is unusual. Lin Xian. Be careful. Both Xiao Yuan and Bali Pangu warned in unison. The man behind, burdened with 3 knives, gripped one tightly, while the other 2 hovered in the air. All 3 knives launched simultaneously from different directions, aimed at Lin Xian. Die. Lin Xian made no move, and in a panic, Bali Pangu threw the Yao Guang shield in an attempt to save him. Yet, it was too late. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades clashing echoed. And as the onlookers focused, they discovered that the 3 knives had been halted half a meter before Lin Xian, unable to advance any further. The man felt his arm go numb and leaped back, astonished. Just moments ago, he had sensed countless invisible shards of blades swirling around Lin Xian, effortlessly deflecting his attack. Lin Xian cast a fleeting glance at his opponent, his golden irises ablaze with intensity, and overwhelming pressure enveloping the air. He released the small man's fist, revealing a rib knife in his hand. In a flash, the entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, Lin Xian's motion so swift it left a lingering shadow. By the time the small man reacted, the azure blade had already plunged into his neck. Gasp! The man clutched his throat, his form suddenly swelling, reverting to that of a robust figure. The 3 knives man, witnessing this, felt his hair stand on end. He hadn't even comprehended how Lin Xian had moved. As he sensed the vitality pouring in from lust, Lin Xian wore a satisfied smile. At that moment of taking a life, all the vitality surged into him. The ability of sin and punishment is truly remarkable. The stamina that once required substantial nourishment to restore was instantly replenished and even exceeded. Am I becoming a bit too devilish? Lin Xian chuckled inwardly. With the ability to absorb not only physical strength, soul, and the forbidden ruins but now even life force. The 3 knives man observed the McDonald's figure dispatching a companion with a speed that left him drenched in sweat. As a former night watchman, his extensive experience was unquestionable. Under the same pool realm circumstances, he should have easily dominated these youngsters. Yet, before the McDonald's figure, they resembled powerless chicks, grasped by the throat. It was then he realized that this strange figure's presence here implied that old Han, who guarded the boundless void, was likely in dire straits. In such a short time, they had already lost 2 comrades. The 3 knives man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a formidable adversary. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and fled into the distance. Trying to escape, Lin Xian's figure seemed to be drawn into a straight line. One moment he was stationary, and the next, he stood before the 3 knives man, the rib knife raised high. You've fallen for it. The 3 knives man pivoted, unleashing all 3 long knives in a ferocious assault, his expression twisted. Simultaneously, an arrow enveloped in night and wind screamed toward him. This strike was merely a distraction. The arrow was the true lethal blow. This time, let's see if you can withstand it. The 3 knives man felt ecstatic, yet in that instant, Lin Xian's figure vanished entirely. He truly disappeared. In the previous moments, despite Lin Xian's speed, they had at least glimpsed his shadow. Where is he? On a distant high-rise. A female archer furrowed her brow, scanning her surroundings, yet failing to discern Lin Xian's presence. How could the opponent react so swiftly to her arrow? Even with the forbidden ruins activated? What a monster! The woman cursed silently. Are you referring to me? A teasing voice echoed in her ears. accompanied by the spine-chilling sound of cracking bones. A sharp pain surged through her shoulders. The voice's owner seemed apologetic, and in that moment, a blade sliced through her neck and pierced her chest, rotating clockwise. Her vision blurred, and her body grew cold rapidly. When did this happen? This was the last thought of the female archer before her consciousness faded, until her last breath. She couldn't comprehend how Lin Xian had traversed the distance from hundreds of meters away to her back in the blink of an eye. Looking down, the Three Knives man was currently entangled with by Li Pangu, unable to escape. After collecting the female archer's body into the Nibelungen, Lin Xian gently wiped the blade and pressed the elevator button. He had used 0 time to ascend, but there was no need to rush down. As he descended, Lin Xian approached the Three Knives man step by step. Li Pangu stepped aside, no longer obstructing the man's escape. You killed her? The man gently caressed the emerald green blade, advancing towards the Three Knives man, his actions reminiscent of a gentleman tidying up after a sumptuous meal. The gentleman was preparing to indulge in dessert. Blood splattered across the McDonald's paper bag, rendering the man's originally comical attire disturbingly eerie. Within the hollow of the bag, a pair of golden vertical pupils gleamed excessively bright against the inky night. When Lin Qiye rushed over upon hearing the explosion from a distant villa, this was the scene that greeted him. A tall man wearing a blood-red paper bag embraced a gaunt figure. The tall man tilted his head, as if narrating something. With one hand extended before the slender man, it appeared he was offering a gift, yet the gaunt man pushed outward with both hands, seemingly wishing to decline. At first glance, it resembled a heartwarming reunion of old friends, one presenting a gift while the other politely refused. Alas, the tall man was insistent, determined to thrust the offering into the other's arms, leaving the slender man no choice but to accept. The only discernible sight within the crimson bag was the burning golden eyes. At that moment, the owner of those eyes finally noticed Lin Qiye. With a flick of his wrist, the slender man collapsed to the ground. Lin Qiye then discerned the long, emerald blade protruding from the man's abdomen. He lay there twitching before becoming still. That very blade was the gift. Qiye, you've arrived a tad late. I finished the job. The man beneath the blood-red bag spread his arms wide, as if welcoming a friend or showcasing his handiwork. Lin Qiye could distinctly hear his laughter. Chapter 53, Lin Qiye. The thrill is somewhat intoxicating. Could you refrain from being so deranged? I almost thought you were losing your sanity, Lin Qiye retorted, rolling his eyes. Clearly, he was not perturbed by Lin Xian's earlier antics. Despite Lin Xian's undeniably bizarre behavior, Lin Qiye felt little. This eccentricity was not new. He had grown accustomed to it. It was unexpected that someone had taken action tonight. It was only natural. After all, we had merely 4 days off. If they didn't seize the opportunity, they would miss their chance. Lin Qiye glanced toward Li Pangpang, where his hotel room was situated, uncertain of who lay in ambush. Intent on launching a surprise attack against him and Xiao Yuan, they had set off an explosion that was thwarted by the instructors. From the sounds, the battle still raged on. Should we assist? It's likely unnecessary. The instructors can manage. If worse comes to worst, General Yuan Gang is there to oversee. So, what shall we do now? Li Panggang suggested, rubbing his stomach. Why don't we eat something? That works. Suddenly, Lin Qiye remembered something and retrieved a small box containing a blue crystalline diamond from his pocket. This is something Instructor Hong asked me to deliver to you. He intended to give it to you as soon as we disembarked the bus. He mentioned it had been prepared long ago. But considering wearing it would weaken the suppression of the forbidden ruins and the mental oppression caused by that artifact, he refrained from giving it to you. Thank you. Lin Xian accepted the box and opened it to reveal a crystal the size of a fingernail, radiating a ghostly blue light in the darkness. Beneath the crystal lay a note, Azure Heart, which could maintain a perimeter of 1 meter, activating the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 278, Azure Guardian, capable of repelling most mental assaults. Indeed, this was that artifact. Lin Xian cast a glance at Lin Qiye. Originally, this was Lin Qiye's possession. Yet it was now handed to him by Lin Qiye himself. Was this not a peculiar exchange? Why do you look so strange? Lin Qiye quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xian. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming urge to plant his fist into Lin Xian's face, as if it could become permanently lodged there. Ahem, you're overthinking it. Let us go eat. Led by Lin Xian and Lin Qiye, the four meandered their way to a noodle shop. Lin Xian, Qiye, is this the place you mentioned for noodles? Li Pangpang surveyed the surroundings, observing the dilapidated buildings and flickering old neon signs. The alley was remarkably quiet, occasionally interrupted by the sound of moths flapping against the light, echoing into the distance. Inside, the establishment was tidy, with a couple clad in aprons idly scrolling through their phones. Li Pangpang appeared unbothered by the shabby environment, finding it rather novel. I'll have a bowl of shredded pork noodles. A large meat noodle for me. I'll also have a bowl of shredded pork noodles. And can you add some extras? Of course. Then add everything possible. Certainly. Lin Xian hesitated between the large noodle and the big meat option before ultimately choosing the latter. Is that all you want? Lin Xia asked, astonished. Yes, is there a problem? What do you mean? There is a huge problem. At that moment, not only Lin Xia, but even Xiao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang turned to Lin Xian. Given their understanding of Lin Xian, he typically needed at least 10 bowls of noodles to feel satisfied. What was different about him tonight? Lin Xian, have you suffered a heartbreak? Bai Li Pangpang inquired cautiously. No, stop imagining things. Lin Xian shot a glare at Pangpang. The three exchanged glances. Though Lin Xian often exhibited quirks, tonight's behavior was particularly pronounced. Even donning a McDonald's paper bag as a headpiece, what was he thinking? Could it be that his condition had worsened? What ailment could be so severe as to render Lin Xian incapable of eating? The trio suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Enough speculation. I simply had a meal at McDonald's before coming here. Lin Xian clarified. If he had tea explained, they might have assumed he was afflicted with some terminal illness. On the verge of death. Ah, understood. They nodded in acknowledgement as their noodles arrived. Just then, 4 more individuals entered the restaurant, Shen Qingzhu accompanied by his 3 subordinates. Oh, look who it is, Brother Zhuang. You're here for noodles too. Bai Li Pangpang greeted Shen Qingzhu. The moniker Brother Zhuang was initially coined by Lin Xian, and the group found it fitting for Shen Qingzhu's demeanor, leading to its widespread adoption. Shen Qingzhu surveyed the mound of food in Bai Li Pangpang's bowl, his eyes twitching slightly. Boss, for bowls of clear broth noodles, Shen Qingzhu ordered. Still opting for clear broth? You 4 have ordered clear broth all day. And you're eating that again? Shen Qingzhu observed the 3 who were staring longingly at the meat in Bai Li Pangpang's bowl and gritted his teeth. Then, 3 bowls of shredded pork and 1 bowl of clear broth. Shen Qingzhu's movements were swift, and scarcely anyone noticed the contents of his wallet. However, Lin Xia, possessing the ability to see through the mundane realm, noticed that after the payment, Shen Qingzhu's wallet was utterly empty. After a moment of silence, he spoke. By the way, Zhuang cough. Shen Qingzhu, do you have some time? Just get to the point. I have a transaction proposition. See if you're interested. For the next few days, you'll be responsible for protecting Pangpang, and he'll pay you a salary of 1,500 a day. Shen Qingzhu paused, glancing at Bai Li Pangpang. Bai Li Pangpang appeared momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded. He would unconditionally cooperate with whatever Lin Xia intended to pursue. Even if it meant seducing someone, well, perhaps that was a step too far, as his heart belonged solely to Molly. Pangpang, serious face, seeing Bai Li's agreement, Shen Qingzhu nodded in return. I'm on board. That's 1,000 a day. Over the next few days, it'll easily amount to 3,000 or 4,000. Enough for me to treat Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang to several barbecue dinners. Just me, not including those 3, Shen Qingzhu added, gesturing toward Deng Wei and the others. Of course. Then, Shen Qingzhu suddenly appeared a bit bashful. Could I request an advance? Bai Li Pangpang opened his mouth. And now he could only use a card, while Shen Qingzhu, in his current state, hardly seemed capable of producing a card machine. Let me handle it. Lin Xian said as he stood up and pulled 2,000 from his wallet, handing it to Shen Qingzhu. Thank you, Shen Qingzhu replied, accepting the money and immediately shoving it into Deng Wei's hands. You all spend this for me first, and the remainder I will retrieve later at the training camp. After a brief pause, he added, if there's anything you wish to buy, go ahead and get it. As you heard, my bodyguard earns 1,000 a day. So money is no object. He then glanced at Lin Xian and the others, who had already finished their meal. Shall we go? Xia, why did you have Brother Zhuang become my bodyguard? Bai Li Pangpang asked, moving closer to Lin Xia. Lin Xian and I cannot always be by your side, and Xiao Yuan, when mad, recognizes no kin. It is essential to find a reliable protector, Lin Xia explained. However, this wasn't the sole reason. A part of him had noted Shen Qingzhu's empty pockets and thought it better to teach him to fish rather than simply provide fish. Besides, even if he wanted to provide, he lacked the funds. So, where are we headed now? Shen Qingzhu inquired, looking at the 4 of them. Don't look at me. The hotel I just booked got blown up. If they could do it once, they could certainly do it again. Those large hotels are no longer safe. Bai Li Pangpang turned to Lin Xia. Xia, do you have any recommendations? Lin Xia glanced at Lin Xian, remaining silent. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Lin Xian. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian suggested, before heading to my house, let us buy a set of mahjong. 4 people can make a table. That makes sense. Ping. 30,000. Again, Peng. Lin Xian, can you stop feeding cards to Xiao Yuan? Do you think I want to? 1. Still Peng. Xiao Yuan, you rascal. The villa's lights cast the shadows of the group onto the windows, with the raucous sounds echoing outside. Snowflakes drifted down from the pitch-black sky. adorning the ground in a silvery blanket. Due to weather conditions, snow was a rare sight in Songnan City, making this snowfall the first in a decade. On a hillside a kilometer away from the villa, a young man lay in the snow, aiming a sniper rifle. Through the scope, he could see Lin Xian inside the villa, his face plastered with notes and visibly flustered. It was rare to see Lin Xian in such a state. Too bad he was too far to capture it with a camera. The sound of crunching footsteps drew closer, and Lin Xian continued to scan the area, vigilant against potential enemies. It's freezing. Wu Xiangnan's voice came from above, accompanied by a thick military coat draping over Lang Xian. The captain is watching over Lin Xie. So it's up to us to keep watch here. Huh? You haven't slept either. You're just keeping vigil. The two fell silent, allowing the howling wind to whip against their faces, the accumulated snow burying them as they remained motionless, almost like sculptures. Only the visible breath they exhaled attested to their vitality. They were the guardians of the myriad lights of the Great Xia, and tonight, they were safeguarding the light of their own team members. That was their own light. Chapter 54, at the very least, make a phone call home. Lin Xian, where are you going? I'm stepping out to handle some matters. You all enjoy yourselves. If you get hungry, there are buns for sale on the street. Take care of it yourselves. Lin Xian turned and left, disappearing from view before pulling out a mouse from his pocket. Lead the way. He had lost an entire night playing mahjong. Not a single game won. The accumulated frustration from that night needed an outlet. In this direction, Lin Xian sensed something and quickened his pace. This direction seemed to lead toward Lin Xia's home. He had already eliminated the Scorpion Squad. Who else could be there? No. He needed to hurry. If he delayed too long, the opponent might become a meal for the little black louse. When Lin Xian arrived swiftly, he saw a scholarly-looking man wearing glasses gazing up at the first floor of a dilapidated building across from him. Noticing someone approaching, the man turned to Lin Xian, his expression playful. However, upon recognizing him, his demeanor shifted to one of reverence. I didn't expect you to arrive first. I thought it would be the legendary dual deity representative. However, if it is you, then it is just as well. Allow me to introduce myself, Lu Liang. Seat 16 of the Believers. Lu Liang bowed slightly, his countenance respectful, as if addressing a deity rather than an adversary. Lord Murmurs has entrusted me with a message for you, esteemed agent of Nidhogg. Would you consider leaving the night watch and embracing the ancient deity's church? Should you choose to do so, you would instantly ascend to become a new deity within the church, enjoying powers equal to the three gods. To be honest, Lu Liang was astonished when he heard the message from Lord Murmurs. He never anticipated that the esteemed figure would regard Lin Xian with such importance. He was not merely becoming a believer, but could jump straight to the apex of the ancient deity's church. Upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, the deity represented by this youth was remarkably unique. The Wing of Death, Nidhogg, was terrifying and powerful, residing beneath the World Tree. Unable to be subdued even by Odin, the chief god of Norse mythology, he certainly qualified to become a new deity. I'm not interested. Lin Xian placed the mouse on the ground, his gaze icy. Lu Liang? Never heard of him. Was he truly a character from the original text? In truth, he was. Lu Liang was the unfortunate soul who ended up in the belly of the little black louse. But his demise was so brief that Lin Xian had not remembered him. Seat 16 of the Believers, but it was uncertain if he was at the Sea Realm. It could be somewhat tricky. However, whether he could defeat Lu Liang remained to be determined through experience. The snowflakes continued to fall, landing on both of them. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through, and Lin Xian appeared in front of Lu Liang in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch. Why bother? Lu Liang had no desire to engage in combat. Normally, the ancient deity's church offered only one opportunity. Once rejected, the only fate awaiting that person would be death. Yet, this time, Lord Murmur's attitude was ambiguous. He neither forbade killing nor permitted it. Lu Liang was a cautious individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. In regard to someone who could potentially become his superior, he aimed to avoid conflict as much as possible. If animosity were fostered, once the other truly became his superior, it would merely take a word for him to lose his head. Lu Liang slightly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Lin Xian's strike. Though Lin Xian was swift, Lu Liang, being a half-step into the Sea Realm, was no pushover. Without the strength to back him, how could he possibly hold the 16th seat of the Believers? While dodging, Lu Liang secretly marveled at Lin Xian's speed. Despite being merely at the Pool Realm, his swiftness was impressive. No wonder Lord Murmurs valued him as a future deity. Indeed, the prospects were promising. However, that was only potential. Before he had fully matured, Lin Xian remained inconsequential. Each time, Lu Liang evaded Lin Xian's punches, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Lin Xian, indignant, swung his right fist once more. This time, his speed surpassed all previous attempts. Yet Lu Liang still eluded him. I've long anticipated this move of yours. Lu Liang smirked, maintaining a steady pace to lull Lin Xian into complacency. Then suddenly increased his speed, catching Lin Xian off guard. Truly worthy of becoming a new deity, you certainly possess intellect, but alas, these are merely remnants of my play. Just as Lu Liang reveled in his own cleverness, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. A jade-green longsword had closed the distance between them, piercing directly into Lu Liang's body. He could feel a liquid continuously streaming through the wound into his veins. The ability of Tao Tai lies in the blade, which is densely perforated, allowing toxins to be injected into the enemy's body. Currently, there are only 3 types of toxins within Tao Tai. One is highly toxic, another is a paralyzing toxin, and the last is a chronic toxin. The third toxin, while not fatal, inflicts excruciating pain and is exceedingly difficult to expel. Of course, when facing a deity, these toxins would be insufficient. However, they are more than adequate for dealing with mere mortals in the Chuanjing. Moreover, at the moment of penetration into the opponent's body, Lin Xian injected all 3 types of toxins simultaneously, rather than just one. What have you done? Lu Liang's eyes widened in horror. From the moment the liquid invaded his body, he felt an overwhelming chill in his limbs, as if boundless agony was consuming him whole. It was as though he had become a corpse still capable of feeling, acutely aware of every inch of skin being gnawed upon by unseen worms. The intense pain incessantly assaulting his psyche. In mere seconds, he collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of despair. Ironically, the meticulousness he had maintained throughout his life ultimately led to his downfall due to a moment of carelessness. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lin Xian would conjure a blade out of thin air? From his elevated position, Lin Xian observed as Lu Liang's complexion rapidly darkened to a deep purple and black. The potent toxin was taking effect. Sheathing his emerald blade, Lin Xian retrieved Desire. This weapon possessed the ability to control the blade's high-frequency vibrations, akin to Molly's forbidden domain. Now was the perfect opportunity to test its might. After a brief pause, Lin Xian rose once more. Before him lay an empty expanse, marked only by traces of struggle. The snow-drenched ground was stained crimson, resembling glistening blood crystals, soon to be concealed by the falling snow. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Xian detected a small black figure. Turning to look, he discovered a diminutive black dog, a clear indication that the Hound of Heaven from Lin Xie's household had ventured out. Contemplating for a moment, he smiled and crouched down. The little black dog hesitated momentarily before wagging its tail and trotting over. Lin Xian playfully ruffled the dog's fur. In doing so, he too became a guardian of the Hound of Heaven. The dog barked joyfully, leaping about, even licking Lin Xian as if expressing delight at his presence. After giving the little creature one last affectionate stroke, Lin Xian stood and departed. The onlookers had been vigilantly observing Lin Xian's every move, fully aware of his actions. Lin Xian, cognizant of their gaze, made no effort to conceal himself. Who would have thought that the young rascal had matured so swiftly? Now capable of standing on his own, Wen Qima sat nearby, binoculars in hand, clicking his tongue in contemplation. Let us assist him in cleaning up afterward. Although I'm uncertain how he managed to conceal the bodies, there are still some obvious traces. Wait, Lung Xian suddenly called out to Wen Qima. Through the scope, he spotted an unexpected figure. After a moment, he spoke up. Chia has arrived. Did you inform Chia? Wen Qima inquired, referring to the recent attack on Lin Chia's home. No, I have no idea why Chia would be here. Is the captain with him? The captain is right behind Lin Chia. That is reassuring. Wen Qima exhaled softly. With Lin Xian and Lin Chia together, he feared that someone might seize this opportunity to ensnare both of them. With the captain's presence, whatever the 2 young men intended to do, they would have protection. Hey, Chia, are you out for a stroll too? When Lin Xian spotted Lin Chia, he was met with the latter's surprised gaze. What are you doing here? Lin Chia was taken aback. Well, I said I was out for a walk to digest my food. Do you believe me? Lin Xian replied with a playful grin. Lin Chia scrutinized him, silence enveloping them. What transpired? Lin Chia inquired directly. Not one to be easily fooled, Lin Xian's presence here indicated something amiss. After an extended moment of mutual gaze, Lin Xian finally sighed. Lin Chia was astute. He could not conceal the truth from him. I was pursuing someone intent on targeting us, and I ended up at your doorstep, where I saw someone lurking suspiciously fixated on your home. Lin Chia's expression darkened at once as he glanced at the blood concealed beneath the snow. After a prolonged silence, he spoke hoarsely. Thank you. This expression of gratitude from Lin Chia was heartfelt and sincere. He could hardly fathom what might have happened had Lin Xian not fortuitously discovered the threat to his family. Aunt Jean and his mother were his vulnerabilities. Don't mention it. Lin Xian perched himself on a stone by the roadside, gazing in the direction of Lin Chia's home. From this vantage point, he could see his aunt bustling about, Lin Qiye also settled down, looking up at the home he longed for. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice rough. Lin Xian, I'm contemplating whether I should distance myself from them, allowing others to believe I care little for my original family. Perhaps only then can my aunt and the others remain undisturbed. You're overthinking it. Your nature ensures you are not the kind to be ungrateful, nor would you abandon those who nurtured you. Lin Xian replied, if you force yourself to endure and isolate yourself, the only ones who suffer are you, your aunt, your brother, and perhaps a little black dog. Your enemies will remain unaffected. As Lin Xian spoke, the little black dog reappeared, wagging its tail vigorously upon seeing Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye gently stroked the dog's fur, remaining silent. Observing his demeanor, Lin Xian chose not to elaborate further, merely sighing. At the very least, you should call home. Even if you're in the army, it shouldn't be impossible to make a call on New Year's Eve. Sometimes, just hearing your voice can bring joy to your family, energizing them for the day's labor. Lin Xian stood to leave, while behind him, he heard Lin Qiye's trembling voice. Hey, Aunt Jean. Yes, I'm well. Lin Xian wandered quietly through the falling snow. A solitary dark spot on an otherwise blank canvas. Chapter 55. Abilities unlocked again. Meeting An Qingyu. Raising a toast together. Let us go? Lin Qiye patted Lin Xian's shoulder, gratitude evident in his eyes. He appreciated Lin Xian granting him a moment of privacy to converse with his family. Just to clarify, my preference is for nurturing and gentle older sisters, so please refrain from casting any peculiar glances my way. How are you like Xiao Yuan? Still different. Old Xiao favors married women. And you? I'm more inclusive. I appreciate any voluptuous mature lady. Where to now? I'm off to grab breakfast. Huh? Lin Qiye's mouth twitched. But it's already afternoon. What time did you go to bed? Honestly, I turned in quite early, around 5. Lin Xian replied. And I've been meaning to vent about this. Everyone says good morning, but who exactly is having a good morning? Ignoring Lin Xian's rambling, Lin Qiye shrugged. Whatever. Just so you know, Hong Ying asked me to remind you not to forget to join her for dinner at her villa tonight. Understood. Lin Xian nodded. The two parted ways, and Lin Xian entered a dim alley, turning into a shadowy corner. After confirming with his blood-sucking scythe that no one was around, Lin Xian closed his eyes. Before the holiday, his bloodline purity had reached 27. After eliminating Scorpion and a follower of Chuanjing, his bloodline purity surged to 31. To be honest, it was only after he killed Lu Liang that he realized the man was no ordinary Chuanjing. He was a formidable figure already half immersed in Haijing. This revelation was pivotal in his breakthrough beyond 30. However, the manner of Lu Liang's demise was so hasty and trivial that he had not even glimpsed the man's forbidden domain. This also serves to illustrate the terrifying potency of the Tao Tai poison, a weapon capable of incapacitating even dragons within the dragon clan. However, Lin Xian's current concerns lie elsewhere. One matter pertains to the purity of his bloodline surpassing 30, which allows him to acquire another ability. The other is the 7 deadly sins. He should be able to draw forth another blade, and the forthcoming one is likely greed. As his consciousness arrived before the gravestone, Lin Xian looked up, and his peripheral vision caught sight of something that left him momentarily stunned. In the distance, the withered world tree suddenly exhibited a change. Although still withered, its roots had turned black, as if the darkness sought to consume the towering white wax tree entirely. Lin Xian noted that this inky blackness seemed to have already eroded a third of the great tree, a striking parallel to his own bloodline purity. Yet, prior to this, there had been no such alteration. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense that once the darkness fully engulfed the world tree, something significant would transpire, though for him, it did not appear to be a negative development. Unable to decipher it, he made a mental note of this matter and temporarily set it aside. He shifted his gaze to the immense gravestone that pierced the heavens, bearing the inscription of 30 bloodline purity, do not die. Accompanying this was an overwhelming influx of information and a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds. This time, it was the bones of his torso that shattered and restructured. After a prolonged moment, Lin Xian rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt that clung to him. The narrow alleyway bore little accumulation of snow. Yet Lin Xian was covered in dust. He exhaled softly. Do not die. It turned out to be this, the exclusive skill of Long Zong's looming fei. Upon unlocking Do Not Die, Lin Xian comprehended its true nature. It was neither a word spirit nor a power akin to sin and punishment. It was a decree, a command unique to a sovereign. For the Black King, every utterance was a decree. Everything spoken by him becomes reality. The decree Lin Xian acquired could be applied to himself or others, with a remarkably high priority. As long as he articulated this phrase, even if the counterpart had exhausted all their potential through the invocation of gods and demons, he could spare them a breath, snatching them from the clutches of death. However, When used on others that do not die, decree merely prevented death. It did not restore their injuries. Only when applied to himself would it mend his wounds. Yet, even this was astonishing. Not to mention, his torso's chest and rib bones had now been fully transformed, allowing him to wield an even greater power in his dragon bone state. Subsequently, Lin Xian summoned the 7 deadly sins, gently clapping his hands, causing the sword box to unfurl before him. He reached for a blood-red long sword, exerting a slight force, which produced a resonant hum. The blood-red sword emerged into the air, resembling a ferocious dragon clutching a blade, both terrifying and beautiful. It was a sword of absorption. Any enemy wounded by its edge would have a portion of their blood drawn away and stored within the blade. The extraction ratio depended on the severity of the enemy's injuries, while those slain by greed would have their blood completely drained. Once greed had stored blood, it could unleash sanguine slashes from a distance, with the potency and extent of the attack increasing in correlation to the volume and quality of the stored blood. Furthermore, it appeared that greed had no upper limit on storage. This was somewhat extravagant. It suggested that, as long as there was sufficient blood, even deities could be felled before it. Besides consuming blood from enemy wounds, Lin Xian could also actively provide blood to greed. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the forbidden item he had obtained from Scorpion 1, the folding knife. This forbidden item, blood boiling, could mobilize the blood of recently deceased bodies in the vicinity, with the user's mental strength determining the range of mobilization. He could harness this forbidden item to concentrate the blood of those nearby onto himself or funnel it into greed. Moments later, he found the mouse he had previously discarded in another alley. The creature sat motionless, akin to a lifeless being, until Lin Xian approached, prompting it to scurry toward him. If there are more, lead the way. Let us hurry before nightfall. If not, let us meet. I am curious about your current appearance. Lin Xian said with a smile. The mouse listened quietly to Lin Xian's words, and after a while, it suddenly squeaked and darted into the sewer. Lin Xian followed closely behind, his smile widening. So, what is your purpose in seeking me? Perhaps, you merely wish to make my acquaintance. By the way, you truly dare to bring me to your secret base, unafraid of my potential for violence? I don't believe you would kill me, as I fancy I still hold some utility for you. That makes sense. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. How is the research on my blood progressing? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, the light filtering through overhead grates illuminating his face, revealing a slightly flushed complexion. To be honest, it is astonishing. Your blood is entirely unlike that of ordinary humans. The levels of various blood cells are off the charts. No, those cells cannot even be classified as blood cells. Perhaps with more advanced instruments, I could delve deeper into their essence. Speaking of Lin Xian's blood, and Qingyu became notably more loquacious. Can you imagine the feeling when he first saw the blood sample? His worldview was utterly upended. He had dissected the corpse of a Nidhogg serpent demon, whose bodily structure was indeed precise, but nothing compared to this enigma. For him, Lin Xian's blood was a fog yet to be explored, imbued with an air of mystery from head to toe. I see. Have you attempted to inject my blood into other organisms? Such a precious experimental material. How could I possibly use it so carelessly? How about I provide you with a few more vials of blood? What are the conditions? Conduct as much research as possible. And you may also experiment by injecting my blood into animals. However, I must advise you that if you truly pursue this, ensure you take proper protective measures. Lin Xian's request for Qingyu to study him was not devoid of the intent to understand his own bodily structure. He felt as though he were merely groping his way across a river, believing that the blood of Nidhogg should endow him with more than merely enhanced physical prowess. The abilities unlocked through increased bloodline purity, while linked to the blood flowing within him, ultimately stemmed from that gravestone. Yet, Lin Xian himself bore the blood of the Black Emperor. He wished to discover if there were other elements within him yet undiscovered. As for why Lin Xian placed such trust in Qingyu, it was because he held another identity, key of the door. Moreover, in Qingyu's forbidden dwelling, the only right answer embodied the power of the door of truth. If anyone could help him unravel these mysteries, it would undoubtedly be in Qingyu. By the way, have you been underground for the past 6 months? Lin Xian inquired, while also surveying the surroundings. Before the pallid youth lay only a chessboard, where black and white pieces were locked in fierce combat. I'm human too. I still need to procure food. However, I do spend the vast majority of my time underground. Then, do you have anything to drink? How about we share a toast, given it's New Year's Eve? That sounds good. And Qingyu nodded, and soon 2 mice emerged, each dragging a bottle of Sprite toward them. Come, let us have a toast. This is not alcohol. And Qingyu initially intended to say, but ultimately, he merely clinked his cup. The splashing droplets revealed 2 smiling faces. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, darkness enveloped the earth like ink spilling into clear water, staining the pristine sky a deep black. Tonight, the air was filled with the sounds of firecrackers from all directions, bursting into brilliant displays of fireworks. They twinkled like stars or cascaded like waterfalls, transforming the dark horizon into a flowing canvas. Various fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating the joyful faces of the onlookers, reflecting their delight and anticipation for the happiness of the coming year. Lin Xian, you finally arrived. Sister Hong Ying has been clamoring to eat for ages, but the captain insisted we wait for you. Si Xiaonan greeted with a playful grin upon seeing him. The seating was arranged neatly around a large round table, with 9 chairs positioned perfectly. The extra chair was reserved for old Zhao. I'll go serve the dishes, Qinmei said as he entered the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with an array of delectable dishes. With Lin Xian present, they had no worries about waste, resulting in an exceptionally lavish feast this year. 27 dishes in total, which barely fit on the round table. As everyone settled down, one chair remained empty, the one between Lin Xian and Lin Qiyi, designated for old Zhao. This chair was meant for a boisterous middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, known for sharing jokes of dubious origin. The group raised their glasses, all smiles, unaware that on the empty chair sat a bearded middle-aged man, grinning widely yet seemingly weeping. Zhao Kongcheng sat there, raising his hand along with the rest. Happy New Year. Lin Xian went to find Qiyi, and it appeared that tonight would only be the 3 of them, regrettably missing the 4th for mahjong. Come on, let's have a drink. As your bodyguard, I can't drink, he said. Oh, quit the formalities. I command you, under the name of my authority, to show me a drink. Lin Xian laughed, playfully nudging by Li Pangpang. It's so lively, you can't leave me out. The captain said I couldn't drink earlier because he claimed Qiyi and I are still underage. But it's New Year, I'm already 18, right? The captain is strict, insisting that I'll only be 18 tomorrow, so today I'm still 17. Lin Xian chuckled, recalling the captain's serious demeanor, with old Zhao laughing heartily beside him. Inside the villa were 4 laughing youths, while outside, countless lights twinkled, and fireworks painted the sky. The boys raised their glasses and laughed heartily. Happy New Year. In front of him lay a dozen bottles, all emptied by the 2 of them, and he held the last one. After a moment, he tilted his head back and downed the remaining contents. And Qinyu smiled, feeling a joy he hadn't experienced in a long time. Happy New Year. Chapter 56. Greed Unleashed. Lin Xian's true fury. The night passed swiftly. Lin Xian struggled to rise from the ground, shaking his head vigorously. He glanced at the others still asleep on the floor, stepped over the scattered bottles, and exited the villa. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Did I invite you out, or did you come on your own? As soon as he finished speaking, a massive fireball surged toward him and exploded with a deafening roar. When the flames dissipated, Lin Xian stood there unharmed, an indelible blackened crater before him, extending to within a meter of where he stood, as if some invisible barrier prevented it from encroaching further. At that moment, 3 formidable figures appeared before him. I can't believe he sensed our presence, truly worthy of being a divine agent, one murmured. Be cautious, this kid has tricks up his sleeve. When old Wang's fireball struck him, it was as if it disintegrated in thin air. Lin Xian ignored them and called out to the open space. Are you coming out? What is this kid saying? Is he confused? The trio wondered, but before they could react, 3 blades suddenly pressed against their throats, rendering them immobile. Behind them, 3 others had appeared, holding knives to their necks. Another individual stepped forward and clasped his hands toward Lin Xian. Greetings, young Master Lin. A keeper of forbidden items? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, confirming his suspicions about these 4. He harbored no affection for those who betrayed by Li Pangpang and aimed to eradicate him. Indeed, young Master Lin's perception is keen. I am the fire keeper among the forbidden items. Enough flattery. Pangpang is still asleep. Bring those 3 with me, Lin Xian commanded, leading them to a desolate area. He turned and gestured toward one of the restrained individuals, the one who had thrown the fireball at him. Release him. The keeper hesitated. This young Master Lin was merely at the pool realm, while the other was at the river realm. Moreover, this individual was a good friend of their young master, emphasized repeatedly during their phone conversations. They dared not let him suffer any harm. Yet, the keeper recalled the earlier display of skill. Their ability to remain invisible was due to a high-grade cloaking item, and while the 3 River Realm warriors had failed to detect them, young Master Lin had effortlessly exposed their presence, which was truly astonishing. Let him go. Finally, the fire keeper waved his hand, and the pressure around the man's neck dissipated. He felt belittled by a mere youth. How dare a pool realm brat act so arrogantly? I'll make you understand how to write the word death. Realizing he would not survive, even if he managed to kill Lin Xian, the keepers would execute him on the spot. If I'm going down, I'll take you with me. A massive fireball materialized in his palms, hurling toward Lin Xian like a shooting star. This one was significantly larger than the previous. Waterkeeper, monitor the situation closely. If anything seems off, act immediately, the firekeeper instructed, his brow furrowed with concern. The intensity of this attack was such that even he had to avoid the brunt of it. As the fireball approached, Lin Xian remained calm, showing no intention of blocking it, merely taking a step forward. The waterkeeper's body tensed, gripping his forbidden item, ready to act, but suddenly, he froze. Not just him, but everyone present was left dumbfounded. An invisible barrier held the fireball firmly at bay, maintaining the same 1-meter distance without any inch of encroachment. In the barren land, Lin Xian stood undisturbed. The man, seeing this, gritted his teeth and detonated the fireball, producing a thunderous explosion that echoed for miles. As the flames receded, Lin Xian frowned. Could it have worked? Before the man could revel in his triumph, he saw that Lin Xian remained unscathed, the only effect being the flapping of his clothes from the shockwave. Such a loud noise will only complicate matters for Cold Xian and the others, Lin Xian lamented. It was New Year's, and the captain and his team deserved a respite. However, the consequences of his and Lin Qi's actions meant that Team 136 had to remain ever vigilant, forsaking their rest. This time, Lin Xian was genuinely displeased. He activated Time Zero, drawing Greed, with a swiftness that left everyone unprepared, executing a swift strike that severed a head. To the onlookers, it was a surreal scene. Lin Xian vanished from sight, followed by a head soaring into the air. Strangely, the head and body were instantaneously reduced to mere husks, as if some monstrous force had drained them of life. The entire process transpired in less than 1/10 of a second, so swift that there was no time to even blink. When Lin Xian reappeared, he was already positioned behind the man, whose head had yet to touch the ground. In Lin Xian's hand, a blood-red longsword had materialized, its origin unknown. Among the onlookers, only the fire user managed to discern Lin Xian's movements, prompting a cold sweat to drench him. He had long heard that young Master Lin's forbidden domain accelerated time, yet such speed was indeed terrifying. Without defensive forbidden objects, even he could not guarantee that he could withstand a single strike from Lin Xian. Fortunately, since Lin Xian's domain was time-related, it should not last too long, especially considering that his opponent was merely at the pool realm, likely able to endure for less than a second. Release those two. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to the other two, his expression still dark. The forbidden object users behind them immediately relinquished their hold and retreated. Just moments ago, they had felt an overwhelming intent to kill, as though they would be severed along with their companions if they dared to cling on. The instant they were freed, before either could utter a word, Lin Xian unleashed a strike from afar. Despite the distance of several meters, a blood-red blade mark appeared before them, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The 4 of them gasped in shock, their eyes fixated on Lin Xian. 2 even instinctively took a step back, fearful that he might bestow upon them a similar fate. This technique bore an unsettling resemblance to the white slash, yet it was even more sinister. The fire user furrowed his brow, his gaze firmly fixed on the longsword in Lin Xian's grasp, remaining silent. Lin Xian feigned ignorance, turning to walk towards the villa. Lin Xian, who has offended you? Why the foul expression? Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu were jolted awake by the explosion, while Bai Li, plump and unwilling, was forcibly dragged outside, colliding directly into Lin Xian. Nothing much, just dealt with a few bothersome little rats. How dare they disturb the peace at such an early hour? At this moment, Bai Li noticed the forbidden object users behind Lin Xian and waved his hand. Greetings. The 4 forbidden object users knelt on one knee, the earth, fire, wind, and water users acknowledging the young master. Please rise. Bai Li feigned humility, gesturing with both hands as he introduced to Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu. These 4 are the 4 great forbidden object users of the Bai Li family, my personal bodyguards. As you may know, many forbidden objects can only be wielded by specific users, and forbidden object users are those who manage such artifacts. By the way, why was Lin Xian so enraged earlier? Could it be because of you 3? The fire users, kneeling, hurriedly explained, Young master, it's not as you perceive. He recounted the events leading up to the explosion, leaving the 3 in astonishment. It was easy to understand why Lin Xian was so irate. That explosion had indeed been deafening, jolting Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan awake. It seemed Team 136 had their hands full ahead. Regardless of whether it was a gas explosion or something else, there had to be an explanation. He turned his gaze towards the sound, spotting a mouse crouched at the corner of the table, squeaking at him. Found a new enemy? Lin Xian scooped up the mouse and headed outside. After eliminating the 3 earlier, his bloodline purity had risen to 33, and he was on the verge of another breakthrough. However, as his bloodline improved, the increase had become more challenging. At 10 purity, killing a ghost-faced king could elevate it by 8, but now, defeating a foe at the river realm would only yield an increase of 1. while the ghost-faced king's mystery and mastery of the forbidden domain played a role. This ratio indicated that Lin Xian's ascent would become increasingly arduous. He could only hope that his next encounter would provide him with a bit more energy. With determination, Lin Xian swiftly vanished from sight. When he came to a halt, he found Lin Qiye standing across the street, surrounded by an array of intersecting scratches resembling a multitude of eyes. Ah, what a coincidence! Lin Xian waved at Lin Qiye, a smile breaking across his face. He recognized his next adversary. To his surprise, it was the snake woman. How fortuitous. He wondered how much his bloodline purity would increase upon her demise. Chapter 57. How dare you? A river realm? Challenge the pool realm? The moment Lin Xian appeared, eerie snake eyes formed from black lines began to extend towards him. He showed no intention of evasion. The ground and walls were adorned with peculiar snake eyes of various sizes. Even the melted snow puddles took on their shape. From a certain angle, the branches of an old tree above transformed into snake eyes as well. The two found themselves enveloped within someone's forbidden domain. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a tree, revealing a seductive woman with a sinuous waist, voluptuous form, and alluring visage, all accentuating her charm. I never expected my luck to be this good, encountering two agents at once, one of whom is even a dual deity agent. Initially, I intended to kill you. But now, dear brothers, I have changed my mind. It would be a pity to eliminate such handsome gentlemen. How I long to have you kneel at my feet, kissing my toes, inching upwards. The woman rested her chin on her hands, her complexion flushed. Just the thought excites me. Come. Become my slaves and share in unparalleled ecstasy. Before the snake woman could utter more, Lin Qiye struck with his blade. The snake woman instantaneously vanished from sight, reappearing several meters away as if teleporting. Don't be too hasty in your rejection. I am doing this for your own good, she said, her expression playful. If you truly had our best interests in mind, why are you still alive? Lin Xian interjected. Doesn't this imply that you don't care enough? The snake woman's demeanor faltered, and before she could respond, she vanished again to evade Lin Qiye's strike. This time, her expression turned cold. Are you rejecting me? Of course, we are rejecting you. If you cannot comprehend that, I can inscribe it on a tablet for you. As Lin Xian spoke, he gestured towards the snake woman, unleashing a torrent of wind blades towards her. The snake woman, quick to react, teleported away at the moment she sensed danger. Lin Qiye. The opponent can only teleport through the snake eyes. Pay attention to their positions. Lin Xian called out to Lin Qiye. At that instant, the snake woman's expression shifted dramatically. What does it matter? Die. The snake woman's eyes glimmered with intensity. Come, gaze into my eyes. Apologies, my eyes have gone deaf. I cannot hear. Lin Xian quipped as he closed his eyes, engaging in battle with complete ease. The snake woman let out a furious roar, her beautiful black hair transforming into serpentine pythons that lunged at the two. As the dark deity domain encroached upon her, Lin Qiye's blade surged with ferocity as it sliced towards her form. In that fleeting moment, the snake woman vanished again, and as she did, Lin Xian manifested a cerulean blade, thrusting it into an originally vacant spot. With a sharp thrust, the blade pierced through flesh. The snake woman twisting desperately to evade a mortal wound. She attempted to teleport once more, but in the instant she did, Lin Xian raised his hand, gently grasping a nearby tree branch. Countless wind blades collided with her body, blood splattering everywhere. It was as if the snake woman had intentionally engaged with Lin Xian's wind blades, appearing to falter in her escape. A torrent of wind blades instantaneously shredded her garments and flesh, blood erupting forth. The snake woman's eyes widened in horror as she felt her body being subjected to the brutal forces of a high-speed blender, reducing her flesh to shreds. She collapsed to the ground, trembling violently, unable to utter a single word. The pain was so excruciating that she fell silent. Blood flowed profusely, and after a while, she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Until her last breath, she could not comprehend how Lin Xian had anticipated her presence on the tree branch. The initial thrust of the knife by Lin Xian was somewhat understandable, as it was driven by Lin Qiye's use of the dark divine abyss, which had eroded her own divine realm and forced her into that position. Yet, how could Lin Xian have predicted her location after she altered the coverage of her divine realm and the position of the serpent's eye? It was bewildering to think that this fellow, merely a being at the river realm, had the audacity not to flee in the face of two divine agents from the pool realm. The previous strike aimed at the serpent woman utilized the ability of lust. One of its powers was to mark enemies. Once struck, the opponent would be branded by lust, allowing Lin Xian to sense their presence instantly, no matter where they teleported. This ability had not been put to use before, as the enemies he encountered never had the chance to escape, being killed on the spot. Few had been around to test this skill. Suddenly, Lin Xian realized that if he could mark enemies with a mere strike, could he also mark allies to clarify their movements? He found this notion intriguing and resolved to test it on Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pangpang when the opportunity arose. Lost in thought, Lin Qian suddenly felt a chill as the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He swiftly moved away from his previous position. Just as he did, a long spear crashed down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Dust and debris scattered, revealing a man standing where Lin Qian had just been. His expression calm. Han Shaoan, the 13th seat of the believers. It was indeed the 13th seat. The opponent had most likely reached the sea realm. Lin Qiye felt an impending threat, but at that moment, an invisible wave expanded from 3 directions, enveloping the area. Wujia Void was activated. Footsteps approached from behind the two. And turning around, they saw 6 figures draped in dark red cloaks advancing slowly, and among them stood none other than Chun Mai, sword drawn and directed at Han Shaoyan. His face stern. The night watchmen are here. Who dares to trespass upon the territory of Great Xia? Meanwhile, Bai Li Pangpang and his companions were wandering through the forest, unaware of Lin Qian's whereabouts and unable to play mahjong. Thus, Chao Yuan suggested a leisurely stroll. Pang, do you want to eat some sugar oranges? Shen Qizhu magically produced 2 oranges from his hands. Sure, Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan replied in unison. Where did you get these oranges? Don't ask, just eat. They won't kill you. As they continued on their way, passing by a grave mound, Shen Qizhu suddenly halted. What's wrong? Nothing. Are you still eating cake? Bai Li Pangpang. Chao Yuan, isn't it a tomb purchase? Chapter 58. The killing move of the Great Wind Disaster. You resolve it with a grasp from afar? Are you kidding? Let's go. Why are you, a living person, robbing the dead of their food? I'm cherishing food, Shen Qizhu retorted, pausing for a moment before speaking again. Pang, is it really okay for us to wander about like this? Don't worry, we have the forbidden item user's protection. We are absolutely safe. Unless we encounter a sea realm expert. Bai Li Pangpang waved his hand. Just then, a dark light shot through the sky like an arrow, aimed straight at him. Young master, be careful. The fire user appeared beside Bai Li Pangpang, pulling him away just in time. Boom. A massive tremor knocked the group to the ground. As they regained their footing, they saw a man shimmering with dark light hovering in the air, gazing down at them as if they were mere ants. From the aura he emanated, it was clear he was undoubtedly of the sea realm. Shen Qizhu and Chao Yuan were at a loss for words, simply staring at Bai Li Pangpang with expressions of strange bewilderment. Could this fellow be a harbinger of doom? As they beheld the audacious sea realm figure, despair enveloped their hearts. The man looked past Bai Li Pangpang and his companions, sneering, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Behind Bai Li Pangpang and the others stood a middle-aged man in military attire, resembling a mountain, unyielding to the tempest. An oppressive domain emanated from him, spreading outward, enveloping Bai Li Pangpang and the sea realm man alike. Ha. I didn't think you would truly come. I presumed you would choose to rescue those 2 agents instead. Yuan Gang smirked. Did you really think that I alone could handle the sea realm in this city? The dark light man furrowed his brow. But before he could speak further, Yuan Gang had already advanced. With a single punch, he shook the heavens. Captain. Lin Qiye gazed at Chen Mai. Worry etched on his face. While he was touched that they had come, their captain and the others were merely at the river realm. While their opponent was certainly of the sea realm, an obvious disparity. Captain, did Zero mention the matter? Yes, he told me. Chen Mai instantly realized why Lin Qian had posed that question. Han Shaoan, indifferent to their conversation, pointed his spear at Lin Qian and Lin Qiye, his demeanor unchanging. No. It would be more accurate to say he appeared numb. My only targets are these 2. If you leave now, I will not pursue, Han Shaoan stated. His orders from above being merely to kill Lin Qiye and take Lin Qian, without any command regarding Team 136. Thus, he exploited the loophole in his orders, offering the greatest concession he could manage. However, it was evident that no one was willing to retreat. Or rather, this was the normalcy for the night watchmen. Teammates were as vital as family, both for them and for their former selves. Han Shaoyan, I know you. You were the captain of the former Suzhou night watchman team. Many years ago, the entire Suzhou team was annihilated. I thought you perished in that disaster. Yet here you are, a lackey of the ancient god church. A lackey? Indeed, I am a cursed lackey, Han Shaoyan chuckled bitterly. But why did you join the ancient god church? I fail to understand. If you, like me, witnessed your teammates perish before your eyes, perhaps you would comprehend. Chen Mai fell silent, his blade pointed at Han Shaoyan, the wind howling as his garments fluttered. Words were futile. Regardless, a confrontation was inevitable. To lay a hand on my brother, you must first pass through me. Hong Ying snorted coldly, flinging out a black box, and a long red spear instantly emerged, swirling with brilliant flames. When Chi Ma interlaced his fingers, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. For Han Shaoyan, the spear transformed into the image of his long-lost beloved, the one who perished at the hands of the ancient god church. In that fleeting moment of distraction, an invisible domain spread throughout the arena. as if the world had been paused. Within this suspended time and space, only Lin Xian and Chun Mai remained unaffected. As Lin Xian activated zero time, Chun Mai had already moved. A deep blackness radiated from him, accompanied by a chilling aura that seemed capable of penetrating flesh and freezing souls. As if it were not of this world. Behind Chun Mai, a blood-red palace quietly materialized, with 3 powerful ancient characters inscribed on its plaque. Yama Temple, Sequence 037. Black Wuchang, the forbidden abyss belonging to Chun Mai, a top-tier forbidden abyss that once belonged to a remarkable prodigy. A cold, eerie atmosphere permeated the space, transforming everything within his domain into a profound darkness. Chun Mai charged at Han Xiaoyan, thrusting his knife at an unorthodox angle. From the perspective of the others, the blood-red palace descended in an instant, enveloping the arena in a strange aura. By the time they regained their senses, their captain had already reached Han Xiaoyan. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Han Xiaoyan, compelling him to struggle free from Wen Qima's mental control. However, Chun Mai had already approached him, leaving no room for evasion. The celestial blade loomed larger in his vision, and he barely had time to raise his long spear to defend himself. Yet, Han Xiaoyan, being at the sea realm, held a significant advantage over Chun Mai, who was still in the river realm. In a split second, he summoned his strength to its utmost limit, transforming the raging winds into barriers that thwarted Chun Mai's onslaught. With a resonating hum, the blade pierced through the tempest, producing a shrill sound. Chun Mai's strike found its mark, embedding itself in Han Xiaoyan's body. In that instant, a violent gust surged towards Chun Mai, attempting to send him soaring. Han Xiaoyan was indeed quick to react, using the winds to divert the trajectory of Chun Mai's blade slightly, yet he could not evade it entirely. Chun Mai twisted the blade, drawing it sideways. Blood splattered, creating a semicircle on the ground. Han Xiaoyan immediately distanced himself, astonished by the peculiar speed of his opponent. Despite being in the river realm, Chun Mai's swiftness was such that even Han Xiaoyan, a practitioner of the sea realm, struggled to keep up. This sensation mirrored what had been mentioned in the intelligence reports regarding Lin Xian's time zero. Realizing this, Han Xiaoyan's gaze turned towards Lin Xian in shock. Yet deep within his pupils lay an unexpected glimmer of joy. Perhaps, he mused, he truly could meet his end here, under the control of the ancient god sect. He found himself unable to hold back in battle or take his own life, despite long yearning for death, to atone for his sins and reunite with his fallen comrades, including her. Han Xiaoyan's body grew weary. He glanced at his once robust hands, now withered and wrinkled, revealing bulging veins of dark blood beneath the surface. Simultaneously, a searing pain radiated from his wound, spreading throughout his body, not merely a physical torment, but an assault on his very spirit, as if flames were incessantly scorching his soul. Chun Mai's recent strike, while not a fatal blow, had nonetheless inflicted significant harm. The Reaper's blade was not merely a weapon to wound the flesh. Its most lethal capability lay in severing the soul and diminishing one's lifespan. That strike had siphoned away a substantial portion of Han Xiaoyan's vitality, hastening his physical decay. As Han Xiaoyan distanced himself, he inhaled deeply. Under the acceleration of time zero, Chun Mai's speed was overwhelming, rendering Han Xiaoyan nearly unresponsive. He curled his body into a ball, narrowly avoiding a lethal thrust that would have pierced his heart. But alas, as he raised his hand, the tempest ceased, and the world fell silent. In his palm, a cyclone began to form, growing larger and larger, a wind-eye. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true, great wind disaster entails. Han Xiaoyan closed his eyes, the wind-eye soaring into the sky. Above, the clouds parted in a circular formation, and the wintry sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Han Xiaoyan's face. Those below felt the ominous energy emanating from the wind-eye, sensing that once fully formed, it could obliterate half a city. Gazing down at the crowd, Han Xiaoyan felt an urge to warn them, but ultimately, he simply opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. There is little time left for you. Just as he spoke, a spear enveloped in flames surged toward the wind-eye, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. Several attempts followed. All met with the same fate. Hong Ying, her expression urgent, implored, "Captain, do you have a plan? If they succeed in unleashing it, it will lead to utter devastation." This was the might of the sea realm. Chun Mai, equally troubled, gazed at the ever-expanding wind-eye. The clouds above began to swirl around it, winds rising, causing the trees along the streets to clash, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Lin Xie clenched his fists, hesitating momentarily before grimly deciding to plunge his consciousness into the mental realm and summon Nyx. At that moment, the crowd witnessed Lin Xian suddenly raise his hand and gently grasp the cyclone in midair. Boom! The wind-eye erupted, rippling outward, ultimately contained within the boundless void. Silence returned to the world, and all eyes turned to Lin Xian. Some were bewildered, others shocked, while many questioned their very existence. Lin Xie and the others were astounded. Han Shaoan stared at Lin Xian, dumbfounded. You dissipated such a colossal wind eye with a mere grasp? Han Shaoan, desperate for the others to neutralize the wind eye, had never anticipated such an effortless resolution. He clearly witnessed that Lin Xian had merely pretended to grasp it, and the wind eye disintegrated. This was the Sea Realm's ultimate attack, and yet it was so easily dispelled. It was truly magnificent. A smile of gratitude crept across Han Xiaoyan's lips. Lin Xian, you are remarkable, Hong Ying exclaimed, leaping into Lin Xian's embrace, closely followed by the others who surrounded him. Well done. Chen Mai, rarely showing a smile, acknowledged him. It was nothing. When I disrupted the wind eye's rotational trajectory with the blade of wind, it simply collapsed. With a gentle hum, a corner of the boundless void was peeled back, revealing Yuan Gang and Xin Qingzhu, who materialized before the group. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on Han Xiaoyan, his fists tightening, and in a flash, he appeared before Han Xiaoyan, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into several trees. Han Xiaoyan, already at the end of his strength, had no means of resistance against Yuan Gang's blow. Han Xiaoyan, former captain of the Suzhou Night Watch Squad, you are under arrest. For the remainder of your days, may you repent in the monastery. Yuan Gang's expression was stern. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyan's pupils dilated, and his face contorted with agony. His eyes bloodshot. He had withstood Yuan Gang's punch without flinching, yet now he turned to Lin Xian and the others, his gaze filled with a plea for death. Then, he witnessed the towering youth from Team 136, who had effortlessly dispelled the wind eye, silently utter 2 words to him, death. Though no sound escaped, Han Xiaoyan distinctly perceived those words. They were not of human language, but rather an ancient tongue imbued with supreme authority. Han Xiaoyan closed his eyes with a smile. A fatal strike pierced through his left chest, passing cleanly through his heart, as if it had always been there. Lin Xian did not sever Han Xiaoyan's head, leaving his body intact. He had contemplated whether to draw Han Xiaoyan's soul into Nibelungen, but ultimately chose against it. For Han Xiaoyan, death was the most fitting conclusion. Every moment of his existence had been a torment. What a person! Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, Han Xiaoyan had silently succumbed. A neat incision marking his heart. When had this occurred? He had been entirely oblivious to who had delivered the fatal blow or how it had transpired. Yuan Gang felt a mix of shock and rage, furious that Han Xiaoyan had been slain beneath his very nose, yet astonished that he had detected nothing. Did this not imply that if the assailant wished to strike him, he would be utterly defenseless? The true perpetrator, Lin Xian, had just unleashed judgment upon a Sea Realm powerhouse, yet expended so little mental energy. This was not only because Han Xiaoyan was at his limit, but also due to the latter's fervent desire for death. At that moment, Lin Xian felt an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through him. Coupled with the energy acquired from defeating the Snake Woman, his bloodline purity surged to an astonishing 39. It felt as if he were riding a rocket. Indeed, the decision to follow Lin Xie and reap the benefits has proven to be an exceptionally astute choice. This fellow consistently engages in high-stakes matches, resulting in adversaries of considerable strength. Take Han Xiaoyan, for instance, typically. Encountering an individual of such caliber in the Sea Realm is a rare occurrence, let alone vanquishing them. Merely taking a 4-day respite. His bloodline purity surged as if propelled by a rocket. Chia, Li Pangpang gazed at the fallen Han Xiaoyan. The latter appeared peculiar, smiling brightly even in death. A stark contrast to the grim circumstances. Lin Xie shook his head, feeling somewhat bewildered himself. He sensed that Han was reluctant to engage them, even going so far as to issue warnings during the final moments of the confrontation. Yet, when the battle commenced, Han fought with unwavering intensity, sparing no effort. A tragic soul, Chen Mai interjected, addressing Li Pangpang, while also explaining to Lin Xie and Lin Xian, the contracts of the ancient God Church can forcibly alter a person's behavior at a cognitive level. Akin to a living puppet, one possesses a soul and consciousness yet cannot control their own body. Given this, why doesn't the ancient God Church employ Han Xiaoyan as an undercover agent? Wouldn't that yield greater results? Is it possible they already have someone in that role, thus rendering Han unnecessary? Lin Xian quipped, casting a keen glance at Yuan Gang. His words plunged the group into silence. Lin Xie pondered. The ancient God Church could hardly be oblivious to this possibility. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, neither meeting Lin Xian's gaze nor refuting his statement, simply enveloped in silence. Lin Xie recalled Han Xiaoyan's words. When one witnesses their comrades perish before their eyes, it may illuminate the rationale behind their choices. He could scarcely fathom the despair that such a scene would evoke. If Chen Mai, Hong Ying, and Pang Pang were captured, and he were forced to watch them die one by one, could he truly remain composed? Except for Lin Xian, of course. Misfortune lingers for a millennium, even if captured. The adversary would never seize him. Shen Qingzhu had also gleaned insights into Han Xiaoyan's past from Lin Xie and scoffed. Indeed, one must possess a hardened heart, otherwise, it is all too easy to be ensnared and coerced. Keep being stubborn, bro. Everyone at the training camp knows you. Even if the universe were to explode, you'd still be left with your bravado. Bali Pang rolled his eyes, aware of Shen Qingzhu's character from their time in the training camp, hard on the outside, soft within. A true Virgo at heart. Chao Yuan suddenly recalled, Chia, wasn't there a girl who sent you flowers? Whatever became of that? What? A girl sent flowers to my little brother Chia? Which girl possesses such discernment? Is she beautiful? Gentle? As soon as Chao Yuan's words left his mouth, all members of Team 136 gathered around. Even Chen Mai pricked up his ears to listen. I have already made it clear that I declined her advances. I currently have no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. Lin Xie waved his hand dismissively. How unfortunate. Hong Ying pouted, her enthusiasm waning. Our Lin Xie is a true gem. Whoever wins his heart will be truly fortunate. Ah, I envy you, Xie, for having a girl pursue you. Bai Li Panggang sighed, reminiscing about his own unrequited feelings for Molly. Opportunities favor the prepared, Chao Yuan interjected. Are you suggesting I should take the initiative? No, I mean, if there is no opportunity, then don't waste your efforts preparing for it. By the way, Lin Xian, have you found a girlfriend at the training camp? Hong Ying turned to Lin Xian. Chun Mai cleared his throat. After all, Commander Yuan Gang was present, and it seemed inappropriate to pose such questions in his presence. The most touching thing my girlfriend has ever done for me is to refrain from appearing, so as not to disturb me, Lin Xian replied with a hint of humor. That shouldn't be the case. Both Lin Xian and Xie are good boys and handsome to boot. It's hard to believe they have no admirers. At this point, Bai Li Pang sighed. Is it that the current trend favors boys like Xie? Alas, I'm ready for a double chin trend, just waiting for it to become fashionable. Just then, a loud rumble emanated from Bai Li Pang's stomach, echoing through the quiet atmosphere. Are you hungry? Would you like to come to my villa for a meal? I can ask the captain to prepare something for you all. Chen Mai tilted his head slightly, not opposed to the idea. Yes, yes. Bai Li Pang clapped his hands in delight. Lin Xian waved to the group and stood, heading in the direction of his home. He wasn't merely fetching something, rather, he sought a tranquil space to assess his newfound abilities. Upon returning home, Lin Xian settled onto the sofa, activating his blood-sucking scythe, ensuring no one was around. He closed his eyes. He shifted his focus to the gravestone before him, where two dragon-like characters marked the inscription at the 35 line. Pain surged through him, this time. Lin Xian was mentally prepared, yet the discomfort was still nearly overwhelming. The alteration affected his limbs. As the pain subsided, Lin Xian sat upright once more. The word spirit key, reputed to unlock all doors and locks in existence, was he to utilize this ability for lockpicking? Wait a moment, Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Does the door of truth count as a door? He took a sharp breath, considering the implications if his suspicions were accurate. Yet, he was undoubtedly unprepared to engage with such high-level matters, so he decided to set that thought aside. His attention shifted to the transformation occurring within his limbs. The reconstructed bones were significantly harder, tenfold, 100-fold more so than before. Moreover, as his bloodline evolved and his skeletal structure changed, his physique seemed to undergo astonishing transformations. Lin Xian raised his hand, and to his astonishment, a dense array of black scales emerged across the surface of his skin. The scales extended from his palm to his arm, then to his torso and legs, enveloping all but his head in a layer of intricate scales. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Xian noted that his irises had shifted from golden to crimson, with an aura of pressure radiating from him that seemed to multiply. Was this an unexpected boon? Lin Xian pondered. After enhancing his limbs, he had not anticipated the emergence of scales. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian retrieved the star blade from the Nibelungen and swung it forcefully. Clang! He struck with such might that only a white mark was left on the scales. He then switched to the 7 deadly sins and attempted again. This time, he managed to penetrate slightly, yet was still thwarted by the scales. Such formidable defense was indeed remarkable, Lin Xian mused. He then experimented with the dragon bone state and discovered that under this form, his scales underwent further transformation. When his body was cloaked in scales, an additional layer of translucent, gossamer-like scales emerged beneath the original ones. Though appearing delicate, this layer's hardness rivaled that of the black scales. Now, he truly seemed impervious to blades and bullets. Lin Xian furrowed his brows in contemplation. If reaching 50 would precipitate a significant metamorphosis from human to dragon, then these preceding changes were merely preparatory steps for that monumental shift. He could already anticipate which part would transform at 40. It was undoubtedly the cranial bones. But what would follow, if it were to be dragon-like? Lin Xian had a general direction in mind and could only express his eagerness. Chapter 60. Can Chen Mai's call save Lin Xian? How would I know? I am not omniscient. Regarding that, you might as well inquire with others, perhaps the instructors. Lin Xian rolled his eyes, refraining from divulging any direct answers. However, contemplating the ultimate fate of Wu Xiangnan, he fell silent once more. That request from the Blue Rain Team Survivor to rejoin their ranks lingered in his heart. Lin Xian, why are you just standing there like a fool? Hurry and eat, or else they'll finish everything. Sister Hongying, you've got it wrong. It's actually us who need to eat quickly, or Lin Xian will devour everything. After bidding farewell to Chun Mai and Hongying, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the prearranged boarding location. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, Li Pangyang spotted Mo Li sitting at the back and approached her, while the other three pretended not to know him. Lin Xian sat quietly in his seat, lost in thought. During the battle against the Serpent Woman that day, he had discovered something significant. The tracking ability of lust had been remarkably prolonged. Before coming, he had deliberately tested a mouse, and the duration of the lust mark had extended from 2 days to 200 days. If there had been any changes within himself during this time, it could only be attributed to the purity of his bloodline. When he acquired the 7 deadly sins and the ability of sin and punishment, his bloodline purity was merely 20, yet now it had risen to 39, nearing 40. This indicated that the 7 deadly sins were evolving alongside his growth. This was indeed a positive development, but for long-term tracking, a mere 200 days was insufficient. For instance, regarding Lang Xian and Wen Qima, Lin Xian had not forgotten what would transpire in Songnan City after the training camp concluded. The invasion of the Outer Gods, Loki deceiving Lin Qiye out of Songnan City, the disappearance of the captain, and the departure of Sister Nan and Lang Xian. None of these events could be overlooked. The 136th team had allowed him to experience familial warmth for the first time after his grandmother's passing in his previous life. He truly regarded the members of the 136th team as his family and could not simply stand by as they faced death. First and foremost was the captain. The miracle that had lasted for a decade would surely fade someday. However, he could pull Chen Mai into Nibelungen at the very moment that miracle vanished. It would also provide company for old Zhao, who must feel quite lonely alone in Nibelungen. Then there was Wu Xiangnan. Lin Xian preferred to offer him a choice. In certain respects, Wu Xiangnan resembled Han Shaoan, as both were the last remaining members of their respective teams. For Han Shaoan, descending to accompany his comrades was the best form of closure. For him, living was a torment. Lin Xian was uncertain whether the same applied to Wu Xiangnan. He could not know, but he leaned towards allowing Wu Xiangnan to decide for himself. Of course, this matter was still distant and did not require immediate consideration. Presently, 2 pressing issues lay before him. One was a man-made disaster, a catastrophic mudslide flooding several villages. If he recalled correctly, this was a scheme orchestrated by the ancient god church against the training camp. Lin Xian also remembered encountering a fiery earth dragon during the rescue operation, a female one. At that, he pondered whether he could seize the opportunity to bring her into Nibelungen to keep old Zhao company. If he succeeded in adding that giant dragon along with Chiang Mai, there would be 3 individuals in Nibelungen, and if they could gather one more, they could play mahjong. No, that was incorrect. They could unite the 4 great monarchs. Old Zhao was the king of sky and wind, while the fiery earth dragon could represent either the king of bronze and fire or the king of earth and mountains. As for the captain, his forbidden realm was He Wu Chang, which did not quite align with the 4 monarchs, but did complement Nibelungen itself. Nibelungen served as a resting place for fallen warriors and vengeful spirits, while He Wu Chang was responsible for managing the dead. Perhaps there was potential there. In addition to the fiery earth dragon, the ancient god church had dispatched several warriors from the river realm and a figure from the sea realm to ambush them during this rescue operation. Shenqingzu's lackey, Li Jia, was killed as a result, prompting Shenqingzu to invoke the ghostly spirit summon and subsequently recruit the murmuring voice into his ranks. This led to the later events where Zhuanggu single-handedly dismantled the believers and eliminated Murmur. However, with him around, it was unlikely Zhuanggu would have the opportunity to utilize the ghostly spirit summon. Yet, who could predict such matters? With a butterfly like him fluttering about, who knew if the enemy would reinforce their ranks? It was prudent to remain vigilant. In light of this, Lin Xian inclined towards subtly reminding Yuan Gang to prepare in advance. However, he felt that even if he did warn him, it would likely have little impact. Due to spies from the ancient god church among the higher-ups, if Lin Xian were to inform Yuan Gang of the situation, any significant actions would inevitably require reporting to the upper echelons. By then, things might worsen. Not only could they fail to save anyone, but his foresight abilities might also be exposed. Perhaps some would question why Lin Xian did not expose the spies. The crux of the matter was that what he said might not be believed. How could one ascertain that the other party was a spy without concrete evidence? Yet he could not provide solid proof, and it was highly probable that his claims would lead to an action, ultimately placing him under the ancient god church's scrutiny. Next came the contest for the grievances of Shiva. Regarding such matters, Lin Xian did not believe he could involve himself. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Compared to the pinnacle of humanity and the gods like Loki, he felt exceedingly weak. Unlike Lin Xian, who had a plethora of deities in his mind and could summon them in critical moments, Lin Xian preferred to remain by Chen Mai's side if things escalated. At the very least, he wanted to protect the captain's soul. To reiterate, he was no saint and would not recklessly seek to prove himself. He would do his best in many matters, lend a helping hand when possible, but ultimately, he sought to remain true to himself. If he was unable to assist, he would lean towards being a bit more selfish, prioritizing his own safety and that of his loved ones. The bus vanished into the night. High above, Hung Ying poked Chen Mai. He waved at her, standing solemnly in the cold wind, silent for a long while. The phone rang, and Chen Mai answered it. Hearing a stern voice on the other end, "Mai, you have worked hard over the years." Chen Mai remained silent for a while before hoarsely replying, "It's nothing." "But Commander, miracles inevitably fade. Lin Xian truly cannot do anything. I'm very sorry, after all. He is a native of Songnan City and endured the great disaster 10 years ago. At the moment the miracle vanishes, both you and Lin Xian will disappear. And there is nothing we can do about it. We can only hope that since Nidhogg has chosen him, there must be a way to ensure Lin Xian survives." "Understood." Chen Mai hung up the phone, sitting dazedly on the wooden chair, gazing at the moonlight outside. Songnan City, this small third-tier city, did not suffer too severely from light pollution, especially after the recent snowfall. The weather was favorable, allowing the moon and countless stars to be visible, resembling countless eyes observing the world. After a long while, Chen Mai once again picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Pingu, it's me. I would like to ask for your assistance." Chapter 61. The type of novels old Chow loves to read. "I never expected you to be this kind of Chow Yuan." Ding ding ding. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Xie, please help." In Lin Xie's dormitory, Bai Li Pangang was struggling to remove the set of pajamas he was wearing. In his haste, the pajamas got stuck, covering his head and leaving him trapped, unable to advance or retreat. He thought that there would be no training sessions in the mornings anymore, so he had worn his pajamas to bed last night. This led to his frantic rush to change clothes this morning. Why is it that when others undress, it's a gentle unwrapping, but for me, it's like untying a pig? I've always said you should lose some weight. Lin Xie teased as he helped Bai Li Pangang change clothes. Ultimately, with only 3 minutes to spare, they successfully arrived at the training ground where they met Lin Xian and Chow Yuan. The atmosphere today was particularly serious. The instructors stood motionless on the training platform, resembling statues. One was a pale red, as if a torch were burning, while the other was a light blue, adorned with a starry cross radiance in the center. The most exquisite of all, adorned in a deep azure hue, is embellished with countless starlit specks. As the 3-minute time limit expired, Instructor Hong counted the personnel and nodded towards Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang then addressed the assembled crowd, his voice booming like thunder. This morning, there would be no training, for there was another matter at hand, the awarding of honors. During the holiday, 2 prospective night watchmen had made remarkable contributions to safeguard their comrades and protect the city of Songnan. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, all eyes turned to Lin Xie, for it was he who had heroically rescued them during the missile attack on their bus. His commendation was indeed well-deserved. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, another individual was to be honored alongside Lin Xie. Given that Lin Xie had single-handedly saved all the new recruits from 3 buses during the holiday, thereby preserving the fresh blood of the night watchman, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Lin Xie glanced at Lin Xian, who urged him forward, saying, "What are you waiting for? Go on up." With a gentle push from Lin Xian, Lin Xie swiftly ascended the stage to stand before Yuan Gang, greeted once more by a wave of applause. Next up was Lin Xian. All eyes shifted from Lin Xie to him, and murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Lin Xie was honored for rescuing a bus full of people, but what had Lin Xian done to merit such recognition? "Incredible, Lin Xian." Bai Li, the plump one, exclaimed as he stood on tiptoes and patted Lin Xian's shoulder enthusiastically. Lin Xian offered no further explanation. After all, even without him, Shen Qizhu would have stepped up. Notably, due to Lin Xian's presence, the workload of the cafeteria staff had surged, reportedly resulting in a pay raise. Lin Xian was well fed. The cafeteria staff received a salary boost, yet the logistics department suffered a setback. The latter half of the month transitioned from monotonous physical training to comprehensive courses on forbidden zones, emergency medical care, wilderness survival, and strategic guidance. These were interspersed with lessons on and practical use of firearms. Remarkably, during one firearms training session, Lin Xie astoundingly hit the bullseye from 30 meters, leaving everyone in awe. On a bright morning, after breakfast, the group gathered at the training grounds. Most lessons typically occurred in classrooms, and they were accustomed to heading their post-meal. However, today was different. The new recruits had yet to arrive, with some still dining, and the instructors had not yet appeared, leading to clusters of discussions among the recruits. What constitutes moral coercion? Qiao Yuan inquired. I know. Bali chimed in, leaning closer with a mock-serious cough to lower his voice. Your son is in my hands. Transfer 10 million to my account immediately. Now that's physical coercion. Why are you so adept at this? Qiao Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. What prompted you to ask that? Lin Xian queried in confusion. I recently read a novel about moral coercion where the heroine was manipulated by her husband's superior. When I express confusion, it signifies a problem on your end, not mine. Are you certain it's moral coercion? It should be, as the superior told the heroine. Madam, you wouldn't want your husband, to what kind of novels are you reading? Lin Chia interjected, rolling his eyes. Exactly, why not share some with us, Lao Chao? Don't you think that's rather selfish? Lin Xian began to engage in moral coercion himself. Let us not pursue this topic any further, Lin Xie remarked with disdain, casting Lin Xian a sideways glance. Just admit you want to read it. You hesitated. Lin Xian pointed at Lin Xie, his expression comical. Changing the subject, Lin Xian reassured, Qiao Yuan, given your character, you needn't worry about being morally coerced. Is that so? Qiao Yuan nodded. However, Bai Li interjected with a differing opinion. I believe Lao Chao is too honest for moral coercion to really apply. Such as? Qiao Yuan looked at Bai Li, curiosity evident in his eyes. Bai Li leaned in closer, sporting a mischievous expression. Qiao Yuan, you wouldn't want Qie to Qiao Yuan. Normal individuals surrounding the four. The girls, elements detected. Wait, how did this conversation get so off track? Lin Qie quickly interjected, sensing the girls' scrutinizing glances directed at him and Qiao Yuan. Rest assured. The night watchmen respect every true love. No one will mock you. Lin Xian teased as he patted Lin Qie on the shoulder. Get lost. At that moment, the girls' gazes shifted to Lin Qie with newfound intensity. He even spotted the girl who had once gifted him flowers. Initially, she looked crestfallen, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her expression transformed from pale to flushed, one hand covering her mouth while the other gave Lin Qie a thumbs up. I'm tired, let it all end. Just then, the instructor finally appeared on the training stage, unwittingly rescuing Lin Qie from his predicament. As the instructor arrived, the recruits immediately stood at attention, and the training ground fell silent. 3 instructors were present, one carrying a large box. One of them extracted a pocket watch from it, presenting it to the crowd. This device is known as the acrobatic detonator, or what you may also refer to as a moral coercion device. Once activated, it will continuously release a form of mental current that you must counteract with your own mental energy. This current poses no physical harm but will compel you to perform astonishing acrobatics, including, but not limited to, 1,080-degree backflips, 360-degree aerial spins, and front rolls transitioning into splits. The intensity of this mental current will fluctuate unpredictably. You must employ an equal amount of mental energy to counter it. Any deviation, whether too high or too low, will cause the current to flow through your body, resulting in an acrobatic display. It is crucial to note that this device must remain on at all times, even while eating, sleeping, or using the restroom. What? No, it's unreasonable to keep it on in the restroom. Someone protested. This is not an acrobatic detonator. It's clearly a social suicide device. No one paid attention to Lin Qie and Qiao Yuan's private banter any longer. Their focus shifted to another pressing concern. How could one possibly sleep with this contraption? Or what if, while in the restroom, they suddenly performed a flip? The thought was too absurd to fathom. Now, step forward to receive your watches. Lin Xian, you go first. Lin Xian approached, and the instructor retrieved 2 wristwatches from the box. These were significantly larger than the one previously displayed. Due to your unique physical condition, we have prepared 2 specialized watches for you. The instructor regarded him with a comical expression, as if to say, what do you think? Are you touched? Lin Xian was too apprehensive to move. He wished for his training regimen to be more rigorous than others, but in this instance, he hoped the instructor would treat all recruits equally without any exceptions. The others harbored no resentment towards Lin Xian's treatment. Instead, they regarded him with unwavering resolve as he embarked on his journey. Lin Xian, take care. We won't see you off. Lin Xie reveled in the misfortune of his friend, relishing the fact that while others would wear a single watch, he was burdened with 2 enhanced versions at that, though he typically refrained from mocking others. The circumstances were exceptional. Lin Xie had never witnessed Lin Xian falter before. Today, you've met your match. The moment Lin Xian donned both watches, 2 powerful currents surged from his wrists, coursing through his entire body. He executed a flawless side flip followed by a front flip off the stage, his movements impeccably precise. Despite his utmost efforts to control both watches, managing them simultaneously proved exponentially more challenging. This meant that he had to multitask, balancing his mental energy to counteract both currents. The fluctuations of these two currents exhibit no discernible pattern. It is possible that the left hand signifies a strong current, while the right hand represents a weaker one. Yet, in the next moment, the dynamics shift, with the left hand becoming the weaker current and the right hand the stronger one. Lin Xian's acrobatics show no signs of abating. He performs a somersault, landing on the ground, followed by a push-up, leaping into the air, twisting his waist to execute a 720-degree roll, and finishing with another push-up, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian, you are simply hilarious. Bai Li Pang mocks unfeelingly, but the moment he dons the watch, his laughter ceases abruptly. He, too, attempts a somersault off the martial arts platform, and one can hardly fathom how his rotund figure can perform such unfathomable feats. Lin Qiyi cannot help but smirk, only to witness his instructor lifting 2 watches and smiling at him. Instantly, Lin Qiyi's smile fades. Chapter 62, The Acrobatics Melee Triggered by Lin Xian. Lin Qiyi pursues Lin Xian for 3 miles, disregarding the chaos. Qiyi, save me. Bai Li Pang calls out while rolling. I cannot save you. Fend for yourself. He never anticipated that he would share the same fate, wearing 2 watches. Huh. Now the tides have turned, haven't they? Lin Qiyi exclaims in exasperation. Lin Xian, you rascal. He refuses to back down, launching himself forward with a reverse hook. Conversely, Lin Xian performs a somersault to evade Lin Qiyi's attack, and at the moment he is about to land, he delivers a kick to Chao Yuan's face. Thus, Chao Yuan joins the fray. This is rather amusing, Bro Zhuang. Care to join? Bai Li Pang glances at Xinqing Zhu, who has managed to gain some control nearby. How childish. Smack. Bai Li Tu Ming, I will end you. Ah, you cannot touch me. Die. Qiyi, help. The scene erupts into chaos, with more individuals either voluntarily or involuntarily joining the fray, employing acrobatics as their means of attack. The 3 instructors seated on the platform observe this spectacle, their expressions twitching as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. They had never encountered such a scenario before. How could acrobatics turn into a brawl? I must capture this moment on film to show the chief instructor. One instructor can no longer contain his laughter. Below, it truly resembles a dance of demons, with every conceivable move being displayed. Some individuals leap several meters into the air, executing a downward strike that leaves the instructors dumbfounded. They never imagined this could be played out in such a manner. He casts a glance at the instigator of this mayhem, Lin Xian, who seems to be reveling in the chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Qiyi trails closely behind Lin Xian, determined to avenge the earlier affront. Yet, time and again, Lin Xian employs astonishing acrobatic maneuvers to evade capture. Just as Lin Qiyi is about to corner Lin Xian, the latter suddenly halts and dashes forward. What is this? A performance? Lin Qiyi muses. In the cafeteria, Bai Li Pang rubs his face, hissing in pain. Bro Zhuang, you fight dirty by slapping him. Isn't it because you nearly crushed him with your weight? Chao Yuan retorts, having witnessed Bai Li Pang's enormous body come crashing down, nearly overwhelming Xinqing Zhu. It perfectly illustrated the saying, eyes wide with shock. Indeed, who would play so recklessly, pursuing others to strike? Lin Xian adds while stuffing food into his mouth. Lin Qiyi casts a sidelong glance at him. Suddenly, Lin Xian winces as he eats. This guy truly kicks hard. Just as Lin Xian is about to enter the cafeteria, he feels something trip him. Simultaneously, Lin Qiyi arrives at lightning speed, delivering a kick. Lin Xian senses the ominous aura of the abyss. Evil spirit born of wickedness. Lin Qiyi, you shall pay for this. Thus, several months pass. During this time, Lin Qiyi sought out Yuan Gang and learned of Wu Xiongnan and Chun Mu Ye's hidden stories. He was astonished to discover that both his captain and vice captain harbored secret identities. One was a former member of the elite Blue Rain Squad, while the other was once a legendary figure in the capital, the possessor of the abyssal sequence 037, known as the Black Wuchang. However, he could not comprehend why the captain would come to such a small town, nor why the Watchers would allow such a talent to languish in obscurity. Indeed, Lin Qiyi perceived the captain as being overlooked. He also uncovered another matter. 10 years prior, a divine war had erupted due to an artifact known as the Wrath of Shiva. It was 10 years ago that the captain vanished from public view after receiving a special directive. Upon his return, he had assumed the role of captain in Songnan City. Was there an underlying connection? Lin Qiyi, being astute, easily deduced a potential link through the passage of time. This was also due to his heightened sensitivity to the number 10, as he himself had gone blind a decade ago. Upon this realization, a bold hypothesis formed in Lin Qiyi's mind. Could he, too, be connected to that divine warfare? How could that be? If I were truly affected by that divine war, how could I possibly still be alive? Lin Qiyi shared the revelations he gleaned from Yuan Gang with Lin Xian, articulating his speculations. He then observed Lin Xian's gaze upon him, complex and inscrutable. Furthermore, another event transpired. Professor Gu from Beijing University had been driven to madness by Lin Qiyi's relentless inquiry regarding the authenticity of their world. Lin Qiyi successfully procured a treatment plan from him, which he promptly applied to Mei Lin. In fact, prior to questioning Professor Gu, Lin Qiyi had subjected Lin Xian to this line of questioning several times, only to shift the focus of his torment when Lin Xian regarded him with a look of concern for his mental state. One day, in the office, Lin Xian sat opposite Yuan Gang, who regarded him with utmost seriousness. Lin Xian, you must comprehend the gravity of your words. Should you err, you will bear the consequences of your statements. Just moments ago, Lin Xian had approached him, warning of a potential flood as graduation approached, claiming it was being maliciously orchestrated from behind the scenes to lure those in their training camp out for an all-encompassing trap. It certainly sounded like something the ancient god sect would orchestrate, but the question remained, how did Lin Xian acquire this knowledge? I am fully aware of what I am saying, and I stand ready to take responsibility for my words, Lin Xian replied, equally serious. As for how I know, consider it my secret. You know me well, instructor. I would not convey such information without merit. I would rather spend my time at the shooting range mocking Lin Qiyi. Yuan Gang's lips twitched slightly. You are indeed a blessing to Lin Qiyi. Lin Xian sighed. To be honest, I feel that even if I inform you, it may not change much. Why do you say that? Yuan Gang inquired. Hands crossed before him, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. There are spies at higher levels. The air grew abruptly quiet. Yuan Gang scrutinized Lin Xian's eyes intently, while Lin Xian held his ground, and the two engaged in a silent standoff in the office. Lin Xian keenly noted the moment he mentioned the presence of spies. Yuan Gang's expression momentarily stiffened. After a long pause, Yuan Gang exhaled deeply, his shoulders slumping as if aged by several years in an instant. He had long been aware of this issue, yet he had not anticipated that Lin Xian would address it so directly today. As Lin Xian mentioned, if there truly is a disaster, orchestrated by human hands, looming over the training camp as they approach graduation, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. With a spy embedded at high levels, all his reports would be laid bare before the enemy, leading to alterations in their actions based on his disclosures. Moreover, this spy could even sway the final decisions, steering them toward graver outcomes. Not to mention, should he report upwards, Lin Xian's uniqueness would inevitably be exposed. This matter is no triviality. He would need to elucidate the source of this intelligence. I understand. Rest assured, I shall not divulge this to anyone else, as every individual harbors their own secrets. Do you trust me? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, bracing himself for the possibility of being dismissed as a jest. After all, he had no means to clarify his channels of information. I simply have faith in my comrades. In the cafeteria, Lin Xian and his three companions gathered for a conversation. Over the past few months, they had acclimated to the electric currents from their wristbands. No one exhibited the acrobatics they once did at the onset. It was rumored that there would be a scoring assessment before they departed the training camp. Bai Li, the plump one, broached the topic, having gleaned it from others. Apparently, each year before graduation, the instructors would evaluate their performances and assign scores accordingly. Rankings would influence the final allocations. Those who ranked higher would be dispatched to critical areas, while those who fared poorly would often find themselves in obscure, remote locales. This method of distribution elicited no complaints. After all, the night watch was not meant for leisure. Critical areas signified greater peril, with the mysteries intensifying and hazardous incidents occurring with increased frequency. Is that so? Lin Qian nodded, glancing at Lin Xian. His score should be satisfactory, barring his shooting performance. Yet, no matter how he inquired, Lin Xian remained tight-lipped. If all else fails, he pondered the feasibility of binding Lin Xian to extract answers. Through healing Mei Lin, he had acquired summoning magic, allowing him to sacrifice items to conjure others. Over the days, he had successfully summoned several ropes using sacrifices of fatty slippers and toothbrushes. However, he doubted that would suffice for restraining Lin Xian. During their sparring sessions, he had noted the alarming level of Lin Xian's physical prowess. Dismantling steel plates with bare hands was childish play for him. Even manipulating rebar was a trivial task. Without the Starfall blade, a punch directed at Lin Xian bore no effect. Compared to his initial days at the training camp, the transformation was staggering. Yet, nothing extraordinary had transpired, save for a few incidents during the new year. Thus, the mystery of how this brood had evolved to such a degree left Lin Qiyi confounded. Chapter 63. The trial begins. The spiderling flees in the early hours, while the sky still lay shrouded in the darkness and tranquility of dawn. Lin Xian, and Xiao Yuan were already awake. They exchanged glances and then checked the time, 5 o'clock. Something felt amiss. Typically, this hour would herald the sounding of a whistle. Yet today, it was eerily silent. Lin Xian paused briefly, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this event was outlined in the original narrative. It served as a trial, assessing their capacity to respond to crises in unforeseen circumstances. The instructors would unleash 3 mysterious entities to test them and score their performances. As they exited the dormitory, they encountered Lin Qiye, who was also venturing out. Qiye, Xiao Yuan nodded in greeting. Where's Fatty? Still asleep. Something feels off today. Let us go outside. If something has indeed happened, staying in the dormitory won't yield any answers. Having said that, Lin Xian strode toward the entrance of the dormitory, with Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan closely trailing behind. Meanwhile, in the basement, the instructors observed the live footage, nodding in approval. Indeed, this Lin Xian displays commendable initiative. Upon sensing something amiss, he immediately took action, one instructor remarked, jotting notes on a sheet of paper. I am eager to witness their reactions upon realizing that not a single soul remains in the training camp besides themselves. I am even more curious about their expressions upon discovering the corpses of their comrades. In terms of devilry, it's you we're talking about, old Hong. After a thorough search, Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan were astonished to find the entire training camp devoid of life. Even the elderly chef in the cafeteria and the cleaning lady had vanished. Moreover, it appeared as though no struggle had taken place. It was as if they had simply evaporated. This should be a trial, Lin Qiye deduced. With all instructors and staff mysteriously absent, only they, the new recruits, remained. Lin Qiye was almost certain this was a meticulously crafted test devised by the instructors. As for the specifics of the trial, it was still unclear. Turning to Lin Xian, he noticed the latter deep in thought, brow furrowed. What troubles you? Lin Qiye inquired. I am contemplating whether the absence of the cafeteria staff means we will have to cook for ourselves. I hope there are leftover ingredients. Just like you, Xiao Yuan retorted. People are iron, and meals are steel. Since nothing unusual has emerged thus far, let us eat. As Lin Xian spoke, he rummaged through the kitchen, retrieving frozen meat, flour, and eggs, deftly commencing his culinary endeavors. You truly are unfazed. Lin Qiye leaned casually against a refrigerator, teasing. Are you going to eat? Of course. Make me a portion as well. Xiao Yuan raised his hand. In the basement, the glow from the screens cast an eerie light upon the faces of the instructors, revealing their twitching lips. This fellow, should we say he is too laid back or overly carefree, able to eat under such circumstances? Instructor Hong was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether Lin Xian's actions warranted praise or criticism. Logically, it should count as a positive, as replenishing energy was indeed paramount. However, given their own lack of time to eat while preparing, they found themselves spectating as the trio dined. Instructor Hong suddenly grasped the meaning of the phrase midnight poison circulating online. Seated at the center, Yuan Gang observed the scene with narrowed eyes. A sense that Lin Xian had seemingly pierced through the instructor's intentions. It reminded him of the early days of the training camp, during the competition with the masked team, where the opposing team showed no inclination to remove their masks. Yuan Gang recalled their conversation in the office. Lin Xian had predicted the emergence of artificially manipulated calamities. Perhaps this young man was not merely insightful regarding the instructor's designs, but possessed an even more extraordinary ability and uncanny foresight. Could this also be one of the abilities granted by the Nidhogg agent? Soon, scrambled eggs, noodles, and roasted meat were prepared and laid upon the dining table. Just as the trio began to relish their breakfast, Lin Xian and Lin Qiye suddenly looked up, their gazes directed toward the entrance. A giant, grayish-white spider appeared at the cafeteria door, cautiously making its way inside. Despite its enormous size, its movements were somewhat awkward and tentative, as if it were afraid of disturbing their meal. Upon noticing the two staring, the spider's 3 pairs of crimson eyes widened. A wave of psychic force surged toward them, while simultaneously, its rear end expelled webs towards Lin Xian and his companions. In the instant the psychic assault struck, a cerulean shield enveloped Lin Xian and his companions within a meter's radius. Azure Guardian, activated automatically. Lin Qiye swiftly drew his blade, slicing through the gray-black webs. Meanwhile, the spider, with all its might, propelled itself away on its robust 8 legs, retreating at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. It fled? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, his instincts telling him that this spider must possess formidable capabilities. However, why did the opponent refrain from attacking and instead flee with great speed? Lin Qiye found himself perplexed. Yet he harbored an instinctive belief that this spider was likely the key to the trial, or at least one of its pivotal elements. As for Lin Xian, he pondered another matter. He recalled that in the original narrative, this spider was rather intriguing, akin to an immature child. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to bring it into Nibelungen. This way, alongside the flame-vein earth dragon and the captain, they could form a complete mahjong table. Lost in thought, Lin Xian swiftly finished his breakfast and rose to follow the direction the spider had taken. It must be said, the spider's speed was remarkable. Vanishing in the blink of an eye several hundred meters away, beyond even the reach of his blood-sucking scythe's tracking. Yet, this posed no concern. As long as he drew near, the scythe would certainly sense its presence. "I'll go after it," Lin Xian remarked, waving goodbye to his companions as he departed. "Xie, shall we?" Xiao Yuan inquired, glancing at Lin Xie. Both stood up and followed suit. After their exit, 3 figures entered the cafeteria. How did these 3 arrive so swiftly? "The scene has tea even been set yet?" One instructor remarked. "That little spider seems rather timid, despite Lin Xian and his companions being mere pool realm practitioners. It, being a river realm creature, shouldn't have fled without putting up a fight." The instructors exchanged various opinions, uncertain about the arrangements made at the girls' dormitory in the weaponry depot. Within an inconspicuous storage room, a grayish-white spider curled up, its body trembling slightly as it recalled the 3 individuals it had encountered. They appeared quite fearsome, particularly the 2 who had detected its presence. If captured, would it not be minced into bits and turned into a fragrant spider dish? Despite being over 100 meters away and having done its utmost to conceal its aura, how had those 2 discovered it? How terrifying, how terrifying. Perhaps I should just flee. Why must I partake in this trial? I am merely an innocuous little spider and have never harmed anyone. Yet, those cloaked villains had threatened it, claiming that should it dare to run, it would be transformed into a spicy spider dish. Woe is me, you are all wicked villains. Fear not, little spider, in this place, those nefarious individuals cannot detect you. Simply ensnare those still slumbering with your great web and wait until the trial concludes. The spider hung inverted from the ceiling of the storage room, its eyes glimmering with red light. In the next moment, its consciousness delved into a wondrous ocean, filled with countless floating soul fragments, each attached to a strand of silk. Hundreds of strands intertwined to form a colossal web that enveloped the entire training camp. The spider's spiritual form lay at the center of this vast web, curiously observing the still sleeping souls. Inside the storage room, the spider also wove a soft, large web, sprawled upon it with its 8 legs extending leisurely, utterly content. Just then, a knock resounded on the warehouse door. Lin Xian's voice echoed from outside, sounding like a devil to the little spider. "Is anyone there? Open the door. The community brings warmth." Chapter 64. Is Nibelungen a paradise? Upon hearing this voice, the spider hurriedly covered its mouth and frantically scanned for a place to hide or escape. Alas, the small warehouse was exceedingly vacant, with only one entrance, the large door, offering no refuge. With a resounding crash, Lin Xian entered the warehouse. He then saw a large spider sprawled on the web above, its 4 forelimbs covering its head, muttering incantations. "You can't see me, you can't see me." Lin Xian thought, what should I do? It feels wrong to strike down on something so innocent, like bullying a child. Yet, even if he refrained from killing, the spider could not survive this trial. The instructors had introduced these mysteries precisely for them to eliminate. The so-called trial was merely a guise for extermination. At the very least, should he or Lin Xie slay it, they would gain entry into Nibelungen for some amusement. "Come down, let us discuss matters." Lin Xian beckoned to the spider. "I do not wish to listen. You humans are all villains." The spider protested, tightly covering its eyes. However, with 3 pairs of eyes and only 4 forelimbs, it could not adequately conceal itself. The spider soon realized this predicament and attempted to use its hind legs to cover its last pair of eyes. But it was awkwardly out of reach, rendering its efforts clumsy and endearing in Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no surveillance devices. Before addressing the spider, his lips parting slightly. "Death." Meanwhile, within the boys' dormitory, what is happening? Why can't these individuals awaken? This resembles a scenario discussed in the instructor's lectures. It is highly probable they are under the influence of some mental-type forbidden realm. Is that so? Lin Xian nodded, observing those around him. At that moment, all the individuals awake in the boys' dormitory had gathered together. "What time did you all rise?" "I awoke at 5:15. 5:50. I was called awake by my roommate just before 6. After a round of reports, Lin Xie discovered that everyone had awakened before 6 o'clock. This meant that all the new recruits who had yet to awaken past 6 were currently in a deep slumber. Not only Lin Xie but the others too recognized the gravity of the situation. This felt eerily reminiscent of the instructor's method. Failing to awaken on time would incur punishment. Lin Xie silently mourned for Bai Li Pang for 3 seconds. This incident was likely a trial affecting their final scores. Those like Bai Li Pang, who had not awakened by 6, would surely face low scores. Just then, the door to Lin Xie's dormitory suddenly swung open. Bai Li Pang hurriedly dashed out, bewildered to find a group gathered, seemingly engaged in some discussion. Chia, what is going on? Bali Pangpang asked, perplexed. He had just woken to see the time was 6:15, believing Lin Chia had abandoned him. He could already envision the severe punishment awaiting him, a grueling running regimen. However, upon stepping outside, he saw Lin Chia and his companions in deep discussion, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Why are you all staring at me? Also, Chia, why are you still here? It's already 6:15. We're going to be late. More importantly, I want to know how you managed to wake up. Chao Yuan retorted. How did I wake up? I simply woke up naturally. How else would I wake? Li Pangpang replied, bewildered. Just then, several other new recruits emerged from their dorms, equally flustered, mirroring Li Pangpang's confusion. Now, it was Lin Chia and the others' turn to be dumbfounded. After a moment, everyone finally comprehended the situation. Initially unable to awaken, the mental control had abruptly dissipated. The previously slumbering recruits began to rouse one by one. What transpired that they were unaware of? The crowd was baffled, with only Lin Chia and Chao Yuan deep in contemplation. Chia, could it be that Lin Xian did something? Very likely, Lin Chia nodded, sensing an instinctive connection between this event and Lin Xian. Yet now was not the time to delve into that matter. Now that they had awakened, action was imperative. The mysteries within the training camp could not be limited to just one. Underground. The mental control had been lifted. How could this happen so swiftly? Lin Xian has only been in the warehouse for a few minutes. No matter how timid that spider is, it is still a river realm creature. How did Lin Xian manage to resolve it? Instructor Hong was taken aback. After all, it was merely a creature from the Chuanjing realm. Even if he was hesitant to act, escaping should still be an option. Yet, from the moment Lin Xian entered until the mental control was lifted, no more than 3 minutes had elapsed. How did he accomplish that? Was it possible that the spider offered no resistance? A fellow instructor expressed his opinion. Just as Instructor Hong was about to refute, he recalled the spider child as temperament, causing his lips to twitch. Perhaps Lin Xian had used words to lower the spider's guard, and then seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Given the spider's character and intellect, this scenario was indeed plausible. This was undoubtedly a merit-worthy accomplishment. Instructor Hong marked a prominent 10 in Lin Xian's column. The initial score for all recruits was set at 10 points, yet after Lin Xian's defeat of the spider child, his score instantly doubled that of his peers. Lin Xie and the others seemed to be heading towards the armory. Quite astute. I recall that the armory had already been prepared, merely awaiting their arrival. Furthermore, the groundhog had already ventured there. Once Lin Xie and his companions entered the armory, they could potentially face a pincer attack. Initially, I thought that releasing 5 creatures from Chuanjing might be excessive, but seeing how swiftly Lin Xian dealt with one, it seemed we might even be underprepared. However, it was uncertain. The other 4 were not as easily handled as the spider child. In Nibelungen, an endless gray mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring any semblance of light. With only the faint sound of flowing water audible. Amidst the fog, a boy sat on the ground, weeping profusely. His hair, a shade of grayish-white, framed his face, where a pair of red eyes shimmered with deep sorrow. After crying for a while, the spider child suddenly realized something. He should have, perhaps, already passed away. Yet, why did he still possess consciousness? Rubbing his swollen eyes, the spider child surveyed his surroundings. Was this the world after death? Why was there so much fog, rendering everything indistinct? As he ventured forward, he noticed a figure lying casually on the ground, eyes shut tight, with an unkempt appearance akin to that of a dispirited middle-aged man. The spider child approached, crouched down, and poked the figure, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Upon feeling the touch, the individual slowly awoke. You little rascal, are you bored? The person before him was not Lin Xian, but a boy he had never encountered before. Likely around 12 or 13 years of age. Zhao Conqing bore a puzzled expression. Where did this kid come from? Are you also dead? Is this the legendary underworld? The spider child asked, curiosity lighting his features. What do you mean by dead here? Zhao Conqing thought the child's ability to articulate was lacking. Just as he was about to respond, Lin Xian appeared through the mist. In an instant, the spider child darted behind Zhao Conqing, his expression wary as he regarded Lin Xian. I didn't kill you. You died on your own. Don't blame me. To the spider child, Lin Xian's presence signified he too must have perished. However, in matters of vengeance, the killer was not he. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. You are overthinking it. This is not the underworld, but rather Nibelungen. Nibelungen. What is that? Well, you could think of it as a place where one can play and sleep and play. Lin Xian pondered briefly before explaining. Given the spider child's temperament, Lin Xian held no expectations for him to assist in battle. Instead, the child's role was more about keeping the solitary Zhao company and, in the future, joining forces with Yan Mai and Chun Mai for a game of mahjong. Really? Such a marvelous existence. where one can play and sleep and play? The spider child's eyes sparkled with excitement. His perspective shifted. This individual before him was not a villain, but rather a kind soul. Of course, Lin Xian nodded. By the way, you must have a name, right? Yes. My name is Azhu. Azhu, what a lovely name. Lin Xian nodded appreciatively before turning his gaze back to Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao, since you often find yourself with nothing to do, why not take this newcomer under your wing? Got it. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand, a smile adorning his face. He was well aware of Lin Xian's intentions in bringing the child into Nibelungen. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Lin Xian, thank you. It's nothing. If you truly feel indebted, perhaps you could gift me that ancient dragon suit you just acquired. Get lost. I worked for a month to obtain that. Zhao Kongqing chuckled and scolded. Lin Xian always had a knack for lightening the mood with humor whenever someone expressed gratitude. Humph, so stingy, Lin Xian scoffed, waving his hand as he vanished into the mist. Lin Xian did not leave Nibelungen immediately, but instead approached the stagnant water. Currently, more than 10 corpses had sunk within. Yet the peculiar energy remained scarce. Unfortunately, during the holiday period, the 3 Chuanjing beings he had slain, along with the subsequent encounter with the snake woman, had been witnessed by others, making it imprudent to collect their remnants into Nibelungen. Otherwise, the strange substances within the stagnant water would not be so limited. With the current amount, it would be challenging to transform even a lizard, let alone create the 4 sovereigns. Nevertheless, he need not achieve everything in one go. Gradual progress was feasible. Nibelungen possessed tremendous benefits for the soul, a fact Lin Xian had discovered early on. Since Zhao Kongqing was a soul entity, the enhancements he received were particularly pronounced. When he first entered Nibelungen, old Zhao's soul form was quite tenuous, struggling even to grasp a game console. Now, however, his soul had solidified significantly, even allowing him to manipulate objects from a distance, which was remarkable. While Zhao Kongqing's current state was uncertain, it was unlikely to be low. Yet, there were drawbacks. He was excessively drowsy, requiring 14 to 15 hours of sleep daily. However, it was during these slumbers that Zhao Kongqing's mental prowess surged the most. As Lin Xian pondered while stirring the stagnant water, he contemplated that transformation need not be immediate. It could be approached incrementally. He planned to first shape a draconic physique for old Zhao, gradually enhancing his lineage thereafter. Lin Xian eagerly anticipated the day old Zhao would appear before Lin Qiye. He could already envision Lin Qiye's utterly bewildered expression. Chapter 65. The True Dragonbone State. A New Language of Spirit. Lin Qiye and the others proceeded directly to the armory. Facing the unknown necessitated weaponry, so they made their way to the armory without delay. Upon opening the door, a wave of bloodiness assaulted their senses. Scattered throughout the armory were a dozen corpses, both male and female, with blood trailing down from the doorway, pooling around their feet. Most had been impaled by swords and daggers, their eyes wide open, as though they had glimpsed something horrific, unable to close them even in death. In the center of the armory, a formidable black figure crouched. It was a true shadowy presence. While humanoid in form, its body appeared to be sculpted from dark clay. Sunlight streamed through the armory door, illuminating the figure, which seemed to sense their arrival and slowly turned its head. The shadow lacked facial features, appearing smooth and featureless. Yet, it seemed to perceive the group, gradually rising and picking up a rocket launcher from the ground. Get down, Lin Qiye shouted, lunging to the side. Boom. At that moment, Lin Xian had just dispatched the spider. After returning to the training camp for over 3 months, Lin Xian's bloodline level remained stuck at 39, hovering at the agonizing threshold of 399. The energy absorbed from the Forbidden Ruins was less than 1, primarily due to the low levels of the new recruits. Both level and sequence significantly influenced the energy Lin Xian could acquire. However, following his defeat of Azhu, his bloodline purity finally surpassed 40. In the serene solitude of the warehouse, devoid of both personnel and surveillance, Lin Xian leaned against a corner, closing his eyes. Before him, the towering stone monument and the immense world tree that pierced the heavens re-emerged in his vision. He focused on the inscription at the 40 mark of the stone, Shadow of the Underworld. This was the name of the ancient script. Simultaneously, a chilling and peculiar sound reverberated through Lin Xian's head. Perhaps due to the transformation of his entire skeletal structure, save for the skull, this modification occurred with remarkable swiftness. And in an instant, it was complete. In that moment of transformation, Lin Xian felt as though his senses had been sharpened to an extraordinary degree. It was as if a veil had been lifted from his perceptions, which had previously been shrouded in obscurity. Now, the world appeared vividly clear, and his 5 senses were significantly enhanced. He first directed his attention to the newly acquired ability, Shadow of the Underworld. In the context of the dragon race, this skill was not particularly distinguished, represented by the striking figure of Jiu de Mai, It could create a small domain around its user, refracting light to produce an effect akin to invisibility. However, sounds and scents could not be refracted, and a faint black mist would emanate during movement within the shadow. Its nomenclature was inspired by the legend that the deepest recesses of the underworld are enveloped in absolute darkness, akin to a candle's light being utterly consumed by the void. Yet, from the information imparted by the monument, it seemed Lin Xian's version of the shadow differed from the dragon race's original. Upon further reflection, he discovered that his shadow extended a full 20 meters, capable of cloaking others alongside himself. In this domain, light would still distort, but now scents and sounds would also be obscured, rendering it markedly superior to the original. However, this iteration still produced a black mist during movement, which extinguished Lin Xian's more audacious thoughts. Yet, the capabilities of the shadow did not end there. Beyond the invisibility, Lin Xian could envelop his foes in absolute darkness, effectively blinding them in combat, a significant tactical advantage, though exceptions existed, such as Lin Qiyi. Lin Xian had long pondered whether Lin Qiyi, upon ascending to the pool realm, could perceive everything within a 100-meter radius. Did this not imply that he could brazenly gaze at the skirts of young women? How infuriating to realize that beneath his seemingly proper exterior lay such a character. Standing atop his moral high ground, Lin Xian mentally chastised Lin Qiyi, resolving to confront him upon Jiaolan's emergence. After this internal critique, he shifted his focus to another matter. His bloodline purity had reached an impressive 40, and his skeletal structure had been completely transformed, including the skull. Did this signify that the dragon bone state could now be his new default? Activating the dragon bone state, he discerned no discomfort. The only noticeable change was the heartbeat, which felt almost tangible, alongside an elevation in his draconic aura. In this state, should he encounter individuals of weaker resolve, like a Zhu, he could likely overwhelm them through sheer pressure, rendering them immobile. His physical strength, reflexes, and resilience had been comprehensively augmented in the dragon bone state. Experimenting with the blood scythe, he was astonished to find that while the consumption of his abilities increased, the effects were likewise magnified. The domain range of the blood scythe expanded from 200 meters to 300, with its maximum extension surpassing 1,000 meters. The wind blade's casting distance also grew to 300 meters, with enhancements in both quantity and speed, though at a mental energy cost approximately 15 times greater than before. It was reasonable to assume other abilities would similarly experience enhancements in the dragon bone state. With a mere thought, scales enveloped his body, a mask-like layer forming over his face, including a transparent film covering his eyes, imperceptible unless closely scrutinized. Observing his current form, he noted that despite the scales, he appeared strikingly beautiful rather than grotesque. Suddenly, with a flicker of thought, sharp claws burst forth from his fingertips. He lightly grazed the warehouse wall, and the unknown material was effortlessly sliced open, revealing a smooth incision. This material was not ordinary metal, but rather an alloy of remarkable hardness and toughness. Yet it succumbed to his claws as if they were mere tofu. The sharpness was somewhat exaggerated. Moreover, Lin Xian discovered an unexpected boon. His skull, upon completion of its transformation, now possessed a degree of mental resistance, capable of withstanding certain psychic attacks and even reflecting them back at the opponent. Coupled with the Azure Guardian, he felt capable of enduring mental assaults from beings of the ocean realm, though he had yet to test this theory. As he contemplated these developments, Lin Xian intended to immerse himself in the Nibelungen, extracting the fourth weapon from the 7 deadly sins, when a sudden, violent explosion erupted outside the warehouse. Exiting, he beheld a colossal mushroom cloud rising in the distance, seemingly from the weapons depot. What on earth was happening? Lin Xian momentarily found himself in a state of bewilderment. He quickly dismissed the notion that Shenjiang Zhu had lost her mind and detonated the weapons depot. What could have transpired? He recalled that in the original narrative, aside from the spider, the other 2 mysteries were located within the female dormitory. After a moment of introspection, Lin Xian realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. What held true in the original tale did not necessarily apply to reality. With this realization, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Despite his constant reminders that his presence as a butterfly would alter many outcomes, he still found himself rigidly adhering to the original narrative as the sole standard. Rushing toward the weapons depot, he soon encountered a severely damaged warehouse. The ironclad walls lay in ruins, scattered like shrapnel, embedded in the surrounding trees and building walls. He could vividly imagine the scene as the explosion unleashed its fury, sending debris flying like bullets, akin to knives raining from the sky. The potential lethality of such shrapnel upon human flesh was alarming. Turning to the nearby group, their faces smeared with dirt and shock, Lin Xian observed with horror that some individuals had been pierced through by metal fragments, falling silent. Others stood in stunned disbelief, their lips trembling in fear. Just moments ago, a mysterious entity had aimed a rocket launcher at a nearby stockpile of explosives, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that hurled everyone into chaos. Those closest had been reduced to charred remains, littering the ground in a gruesome spectacle. The aftermath was harrowing, compounded by the subsequent barrage of metal shards that struck a number of individuals, some gravely injured, others losing their lives. They had initially believed this to be a trial. But now, with lives extinguished, it was evident that this was no mere test. Shenjiang knelt, staring in horror at Deng Wei, who lay lifeless on the ground, a metal shard piercing through his chest. Her expression was a mixture of terror and suffocating despair, teetering on the brink of an emotional eruption.